take a day off. Fellow righteous fathers, normal updates have resumed. There's something going on at home, so I'll clear my mind. Don't yell at me. I'll be back to updating tomorrow. Lastly, I'd like to ask for some more votes. QWQ. Not. Why can not delete I'm convinced that. Screwed me It has been updated normally. Please feel free to read it. Chapter 1. Even dogs have psychic powers? China. Jiang City. An ordinary alley. Deep in the alley, Xia Yan nervously looked at the vicious dog lying on the opposite side of him, with two heads, and gulped. I'm warning you, I also have supernormal abilities. Don't bully people. Roar dash. The vicious dog crouched down, and a hissing roar that made one's scalp numb came from its throat. This was the precursor to an attack. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I really do have supernatural powers. Don't come over. Xia Yan could not cry, since the start of the global aura recovery, but all living beings had awakened their supernormal abilities. Xia Yan was an exception. He hadn't awakened any supernormal abilities, but fortunately, he had a system. Unlike other systems, Xia Yan needed to complete the pre-qualification task of creating dreams 100 times before he could open it. In order to complete the predecessor task, Xia Yan created dreams every night. In his dreams, he does whatever he wants. Xia Yan knew that he was dreaming, so the dreams he created were very unusual, and could even be said to be more born. For example, a certain time, he disguised himself as an elder of a certain immortal cultivation sect in his dream, accompanying the low-qualified heroine Xie Qianyu all the way to grow up, and imparting his mastery of the Tai Ching sword to the other party. Later, the identity of the heroine is revealed to be the holy maiden of the demon world. All the famous sects in the immortal world demand Xia Yan to hand over the demon maiden, and even Xia Yan's own sect suffers from the constant pressure from his fellow sect members. In order to protect Xie Qianyu, Xia Yan resolutely chose to go to war with the whole world, and in the end, he did not hesitate to protect Xie Qianyu by blowing himself up and sending her to immortality. Xia Yan once also played an orphan, accompanied by the same orphan girl Ning Xin Airgrowth, would rather suffer their own but also want to give her the best, would have suffered from parental abandonment. The life of the despair of Ning Xin Air, gradually out of the heart of the haze, rekindled the hope of life. In the summer of Xia Yan accompanied the Ning Xin Air birthday of the bright afternoon. Xia Yan to find a person in front of the Ning Xin Air to put their own on-the-spot kill. Either is to play a Chinese medicine practitioner, to see the peer suppression and ostracism, feel that they have no talent in this life to cure the sick and save people's lives of the small medicine boy. Xia Yan used all his strengths, teaching, and finally sent the small medicine boy to become the world's most famous medical fairy. The success of fame, the small medical fairy is also on Xia Yan's heart, and then eat each other to send the tonic. Looking at the front wearing a red dress, imploring the small medical fairy, Xia Yan, bite a mouthful of tonic, and then secretly swallowed the poison hidden in the mouth. On the spot poison death. Although he didn't know why the system wanted to let himself create a dream. But anyway, it wouldn't become reality. Xia Yan simply born to the end. It had to be said that this kind of death as a way to make the other party hold on to his life always brought a twisted sense of coolness to Xia Yan. From head to toe coolness. But just when Xia Yan thought that he could turn on the system and awaken his supernatural ability to turn over in this way, because the key person has not been detected, it will not be opened for the time being. Please be patient with the host. A cold sentence. Xia Yan felt his heart even colder. After doing so many births, he still can't open the system? Did you know that he had risked retribution to do so? Now, retribution had come. Brother dog, let's do it this way. We both have supernormal abilities and are both people with status. Why don't we each take a step back? I'll spare your dog's life and you let me go. How about it? Xia Yan tried to reason with the dog. The vicious dog seemed to understand, and took 2 steps back. Then both dog heads were raised all the way up with a wail. Immediately afterward, uncountable dogs outside the alley barked in response. One vicious dog after another poured in from the mouth of the alley, eyeing it intently. Brother dog, I don't think there's a need for this, is there? Xia Yan huffed, slowly backing away. Woof ow dash. A group of vicious dogs rushed up at an arrow's pace. Lean north. Xia Yan let out a strange cry and turned to run. A group of vicious dogs barking furiously to follow. He didn't have any supernatural powers, so why on earth? In a world where even dogs can have psychic abilities, he's the only one who doesn't? Xia Yan burst into tears. The entire alley was suddenly filled with chickens and dogs. Jiang City, Huajing neighborhood. Xia Yan walked into his home with a full coat of dog hair. If it wasn't for the city manager saving himself in time, it's hard to say what he would have been tossed into by those crazy dogs. Walking into the living room, looking at the brocade banner of the Jiang City Scholar hanging on the wall, Xia Yan smiled to himself. Jiang City Scholar? Oh, it's just a loser who can't awaken his psychic abilities. In China, at the age of 18, the uniform awakening of psychic abilities The first 18 years of normal classes, to culture class plus practical class results, to choose the future will enter the institution of higher learning. There are countless types of psychic abilities under the sky, and there is no specific standard. But there is the power of the Martial Arts Alliance to identify the quality of psychic abilities. Xia Yan's cultural class results were very good, and his physical quality was also top-notch. With the identity of the top student in Zhangjiang City, he was admitted to the best school in China, Beijing. However, such a genius had not awakened any supernormal abilities. Good in the North Qing equal treatment. Xia Yan did not awaken supernormal ability. This point they are surprised, but also did not regret, or recognize the identity of Xia Yan's first prize. This enrollment. In a few days, the school will start. The examination after the start of school. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Xia Yan shook his head. Next to the living room was the dining room, and this house was left to Xia Yan by his parents, or rather, it was left to their siblings. He was a divorced and reorganized family with an unrelated biological sister who was in junior high school named Cheng Yao. But ever since his parents got into a car accident while traveling and all of them went to heaven, his sister had never said a word to him. Eating instant noodles again? Unhealthy. Why don't you wait for me to come back to cook for you? Beside the dining table, a young girl with short hair with floppy ears lowered her head and silently ate instant noodles, ignoring Xia Yan. Cheng Yao was very sweet looking, a very typical cute type. The other party's cold attitude, Xia Yan has long been accustomed to, turned around and walked to the kitchen cabinet to start cooking. The dining room was connected to the living room, and the sound kept coming from the unsealed TV. Cheng Yao was eating instant noodles while glancing at the TV from time to time. The Martial Alliance's daughter has entered Beijing University with the second best score in the city of Zhangjiang. One can only say that it's worthy of being the daughter of the Martial Alliance's daughter. Both talent and appearance are quite impressive. The indifference on Cheng Yao's face disappeared for a split second at this moment, her beautiful eyes brightening slightly. You like her, ah? Xia Yan secretly snickered. Like this kind of junior high school little girl, it is indeed very easy to worship the more excellent big sister. Cheng Yao was a little hesitant. Her cherry lips wriggled a little, but she didn't know what she thought of, and softly hummed, puffed out her cheeks, and turned her head away from Xia Yan. Xia Yan did not think, continued to cook. The TV still said. It is said that the Tai Ching sword ability awakened by the Martial Alliance's Qian Jin is also quite powerful, very aggressive, and belongs to the extreme offensive type of ability. Wow! The chopsticks in Xia Yan's hands fell into the pool, crackling with a sound. Tai Ching sword? Is it the Tai Ching sword from The Dream? It should just be a rename, right? Xia Yan's heart beat indisputably, shaking his head, picking the chopsticks back up and scrubbing them. For some reason, his heart was uneasy. Okay. This is the video sent by the side of the Martial Alliance. Let us take a look. Ooh, worthy of being the Martial Alliance's daughter. Quite valiant. To be admitted to Beijing at such a young age. To be going to speak on stage on behalf of the freshmen of Beijing. And to have awakened such a strong supernormal ability. One can only say that. It's worthy of being Miss Xie Qianyu. Wow. Xia Yan this time is really cannot hold the chopsticks. Regardless of Cheng Yao's puzzled eyes, Arrow step rushed to the living room. Straight look at the TV. In the TV, the young girl was standing with a sword. She is very beautiful, as cold as a snow lotus in the Tian Shan mountains. Although she was wearing a white dress, it was still hard to hide her proud figure. The knitted brows and smile were tantalizing. The long sword in her hand seemed to only have a hilt, and a piercing white aura formed as the blade. The young girl hooked up her long sword and danced, like a butterfly or a dream. What a sword dance! Boom! Xia Yan's brain exploded. This face, he would never forget it in death. The holy maiden of the demon world, his own disciple. That unapologetic sickly girl, came to the present world? Ding! Detected the appearance of a key person. The system is initially opened. The host's special ability awakened on its own. Once, the host heard 100 fragile hearts in the world he built. Although the host left, they didn't want to regret their lives, so they finally came to this world. Friendly reminder, Xia Qianyu is not the only one. The 100 hearts that were hurt by the host have now all come to the present world. May I ask, is the host ready to meet their hot love? Requirements for unlocking all systems, soothe the hearts of those who have been hurt by the host, and let them accept the host again, so that the systems of the corresponding sections can be opened. Go for it. The first step to overcoming fear is to face it. Chapter 2 Forced to be the number one deep love in River City? Xia Qianyu is a sickly girl, no less, but she's good at hiding it, and at first, everyone thinks she's a harmless white lotus, until, that is, the fellow disciple who just asked himself a few more questions was killed by Xia Qianyu herself that night. And grabbed the other's head to come to his room and said to himself with a smile on his face, Master, you can't talk to other women. Oh. From then on, Xia Yan was certain that Xie Qianyu's attribute was a sickly girl, but at that time, At least it was in a dream. Xia Yan didn't worry too much and slipped away after engaging in a set of birth operations. Now, sick Jiao descended into the world. Finished. My life is over. Xia Yan is not even in the mood to cook. Directly drilled into the room. At this time sitting in front of the computer, bitterly scratching off a few hair. Sick girl, this kind of attribute, or in the secondary yuan, is the most suitable. If it really came to the real world, that cannot be fun at all. June, do not see the cherry blossom country Chung, brother? The head will fall off. The head will also be treated like a basketball, spinning at the fingertips. Just thinking about it hurts. Xia Yan sighed deeply. As the saying goes, if there is one, there are two, and if there are two, there are three. Listening to the system, Xia Qianyu was only the first, and there would be more in the future. He himself had created a dream 100 times. Not only is there a sickly girl, but there are also Lolas, imperial sisters, young women, even lesbians. If all these women get together, the Shura field. This is the real Shura field. Xia Yan kneaded his face into dough and groaned. After a long time of self-imposed isolation, Xia Yan was able to gather his crumbling mood. He opened his computer and searched the names of those female leads in his memory one by one. The results were not what he expected. President of the Chinese Physicians Association, Little Medical Fairy Lu Ruyan. The female president of the Shan Shui Group, who had fought her way up from a poor family to become the wealthy businessman Ning Xiner, who was rich enough to rival the country, and so on and so forth. There were also some whose names could not be searched, and Xia Yan didn't take any chances. Maybe one day it will kill the door? After a long time, Xia Yan used himself as a sandbag and threw his butt on the bed, lying in a big zigzag shape, his eyes lifeless. So many people have come to the present world, and they actually blend in so naturally? Xia Yan let out a bitter smile. As things stood, the cultivation grounds seemed to be a foregone conclusion. He and Xia Qianyu had entered the same university again. He was the top student and she was the second, so that the possibility of the other party not being able to find out about him was slim to none. For the time being, I can only hope that the other party won't be able to recognize me. After all, when I was in the dream, I was more than 20 years older than I am now. Let me hide for a while, then unlock the other woman first, so that when the two women fight, at least one of them will be able to save me. Xia Yan deeply sighed. Xia Qianyu, this sickly girl, if possible. Xia Yan truly did not want to be the first to encounter her. Moreover, listening to the system, if he wanted to open all the boards, he would have to solve these women's knots separately, instead of being them in the future group to kill the door to their own body, or their own initiative to attack, one by one to break a little better. This harem of his own, it seems to be opened. I was pure love, but the unscrupulous system forced me into prostitution. I hate it. Xia Yan had a sad and angry face. Ding! Abnormal ability awakening is complete. Please check with the host. Xia Yan felt a flood of information pouring into his brain, and everything in the world 19 open. The name of the ability was slightly longer, but it was not hard to see what it did. Xia Yan's face turned odd. 19 open? Are you sure you wrote it correctly, not 91 open? Then, 19 open, then isn't that treating yourself as a sandbag for the other party to beat up? Did not come to the alien before their own beatings, came to the alien after also be beaten. That damn alien is not in vain. Ding! Please host actively unlock the various boards. Each unlocked, you can refine the alien ability and get other increases. One's own psychic ability is able to grow? Xia Yan froze. Ever since the popularization of alien ability awakening, the alien abilities unlocked by all people were doomed, and would not be changed in this life, and could only be enhanced through cultivation. The higher the quality of the alien ability, the faster the speed of cultivation. A 19 open alien ability like his own, with subsequent growth. This kind of thing had never been heard of before. Taking a deep and long breath, followed by a carp, Xia Yan directly sat down on his knees. Although the current system cannot help much, but still need to hurry to enhance their own strength is right. Even as a sandbag, but also to resist for a while not to be killed on the spot is not it? Xia Yan's mental quality was very strong, and now he had already accepted the current situation. Xia Yan explained to Cheng Yao. The other party still did not care about him, nodded and then closed the door of the room, and even locked it. In the next few days, in addition to cooking for his sister on time, Xia Yan spent the rest of the time in his room practicing, and his mastery of his own supernormal abilities vaguely felt like it had improved quite a bit. Soon, the time to start school arrived. Although Beijing is in Jiang City, very close to home, but I shouldn't have time to come back every day. On the table there are all sorts of takeout contacts I prepared for you. You remember to order in advance, and tell me if you lack money to spend. Xia Yan knocked on Cheng Yao's room door. Although still not opening the door for himself, Xia Yan knew that the other party would definitely listen. Go. After explaining, Xia Yan pulled his suitcase, went out and took a taxi. and went to Beijing. After Xia Yan left, the door of the room that had been tightly closed slowly opened, and Chen Yao Yao poked out her little head, looking at the door with a ghostly gaze. Idiot brother. Jiang City, Beijing University. The driver drove very fast, and it didn't take much time to arrive at the entrance of Beijing University. The solemn gilt signboard stood overhead, and those who saw it could not help but feel a heavy historical flavor. And this was the highest institution of learning that all students in the entire country of China could only dream of. Beijing University. Xia Yan pulled his suitcase and stood at the entrance of the school. There were a lot of new students who came to report, and under the crowd, it could be said to be crowded. The seniors in charge of welcoming the new students were very experienced, and under their organized command, they didn't cause any disturbances. Xia Yan was still observing when he saw a short-skirted, older sister-like person walking towards him. Little handsome, you are also a new student here to report, right? You can give me your luggage. Oh. The schoolmistress was very enthusiastic, and at this time, when she got closer, her two long white legs were even whiter to the point of shaking her eyes. No need, I'll come, by myself. Xia Yan just wanted to refuse. With his so excellent physical quality, let a woman to help themselves to take luggage is too pretentious. The result of the next second to see, a blue-colored bubble wrapped in the hands of the luggage, and then slowly floated on the shoulders of the school sister. School brother is very gentlemanly. The school sister saw Xia Yan's thoughts and covered her mouth with a light smile. This time, it was Xia Yan's turn to be embarrassed. He had forgotten that it was now a world dominated by psychic abilities. Instead of pitying his sister and worrying about tiring her, he should pity his own sandbag-like alien ability. Chapter 3, The Sick Girl Appears. With the help of his schoolmates, Xia Yan verified his identity and collected his supplies before heading to the dormitory building assigned to him. Beijing was a place where strength was honored. The dormitories that one lives in are all assigned based on one's grades at the time of enrollment. And like Xia Yan, the top student of Jiang City, one lives in a duplex dormitory building with the best conditions. Instead of a dormitory building, it was more like a double-story villa, with 2 floors, 1 room, 1 hall, 1 kitchen and 1 bathroom, where 2 people could live. Compared to other freshmen who have to squeeze into a 6-person, 8-person dormitory and have to grab a public toilet themselves, this top student status is really great. I can't imagine that school brother is the top student of Jiang City. It's really a real person. Sister enviously glanced at the duplex dormitory building, eyes slightly bright, looking towards Xia Yan, full of temptation. Of the red lips slightly lifted, said, a person living in such a big place will not be afraid? Do you want to let your sister go over to play the floor with you? Xia Yan, da ba. School sister, stop talking. Xia Chen, you could come out at any time. I can already see what's going on with a touch of dead air appearing on your forehead. There's no need to hit the ground. By the way, senior sister, there should be 2 people living here, right? Where's the other one? Hasn't reported yet? Xia Yan wiped a handful of cold sweat, awkwardly smiled and changed the topic. This I don't know. Perhaps something has delayed. Don't worry, you will definitely meet at night time. The senior sister smiled and patted Xia Yan's shoulder. In a little while it will be the new student assembly. You can take a break. Don't miss it. Aha! Seeing the school sister leave, only then did Xia Yan finally breathe a sigh of relief, ghostly looking around, hurriedly pulling his suitcase and drilling into the dormitory building. In the future, he and Xia Qianyu would be in the same school, so he needed to be careful about what he did. In the dream, even if, in reality, Xia Yan does not want to see someone will be killed by a sick girl because of himself. After squinting on the bed for a while and estimating that the time should be almost up, Xia Yan headed to the meeting place. The large playground stands within the North Chang. Looking at a huge swathe of the back of its head, Xia Yan cannot help but smack his lips. This has to come. How many people are? Looked around. Xia Yan casually found a position, sat down. On the high platform, a long table was placed. That was for the seats of the various teachers. Immediately, a young girl in sportswear slowly walked up to the high platform. Although she was wearing jeans, a pair of long, slender legs, recklessly displaying a perfect body, a head of black hair spilling down like a waterfall, cherry lips and white teeth, beautiful eyes like clear mountain springs. Just looking at it was enough to be so beautiful that it would take one's breath away. Xia Qianyu, and the person Xia Yan was currently most afraid of. Seeing Xia Qianyu appear, a cheer rang out from the stage. The sound was so loud that it almost didn't deafen Xia Yan's ears. This martial alliance's daughter had only just enrolled in school, but she was already in the top 3 on the school's flower list. It was evident of her terrifying influence. A genuine goddess. You all were all fooled by her disguise. Xia Yan shook his head in pity. The Xia Qianyu in her dream was also disguising herself in the same way. Clear and pure white lotus flower. If it wasn't for Xia Qianyu falling in love with herself, Xia Yan wouldn't have known that the other party turned out to be a white cut black. In the center of the long table sits a hunchbacked old man, and surrounded by a circle of teachers of Beijing. None of the teachers who could teach in Beijing were truly strong in China, but they had no problem with the skinny old man sitting in the center. It was simply because he was Zhang Qianlu, the Dean of Offensive Class Alien Abilities of Beijing. Alien Ability Tsunami Moon Silver Wolf, a true powerhouse. It was him who was in charge of presiding over this freshman conference. Good day, senior. Xia Qianyu nodded slightly and saluted. The little girl from the Martial Alliance. Ha! Zhang Qianlu smiled and reached out his hand, patting Xia Qianyu's shoulder. I heard that you're going to speak as a representative of the new students, and the entire Beijing pups are sensational. High popularity. Senior is too kind. Xia Qianyu smiled faintly. Immediately, a pair of beautiful eyes intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the crowd. In the bland and unperturbed beautiful eyes, gradually climbed up a touch of hope. At the beginning, in order to send himself to immortality, he did not hesitate to be an enemy of the world, and even protected himself by blowing himself up at the end. But at the moment when Xia Qianyu ascended to immortality, there seemed to be a voice in her ears, telling her that Xia Yan is actually not dead, but today, he will definitely see him in Beijing. Beijing? I have come, but where are you? I have used the Tai Ching sword as a token, and the video of the sword dance is spreading all over the internet, so if you are here, you will definitely meet me. Xia Qianyu was a little sad. There were a lot of people under the stage, including a lot of freshmen whose faces were flushed with excitement at the sight of herself. But these were not the people Xia Qianyu wanted to see. She had come here with full hope, but she could not find any trace of Xia Yan at all. Suddenly, the sea of qi in her body was wildly agitated, and Xia Qianyu's clear eyes slowly climbed up to a touch of scarlet. Being tricked it. How about planning ahead and killing all these people? Just like in the immortal realm, not a single one will be left behind. To be buried with their master's father would be the highest commendation for them yet. Xia Qianyu lowered her head, but the corners of her mouth pulled wider and wider. It was full of morbidity. The energy around her, like a tidal wave, surrounded Xia Qianyu, and at this time, her aura was surprisingly not the slightest bit like someone who had just awakened her powers not long ago. The energy converged into lines of silk, densely packed, viper-like swimming, pointing directly at Zhang Qianlu, the surrounding teachers, and all the freshmen on the stage. Strangely, not a single person noticed the unusual situation. Everyone was smiling, happy for this freshman meeting, happy for having met the goddess. Silk thread, only 1 foot left. Right at this moment, the teacher beside him received a message. His face changed drastically, and he rushed to Zhang Qianliu's ear and whispered. The silk thread paused for a moment, and the scarlet in Xia Qianyu's eyes slowly faded, then silently retracted. What did you say? The 13 people have appeared in Zhang City? Zhang Qianliu's face changed drastically. Ever since the global mutation that started after everyone was able to awaken their supernatural abilities, the entire world had changed. Where there were people, there were rivers and lakes, and with superhuman strength, there would naturally be a lot more strife. North Chang, and the same as the Martial Arts Alliance, belongs to the righteous faction, but there is also evil. The 13 people is one of the more headaches of the forces. The 13 people are not just 13 people, but the 13 commanders. It hadn't been long since the revival of heaven and earth's aura, so the strongest group of people in the world was only 10 people. It was said that the leader of the 13 people was one of them. Very difficult to deal with, and had always been a tough bone to chew on. Beijing was located in Zhang City, and it was not good news that a trace of the 13 people had appeared at this sensitive point in time when the new students were enrolling in school. Chapter 4, First time facing a C-class powerhouse directly. It's true, a teacher has already been injured, and according to the intelligence, they are heading towards the North Campus at this time, and their destination seems to be the scripture room. The teacher's face was anxious. The reason why Beijing University had become the highest institution of higher learning in China. The role of the scripture collection room could not be ignored. The awakening of psychic abilities was not a one-off event. It also required constant cultivation, and if one more technique suited one's needs, it was more like adding wings to a tiger. Beijing Hidden Scripture Room's collection is as vast as a sea of smoke. Such an important place if by the 13 people to destroy. The impact caused by the unimaginable. The recovery of the aura is only a few decades away, and the development of psychic abilities has only just begun. Divided into rudimentary offensive and auxiliary types of psychic abilities. For the strength of the alien, divided into A, B, C, D, E. Zhang Qianlu is the Dean of the North Qing Offensive Class Alien Energy Courtyard. Strengthen the B+ level. However, the A grade was only the highest at the moment. Whether there would be a new grade further up was anyone's guess. I'll go now and notify the auxiliary class dean and vice dean. It seems that this time, they want to get real. Anger erupted from Zhang Qianliu's eyes, daring to come and stroke Beijing's tiger's whiskers, playing the wrong game. Yes, the teachers left in a hurry. With Zhang Qianlu coming out, this news would spread and could put a lot of people's minds at ease. I'll go along too, senior. Suddenly, Xie Qianyu stepped forward with a sweet smile. Rumor has it that the 13-people congregation has a method of concealing their breath, and traces are hard to find. My family's legacy can be surveyed and can help. This, alas, well, time waits for no one. Xie Qianyu is a newborn, but obviously can help. The big deal is that they are more distracted to protect her is. The freshmen under the stage looked at each other, not knowing what had happened, but still could feel a touch of tension. Gentlemen, silence. Zhang Qianlu took over the microphone, his face as heavy as water. For the next freshman assembly, another teacher will be in charge, and after it's over, all freshmen will all return to their dormitories, and will not be allowed to go out. With that, Zhang Qianlu sank his face and left with Xie Qianyu in a hurry. After the freshman assembly, the first day was considered to be nothing. Originally, there was a celebration party, but considering the news that the 13 people had blended into Zhang City, the teachers of the various colleges didn't dare to let the new students get together at all, and had sent them back to their dormitories. After receiving the enrollment rewards sent by Beiqing, Xia Yan walked on his way back to the dormitory. On the road from the playground to the dormitory, there were many teachers around, obviously worried that this group of freshmen would not listen to advice and sneak out. Xia Yan's dormitory was a single building, not in this kind of ordinary dormitory building. The environment was much better. I remember crossing the commercial street in front of me, right? The detached dormitory doesn't seem to be that good. Having to walk so far, Xia Yan sked. He has only just awakened the supernormal ability, and at present, is a large sandbag. A little physical quality has not been improved. Xia Yan even doubt that he has awakened the supernormal ability or not. If it is not, the college entrance examination need to test physical ability. Xia Yan has always had exercise, resulting in his physical quality is also the top of Zhang City. Then, every day have to walk so far. I'm afraid that really can't eat. Something's not right. Xia Yan had just walked to the commercial street when he suddenly smelled a dangerous aura. Extremely dangerous. Beiqing University, North Campus Commercial Street. Boom! A figure crashed through the wall of a store in a lousy manner, and his figure swept out. The speed was as fast as a bolt of lightning. This was a silhouette bathed in flames, filled with the dominance that belonged solely to flames. It made people not dare to look directly at him. Behind him, there were several silhouettes wearing the uniforms of the Northern Qing teachers rapidly following. Shan Yi, you can't escape. The silhouettes scattered, and one of the teachers roared angrily as light gathered in his palm, followed by a palm strike. Swoosh! An extremely bright white light cannon erupted from the teacher's palm, hitting the fleeing silhouette squarely in the back of his heart. Put! The silhouette called Chen Yi spat out a mouthful of blood from the sky, clenched his teeth fiercely, and with the help of this recoil, made a flash and disappeared around the corner. A good Beiqing. Even the teachers have C-rank strength. Oh, but you guys are destined to play the wrong game. Today's plan, the Lord will definitely succeed. A voice filled with resentment drifted away with the wind, not too loud but loud enough to be heard by everyone present. The teachers behind them quickly followed, their faces grimacing, only to be dumbfounded when they landed on the corner. Before them were two forked paths. Teacher Zhang, what should we do? This place is already almost to the dormitory area. In case we hurt the freshmen. The teacher who had previously injured the silhouette with his white light cannon frowned, then said in a cold voice, split up and chase. Someone from the 13 people's congregation dared to come to my Northern Qing to cause trouble. No matter what plans they have, we must take him down today. Yes. The group of teachers divided up the work clearly and quickly lined up in formation, followed by a quick dash, picking to strike at this sensitive note of new student enrollment. If the crowd of 13 people who were causing trouble couldn't be taken down as soon as possible, what kind of consequences would be caused was something that Beiqing's teaching team didn't even dare to think about. This commercial street, once again returned to a quiet, holy, not far from the alley. A suppressed to the extreme exclamation of alarm came out, and it was precisely Xia Yan who had found something wrong around him and found a corner to hide in. Oops. Xia Yan frowned, crouching his body to the ground, nearly lying on the ground. His heart missed a beat. The scene just now was too shocking, causing him to let out a gasp without control. That congregation of 13 people being hunted down by the Northern Clearance teacher was actually a C-ranked powerhouse. Of the 5 ranks of A, B, C, D, and E, rank E was the lowest, and only those who had awakened wasteful alien abilities that were of little use would be of this rank. However, where the quality of the psychic ability was higher, the successful awakening would make one a D-ranked powerhouse. The leap in rank was even harder than the Rift Valley, Beiqing being the #1 school in China. Its strength was top-notch when looking at the whole of China. Even the teachers were C-rank strength. When put in the outside world, it was enough to become the lord of some first-class power. Just enrolled in school to see this exciting scene. Xia Yan suddenly feel unlucky, but even more unlucky is that C-rank powerhouse with flame powers is still here. Xia Yan gritted his teeth in death, and his face became even more ugly. His own physical quality was very good, even though he had just awakened his psychic ability and his level had not yet begun to rise. In terms of physical quality alone, he was stronger than most people who had just awakened their psychic ability. Because of this, Xia Yan was able to discover that directly across from him, in that pile of battered walls, there was a pair of eyes as dark as stars. That person called Chen Yi hadn't left yet. It was because of his own alarming cry just now that it startled the other party. Chen Yi had discovered him. Wow dash. What was feared came to pass. Seeing that Xia Yan had discovered him, Chen Yi simply stopped pretending and pushed away the rubble as he walked out with a big stab. Kid, perception is good. Look at your breath. Is a new student, right? TSK, just awaken the supernormal ability can find me. It seems to be another genius of North Cheng. It's just a pity that you're going to die here today. Chen Yi let out a fierce laugh, without too much nonsense, like a cannonball rushing straight towards Xia Yan, without too many words. Making a move was both a killing move. Chapter 5, China to have its own Makoto. Decisive, ruthless, it's like a thunderbolt. It is precisely the characteristics of the 13 people. The dissipated flames quickly regrouped around Chen Yi's side, and a scorchingly powerful sense of oppression enveloped him, and facing this aura directly made Xia Yan's mouth and nose stagnate a little. Class C? Xia Yan's eyes flickered madly. This kind of level of powerhouse was clearly not something he could deal with. What to do? To use his new supernatural ability? But he couldn't beat it in the first place. But he also had to use the sandbag-like 1/9 opening alien energy. Then wouldn't he be killed by the other party? For a time, Xia Yan's thoughts in his mind swept madly, seeing Chen Yi getting closer and closer to himself, due to the flames that made his bangs begin to be a little charred. Xia Yan hard across a clenched teeth, palms lifted up. Use it, spell it out. But suddenly, a light came. Immediately afterward, a faintly inaudible thread of silk hidden under the spilled moonlight, sharply electrified across Chen Yi's neck. Ah, Lord, what is this? Chen Yi recognized the silken thread and raised his head angrily, giggling. A long sword without a blade slashed through, slicing Chen Yi's neck. It also interrupted the words he was about to say. Xia Yan's fingers stopped, staring blankly at the woman above him who looked like a heavenly god. The woman lowered her head, staring unblinkingly at Xia Yan. Vaguely, a pair of beautiful eyes seemed to reveal a little crystal. The long eyelashes began to tremble slightly, and a touch of surprise flowed in her eyes. But more than that, it was a thick sorrow, and a faintly inaudible hint of scarlet killing intent. Xia Qianyu? Xia Yan's scalp exploded and his body tingled. This look, he was all too familiar with it. There's a very familiar aura about you. Xia Qianyu floated to the ground and walked straight to him. With a boom, Xia Yan's scalp exploded. My life is over. Have we met before? Xia Yan gulped and strongly stabilized his mind, while shouting frantically in his heart. He suddenly had a good idea. System, can I run away now and never come back from now on? Although his own supernormal ability is currently seen as a waste, but hard-carrying Xie Qianyu's beatings and attracting the attention of the surrounding teachers, running away from here should still be doable. An attribute like sickly petite was still best suited to stay in the secondary world. Suddenly appearing in reality is no fun at all. If you can't afford to mess with it, you can afford to hide from it, right? If the mountains don't work, then go abroad. Even if the world to hide, it is still better than being cut off by the sick girl, right? Please correct the host's mindset. The B ending suffered by the heroines is a tragedy created by the host. If the host does not choose to face it head-on, not to save them and turn the B into a he, but to hide, then, the female hosts in the corresponding dreams will die in the host's way. Xia Yan's two eyes went black. Surprisingly, you can't even hide? It was even if it was in the dream. Now that it was the real world, something like letting them all die, Xia Yan couldn't do it. Forget it. Xia Yan sighed. Since he couldn't escape, it was nothing to face it. He crossed his heart and his eyes were firm. China, to have its own Chang. Don't recognize me? On the opposite side, Xia Qianyu furrowed her slender willow brows and once again took a few steps closer, slightly closing her eyes. Xia Yan was too scared to move. He didn't expect to just get out of the attack and meet Xia Qianyu, the even more terrifying sickly girl. With the distance so close, Xia Yan didn't even have a chance to run. After a long time, Xia Qianyu opened her eyes, a flash of disappointment on her face. It's not you. Although the breath is very similar, the one I love is much older than you. At these words, Xia Yan heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest heavily. Fortunately, his image in the dream was his own self after more than 10 years, and his name was different. So Xia Qianyu didn't recognize him. Otherwise, he would really die here today. May I go now? Xia Yan coughed and asked with a forced smile. Want to go? Xia Qian Yu didn't even raise her eyelids, reaching out to hold the Tai Ching sword. Miso. The sword blade made up of sword qi just crossed over Xia Yan's neck. The cold and lingering sword qi stabbed Xia Yan's neck with a layer of goosebumps. This, lady warrior, what is the meaning? Xia Yan didn't even dare to swallow his saliva. You are also a freshman of Beijing, right? The top student of Jiang City. The results are one place higher than me. I remember it is. Xia Yan? Xia Qianyu tilted her head and faintly said, what just happened? You saw it all? At those words, Xia Yan was creeped out and hurriedly shook his head. No, I didn't see anything. Don't worry, that 13 people who died has nothing to do with you. I didn't come here tonight. Recalling Chen Yi's name for Xia Qianyu before he died, Xia Yan's heart had long had a horrifyingly terrifying speculation. Xia Qianyu was a member of the 13 people. Moreover, the status was definitely not low, combined with the fact that in the dream world, Xia Qianyu was ostensibly a member of a righteous sect, but was actually the holy maiden of the demon world. Xia Yan was not surprised that Xia Qianyu had a hidden identity. However, the more you know, the faster you die. Xia Yan bit the bullet and couldn't even admit it. Oh, you really did realize it. Xia Qianyu hooked up the corners of her mouth, her beautiful eyes narrowed, and there was a hidden dangerous light flowing. Yay, realized? What is it? I don't know anything. Xia Yan played dumb. The 13 people dared to lay hands on Bei Cheng. Obviously the involvement behind it was extremely deep. There might still be the shadow of a B-ranked powerhouse. Xia Yan wasn't stupid, biting the bullet and not knowing anything. This strand of look is exactly the same as him. Xia Qianyu put away the Tai Ching sword and said with interest, in fact, this action tonight. No, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Xia Yan covered his ears, wanting to cry. The hell knows what kind of strange ideas this sickly girl had again. The next words, Xia Yan with his but think all know. When dealing with villains, the more you know, the more dangerous it is. Never give Xia Qianyu the chance to silence her. I'm appreciating you more and more. Xia Qianyu smiled faintly. Since you're also a new student, from now on, you'll be my servant. The on-call kind. I know where you live. Don't presume to run away. Otherwise, I will definitely kill you. With that, Xia Qianyu turned around and quickly dissipated like green smoke. She also couldn't figure out why she had to save him. It was just a student. So what if he was killed by Chen Yi? Tonight had also completely offended Beijing anyway. But upon seeing the look in Xia Yan's eyes when he decided to fight Chen Yi to the death, Xia Qianyu couldn't sit still. She felt as if someone had punched her in the heart. Too much like, when Master Xia Yan was desperately trying to protect himself, at the risk of making enemies of the world. He also had this look in his eyes. Only the likeness was not right. Senior, could it be you? Xia Qianyu stood on a high place, staring at Xia Yan tightly. A touch of confusion gradually surfaced in her beautiful eyes. As Xia Qianyu, who had been admitted to Northern Qing with the second highest grade, she naturally had a solitary dormitory. Only, under Xia Qianyu's arrangement, she was the only one living in the dormitory. Snap! The originally dark room was instantly filled with lights. Xia Qianyu slowly stepped in. Her sight fell on the somewhat dimly lit wall in the room, densely packed. It was plastered with portraits of Xia Yan. Or, it is the portrait of Xia Yan that Xia Qianyu remembers. She walked up, thought for a moment, took out the photo in her arms and pasted it on. The Xia Yan on the photo had remnants of panic in his eyes, but the determination in his eyes was like a silver needle that pierced Xia Qianyu's heart. It seems, really like. Xia Qianyu stretched out her hand, caressing Xia Yan's face on the photo. Gradually, her face surged with a morbid flushing. A pair of beautiful eyes no longer see half a point of clarity, but was filled with a fiery desire. Inside the room, only a murmur remained. Master, could it be you? Chapter 6. Turn around. After making sure that Xia Qianyu had left, Xia Yan dragged his tired body back to his own solitary dormitory building. It really is true that plans can't catch up with changes. Xia Yan let out a bitter smile, looking at the dormitory sign not far away, and the Beijing faculty and staff who were constantly patrolling nearby. His heart let out a slight sigh of relief. Coming here, he was finally safe. The initial meeting with Xia Qianyu was quite a bit earlier than Xia Yan's heart expected. Although he had long seen Xia Qianyu's methods in his dreams, only after he had actually met the other party face to face did Xia Yan realize just how powerful Xia Qianyu was. The newborn? He just awakened his supernatural power. The Tai Ching sword? That's bull *********. If Xia Yan believed the media, he would be a big fool. Xia Qianyu obviously came to the present world with all her cultivation, and Xia Yan even suspected that the real leader of the 13 people is actually her. The reason why Xie Qianyu would follow Zhang Qianlu to fight against the congregation of 13 people was obviously not with good intentions. Even though Zhang Qianlu possessed B+ strength and was considered a top-notch powerhouse in the entire country of China, Xia Yan's heart at the moment was still not optimistic about the other party. Hell knows what Xie Qianyu's strength is today. Grade B? Grade A was even possible. An existence that could feather her way to immortality in the dream world. How could she not be a powerhouse now that she had come to the present world? Dean Jiang, I can't even tell if your old man is still alive or not. Xia Yan sighed and mourned in his heart for 3 minutes, then pushed open the dormitory door and walked in. He did not intend to care about this matter. Xia Yan was a person who was very afraid of trouble and was very self-aware. He didn't think that if he went to the teaching team of Beijing and told them the news that Dean Jiang had probably been poisoned by Xie Qianyu, the other side would believe it. The greater likelihood was that they would send themselves back, consoling themselves while cursing themselves in their hearts for being a fool. A B+ powerhouse, one of the strongest people in the entire northern Qing, would fall for a freshman's path? No one would even believe it if they said it. Seek your own fortune. Xia Yan withdrew his mind, changed into slippers at the entrance hall, and put his shoes into the shoe cabinet. A pair of delicate small leather shoes took up the spot where he had originally put his shoes. The small leather shoes were delicate, and it could be seen that the other person's foot size wasn't too big. Is the roommate already here? Xia Yan was stunned for a moment, then put his own shoes on the other side and closed the shoe cabinet. This solitary dormitory was a 2-story duplex. When he came in the afternoon, Xia Yan tried to save trouble and directly piled up all his luggage on the first floor. And his new roommate presumably also noticed this and went directly to the second floor. Looking at the spiral staircase leading to the second floor in front of him, a signboard made of paper was placed next to it, with a line of elegant script, "No friends, don't say hello, thank you." Xia Yan paused and shook his head with a smile. It seemed that his new roommate was a very introverted person, but this was good. Having experienced life and death tonight, Xia Yan was now in no mood to say hello to his new roommate, and went back to his room to sleep after simply washing up. But why is this new roommate's handwriting so girl-like? The foot size is also so small. But this is a male dormitory. It is impossible to arrange a female roommate for yourself, right? Well, Beijing shouldn't be so mischievous. Lying on the bed, Xia Yan put his hands on his chest and looked at the ceiling fixedly. Xia Yan lost sleep. In just 1 day's time, his world has undergone a sea change. The original is just a dream. A lifetime will not have contact with the heroine. Now all descended into the world, and he himself has awakened the dream of supernormal ability. All the conditions added together. Xia Yan needed time to digest. After a long time, Xia Yan slowly opened his mouth. System, could it be that every woman who comes to me can remember what happened in the dream? Ding! The host is overthinking it. The female host in the dream. The memory is not fixed. It could be the stage of just knowing the host, or it could be the stage of experiencing the death of the host. Since it's not fixed, then those who don't have memories, will their memories never recover all the time? Xia Yan's eyes lit up. The turnaround was coming. If the dream timeline wasn't fixed, and there were female hosts who wanted to find themselves to make up for their regrets, there must be female hosts who didn't want to repeat their mistakes. It's still a fix, but at least it won't be so serious, right? It's not necessarily the case that the degree of memory retention is what the heroines themselves feel is optimal. Xia Yan nodded, a flash of realization in his eyes. Sure enough, it was like this. With a slightly lighter mood, Xia Yan changed to a comfortable position and sank into dreamland. Early the next morning, ding bell dash. Xia Yan rubbed his sleepy eyelids, picked up the alarm clock and glanced at it, and was jolted. Crap! It's going to be late. Today is the first day of school. Xia Yan made a tiger leap and rushed to the bathroom to quickly wash up, after which he picked up his jacket and rushed out of the house. According to yesterday's notice, today to the enrollment of new students to detect today's strength, and then grouped. After the weekend is the time of the entrance examination. The previous Xia Yan did not awaken supernormal ability. For the entrance examination there is not much to do. After all, Beijing's entrance examination is different. Now that the aura has recovered, the awakening of all people's supernormal abilities has begun, and many secret realms have come out with it all over the world, which are divided into A, B, C, D, E and other levels based on the level of their supernormal abilities. Occasionally, some monuments that had become tourist attractions in the age of the end of the law had transformed into terrifying secret realms that no one should enter. But there were also many benefits to the secret realms. Items could be obtained through secret realms, such as techniques and elixirs and the like. And these secret realms were things that had existed since ancient times, hidden due to the age of the end of laws, and gradually coming out of the world with the revival of aura, letting Xia Yan, who hadn't awakened his psychic abilities before and couldn't even beat a dog, go through the entrance examination. Xia Yan felt that it would be better to just kill himself. But now, it was different. So what if it's a sandbag alien ability? So what if it's a 1-9 open? At least it's an alien ability. It can't be like before. Xia Yan was confident. Although he didn't feel any difference from before after awakening his supernormal ability, he just took it as a result of being insensitive to himself. Detecting today's strength was just right. Maybe himself is now a D-level powerhouse? At least it was produced by the system. Even if it was just a sandbag now, the quality was definitely not low. The quality of the ability determines the upper limit later on. The higher the quality of the ability, the faster the cultivation. Most of the quality is still passable. After awakening the ability, the strength has come to the D level. How could he be any worse than these people? Xia Yan's self-confidence was even greater. The good thing is that Xia Yan's physical quality is scholar level. All the way to run over the speed is not slow. In front of the school building, when passing by the commercial street, Xia Yan turned his head to look. His footsteps unconsciously slowed down. Was there this coffee shop here yesterday? Chapter 7, Who says you're loose when you go to college? A coffee house with an overall warm yellow color is just situated on the street of the commercial street. The 4 big words autumn warmth and warmth hung as a signboard. Behind the glass door, a beautiful woman with long brown wavy hair bent down to wipe the table with a rag. The woman was very elegant, and the beauty mole at the corner of her eye added a touch of gentleness. Under the sunlight, the woman raised her hand and slowly pushed away some of the hair that blocked her eyes. Her eyes inadvertently swept, and Xia Yan outside the door looked at each other. The woman nodded slightly, smiling warmly. Xia Yan ghostly nodded, considered a greeting. His brows frowned slightly. Last night, he was in the commercial street, and now the damage caused by the pursuit of Chen Yi had unexpectedly been repaired all overnight. With all kinds of stores opening normally and in good order, it was exactly the same as before, as if that chase had never happened. A glimpse of the leopard in the tube shows how much energy Beijing has, but Xia Yan meditated, still did not remember having the impression of this coffee shop. It was as if it had appeared out of nowhere. Ring ring ring, the crisp bell rang violently through the radio, interrupting Xia Yan's out of contemplation, and with a slap of his head, the footsteps he had just stopped rushed off once again. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is really going to be late. Inside the coffee house, the woman finished wiping the desktop, placed the rag in a bucket on the side, and stretched her back. In a trance, the gentle and serene temperament seemed to change for a split second, and a touch of charm like an abyss just appeared before disappearing again. That charm was like the whisper of an ancient god. It was also like the eye of a giant whale that opened under the deep sea. Is this the person that His Eminence has his eye on? For him, is he not even willing to leave after the mission is completed, but stays as a student? Looks like it's time to approach him for a bit. The woman crossed her arms with one hand and watched Xia Yan run into the school building with a faint smile. Beijing Teaching Building, 3rd floor, first year Class A. Class A was a large open classroom. Most of the classrooms in Beijing were like this, starting from 1st grade to 4th grade, supporting people from every grade to come and observe. Therefore, although there were only 20 to 30 people in a class, the classroom was large enough to seat a couple hundred people. This was also somewhat related to Beijing's predecessor. When the aura had not recovered and it was still the age of the end, Beijing's teaching philosophy was to support any student who loved to learn to come and listen. No matter if the other person was a student of Beijing or not, it was all fine. At this time, the classroom of Class A was already filled with students. In addition to the new students, there were also quite a few seniors and older sisters. Without exception, all of these people were staring hotly at the man standing on the podium, with his back to the crowd, writing his name on the blackboard. This person had a head of blue broken hair, tall figure, wearing a pair of gold-rimmed glasses on his face. His temperament was high and cold. After quickly writing down the word Zhuang Niao on the blackboard, he turned around. Hello everyone, this is my first time meeting you. I am the instructor of the North Qing Teaching Group, the offensive class alien ability subsection, and also the future class teacher of your Class A. My name is Zhuang Miao. As soon as the words fell, the entire classroom instantly exploded in applause, especially the upperclassmen who had come to observe. Their faces reddened with excitement. As a matter of fact, it was just the first class of the new students, and even if they could observe, there was no need to listen to it. The reason why these upperclassmen came was all because of Zhuang Miao. This is the youngest tutor in the whole of Beijing. Although he was a bit serious in person, he was a true authority when it came to teaching. Who would be willing to miss such a big shots class? Not even a minute late could forgive himself. But soon, these seniors were given a lesson by Xia Yan. They didn't dare, but Xia Yan dared. Report! Xia Yan raised his hand, panting and holding onto the doorframe, looking towards Zhuang Miao with a hefty smile. Sorry teacher, I'm late. The entire room was silent, and Dao Dao's eyes that seemed to be able to kill instantly threw themselves over. Xia Yan was stunned, then his expression was odd. What's the situation? Look at the school emblem on these people's chests. They are all seniors ah. Why do you look at your own eyes bitter and hateful? Nuts. I want a slag is not them. Thinking of this, Xia Yan straightened his back and glared back angrily. Before I came, I was on time and not early. The class time given by Beiqing was generous. Yet you were late. Zhuang Miao did not even return his head, placed the lesson plan in his hand on the table. His voice was clear and cold. I hate people who are not punctual. Such people usually do not go far on the road of cultivation. My dormitory is a bit far away, and I was delayed on the way. Xia Yan weakly explained. I don't like people who make excuses and have no commitment. Zhuang Miao faintly said. Let's forget it this time. The next time will not be an exception. Many thanks, mentor. Xia Yan shrank his neck and nodded. Didn't he say that it would become looser when he went to college? Why is this teacher still so tight now? Your name is Xia Yan, right? Jiang City's top student of this term. No wonder you dare to be late. Well, I'll remember you. I'll focus on you for the strength test in a while. Zhuang Miao nodded the desktop. His expression was ancient. People with ability will always be a bit maverick. Your status as the top student can make me tolerate your tardiness. I hope that your strength also has this kind of principle. If it doesn't meet my expectations, your next days in Beiqing will be difficult. Zhuang Miao held up his glasses and seemed to smile, but the smile flickered and Xia Yan wondered if he had blurred his eyes. Particularly sad. Oh, Xia Yan touched his nose and let out a bitter smile. Just coming on the first day and being targeted by the homeroom teacher. Today was really unlucky. Sighing in his heart, Xia Yan looked around the seats, intending to find an empty seat, but suddenly raised his eyebrows. Little handsome boy. Here, I've taken a seat for you. The school sister who had brought Xia Yan to find the dormitory yesterday was lowering her voice and waving frantically towards herself at this moment. School sister is so nice. Xia Yan was touched to the core. Beiqing was really a place with a human touch. Just as he was about to go over, a murderous aura from nowhere came crashing down on him. This killing aura was very familiar. Xia Yan felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand up, and stiffly turned his head back, and sure enough, he saw Xie Chen sitting not far away, her hands clasping her arms, and a pair of beautiful eyes looking at herself coldly. Perhaps it was because on the first day of school, not many people dared to come and strike up a conversation with this martial alliance's daughter, and around Xie Qianyu, a large area of seats was left empty. Come here. Xie Qianyu didn't say much, but the killing intent in her tone made Xia Yan understand that the other party wasn't just talking. Got it. Xia Yan could not cry, and could only sit over, waving his hand in the direction of his schoolmate with a bitter smile. What could he do? This was a sickly girl. Ha, don't even give me face? Seeing that Xia Yan did not come over, the schoolmate looked at Xia Yan's back sorrowfully. Her eyes slowly narrowed into a slit. She was a bit upset. In the seat in front of the school sister, a young girl wearing a hood turned around and swept a glance in Xia Yan's direction. The young girl silently looked at Xia Yan, her line of sight slightly lingering on Xie Qianyu's body for a moment longer, then slowly moved away. Idiot Xia Yan. The young girl gave an evaluation in a small voice. Chapter 8, you're going to stack the murder book with me? Sister Xia, you know the top student of this term? There were originally empty seats all around the senior sister, and after seeing that Xia Yan didn't sit over, it was only then that quite a few senior-like people dared to sit over and smile at the senior sister. It could be seen that the status of the senior sister in the group of senior students was not low. I just met him yesterday. This person is mysterious. I can't tell his weight. The schoolmate's name was Lu Xia, and with one hand propped up on her chin, she quietly gazed at Xia Yan. Lu Xia after the person was like a changed person. No longer see the warmth when in front of Xia Yan. What? Can't even tell from looking at it. Is this person this strong? No wonder it's so draggy. Even Guy Zhuang's class dares to be late. TSK, where's the top student of this term? I guess it's another tough character. I just don't know how much it can be ranked on the Beiqing Dingshi list. There are such geniuses year after year. Alas, we are also under a lot of pressure. Lu Xia's strength is not weak, and has a very high quality deep sea bubble ability. At a young age, she is already a D+ level strength, and is only one line away from becoming a C level true powerhouse. It was the veritable big sister in this group of old students. Even she couldn't see through Xia Yan's depths. How strong should the other party be? Let's see again. The target I have my eyes on. Even if the other party is 1,000 gold of the Martial Alliance, don't want to easily snatch it away. Lu Xia hummed, her eyes cloudy. She couldn't see through how strong Xia Yan was, and she couldn't even tell what kind of supernormal abilities the other party had. A genius at the scholar level. If he could become his boyfriend, it would be very helpful for his future development in Beiqing. I also have bitter feelings feeling Lu Xia's line of sight. Xia Yan was like an on his back, twisting his body uncomfortably and smiling bitterly. Now it seems that even the school sister has been offended? Blame this sickly petite. Xia Yan secretly glanced at Xie Qianyu. The other party is looking down at the hands of a book. The hazy sunlight shines on the body. To the already beautiful young girl has a layer of dreamy aperture. Very beautiful. The beauty is not like words. But this rose is with thorns. Xia Yan's bitter smile deepened. Being targeted by a sickly girl. I'm afraid that my own future days of offending the entire Beiqing Academy are just around the corner. The hell knows why the first female lead to appear would be the scariest one? Just made up my mind to be Makoto. And this is going to fast forward to the ending? Extremely fast version, huh? Don't you want your eyeballs anymore? Xia Qianyu didn't even lift her head. Her soft catkin made a move. And a flash of a powerful sword on flashed away. I rely on not letting C pull down. Xia Yan hurriedly shrunk his head and dodged in a sorry state. A piece of grief and anger in his heart. A word is a killing move. You want to take me to stack the murder book, ah? At this time, two faculty-like people, one after the other, carried a crystal ball the size of a human head and walked in, carefully placing it on the podium. This ball was called the Xianling Ball, produced by the Martial Alliance, and could be used to detect the strength of the supernatural ability, which was the crowd's current grade. Grade A is red, Grade B is orange, Grade C is yellow, Grade D is green, and Grade E is white. It was clear and obvious at a glance. Seeing this, the crowd of new students immediately became exuberant. They were also eager to see what strength they actually had nowadays. The two faculty members placed the Xian Spirit Orb, then took a few steps back and carefully stood under the stage. They did not dare to conduct the test without Zhuang Miao giving the word, casually putting down the chalk in his hand. Zhuang Miao clapped his hands and said indifferently, "Before testing your strength, I would like to say a few words first. What has the world become since the recovery of the Blue Star's aura?" Zhuang Miao continued, "The weak are the strong, and strength is honored. The previous world might have been able to give the weak a point of shelter, but sadly, it's already history. And now, as well as in the future, it's the world of the strong. As long as you are strong enough and your fist is hard enough, then you are the absolute truth, without exception." Zhuang Miao pushed the glasses that were slightly slipping off the bridge of his nose and faintly said, "Last night's freshman conference, Dean Jian left the meeting in the middle of it, and many of you were curious as to what he had gone for. Now I'll tell you. The 13 people infiltrated Jiang City and raided Beiqing with the intention of dying Beiqing's hidden scripture room. Dean Jiang led the dean and vice dean of the auxiliary hospital to fight against the enemy, but they were heavily injured by the 13 executives joining hands. The 3 deans are now receiving treatment and their lives are in danger. The ones who seriously injured them were the 4th and 6th seats, as well as the 8th and 10th seats of the 13 people's executives. If it wasn't for Northern Qing's deep heritage, I'm afraid that in last night's attack, Northern Qing would have become history." Zhuang Miao's voice turned, his expression cold. If they didn't have strength far beyond the norm, how would they dare to be so rampant? This organization, the 13 people, is both good and evil, and the strength of the executives within it is even more terrifying. No one knows the strength of the first 3 seats of the executives, but from the 4th seat onwards, everyone's strength is B+ above. Now I ask you guys, if you have the chance, do you dare to declare war on the 13 people for the sake of Beiqing's revenge? A few words, like a boulder falling into a deep pool, stirring up 1,000 waves. Dare! The faces of the crowd of new students flushed red with excitement, and their anger shot up to the sky. They were the students of Northern Qing, and insulting the Northern Qing people was like insulting them. At the age of adulthood, it was precisely the time when the blood was fresh. Very well, I'll memorize each of your faces. I hope you're not just paying lip service, but can actually do it. Zhuang Miao turned around, twisted up a piece of chalk and wrote furiously. For a long time, 4 lines of large, neat words fell onto the blackboard. Then Zhuang Miao put the chalk back in its original position, patted the dust that stained his hands, and slowly walked off the stage and stood in the doorway. These 4 seats are the culprits who brought shame to Beiqing last night? Remember their code names, memorize them in your heart, and then begin to accept the test. 4th seat, Lover. 6th seat, Crow. 8th seat, The Ugly. 10th seat, The Brave. The new students stared angrily at the blackboard and memorized these code names in their minds. For a long time to come, these 4 code names would be their motivation. Being able to set the students' mood like this in the first lesson, Zhuang Miao really deserved to be a genius tutor. Xia Yan glanced over and saw Zhuang Miao leaning on the doorframe, reaching out to push up his glasses, his face expressionless, but his eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. Is it an illusion? On Director Zhuang's face, a touch of sarcasm seemed to appear. Shaking his head, Xia Yan only thought that he had misread the situation and smiled to himself. As a mentor of Beiqing, how could he possibly ridicule a Beiqing student? Seeing wrongly, at this moment, the freshmen whose remaining anger had not yet subsided could not wait to line up and walk onto the stage, taking turns to test their current strength. They couldn't wait to have B-class strength right now and then teach the 13 people's crowd of executives a good lesson. Chapter 9, Only E-grade strength? On the podium, as the new students took their turns on the stage, the green light kept flickering, almost without stopping. After all, Beijing was the top school in China, and it could be said that the geniuses of the entire country were gathered here. The quality of the awakened psychic abilities was naturally extremely high, and the strength of most of them had also come to the D level. There were only a very few students whose strength was at level E, with only a little bit of white light emerging, and these people all had miserable faces and trembled. For these people, the gazes of the people around them carried sympathy and pity. Having awakened their psychic abilities and still only having E rank strength, probably their lifetime achievement would be E rank. Xia Yan rested his chin on one hand, not anxious at all. Zhuang Miao stirred up the emotions like this, but you didn't react at all? Xia Qianyu looked at Xia Yan curiously, shifting her eyes from the book in her hand for the first time. It doesn't have to be shown on the face to be called emotions. Remembering it in the heart is enough. Xia Yan laughed, staring at the desktop in front of him, pondering. By now, Xia Yan bet that the matter of the three deans being seriously injured definitely had Xia Qianyu's involvement. Otherwise, how to explain? Obviously with Jiang Qianlu together to the scene, the results of Jiang Qianlu's seriously injured dying. Xia Qianyu but not at all? Obviously, Beijing Scripture Room is in another campus, but Xia Qianyu was able to appear in the opposite commercial street and was not injured at all. Anyone who believes that Xia Qianyu has nothing to do with last night's attack is a big fool. No way. The situation is stronger than the people. Xia Yan's own life is in danger, so how can he jump out to break up Xia Qianyu? This is a pool of muddy water, and Xia Yan feels that unless his brain is out of whack, he will only think of stepping on it. I can't imagine you're quite steady. Xia Qianyu closed the book, her beautiful eyes swept a glance, faintly said, that woman has been peeping at you. Well, D+ level strength, auxiliary class psychic ability, the talent is quite good. Peeking at me? School sister? Didn't she awaken her powers a long time ago? Xia Yan didn't react for a moment, then he felt his face being held. Xia Qianyu cupped Xia Yan's face with both hands, and then unceremoniously twisted it to the left, and the proximity of the two of them allowed Xia Yan to smell a wisp of extremely good-smelling jasmine scent. Xia Yan's face brushes a little red, although in the dream he did all the birth, but in reality and so beautiful girl close contact, almost considered face-to-face. This situation Xia Yan is really the first time to experience. Put. Cough cough cough. Zhuang Miao at the doorway was planning to take a sip of water, but he inadvertently saw the intimate scene between the two, and immediately coughed repeatedly, his eyes horrified, as if he had seen the most horrifying scene in the world. Zhuang Miao face odd. This kid, in the end do not know who Xia Qianyu is not that ugly woman. Here, 11 o'clock direction. Xia Qianyu didn't seem to mind at all. There was no other extra expression, and slightly angled her head towards the woman who wore a hood and had just finished testing her strength. The other party's perception was very sharp, instantly sensing Xia Qianyu's line of sight. She quickly pressed her hood down and turned around to disappear into the crowd. Who is this person? Nothing impressive. Xia Yan frowned. He swore that from yesterday's enrollment until now, in addition to Xia Qianyu and his school sister had definitely not met any other girls, but the pair of leather shoes on the other party's feet seemed really a bit familiar. Peach Blossom is not shallow. You haven't forgotten, right? I'm your master. Without my permission, you're not allowed to have contact with other women. Xia Qianyu gently lifted Xia Yan's chin. Jade finger swept on Xia Yan's stiff neck, sharp nails scratched. Xia Yan immediately rose a layer of goosebumps. Speaking of which, why aren't you leaving yet? Xia Yan let out an awkward laugh and shifted the topic. The hallowed 1,000 gold of the Martial Arts Alliance. It's not just a matter of hanging out in Beijing. In terms of one-on-one teaching, the Martial Arts Alliance is still stronger than Beijing, isn't it? I'm a new student. Of course I have to go to school. Moreover, you didn't listen to me last night when I was going to tell you, and now you're curious, and I don't want to talk about it. Be well, my slave. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth twitched. He bet that Xia Qianyu must have an unknown plan for the reason why she still stayed in Beijing. Definitely. Xia Qianyu blinked and smiled faintly, then got up and came to the Xianling sphere. The surrounding freshmen subconsciously gave Xia Qianyu a lane. Martial Alliance's 1,000 gold, a top 3 figure on the school flower list, and a representative of the freshmen. No one would not recognize this kind of buff-stacked goddess. A single palm was placed on the Xian spirit orb, and for a moment, the entire classroom was filled with light. A green glow, but it wasn't a simple green color. There was a faint yellow shroud around it, vaguely showing signs of replacing the green light. D+ grade? Looking at this look, it seems like it will soon break through to C rank. My god, is this the strength of the Martial Alliance's 1,000 gold? Obviously a freshman, but about to have the same strength as a teacher? It's too terrifying. The second place is this strong. Wouldn't the top student be even more heaven-defying? For a while, the Dao gazes were cast towards Xia Yan, everyone's eyes carrying a touch of astonishment. Yes, Xia Qianyu's enrollment score was second place, and she already possessed D+ strength. Wouldn't Xia Yan, who was the top scholar of Jiang City, be even more heaven-defying? Xia Qianyu withdrew her palms and stood beside the Xianling ball, looking at Xia Yan with her arms wrapped around her, lightly smiling. She was also eager to see what strength this person, who was very much like her master, actually had. Lu Xia was no exception, rushing to straighten her back, waiting for Xia Yan to finish testing his strength. She was going to start pursuing him. It should be known that every freshman top student of every term was able to ascend the Dingshi ranking in a very short period of time, and nowadays, the world is again a world where strength is honored, and there is no one who would not like a strong person. The hooded girl also poked her head out from behind the crowd, silently watching. Bull ********. How can this crazy woman be only D rank? Last night, the C-ranked Chen Yi was even directly seconded by her. Xia Yan silently spat in his heart. Is hiding strength the standard for villains? But, it's my turn. Xia Yan stretched out his palms and stretched them. Then with a hefty smile, he got up and walked to the top of the podium. Every move was as atmospheric as possible. Between his hands and feet, he had the ultimate confidence. The entire class was shocked by Xia Yan's hand. Even the older students were no exception, looking at Xia Yan with a stunned look. Look at the confident look of this kid. Is it going to be stronger than Xia Qianyu? Is this term to come out two demons at once? The original lazy spirit, in the doorway smoking a cigarette. Zhuang Miao. See, the situation will be in the hands of the cigarette stubs extinguished. Interested in looking over the whole scene. Silence. Who? Xia Yan took a long deep breath, slightly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, his palms were already placed on the Xianling ball. Come on, give these little characters a little system-produced shock. Buzz. The moment Xia Yan placed his palm on the Xian spirit orb, the entire classroom shone brightly. It almost blinded the eyes of the surrounding crowd. What the hell? Zhuang Miao froze, looking at Xia Yan's eyes as if he had seen a ghost. His face no longer saw a bit of the indifferent, high-cool look, simply because this light is white, pure white, white to blinding. On behalf of the lowest level, E level, white. Chapter 10, Who's the Dog? The white light induced by Xia Yan was different from the previous few E classes who only had a sporadic bit of white light. Xia Yan's white light almost pierced through the roof of the room. But as bright as the white light was, it was still just white light, the lowest level of white light. Xia Yan, alien ability level, grade E. The eyes of the entire crowd instantly changed, and each of their faces looked at Xia Yan oddly. Originally thought that your kid could live a whole good life, but it turned out that you pulled a big one on them? E-level strength, what are you pretending? Xia Yan was stunned and stood still. Isn't it good to say that all system products are fine? Being system tricked, so it's just a waste of shit, waste of time. Lu Xiaotscared, didn't even look at Xia Yan, turned around and left with her own little brother. She felt a pang of bad luck. Originally thought to be a genius who could become her thigh in the future, but it turned out to be a waste. E-rank strength, not even capable of passing the entrance examination. When she thought of her previous actions of holding goodwill towards Xia Yan, Lu Xia felt a wave of nausea, a waste of feelings. The surrounding students also instantly dispersed. There were a few that were a bit kinder-hearted that spoke out to comfort Xia Yan for a few moments, but more than that, they were the students that were sneering around. He, the strength of the Jiang City's top student is only E rank? TSK, Beijing's campus hot search is going to change again. Looking at his momentum just now, I really thought how powerful he was, but this is it? Laughing to death. Just now how happy he pretended to be, now how much it hurts to be hit in the face. Listening to the cynicism around him, Xia Yan clenched his fist so tightly that his nails were almost embedded in his flesh. Although it was a hot summer, he felt a cold winter-like chill. He lowered his head, but suddenly laughed, thinking that this could break him? Too naive. Mockery like this had been around since Xia Yan hadn't awakened his psychic abilities, and Xia Yan had long gotten used to it. So what if he didn't have supernatural abilities? He was still the top student in Jiang City. He stepped on a bunch of people with supernormal abilities and became the only scholar in Jiang City. Ding! The host's heart has been honed to the extreme after so many years of ridicule. Congratulations to the host. Don't be disappointed with the system. The system's output must be a fine product. Please cheer up the host. Above level A, the same as white. Just that these mortals don't understand it. A level above? Xia Yan froze, stretching out his hands. A metaphysical feeling appeared in his heart. Was his own current strength already this powerful? Of course. The host only needs to focus on raiding the female hosts and soothing their hearts that have been wounded because of you, and their strength will naturally increase. So where is the need to cultivate? So my alien power name, is this what it means? Xia Yan lowered his head, but a smirk grew bigger and bigger. With the world of all things 19 open, if he obtains the forgiveness of all the heroines, how far will the alien ability evolve? It turns out that one is very strong. Xia Yan stretched out his palms, the previous gloom swept away. He had never been in such a good mood as now. Look at him. He's even laughing? Faceless. If I were him I'd drop out immediately. A boy with a skinny monkey-like figure snickered, but there was a touch of jealousy in the depths of his eyes. He also saw the close contact between Xie Qianyu and Xia Yan just now. A loser with only E-rank strength was just a loser. On what grounds could he gain the favor of a goddess? Yeah, if I were you, I would have dropped out too. Xia Yan raised his head and slightly raised his eyebrows. You can't even pass the exam of a waste with E-level strength. But instead, you let the waste become the top student of Jiang City. Then aren't you even worse than a waste? Being ridiculed more. Xia Yan learned a mouthful of trash talk. Scolding back is too rude. Xia Yan likes to attack the heart. Breaking the defense was the key. You, the skinny monkey boy, really broke the defense. Just adult age. Which has what heart city? Face instantly suffocated a red face. A punk was just a punk. Who was he to dare mock himself? He was a D-ranked powerhouse. At that moment, he took a few steps forward, intending to pack up Xia Yan properly, so that this punk who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth could understand what it meant to be respected by strength. Snort. Just as the skinny monkey boy was about to approach Xia Yan, a clear and lingering sword chi crossed in front of him and landed on the ground. A crack that entered the ground for several minutes and almost separated the entire podium just appeared in the middle of the duo. If you dare to provoke again, you will be abolished. Xia Qianyu put away the Tai Ching sword. Her beautiful eyes contained a smile. Although the smile was gentle, there was a touch of strangeness in her eyes. Be aware, beating a dog also depends on the master. Skinny monkey boy sat on the ground on his butt, staring blankly at the crack in front of him, for a long time, swallowed a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, climbed up like a monkey, and drilled into the crowd. I'm sorry to you, voice with a few cries. Obviously by Xie Qianyu's the sword was scared out of his wits. Good state of mind, worthy of being my slave. Xie Qianyu patted Xia Yan's shoulder, satisfied. Thank you, Lord Queen, for making a move. Of course, it would have been better if there wasn't that last sentence. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth twitched. What did it mean to hit a dog but also look at the master? Who was the dog? You're questioning me? Xia Qianyu narrowed her eyes. Don't dare, don't dare. Xia Yan waved his hands repeatedly and smiled bitterly. Seeing the way the two were familiar with each other, it was obvious that their relationship was not ordinary. Those who shouted the most cheerfully obediently shut their mouths. They did not have the confidence to receive this sword. Seeing this, the hooded girl knew that the trouble had been resolved, and the footsteps she had just stepped out were retracted, and she hummed softly. Snap, snap, snap dash. Suddenly, a sighing voice came. Zhuang Miao clapped his hands and walked. Looking at the cracks on the ground inside, this year's budget was already tight, and we have to spend yet another amount of money for repairs. You freshmen nah, full reimbursement from the Martial League. Xia Qianyu said indifferently. Forget it, a little money, not enough to alarm the Martial Alliance. Zhuang Miao shook his head, then glanced at Xia Yan again, and then looked at the Xian Ling ball placed on the table, which had already dimmed, and without moving, he put the Xian Ling ball into his pocket, and said aloud, today's test is here. Tomorrow and the next 2 days are weekends, so you guys can adjust your state, and gather at the playground on Monday to meet your entrance examination. The location of this test is the D-level secret realm Burial Dragon Valley. 3 people in a group. You guys find your own teammates. Send me the team list on the weekend. That's it. See you on Monday. Zhuang Miao collected the lesson plan and nodded towards the 2 faculty members, then left together. Xia Yan was about to leave when Xie Qianyu called out. Your schoolmate is also gone. Not going to chase after her? Chase what? I really don't know her. Xia Yan shook his head. He is not a stupid person. Lu Xiao's expression was just seen. It was nothing more than thinking that he was a treasure, and after realizing that he was a waste, he did not hesitate to throw himself away. Quite a utilitarian woman. Your charm can only attract this kind of rat-faced woman? Xia Qianyu sneered, then patted Xia Yan's shoulder. Such a big Bei Ching, but there isn't even one bright-eyed person. Do you really think you're an E-class strength? If there's no one to team up with you, the master can join you. Xia Qianyu turned around and was about to leave, not forgetting to add, Humph. Of course, the Buried Dragon Valley is a D-rank secret realm. I just don't want to let my slaves die just like that. Bye. Thanks a lot. Xia Yan rubbed his nose and felt some warmth in his heart. It seems that sickly pampered isn't entirely evil. It can still be very warm. Chapter 11. Don't you recognize me? Walking out of the teaching building, Xia Yan walked in the direction of the dormitory. The group is a 3-person team, and it is a D-level secret realm. Forget it, Xia Qianyu can definitely handle it. There shouldn't be a need for a 3rd person, right? Xia Yan walked on the road, stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, spilling a smile. How come you're starting to doubt the strength of the Queen Lord? A district-level D secret realm was not enough for Xie Qianyu to beat with one finger. Holding tight to the Queen's Lord's thigh was enough. Although the school has just started not 2 days, but also really a little want that little girl. Well, anyway, there is nothing else. The weekend will go home to live well. Xia Yan scratched his head and made up his mind. This place is very close to the dormitory. Another alley will arrive. Xia Yan intends to take some toiletries before going back. Suddenly, the hooded girl, who had previously been told by Xie Qianyu that she had been peeking at herself, came head-on from the alleyway. The young girl was still wearing a hood. The wide brim of the hat covered the upper half of her pretty face, only revealing a polished and small chin. The other party also noticed Xia Yan, froze for a moment, like a pearl-like pink cherry lips slightly open, obviously surprised to see the other party here. Hello. Xia Yan raised a smile, although the hooded girl looked very high and cold, but at least it was also a classmate. Meeting and greeting was basic courtesy. This alley only leads to his own solitary dormitory, although there are other dormitory buildings around, but if you go from this alley, it is undoubtedly a long way around. How did the hooded girl come here? Here to find a friend? I think it's my roommate. He's probably not in the dorm. What's your name? I can leave a message for you or something. Xia Yan slapped his head. Right. Just because he didn't have any friends of his own didn't mean that the hooded girl didn't have any friends either. Maybe she was here to look for her aloof roommate. This kid. So lucky. Xia Yan was a little jealous, although he had not seen the full face of the hooded girl, but at this time through the exposed half of the face, it is not difficult to see that the other party is a big beauty. The hooded maiden who originally showed no signs of greeting stood still after hearing these words and turned her head to look at Xia Yan. A pair of beautiful eyes under the brim of the hat stared at Xia Yan dead in the face. You don't recognize me? The wind chime-like clear voice was full of incredulity, and without reason. Xia Yan suddenly had a moment of weakness. Me? No, we are classmates. Xia Yan some puzzled. He only met with the hooded girl in the classroom. The other side and so high and cold. He even the hooded girl called what do not know. Suddenly asked so. Who came without confusion? Well, Xia Yan, you can do it. The hooded girl gasped and laughed, nodding her head repeatedly, then putting her head down, furiously rubbing shoulders with Xia Yan. On her way out, she didn't forget to step on Xia Yan. Then she left with a quick step and a puff of anger. Hiss. You're nuts, right? Xia Yan's eyebrows twisted up in pain and kept stomping his feet. This is wearing leather shoes. It hurts. Wait, how does she know my name? Xia Yan then reacted. A turn, but even the other party's back could not be seen. Xia Yan stood in place with a confused face. What is all this? On the 13th floor of the teaching building, the personal office that belonged solely to Zhuang Miao. Only after obtaining a professor's degree in Beijing and having the status of a tutor could one obtain a private office. Zhuang Miao was the youngest tutor in Beijing, and the school authorities valued this, so even the office assigned to the other party was top of the line. The faculty members who passed by the door of Zhuang Miao's office unconsciously held their breath, and even the sound of their footsteps was minimized as much as possible. No one in the entire Beijing faculty knew that Zhuang Miao liked to be quiet. If disturbed, Zhuang Miao will not curse, but will hold a grudge for a long time, and will definitely retaliate. Usually not a lot of people behind the back to say that he is dark. When the principal was so busy with his official duties that he forgot about Zhuang Miao's character, he accidentally made a little noise while Zhuang Miao was working, and then he was driven out by Zhuang Miao without mercy, and even kicked him in the face. Instead of getting angry, the principal smiled and apologized repeatedly. After this, the entire Beijing staff, basically no one dares to make noise when Zhuang Miao is in the office. They couldn't wait to crawl when passing by, just to not offend this big Buddha. At this moment, Zhuang Miao stood in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window in his office, playing with the Xianling orb used to awaken the supernormal abilities of the new students in his hands, his brows furrowed. On the table beside his hand, the table was covered with open ancient books, and there were quite a few writings and drawings on it, obviously encountering a difficult problem that was hard to answer. How could this be? It's impossible. Zhuang Miao held the Xian spirit ball and slowly stroked it, his fingers tracing down the body of the Xian spirit ball, finally stopping at the bottom of the Xian spirit ball. There was a deep crack. Because it was at the bottom, no one noticed it at the time. However, Zhuang Miao noticed it. Because of this Xianling orb that should have been retrieved by the faculty, Zhuang Miao asked for it. In an unusually grade test, there would at most be a few dim white lights, but when it was Xia Yan's turn it was different. The white aura was radiant. Even the Xian spirit orb couldn't contain the energy and cracked open. According to the ancient records, the Xianling ball's production process is very complicated. If it is only used for the role of testing strength, at least it would require the full output of energy from an A-class strength to destroy it, but the color wouldn't be white light. There can only be one possibility for this situation to occur. Xia Yan's strength. is higher than a rank. But how is that possible? There is actually a path above a rank? Even if there is, it shouldn't appear on a freshman with only E rank strength. Zhuang Miao put the Xianling orb down, reached out and pushed his glasses, a flash of complexity in his deep eyes. Xia Yan, what exactly are you? Read less of those ancient books. It's only been more than a decade since the aura recovery. What help do you expect those ancient books from before the aura recovery to give you? Suddenly, the door of the office was unceremoniously pushed open by the visitor, and then he raised his leg, kicked heavily on the door, and closed it with a bang. Not caring in the slightest about Zhuang Miao's quiet loving personality. You came thought you'd left long ago. Zhuang Miao let out a bitter smile and shook his head, already guessing the identity of the other party without even returning his head. It didn't seem to mind at all that the other party had made such a big commotion. If this scene was seen by the faculty members of Beijing, their eyes could fall out in fear. Was this still the ruthless tutor Zhuang Miao they knew? Seeing me and not saluting? The visitor crossed her waist with one hand and casually removed her mask, revealing a stunningly delicate face, which was none other than Xia Qianyu. Alas, this is not yet time. Zhuang Miao placed the Xianling ball on the table, then faced Xia Qianyu, kneeled on one knee, fist propped up on the ground, low voice respectfully said, 13 People Congregation Executive Officer 11th Seat Zhuang Miao. See Your Honor. Chapter 12 A Childhood Friend. Here we come. The entire Beijing would never have imagined that Zhuang Miao, the youngest tutor of their academy, would be the executive officer of the 13 crowd that had brought shame to Beijing. Beijing had a deep hatred for the crowd of 13, and the other party dared to mix in with Beijing, and so blatantly became a genius tutor? In the dark, Xia Yan's speculation came true. The reason why Xia Qianyu had stayed in Beijing all this time definitely had some other new plan. Don't get entangled. Xia Yan's strength is definitely not at E rank. Xia Qianyu saw the Xianling orb at a glance and rolled her eyes helplessly. Within these 13 executives under her, Zhuang Miao's codename was Mentor, and was also the one who liked to delve into his supernatural abilities the most. So the moment she saw the Xianling orb, Xia Qianyu understood what the other party was thinking. Your holiness means that he is hiding his strength just like you? Zhuang Miao stood up, slightly patting the floating ash on his knees as he asked suspiciously. I don't know, but I did feel a pressure from his body. Xia Qianyu knitted her slender willow eyebrows and murmured, although this pressure is faint and unheard of, it means that I do have the possibility of dying under him. What? Zhuang Miao's heart and gut shook, his pupils shrinking to the size of pinpoints. No one knew Xia Qianyu's strength better than him, the executive officer of the 13 people. It could be said that if Xia Qianyu went crazy, it was hard to say if there was anyone in the entire country of China who could stop her. Such a top-notch powerhouse could possibly die in the hands of a freshman with E-rank strength? So, the reason why you haven't gone back yet is because of him? Zhuang Miao asked cautiously. Not exactly. It's quite fun here. I want to play more. Xia Qianyu yawned. By the way, I came here this time just to inform you, to divide Xia Yan and I into a group. Done and gone. Zhuang Miao's eyes, however, flashed with a cold aura. Your holiness, if this person is really as you said, there is a possibility that he can threaten you. Why not take advantage of the fact that he is still weak? To do away with him? The buried Dragon Valley is a very suitable location. The identity of Beijing's youngest mentor was just a disguise. Zhuang Miao, that is, he was the executive officer of the 13 people, and all starting points had to be considered for the sake of the organization. What's more, the plan that the 13 people were plotting now was important, and Xia Qianyu, as the backbone of the 13 people, could never let any threat exist. You're teaching me things? Xia Qianyu glanced at Zhuang Miao. Her tone was flat, but Zhuang Miao was trembling like a chaff, hurriedly kneeling down on one knee with another salute. My subordinate wouldn't dare. I'm going to team up with Xia Yan. No accidents are allowed. Let's go. Xia Qianyu turned around and said after a pause. And, don't allow anyone in the organization to dare to lay hands on him. I have my own measure. Yes. Zhuang Miao let out a bitter smile, thinking that Xia Yan really had a connection with His Eminence. No wonder the two would be so intimate in the classroom. There was no way. There was only one Junyi in the congregation of 13, and since it was Xia Qianyu's order, some of the small thoughts in Zhuang Miao's mind could only be extinguished by himself. Before Xia Yan returned home, he had already talked to Cheng Yao Yao in advance. At this time, he pushed open the door and came in, saw Cheng Yao Yao tensed a small face, kept busy in the kitchen cute appearance. His face unconsciously raised a touch of smile. This little girl, it seems that in her heart, she still cares about her oldest brother. Only, when her parents passed away to bring her too big a blow, Xia Yan took her to see a doctor. Did psychological counseling? The final diagnosis is that it can only be slowly cured with time. In the meantime, Xia Yan has to be more concerned about Cheng Yao Yao's mental health. Coming to the dining room, Xia Yan glanced at the table and found 3 pairs of dishes on the table. His heart was a little puzzled. There are still guests coming? Xia Yan asked in puzzlement. As far as he knew, Chen Yaoyao basically didn't have many friends since she became autistic, and those who were close enough to come to her house for dinner were even fewer. Chen Yaoyao glanced at him with an expression that felt a little strange, and was about to open her mouth when she heard a knock from the front door. It was very light, but full of rhythm, and one could hear that the other party was very domesticated. Chen Yaoyao's mouth, which had just loosened up a bit, instantly closed. Coming. Xia Yan frowned, strangely glancing at Chen Yaoyao, thinking could it be his sister's friend coming? To be able to make this self-absorbed little girl invite to the house as a guest, the other party's identity was obviously very unusual. He, as a brother, could not lose face in front of his sister's friend. Xia Yan waved his fist, then walked to the entrance hall and reached out to pull open the door. Hello. Xia Yan froze. Outside the door stood a young girl with a delicate, though petite, figure, with shoulder-length hair falling, beautiful eyes as clear as a mountain spring, and skin so fair that it was reflective. It was almost like a beautiful maiden that had come out of the second dimension. But, Chu Yan? Xia Yan's eyes snapped wide and he opened his mouth in disbelief. The young girl standing in front of him was none other than his childhood friend in the dream, the arrogant attribute of Chu Yan. And, the clothes Chu Yan was wearing were exactly the same as the hooded girl's. It was just that the hood was now removed, recalling the meeting between the two in the alley, and the other party's unbelievable eyes when they heard that they didn't recognize her. Xia Yan, clasping his head with both hands, he let out a sharp pop. No wonder he felt that the hooded girl's back was somewhat familiar. So it turned out that the two had met long ago in the dream world. According to the setting of the dream world, Chu Yan is indeed his childhood friend. Memories instantly flooded the heart. In the dream, Xia Yan had a childhood friend Chu Yan who grew up with himself and was in the same school all the way to the university. But Chu Yan is a hottie. The heart is very like Xia Yan, but on the surface but put on a look of hate. Xia Yan this geek, afraid of being found by others like Xia Yan this geek. Chu Yan said a lot of harsh words in public, although each time will regret. But the attribute of haughty Chu Yan has not been to apologize. With the passage of time, just Chu Yan finally decided to face their hearts. Like Xia Yan apologized after confessing their feelings that night, Xia Yan jumped off a building and committed suicide. Only to Chu Yan left a letter filled with Chu Yan's like, and never blame each other. Ding! Detected the appearance of the second key person. The host is really stupid enough. Chu Yan is close to writing on her face that she is the host's childhood friend, but she only just realized it? Xia Yan, shut up birth. If it wasn't for the dog system pitting itself, would it be necessary for itself to be scared like this? Since it is Chu Yan, that has been peeking at himself before, it can be explained. Just don't know which stage of Chu Yan's memory is. Xia Yan's heart was directly raised to the eye of the throat. Chapter 13, Molesting Pride. What the hell are you screaming for? Don't you not recognize me? If it wasn't for Chen Yaoyao inviting me here, I wouldn't want to come to your place. Chu Yan slightly wrinkled her delicate little nose, stretched out her hand and fanned it in front of her face, with a disgusted face. A stinky odor of a geek. Stay away from me. Chu Yan reached out her hand and pushed Xia Yan away, then smiled sweetly and greeted Chen Yaoyao. Xia Yan stood in the doorway, relieved. The current Chu Yan. It seems that it is not the same as in the dream ending. Look at this arrogant look. The timeline seems to have just begun. Xia Yan looked back and found that Chu Yan's earlobes were slightly reddened, and his heart was clear. This dead hottie is saying the opposite again. She clearly wants to come over. Please host, accept the reality as soon as possible. You wait, I still have something to ask you. Xia Yan's face was cloudy. Then he closed the door of the room and sprinted into his own room, closing the door with a bang. In the dining room, Chen Yaoyao and Chu Yan looked at each other. What's wrong with him? Chu Yan asked, pretending to be casual. I don't know. Chen Yaoyao shook her head. Then, let's eat first. The stinky otaku doesn't know what kind of nerves he's having. Regardless of him, Chu Yan sat down. Her expression was flat, but in her heart, she had already cursed Xia Yan over. The two were childhood sweethearts, and had a good relationship when they were young, but due to getting too close to Xia Yan, the dead geek, after being sneered at by her classmates at the time, out of face, Chu Yan chose to suppress her liking in her heart, and alienated Xia Yan in this regard. But the two are now in the North Qing dynasty, and the beginning of the school for several days. Xia Yan unexpectedly never took the initiative to find her to say something. Chu Yan is even more exasperated. This bastard does not take the initiative to find himself. Do you want to take the initiative to find him? Chu Yan would rather die. Moreover, when they met by chance today, Xia Yan also said something about not recognizing himself. In the end you are arrogant, or I am arrogant? The more Chu Yan thought, the more angry. A mouthful of silver teeth biting creaking. Okay, ignore people is it? Then it is best to ignore this life. It's your fault that you can't find a teammate to go to the secret realm with. Xu Yanyan's eyes were red with anger. Her special ability was a rare auxiliary class, and she was D+ ranked, so the invitation to team up with herself almost jammed her cell phone. Wasn't the reason why she didn't agree to other people's invitations all for the sake of wanting to team up with Xia Yan and protect this punk who was only E rank? Eat! Xu Yanyan slapped the table, then reached out to bring chopsticks and tore into the meat chop in front of her. It was as if what she was biting into was not the meat steak, but Xia Yan. Chen Yao Yao sat dumbfounded on the side. Seeing this, she picked up her own chopsticks and ate her meal. Inside the room. System, you confide in me. I know you're a good person. Xia Yan took a long deep breath and said seriously, tell me the truth. Are all the female leads inside the dream world here? Yes, they're all around me now? Xia Yan's heart went cold. Originally, he had thought that they were coming one by one, but now even Xu Yanyan had come. And if they were really all here, Xia Yan felt that he could book a crematorium, obviously to be divided into corpses as well. The host can rest assured that there are definitely female hosts around the host, but they certainly won't all find the host within a short period of time. Xia Yan, I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. What can he rest assured? A short period of time will not find himself, meaning that after a long period of time, he will definitely find the door. Forget it. Xia Yan rubbed his face again and cleaned up his mood, then got up with the intention of going out. Soldiers come to block, water comes to cover the earth. Although Xu Yanyan was arrogant, but since the timeline was not the stage after his own death, it was not enough to worry about. Well, it was still quite a good strategy. The only problem now was that one must not let Xie Qianyu know about this news. Otherwise, Xu Yanyan wouldn't be able to survive, and he himself would definitely die as well. System, their memories are from a timeline of their own choosing, right? Suddenly, Xia Yan stopped in his tracks and asked suddenly, yes, the degree of memory retention is what the heroines themselves feel is the most optimal choice. Xia Yan was silent for a while and nodded. So Xu Yanyan's memories were from when the timeline first started. Was she thinking that that tragedy wouldn't have happened if she had a do-over? Mouthing off and liking to say the opposite. But it will personally push the person you like away. If you don't make a change, no matter how many times you start over again, the result will be the same. It's true that those who like arrogance are stupid. Stupid. Xia Yan let out a light laugh and opened the door to his room and walked out. By the time he arrived at the dining room, the two girls had already finished their meal and placed the dishes in the cistern. The portion left for himself was put into the microwave to keep warm by someone unknown. Xia Yan felt that only Xu Yanyan should be able to do such a thing. Chang Yao Yao is autistic lowly, hungry to know that they eat is already very difficult. It is impossible to still care about themselves. Xu Yanyan is pure knife mouth bean curd heart. Did a good thing but also afraid of others no. Would rather die will not admit. Yao Yao's handiwork is really good. Today trouble you. When the examination is over in a few days, I'll treat you to dinner. Xu Yanyan blinked towards Chang Yao Yao. The other party stayed with a small face and silently nodded. Yo, the busy man couldn't even make it to dinner. Now that he's finally finished? Xu Yanyan had long noticed Xia Yan and had been pretending not to see it. Then she got up and picked up her own bag. Since the meal is finished and your brother doesn't welcome me, then I'll leave first. Chang Yao Yao nodded and sat still. Xia Yan stood to the side with his arms wrapped around him, watching with interest. I am really leaving. There are still a lot of things in the afternoon. You guys don't need to keep me. Xu Yanyan stiffened and let out an awkward laugh. Chang Yao Yao also even if Xu Yanyan knows Xia Yan's family changes. Chang Yao Yao after autism for human affairs aspects become very numb. But Xia Yan you dog thing, still really do not intend to stay yourself No. Stay. Chang Yao Yao shook her head and looked at Xu Yanyan dully. Don't you have something to do? Quickly go. Xia Yan dryly coughed, touched his chin, and with great difficulty suppressed the crazy upturned corners of his mouth. Flirting with arrogance and whatnot was really fun. Xu Yanyan was indeed infuriated with her pretty face a reddish color, her beautiful eyes wide with an expression of disbelief. You, cherry lips trembled non-stop. Bang! Xu Yanyan stomped her foot heavily, twisted her head and laughed. Just leave. Aggression surged to the heart. Xu Yanyan emerged a little star crystal in the corner of her eyes, lowered her head and rushed out. Before leaving, she stepped on Xia Yan again. Yes, she was still wearing the familiar small leather shoes, and the degree of hardness was directly proportional to Xia Yan's instantly twisted up features. Grass. Xia Yan's voice trembled in pain. Chapter 14, Reconciliation. Bastard. Son of a lower head man. Xu Yanyan sullenly walked on the road. All the trash cans along the way all suffered. She kicked them all over. Stupid Xia Yan breaking Xia Yan. Ignore people in this life. Xu Yanyan was furious. The good-looking willow eyebrows had been knitted since leaving Xia Yan's house, like an angry kitten that was taken away from the dried fish. Is he Still angry with me? Chu Yanyan stood still. Cherry lips slightly wriggled. Sighed. What was wrong with herself? The one who chose to alienate Xia Yan in the first place. Wasn't it precisely himself? What qualification was there to be angry? After choosing to escape, Chu Yanyan's heart had always held a debt to Xia Yan, often secretly focusing on Xia Yan's every move. Otherwise, it would not in Xia Yan at the same time enrollment in the Northern Qing dynasty, but also in the same class. When Xia Yan was ridiculed, she was the first one who wanted to take action. Because Xia Yan's side appeared Xie Qianyu, Chu Yanyan only stopped, but the heart is still a little jealous. The arrogance of the heart. Let Chu Yanyan cannot lower the head. Obviously the heart is not like that, but at the moment of seeing Xia Yan, the words will come out of the mouth. Simply cannot control it. Chu Yanyan was also very distressed. He must think that I am a very excessive woman. Right. I blame me for not being firm enough. Whoever else would hate me. Chu Yanyan lowered her head. Her bangs covered her eyes, and her whole person slumped. I really deserve it. The mood instantly became low. Chu Yanyan just lowered her head and walked, completely not noticing that in front of her at some point stood Xia Yan. Bang! Chu Yanyan felt like she hit a hard but warm wall. A stagger. Her figure unconsciously retreated back and forth, about to fall. Panic flashed in Chu Yanyan's eyes, and her hands subconsciously reached out trying to grab something that could stabilize her figure. A large powerful hand grabbed her hand. The wrist of the large hand was slender, but it was full of strength. Chu Yanyan raised her head and just wanted to say thank you. She was violently stunned when she saw the person in front of her. How many times do I have to repeat myself? Watch the road when you walk. Xia Yan stretched out his hand and said with a smile. The sunlight coincidentally sprinkled on top of Xia Yan's head at this time, and through the broken hair, it shone in Chu Yanyan's eyes. On the street, the hands of the two people clasped each other tightly. Chu Yanyan's heart was in a trance. This scene was like when they were children. You, how did you come? Reacting to Chu Yanyan, her delicate face instantly flew up two red hues, only to feel that her body's sweaty hairs had opened up, and even her palms were sweating. Chu Yanyan, I'm really happy that you're finally willing to see me. Xia Yan raised his eyes to look at the shy young girl, a touch of faint sadness flowing in his eyes. Chu Yanyan's face turned even redder. What are you talking about? Actually, I have long wanted to reconcile with you. I don't want to be a stranger to you anymore. Xia Yan paused, looked serious. Nonsense. Today you took the initiative to come to my house, because the surprise came too suddenly, so I was a little unsure of what to do, not on purpose to cold feet you. Xia Yan was of course talking nonsense. However, Chu Yanyan believed it, thinking of what she did back then, like betraying her friend. The friendship of the two people who played together from childhood to adulthood has turned into a stranger now. In an instant, the clear eyes flooded with a thin layer of water mist. Chu Yanyan, I don't want to lose you as my best friend. Let's make up. Xia Yan rode the wave of victory. His hands pressed on Chu Yanyan's shoulders, his eyes sincere. The dream world became reality. Xia Yan had already accepted this fact, since someone would die if he didn't transform the B ending into he. Xia Yan didn't have a choice. The big deal is that from now on, he is the #1 deep love in Zhang City. Yes, sorry. Chu Yanyan heard Xia Yan's words. The heart is even more guilty. Originally condemned, his own heart even more sad. At this time to open. Even the voice is a little trembling. No need to apologize. I don't blame you. Xia Yan smiled faintly and shook his head. Chu Yanyan cried out with a wow, headfirst into Xia Yan's arms. I'm sorry, really sorry. Chu Yanyan kept apologizing, her tears spewing out uncontrollably. But she wasn't sad anymore. The apology at this time was because of what she had done before. But now, Xia Yan forgave himself. They could finally make up. It's okay, well don't cry. Xia Yan placed his hand on top of Chu Yanyan's head, stroking the hair that was like silk, softly comforting. For a long time, Chu Yanyan finally stopped her tears, but from time to time, she would also choke a little. Suddenly, Chu Yanyan pushed Xia Yan away. Standard to just like a formula arrogant expression appeared, tilted her head and glared at him. Why are you hugging me? Stinking rascal. Make up to make up. Arrogance is something that can never be lost. Humph. It seems like you hugged me first, right? Xia Yan joked with amusement. Mine less. It's your fault anyway. Chu Yanyan hummed. Okay, it's my fault. Xia Yan coughed dryly and suddenly said, right, do me a favor. What for? I haven't eaten yet. Treat me to dinner and then remodel me. Xia Yan smiled with a serious look. It is the first deep love in Zhang City, and then wear a deadhouse dress is not appropriate, right? Decided. From today onwards, he will be a current charger. Oof, why should I fulfill the requirements you raise? What kind of person are you? Chu Yanyan tilted her head, and although her eyes were written with willingness, her expression was full of dislike. See, this textbook arrogance. Xia Yan tensed for a long time before he didn't laugh outright, and said with a light smile, "Okay, then I won't go. It's okay for me to be hungry anyway." Squeezing his eyes, Xia Yan put on a bitter face, touched his stomach, and sighed quietly. "I got up in a hurry in the morning, and I didn't have time to eat, so now I'm still hungry." Alas, Xia Yan in the dream and Chu Yan spent a long time together. For this kind of arrogance, Xia Yan has countless ways to cure her. Naturally, he also knows that Chu Yan eats soft food, but not hard. People die with a hard mouth. If it is hard, Chu Yan will definitely resist. Xia Yan's bitter trick really worked. Chu Yan heard immediately anxious. "Are you a fool? How can you not eat breakfast and starve for so long? Oops, you come with me." Chu Yan grabbed Xia Yan's wrist, and tugged him in the direction of the commercial street without saying a word. "I know that Beijing's commercial street has opened a new very good coffee shop. There are meals inside. The flavor is said to be very good. My treat." Looking at the anxious Chu Yan, the corner of Xia Yan's mouth curved slightly, and did not resist, letting the other party drag himself, being held by himself to death it, little girl. But, how did Chu Yan know that there was a new coffee shop in Commercial Street? In addition to his own dormitory, there is no other person's dormitory in the vicinity of Commercial Street in Ah. Xia Yan was confused. Chapter 15, We are indeed a couple. By the way, you finally awakened your powers? On the road, Chu Yan curiously asked, "I remember you have not always awakened cannot eat fairy fart luck, but he can't be unlucky all his life, right?" Xia Yan said easily, but sighed in his heart. In order to get this psychic ability, the price he paid behind his back is too heavy. Don't tell the truth. Chu Yan rolled her eyes. Other people are also even if Xia Qian knew that woman, why are you so close to her? Surprisingly, she also helped you out. What's the matter? You want to be the son-in-law of the Martial Arts Alliance? Xia Yan was stunned at his words, and his heart sank violently. He had forgotten that Chu Yan was arrogant and had a frighteningly high heart. If Chu Yan knew that he was Xia Qianyu's slave, and directly killed the door words, "one corpse and two lives," Xia Yan secretly resolved to absolutely not let Xia Qianyu find out. Although this vestigial feeling that is very much like cheating makes Xia Yan very awkward, but for the sake of Chu Yan and his own life, Xia Yan can only harden his heart. What reason is good to make up? Xia Yan meditated. "Hey, talking to you." Mute. Chu Yan saw Xia Yan froze out of his mind, and with a face of displeasure, she bumped him with her shoulder. "Ah, what is it?" Xia Yan returned to his senses and looked at Chu Yan in confusion. "I say, do you want to be the son-in-law of the Martial Alliance? Are you interested in Xia Qianyu?" Chu Yan's eyes gradually began to become dangerous. No. How could it be? Xia Yan bit the bullet and didn't dare to admit it. "Then why is she so intimate with you?" Chu Yan's face was unbelieving. Her eyes looking up and down made it clear that if Xia Yan didn't give her a reasonable explanation today, Chu Yan was going to kill the door. Xia Yan constipation like him half a day. Suddenly a wonderful idea appeared in his mind. Hurriedly said, "It's like this. Xia Qianyu actually quite poor. Hall of Martial Alliance 1,000 gold. And a top genius. She poor?" Chu Yan had a disbelieving face. "You don't look at her so outstanding. In fact, the psychological problem is very serious. Coming from the Martial Alliance is more like a shackle for her, coupled with the expectations of her parents, the envy of her peers, and her own higher-than-sky heart. All these conditions added together almost crushed Xia Qianyu." Xia Yan rubbed his face, trying to control the laughter in his heart, making a bitter face, saying, "You know, I'm a very kind person. I can't see this kind of helpless young girl who was bent on seeking death. In order to enlighten her, I made a game with her. She called me a slave, and I called her a queen. This kind of role-playing can reduce the pressure in her heart by a lot." Xia Yan is not exactly considered to be lying. Xia Qianyu's psychological problem is indeed very serious, no matter in the dream world or in reality. Xia Qianyu's birth is quite good, but it is because of the good birth that Xia Qianyu's psychological pressure is huge, and her love for Xia Yan will be so distorted. Xia Yan in the dream also contacted Xia Qianyu precisely because he could see this. Well, other than the magically altered part, the rest is the truth. Really? How come it sounds like it's made up? Chu Yan's suspicious side looked at Xia Yan for a long time. Xia Yan was slightly hairy in his heart by this look and hurriedly said, "Of course it's true. You don't want to think about it. Like Xia Qianyu, such a heavenly daughter. How could she get so close to me? There must be a reason, right? That's also true. I don't believe that a rich white beauty would look at a dead house like you." Chu Yan hummed and let Xia Yan off the hook. Yeah. Of course a rich white beauty won't look at a dead house. That's why I need you to help me remodel it. Maybe you'll look at me?" Xia Yan hemmed and hawed, his appearance frivolous. Narcissist. Chu Yan was poked in the heart, the delicate face once again red. twisted her head to not look at Xia Yan. The two of them fought and jostled, tossing their mouths along the way. Beiqing was not too far away from where Xia Yan lived, so they soon arrived at the commercial street. After the fights along the way, Xu Yanyan felt that the rift caused by the initial estrangement had been repaired a lot. At the very least, Xu Yanyan wouldn't feel uncomfortable anymore. Friendship lost and regained. Xu Yanyan was happier than anyone else. Here, it's here. You haven't been here before, right? Xu Yanyan crossed her waist with one hand, pointing to the autumn warmth coffee shop in front of her smugly. Xia Yan glanced at it, secretly saying that it was really this newly opened store. Both of you, what do you need? Inside the room, the woman who had a previous encounter with Xia Yan walked over with a gentle smile. Who said I haven't been here before? Xu Yanyan was about to open her mouth, but was interrupted by Xia Yan, only to see Xia Yan stretch out his hand and wave. Boss lady, long time no see. The woman froze for a moment, but the stunned expression didn't last long. Nodding with a slight smile, what would you like to drink today? No, I'm here to eat today. Xia Yan greeted the woman familiarly, not seeing any outsiders at all. Xu Yanyan's eyes widened as she watched this scene, her willow brows knitted into a ball. She felt like her three views had been turned upside down. Xia Yan, this brat, wasn't he a dead otaku? According to Xu Yanyan's impression, Xia Yan liked to stay at home every day to watch some anime. Either playing games, is a complete social terrorism. Going out, even by things hate to use sign language communication with the boss. And in addition to like to eat fried chicken, this kind of unhealthy fast food. Never heard of Xia Yan actually like to drink coffee. This world must be crazy. Xu Yanyan held her forehead in disbelief. What do you want to eat? The woman asked. A chow mein. Xia Yan threw his arms out and stroked his side hair, his nostrils facing the sky, his aura cold and arrogant. Woman, Xu Yanyan, this, I don't have it here. The woman almost broke her defense. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she squeezed out a hard smile. Damn it, come to a coffee shop to eat fried noodles? You still have the guts to order it. Bang. Xu Yanyan's face was expressionless, raised her hand and gave Xia Yan a punch, hitting the back of the other party's head squarely. The pain caused Xia Yan to scream strangely, squatting on the ground and frantically rubbing his head. Xu Yanyan's face remained unchanged, looking at the boss with a sweet smile. A lasagna and vanilla muffin will be fine. Thank you. Okay. The woman made a note on the notepad, then put it away, and glanced at Xia Yan, who was squatting on the ground and madly rubbing his head, and smiled slightly. Your boyfriend is quite a social cow. Ha, social cow? He is a conspicuous bag. Xu Yanyan said powerlessly. By now, she is also see out. Xia Yan simply did not come, although I do not know why Xia Yan will change from social fear to social cattle, but it is clear that just now is in order to tease themselves. With that, Xu Yanyan then reacted, waving her hands repeatedly. No, you misunderstand. Me and he is not a couple. No, we are indeed a couple. Xia Yan suddenly stood up and pressed Xu Yanyan's shoulder, looking at the woman with a serious expression. A word came out. A stone broke the sky. Chapter 16. Please hit me again. Xu Yanyan. Oh, a ball of hot air rushed up to Xu Yanyan's cheeks with an astonishing speed, reddening in an instant. Even the top of her head vaguely began to spew hot air. How did this idiot say everything? Could he see that he likes him? But Xia Yan did not even confess. So he is going to become his boyfriend? Although one's own thousand can. But you at least have to have a confession, right? If you are really together, how will you address each other in the future? Also, after the marriage, if the two families live so close to each other, will they move to Xia Yan's house or let Xia Yan move to their own house? Xu Yanyan felt that her brain became a steam engine. All kinds of thoughts all at once brushed up. The whole person is a little dizzy. It must be said that Xu Yanyan did think a little too far. This way Congratulations to the two of you. Please wait, your meal will come up immediately. The woman glanced meaningfully at Xia Yan, then put away the dinner plate and informed the back kitchen to go. What are you doing? Xu Yanyan blushed, almost dripping blood, tugged on the corner of Xia Yan's coat, murmured in a small voice, although we made up, but if you're together, you can't be so hasty. Moreover, I think it's better for you to move over and live with me at that time. Ha? What? Xu Yanyan's voice was too small. Xia Yan didn't hear it clearly. Then he waved his hand and picked up the advertisement on the dining table. Look, this store has just opened. Couples can get 20% off if they come, and they can also receive a membership card. Since it's your treat, I definitely can't rip you off, right? Why miss out if you can get a discount? Although it takes advantage of you for a bit, but you shouldn't be angry, right? Discount? Discount? Xu Yanyan froze, the red halo as if it was framed. The whole person looked stagnant. When she looked clearly at the advertisement on the table, the whole person looked like she was petrified, frozen and motionless. Right, I helped you save so much. You have to thank me properly. Well, don't need to break the bank too much. Just treat me to milk tea in a while. Xia Yan had not yet finished, then saw Chu Yanyan flying up a foot, followed by a heavy kick on the back of Xia Yan's foot. Ow! Xia Yan's tears almost came out of his eyes, and he took several steps back, sucking in cool air continuously. How come again? I didn't mess with you either? Xia Yan's heart was puzzled. He had just helped Chu Yanyan save a sum of money. How could he flip his face so quickly? Women were indeed difficult creatures to understand. Only Chu Yanyan maintained her stomping posture and just stood with her head bowed. But for some reason, Xia Yan suddenly smelled a strong murderous aura. It was very familiar. This killing aura was exactly the same as when he was stared at by Xie Qianyu. What are you doing? I'm warning you, this is Beiqing's territory. You can't make a move. Xia Yan retreated a few more steps, his hands blocking in front of him, his eyebrows twisted into a ball. He couldn't figure out, why would the other party still want to kill himself when he had obviously helped Chu Yanyan save a fortune? Could it be that Chu Yanyan already rich to such a point? Can't see someone helping her save money? Do it? Chu Yanyan lowered her head, her bangs covering her eyes, and her entire person looked full of gloom. Suddenly, she laughed. So what if I do it? Go to hell for me. Stupid Xia Yan. Chu Yanyan made a tiger leap. Her body was wrapped in white light, and her silver bell-like voice revealed a monstrous rage under her anger. It was actually that even her supernatural ability was activated. 9-Heart Begonia, top auxiliary alien ability. It is said that in the foreign church, there are also people who possess this kind of alien ability, top-level healing alien ability. As long as the other party has a breath of life, 9 Hearts Begonia will be able to save the life and be intact as before, cultivated to the extreme. To reach the A level, it is said that even the just dead people can be saved, taking back a life hard from the hands of King of Hell. Not, you're obviously a milkmaid. Why do you still have to do it? Melee priest ha! Xia Yan couldn't dodge and was directly pressed down by Chu Yanyan and rode on top of him, without utilizing his supernatural abilities. Xia Yan was just an ordinary person. How could he dodge Chu Yanyan, who was now a D rank? Keep your mouth shut and obediently take the beating. Chu Yanyan's face was blushing. She didn't expect to make this kind of misunderstanding. When she thought of her own self-interest just now, Chu Yanyan hated to bite Xia Yan to death directly. Like a discount, huh? I will give you a discount. Bang bang bang. Pink little fists madly pounded down. Chu Yanyan was auxiliary type alien ability, but after all, the strength of D level is here. The physical quality is still very high. Xia Yan can only be passively beaten. Whacked. Wow. Wrong. I'm wrong. Shut up. I don't dare. Don't listen. Saziren. Crunch. The woman carried a full dinner plate and opened the door of the back kitchen and walked out. Just as she came out, she saw the scene. Even though the woman was used to seeing big scenes, she could not help but be a bit dismayed. Your meal is ready. The woman coughed dryly, placed the dinner plate on the table, and then turned around without looking askance, silently adding a sentence before leaving. You two young lovers are quite affectionate, huh? That, we are not. Chu Yanyan beat Xia Yan a meal. The heart of the gas is also out. At this time riding on Xia Yan, and heard the boss's teasing, just went down. The blush vaguely have the tendency to surface again. It's okay, I understand everything. The woman covered her mouth and laughed lightly, looked at the door, meaning to say, but, now after all, it's still daytime, although there are not many guests now, but you'd better get up and talk. Yeah. Chu Yanyan only then realized that the two men's posture was too ambiguous, screamed and hurriedly stood up. Good big. Xia Yan froze and lay on the ground, his heart in a state of shock. Chu Yanyan, after all, is only an auxiliary type of psychic ability. Even if there is a D-level strength, the small fist does not have much force. Xia Yan endures and passes. This girl, today's body is already so good. In the dream there is nothing, but now is the reality. Chu Yanyan riding on Xia Yan's body. If it is not Xia Yan has a handful of gun pressure masterpiece, I'm afraid that now has made a fool of himself. Suddenly, Chu Yanyan screamed again. Yeah, how did you get a nosebleed? I don't remember hitting your nose. A strand of blood slowly flowed down from Xia Yan's nose until it reached his mouth. Xia Yan, however, was as if he hadn't heard it, still recalling the wonderful feeling just now. Looking at it this way, this beating seems to be quite worth it. It's not that one has M tendencies, but if only I could beat myself up like this again. Well, Xia Yan felt that he wouldn't mind. The woman on the side leaned against the wall, her hands clasped in front of her chest, looking at the two of them with a smile, and said quietly, I know what's going on, but I won't say it. It's nice to be young. The smile on the woman's face intensified. Chapter 17. What a mixture of men and women makes such a big commotion. Chu Yanyan was already thin-skinned, and then see the boss from time to time threw over the smiling eyes, even more shy. Hate to find a crack in the ground. Xia Yan's nosebleed has long ceased to flow, was helped up, although on the surface seems to be sitting down to eat, but the eyes of the trance, and from time to touch the nose of the action. Let a person is not difficult to see. He is still in the reminiscence. The ambiguous atmosphere in the store made Chu Yanyan sit on pins and needles, and could only keep taking out her cell phone, unlocking it, glancing at the time, shutting it down, unlocking it again, in order to put on an appearance of not being too embarrassed. I don't know how long it took. Chu Yanyan felt like her toes were about to pick out a playground, and Xia Yan had just finished eating. Satisfied hiccups, not waiting for Xia Yan to find a tissue to wipe his mouth. Chu Yanyan grabbed his wrist and quickly got up and walked towards the door. I've already paid the money. Boss lady, see you next time. What's the point of being in such a hurry? Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Shut up, don't you? You want me to help you remodel? If you don't hurry up, the sky is dark. By the time the store is closed, how can you still remodel? Chu Yanyan's reason was impeccable. Xia Yan touched his nose again, felt as if it was really a reason. Especially Chu Yanyan was grasping his wrist. The white tender palm of his hand was hot. Xia Yan unexpectedly enjoyed this feeling a little, simply did not struggle. Wait. Suddenly, the two had just walked out of the coffee shop when they saw the woman walking slowly over. Your membership cards, don't forget to take them. The woman smiled lightly and handed the card in her hand to Xia Yan. Xia Yan thanked her and glanced down. In addition to the store name, Autumn Warmth and Warmth, there was a string of the boss's name at the bottom, Guofu. Boss's wife's name is so nice. I'll come often in the future. Xia Yan heatedly smiled and shook the membership card in his hand. He hadn't tasted the coffee in this store yet, but the desserts were really not bad. Xia Yan was an otaku and already had a sweet tooth, so it was rare to find a store that was to his liking and close to his dormitory. What's more, the boss's wife here was so pretty. Even if the desserts were not that good, there would not be a lack of customers. Okay, thank you for your patronage. Guofu smiled gently and bent over slightly, her perfect curves showing. Different from when Xia Yan saw the other party in the morning, Guofu changed into a black cheongsam, revealing a proud figure while having a gentle and generous temperament from within, which wouldn't make people feel frivolous, and would only make them feel as if they were in the spring breeze. The boss's wife was really pretty. People are gone, still looking straight. You like imperial ladies, ah? Suddenly, a stinging pain came from the ear, interrupting Xia Yan's wandering. Xia Yan called out the pain, only to see Chu Yanyan bared her teeth and stood on her tiptoes to grab Xia Yan's ear. Indignant. No, I have always only liked young girls like you. Xia Yan defended. Humph. Lower head. Chu Yanyan blanked Xia Yan. But the heart is a sweet, but kill her she will not say it. Dead mouth are hard. Chu Yanyan was a model. Due to her petite figure and sweet and outstanding looks, she often took some commercial orders in high school, and did not know how many dead otakus' hearts had been captured. That's why Xia Yan thought of looking for Chu Yanyan to remodel himself. Chu Yanyan thought about it, took Xia Yan to do a set of hairstyle, and then bought a few sets of brand name clothes. With the clothes of being a model in place, even the most ordinary clothes could glow with handsomeness under the dressing arranged by Chu Yanyan. Xia Yan originally had a very good base, and his appearance conditions were even better. After Chu Yanyan's dressing up, he instantly became the most handsome pretty boy on the commercial street. Holy, Beijing still has such a handsome one? Never seen ah. Is a freshman? Handsome schoolboy. I want his contact information. No good, right? Look at the woman next to him. Should be the girlfriend of the handsome guy? Who's a couple shopping like these two? So far away. Definitely not. Across the street with Beijing school emblem, a few young girls exchanged words, although the voice is not big, but Chu Yanyan's ears are very sharp. After listening to the face suddenly a red, shy and angry, suddenly she stretched out her hand and took Xia Yan's arm. Ah, Xia Yan was puzzled. You, don't misunderstand. There are too many people on the road. I'm afraid of getting separated. That's all. Don't ask. Chu Yanyan looked away with a red face, still mouth hard. This way ah. Understand. Xia Yan glanced at the young girl on the opposite side of the road. His heart understood, smiled slightly, but did not break down Chu Yanyan's poor acting. Then the two strolled for a while, not holding hands like other couples, but Chu Yanyan's hand has been on Xia Yan's arm, even if there is no one around. Chu Yanyan is not willing to let go. Xia Yan was happy to enjoy, and did not take the initiative to mention it, until it was getting late. Where is your dormitory? I'll send you back. Xia Yan smiled and said, speaking of which, when I bumped into you at noon, I was still surprised because my dormitory is a single building. Apart from my roommate who I haven't met before, there shouldn't be a third person, so how did you go there? The words just fell. Chu Yanyan suddenly stood still. Her small hand broke away from Xia Yan's arm, her gaze ghostly. What's wrong? Xia Yan was puzzled. You're the first place winner in Jiang City, and Xia Qianyu is the second place winner, right? Chu Yanyan suddenly smiled. living as a sweet sister. Yeah, why are you suddenly asking this? Xia Yan rubbed the back of his head, unable to understand. But Xia Qianyu is the Martial League's 1,000 gold. She doesn't need to live in the dormitory. So the North Qing teaching team made up the third place and lived in the solitary building with the first place. So, guess who the third place is? Chu Yanyan crossed her waist with one hand, her cute little nose slightly wrinkled, her face filled with everyone knows how come you don't know. Could it be you? Xia Yan was startled, and a thunderbolt of lightning swept through his heart. Leaning north, God bless, that mysterious roommate of his, must not be Chu Yanyan ah. In case Xia Qianyu comes to his dormitory out of the blue one day, only to see that the one who opens the door is Chu Yanyan, then, isn't this the same as having a sword of Damocles hanging over one's head? Coconut, it's me. Chu Yanyan stretched out her hand then yeah, smug, you this fool. In the morning class time is not going to look at the freshman dormitory registration form? I originally didn't know it was you either, and thought you knew it before me, but now it seems, well, you really are stupid. Rumble. This time, Xia Yan's mind was no longer filled with thunder and lightning. Instead, heavenly thunder rolled. Well, fear of what comes. The North Qing teaching team's brains were kicked by donkeys, right? Do you really dare to play the co-ed dormitory? Aren't you afraid of getting someone killed? Of course, human life refers to their own life. For other aspects of those things, Xia Yan do not even dare to think about it. Chapter 18, Delight in the Scene of the Shura. Xia Yan sipped his teeth and his features twisted. No wonder when he was packing up his toiletries in the dormitory at noon, he found that the paper signage at the stairs had been taken away at some point. No wonder the small leather shoes inside the shoe cabinet had a small foot size and were exactly the same model as the ones Chu Yanyan was wearing. No wonder Chu Yanyan was so angry when she heard that she didn't recognize her. Feelings of one's own mysterious roommate. Is Chu Yanyan ah? What for? What's your expression? Are you aggrieved by living with this young lady? Why are you making an expression like you won't live to see tomorrow? Chu Yanyan furrowed her willow brows and her eyes were not kind. She had thought that Xia Yan would be very happy after knowing this news. But why did she end up looking like she had seen a ghost? Humph, how rude. She was also very shy. Okay, frankly speaking, there is indeed a possibility that I won't live to see tomorrow. Xia Yan let out a bitter smile. Chu Yanyan? Looking at Chu Yanyan's puzzled eyes, Xia Yan opened his mouth, unable to say anything. Can't tell her that she was targeted by a sickly girl. No one in the world can beat this sickly girl. We can only wash our necks and wait for death, right? Ghosts do not believe. Just kidding. Xia Yan sighed. However, I really did not expect. We actually live together? Bah, what cohabitation? Said so ugly. At most counted as sharing a room. Okay, sharing a room. Xia Yan smiled helplessly. Then may I ask Miss Chu, would you like to go to the mall with me? Buy some ingredients, and then go home to eat the meal I made? Beiqing's detached dormitory had a very good environment, and the kitchen was naturally there, so it could be said that it was more like a small villa than a dormitory. Humph, who wants to eat your cooking? It must be awful like. Chu Yanyan moved her eyes away and paused. But, it's nothing to taste it once in a while, it's considered to give you a face well. Looking at the standard formula-like arrogant posture on Chu Yanyan's face, Xia Yan helplessly shook his head. A haughty petite, a sickly petite. Xia Yan had a vague premonition in his heart. His future. I'm afraid that he can't get away from these two women. However, there was one thing that Xia Yan had made up his mind. Absolutely cannot let Xia Qianyu door. Cannot let her find himself in Chu Yanyan cohabitation. In the same dormitory things. Can conceal how long counts how long. Later things later. Weekend 2 days. Originally intended to accompany his sisters Xia Yan. Chu Yanyan must be together. Xia Yan although helpless, but it is also true that it is much more lively than before. 2 days, Xia Yan also gradually accepted the fact that he was in the same dormitory with Chu Yanyan. He could even accept the dream world becoming a reality. What was this little thing? Xia Yan's current mental capacity was horrifying. It was simply a big heart. On Sunday night, Chu Yanyan urged Xia Yan to submit the team list. Xia Yan thought about it, but still sent it to Zhuang Miao, just to team up. Xia Qianyu should not have any opinion. After all, Xia Qianyu does not know yet. Her master is himself. The sickly petite attribute should not be completely stimulated. In the evening, Zhuang Miao washed up and lay on the bed, wanting to read some more literature, but she heard her cell phone ringing. Picking it up, it was Xia Yan's group list. Zhuang Miao had planned to pass directly. After all, His Eminence had spoken, and he wasn't interested in disobeying the other party. But when he looked clearly at the newly added name, he sat up directly from the bed. His mouth grew wide. Since meeting Xia Yan, Zhuang Miao's high cold attribute was getting less and less every day. Like before, Zhuang Miao died not believing that this kind of face expression with his mouth wide open would be something he could do. After a long time, Zhuang Miao slowly put away his wide open mouth. Interesting, too interesting. Simply, lost thief. Zhuang Miao hissed, then shook his head repeatedly, scat under his breath. And his venerable father is not satisfied with the team, and pulled a little beauty in. This kid is really fat. What is the temper of his own venerable father? Zhuang Miao knows in his heart. Never heard of her giving any good face to the opposite sex. Willing to team up with Xia Yan has been the first time in these years. As a result, this kid even dared to not take his eminence's heart seriously and pulled another beauty. Chu Yan. Although Zhuang Miao was all about academics, he still paid attention to the so-called school flower list of Beijing. For Chu Yan, a beauty on the school flower list that was on par with Your Holiness and a student in her own class, Zhuang Miao was naturally no stranger. I remember that the two of them haven't had contact before, right? It's only been a weekend, and the relationship is so good that they can go down the copy together? Zhuang Miao began to sip his teeth again and shook his head repeatedly. He had already anticipated what would happen in the secret realm. However, I remember that the lead teacher is able to observe what's happening in the secret realm, right? Although you can't go in, but like this kind of cultivation, can't you lose money if you miss it? Zhuang Miao smiled, his eyes filled with anticipation. Good. Then this time, Class A will be led by me. I'll go submit my application now. Zhuang Miao's fingers clicked in succession, first passing Xia Yan's team list, and then contacting the director in charge of this area. The other side is very surprised that the drunken academic Zhuang Guide will take the initiative to apply for the team. In the past to give this kind of task to Zhuang Miao, the other side cannot wait to turn the other cheek will never go, but did not think much about it. Have Zhuang Miao lead the team. The students' safety and security is pulled full. The director is happy to do so. So quickly passed. Tomorrow we'll be able to see the real Shura field. Loss of thieves. Zhuang Miao contentedly closed his cell phone. Even the literature did not have the heart to see. Directly lying on the bed and closed his eyes. He was looking forward to what would happen tomorrow. Very much looking forward to it. Just as the people in the teaching group had commented on Guide Zhuang. Zhuang Miao. This person, although high and cold, was very dark. The most prominent point was, he loved to watch and was especially keen on eating melons. Early the next morning, as the bell rang on Monday, the entire Beijing freshmen once again gathered in the playground. The buried Dragon Valley was the closest D-rank secret realm to Beijing, and was located not far from Beijing on the outskirts of Jiang City. Although the buried Dragon Valley is a D-level secret realm, the difficulty is not high, but there are two dragons living inside the strength of the B+ level, a male and a female. The two dragons are hostile, fighting every day, but no one can do anything about it. Fighting, gradually the surrounding environment into a place where only dragons can live. Over time, the formation of the secret realm, with the recovery of aura, the entire buried Dragon Valley so appeared in the outskirts of Jiang City. The Dean of Beijing and the two dragons in the burial Dragon Valley reached a consensus that Beijing would not interrupt the lives of the dragons and would not help the other dragon, in exchange for letting the students of Beijing come here to try out. Chapter 19, Departure. Buried Dragon Valley. After all, Beijing was the #1 academy in China, and was strong. Even if the two giant dragons were both B+ level strength, they wouldn't dare to just go up against Beijing. Therefore, for the conditions put forward by Beijing, they said that they had no problem with it, only that they couldn't come too often, just once a year. And the day that the Beijing students came to the trial also became a day of truce for the two giant dragons once a year. No wonder the giant dragons agreed so quickly. It is really because Beijing is too strong. If they are not willing, I'm afraid that none of them can survive the next day, as a giant dragon can fight every day. But if they become a dragon corpse, then they can't even fight if they want to. Giant dragons still recognize the time. Because of this, when Beijing students come to the trial, if someone has an unfortunate accident and the teacher leading the team is too late to break open the secret realm to save the other party, the two giant dragons will occasionally step in to help out a little bit, which is also considered to be a favor to Beijing. In the buried Dragon Valley, the dragons would not take any of the karma, such as techniques or pills, or anything like that. The chance to pay attention to a word of fate. Who has the fate of who gets it? Although it is found in the buried Dragon Valley, but if it really has a fate with the dragons, they will not get it. But let the students of Beijing to get it is not it? Until the sun is getting bright. The students of Class A have all arrived. Xia Yan mouth holding a bread. Sleepy eyes let Chu Yan tugging the sleeve. Living like a walker walked over. Who let you get up so late? Still have to go to Sister Gua's place to eat bread. A meal not to eat will starve to death? Chu Yan was furious. Xia Yan got up late, and she had to wait for him to finish washing up. But as a result, this kid said he wanted to eat Guofu's bread when he was passing by the commercial street. If Guofu hadn't prepared one for him in advance, he would have had to wait half an hour just to wait for the bread to come out of the pan. Chu Yan said that she had never seen a procrastinator like Xia Yan. Come on, today is the day to enter the secret realm. How can I protect you if I don't fill up on food? Xia Yan took a bite of bread and chewed lazily. The deliciousness of the bread made him frown. Che, expecting you to make a move? Xu Yanyan rolled her eyes. The lineup of the three of them, no matter how they looked at it, it was only right for them to be assisting Xie Qianyu and then bringing a mop up. Almost law. Xia Yan hemmed and hawed, looked around, and suddenly there was a chill at his neck. A familiar chill. Well, good morning. Xia Yan shivered. His lazy look swept away, straightened his back, and looked at Xie Qianyu who stood in front of him with his arms wrapped around him, his expression instantly becoming fawning. Who is this one? Xie Qianyu did not even look at Xia Yan and walked straight towards Xu Yanyan slowly. Xie Qianyu was tall, much taller than Xu Yanyan, and at this time, looking at Xu Yanyan, there was a kind of condescending meaning. Hello, I am Xia Yan's friend, this time we are teammates. Xu Yanyan fell down and extended her hand with a sweet smile. As early as the weekend, Xia Yan had already instructed Xu Yanyan that when they were outside, they couldn't let others know that the two of them were childhood friends. Moreover, living together also can't let others know, otherwise it's not good for Xu Yanyan's reputation. Xu Yanyan wanted to doubt Xia Yan's intentions, but when she heard that the other party was thinking of herself, she stopped looking into it and was filled with sweetness. A mere D-class secret realm, having me isn't enough? Xia Qianyu frowned her willow brows, turning a blind eye to Xu Yanyan's outstretched hand and twisting her head to look at Xia Yan. Seeing this, Xu Yanyan was a little offended, but she didn't say anything and put her hand down. At this time, she believed 8 points of Xia Yan's previous statement that Xie Qianyu's psychology had problems. Well, how can any normal person be like her? It's obvious that she has a middle-aged disease. I blame Xia Yan for being too kind. Xu Yanyan is a supplementary type of special ability. In case there is an ungrateful hurt you, in time to have a nurse treatment is also a good thing. Xia Yan bitterly smiled and snorted. No one can hurt me, not to mention it's only a D-level secret realm. Even if it's a level, it won't work. Xia Qianyu's complexion did not change, but hearing that Xia Yan was thinking of himself, the icy cold contained in her beautiful eyes subsided quite a bit. That's for sure. I definitely trust your strength, but there's a nurse in case something unexpected happens. It's good to salvage it in time. Hearing this, Xia Qianyu felt that there are a few points of truth. Although Xia Yan's supernormal ability is weird, but after all, it is only E-level strength. In D-level secret realm will indeed encounter danger. So she turned her body, no longer counting. Come over here. I have occupied a good position. Alright, coming. Seeing that this level had finally passed, Xia Yan was relieved and tugged Xu Yanyan's butt over. Even if it's psychotherapy, there's no need to be so enthusiastic about it. In the end, what do you think? Xu Yanyan rolled her eyes furiously behind her back. On the high stage, a group of Beijing faculty and staff stood in a row, and there was no lack of faces that Xia Yan was familiar with, such as the teacher Zhang whose special ability was a light cannon and who had seriously injured Chen Yi, and standing in the center of the C seat, serious face, full of high cold Zhuang Miao Zhuang tutor. What didn't match his high and cold appearance was that Zhuang Miao's heart was wailing at this moment. How come there's no fight? Hell, these two women even agreed to team up so quickly? Zhuang Miao's belly was almost cursed over, and it was a bit unacceptable for His Holiness to be so tolerant of this matter. Zhuang Miao's small mind can be hidden from others, but cannot be hidden from Xie Qianyu, who is the Honorable Lord. As their leader, Xie Qianyu knows too well what temperament these executives of his men have. Zhuang Miao agreed to Xu Yanyan joining in. 100% want to see himself and Xu Yanyan fight. Coldly glaring at Zhuang Miao, Xie Qianyu stretched out her fingers and gently scratched on her white neck like a goose's neck. The threatening meaning was overflowing. The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched and his face became odd. Mentor, you could have just scolded me if you wanted to. What's with the yin and yang? Xia Yan never dreamed that he could still hear his high school teacher's catchphrase very few students even though he was in college. Sultry. This director Zhuan was definitely a stuffy character. Anyway, regarding the information about the buried Dragon Valley, I have already posted it in the group during the weekend. You should have all read it, so I won't explain much. Whether or not you can find the chance that belongs to you in the buried Dragon Valley depends on your own abilities. The standard for passing the test is simple. Just pass the buried Dragon Valley, and at the end of it take out the items you have collected in the buried Dragon Valley. No need to turn them in. Just estimate how valuable they are, and the one with the highest value will be the champion of this test. The time is 3 days. After 3 days, I will be waiting for your return at the exit of the buried Dragon Valley. This time, I am your leading teacher. If you encounter any crisis within the buried Dragon Valley that you can't solve on your own, crush your school emblem and I will arrive at the first opportunity. Zhuang Miao pushed his glasses. The essence in his eyes flashed. What you should pay attention to is that this time is just an opening examination. If you can't pass it, you also have the chance to make up for it. Never pay attention. Don't force yourself in anything. Everything should be done to the best of your ability. Safety first. I don't want to hear about any students getting hurt. As your homeroom teacher, I just want to see you all graduate safely and securely. All that needs to be said is pretty much said. Now, set off. Chapter 20, How did your highness know I was a man? The new students lined up in an orderly fashion and boarded the bus that was parked on the side. Although the buried Dragon Valley was very close to Beijing, it was after all in the suburbs, so it was easy to bring all the students there by bus. Beijing's financial strength was strong, and the buses used were all top-notch double-decker buses, so they didn't feel crowded at all, and there was one for each class. You guys go up first and take a seat for me. Xia Yan didn't even lift his head and waved his hand, eating his bread beautifully. The bus would take almost more than an hour to get to the burial Dragon Valley. Xia Yan was motion sick and could only sleep when he got on the bus, so the bread could only be thrown away if he didn't finish eating it now. Xia Yan was not a person who liked to waste. Xia Qianyu frowned. Always do not like to wait for others. She reached out her hand intended to drag Xia Yan's ear directly dragged on the car. However, Xu Yanyan held her wrist and accompanied Xia Qianyu to the car with a light smile. Xia Qianyu originally is not good-faced to men, only like to women gentle. Xu Yanyan is AIC the pity of the petite cute type. Lifted the beginning of the misunderstanding. Xia Qianyu to see Xu Yanyan is still very easy on the eyes. For the other party's behavior, Xia Qianyu acquiesced, just froze for a moment, then obediently by Xu Yanyan pulled the wrist to find a position after sitting down. The first to get on the car, Zhuang Miao sat in the passenger side, arms wrapped around his hands, looking at the back through the rearview mirror, indisputably shaking his head repeatedly. How come it didn't fight? Zhuang Miao looked at the two women, and then looked at Xia Yan, who was buried under the car eating bread, and for the first time, a stunned expression appeared on his cold features. What in the world do the two of them seek? It had to be said that Xu Yanyan's vision was really good. Although the previous Xia Yan was handsome, he always liked to keep a bird's nest of hair and didn't cut his hair once in months, and also do not know how to dress, like to wear straight male standard all black. Go out will always be asked to not play an open world game. Coupled with the E-rank strength from the test, he instantly dropped from the dazzling status of Jiang City's top student all the way down to the bottom of Class A. But today, Xia Yan, who should have gone unnoticed, instantly attracted the attention of all the girls in the class, for no other reason. Truly, too handsome. Broken cap bangs slightly separated, in the shape of 4 or 6 points, straight nose and deep eye sockets, white face, highlighting the handsome and at the same time more than 1 point belongs to the teenager's teenage spirit. The body wear was also very trendy, and directly charmed the entire Class A girls. Even the surrounding several classes had eyes cast from time to time. Really handsome. This time the secret realm is so dangerous. I so want to go and protect him. Don't think about it. He has 2 domineering beautiful bodyguards covering him. Ah, beautiful bodyguards? Yes, a martial arts alliance 1000 gold. A grade 3rd. 2 are the school flower list top 3 beauty. Strength and strong. Which have you to go to protect people's share? Strong female and weak male. Love it. I'm in for this CP. Once they thought of the luxurious lineup of Xia Yan's squad, the girls who had moved their spring hearts wilted, and could only hate that their strength was not strong enough to protect Xia Yan. However, this kind of thing of being in the limelight was destined to offend some people. In the crowd, there were already quite a few unkind eyes gazing at Xia Yan. Achoo! Xia Yan sniffled and put the finished bread bag into the trash can, the corners of his mouth twitching. The voices spitting around him did not deliberately lower their volume, and Xia Yan heard them all. Overbearing beautiful bodyguard? Female strong and male weak? Xia Yan's face was covered in black lines. What is this all about? You people's special ability is internet speed, right? Why do you know everything about the internet? You're only hurting yourselves if you know everything. Xia Yan rubbed his nose and turned around with the intention of getting into the car. Ta! A hand pressed on Xia Yan's shoulder. Kid, you've been a bit too arrogant lately, haven't you? Xia Yan frowned, and then he immediately smelled a rotting, stinking breath, and hurriedly fanned himself in front of his nose. Glancing back, 4 men with the same school insignia as his own stood behind him, their faces unkind. The man who had been scared to tears by Xia Qianyu in the classroom earlier was also there, and he was the only one in the crowd whose eyes were filled with hatred. These people were all freshmen in Class A, a few of the ones in the unkind eyes that Xia Yan had felt earlier. Xia Yan's windfall had upset them, whether it was Chu Yanyan or Xia Qianyu. They were both existences at the top of the school flower list, and their own talent was extremely high. Like this goddess, should be high up in the clouds. How could it be on a waste of youth? But the truth was so outrageous that the 2 great beauties would choose Xia Yan to team up. The 4 of them didn't dare to look for the martial alliance's daughter, but Chu Yanyan, a commoner goddess like her. They all tried to initiate a team invitation, but without exception, they were all rejected. Previously, they were still wondering if Chu Yanyan had already found a stronger teammate, but today they took a look, and their noses almost didn't go askew. Xia Yan, this trash with only E-rank strength. On what grounds could he find Chu Yan to form a team? Moreover, it was still 2. Could it be just relying on a face? In the current world, wasn't it Director Zhuang who said that strength was honored? They believed it. Originally, they thought that if they worked hard enough, they would be able to obtain the goddess's favor. As a result, Xia Yan, the white boy, didn't even have to work hard and easily got the goddess that they could only approach in their dreams. Damn it, on what basis? Isn't it just an E-ranked waste? If there's no Xie Qin Yu and Chu Yan, just by yourself, can you pass the buried dragon valley? Hey, Brother Chang, don't flatter him. I don't think he can even enter the door of the buried dragon valley. No, 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 there is a Zhuang guide, into or can enter, but how long, can go in that cannot be said. A few people burst into a burst of ear-piercing cheap laughs. Xia Yan frowned even deeper, raising his hand to block away the hand of the man called Chang. What's the matter? Want to make a move? Brother Chang let out a sardonic laugh, a row of yellow teeth showing. Kid, Director Zhuang is in the car right now. I can't do anything to you, but if you're a man, come to the grove with me right now. Within the scope of Beijing, students are strictly forbidden to fight privately. If they really want to have a fight with each other, they can only go to the arena specially set up by Beijing. Over the years, there weren't any ungrateful ones who directly took action in Beijing. In the end, without exception, all of them were miserable. First of all, this point of whether I am a man or not, you shouldn't ask me. You should go ask your mother. She must know whether I am a man or not. Xia Yan smiled faintly. His expression was not angered in the slightest, and said lightly, secondly, the grove is too small to exert. If you really have the ability, let's see you inside the buried dragon valley. Zhuangguan's hand can't reach in. I can discuss with you properly. How does your mother know that I'm a man? Chapter 21 ahead. The buried dragon valley. We're all adults now, still playing the grove dating thing, young or not. It's not that your common goddess has teamed up with me. Oh, or two, can't stand that alone? Then in a moment if I hold hands with them and then lean on a shoulder or something, you guys shall not go crazy ah? Xia Yan sneered and shook his head. Childish. 10 or so years have not been able to awaken the supernormal ability. Long ago let Xia Yan see through the cold and warmth of human feelings, but also practiced a heart that even the system are praised for. These few boys of mockery. To put it bluntly, even Xia Yan's skin cannot be broken. But on the contrary, the 4 people were said to break the defense by Xia Yan's words. I grass you. Brother Chang was infuriated and his chest kept shrugging, and his eyes were straight blue. Xia Yan asked him to ask his mother. Chang brother didn't understand at first, and after thinking carefully, he realized that the aggressiveness of Xia Yan's words was horrifying, and extremely humiliating. No man can withstand this wave of Xia Yan's face opening big. Chang's fists gradually clenched. Even if there is now Zhuang Miao in the car watching, he cannot care. It had to hit this little white boy hard in the face. The remaining 3 people are not as angry as Chang, but instead each cover their mouths, shoulders shrugged non-stop, obviously want to laugh but in the way of Chang's face do not dare to laugh out. Xia Yan glanced at the crowd's expressions in his eyes, and his heart had a plan. There was no solidarity between these few people. When their companions were insulted, their first reaction was to make fun of them instead of standing up for each other. As long as these 4 people were not ironclad amongst themselves, Xia Yan's heart was much more secure. Almost done. Don't get so close to me. You have bad breath you know? Xia Yan blankly glanced at Chang, nonchalantly pushed the other party away with one hand, then lifted his foot and got into the car. Director Zhuang, the few of them have a question they want to ask you, but they are too thin-skinned to talk to you, so I'll say it for them. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Miao first looked deeply at Xia Yan. To his realm, any wind and grass around him could not be concealed. Everything that happened outside, Zhuang Miao naturally also knew. I thought that I had to step in to solve the matter, but I was surprised that Xia Yan's poisonous tongue had solved the matter for himself. While Zhuang Miao was surprised, he could not help but think highly of Xia Yan. Then he stood up, leaned on the car door with his arms wrapped around his hands, and lazily said, all of them are my students. What's there to be embarrassed about? Have a question despite asking is, Zhuang guide good. Chang is like a doused cannonball, instantly mute. Noticing Xia Yan snickering through the car window, Brother Chang was furious and stretched out his hand to point at Xia Yan repeatedly. Good. He didn't believe that Xia Yan could run away from the monk and still run away from the temple. When he entered the secret realm, Chang swore that he would make Xia Yan pay for this mouth of his. Seeing this, Xia Yan smiled contemptuously and replied with a mouthful of words, I'll wait. With that, he unceremoniously sat on his butt in the middle of the 2 women and stretched comfortably. Someone like this who had his family insulted by himself, but didn't dare to lash out due to the presence of a teacher, was the real trash. Xia Yan looked down on him. If it was him, Even if he couldn't beat the other party, even if all the teachers of Beijing were present, what could he do? Putting his life on the line, he would make the person who had insulted his mother pay. People like Chang, who were fearful, were what Xia Yan recognized as trash in his heart. Sharp-tongued, Xia Qianyu was wearing an eye mask. At this moment, she gently lifted a slit, and her beautiful eyes glared at Xia Yan. What Zhuang Miao could hear. How could Xia Qianyu be senseless? Last time, there was himself before letting the other side defeat. Did not expect this time? Xia Yan actually really rely on themselves to solve the problem. It is this mouth. That is a little poisonous. No matter, I'm still very honest. Xia Yan hemmed and hawed, and did not refute, found the most comfortable position, spread his whole body, and comfortably squinted his eyes. What's wrong? What happened? Chu Yanyan took off her headphones, a face of confusion, staring wide-eyed at this and that, confused. Out of the three people, only Chu Yanyan really didn't know anything. Nothing for you. Go play. Xia Yan compassionately touched Chu Yanyan's head. This stupid girl, really stupid and cute. Go to hell. Chu Yanyan nonchalantly stomped down. Ow dash. Xia Yan let out a miserable howl. Damn it. Why does this woman even have to wear leather shoes when she goes down to the copia? The four of them who had managed to explain clearly to Zhuang Miao got into the car from the back door, and looking at the three of them who were sitting happily in front, Chang's eyes were gradually climbed up by the flames of anger. Just wait. You wait for me. An E-level waste is just a waste. And the Burial Dragon Valley is a D-level secret realm. Even though there are 2 D-level powerhouses following them, there are always accidents in everything. And it's quite reasonable to accidentally die in the secret realm, right? The corner of Chang's mouth gradually rose. A vicious idea took root in his heart. The bus driver's driving skills were very good. Although the speed was very fast, the bus drove smoothly, without any bumps at all. Soon, more than an hour of traveling passed. The mountain of bones with a violet aura bubbling from the forest emerged at the end of the highway. Class D Secret Realm, Buried Dragon Valley. Although the aura had been revived and all the people had awakened their supernatural abilities, this place, the Burial Dragon Valley, was still a place where no one dared to come. Most of the ordinary people's strength is around level E, and their psychic ability is also useless life class or kitchen category. They can't cultivate level D in their whole life. It's only in the top school of China like Beijing that they can have so many geniuses in their teens with level D. In the outside world, level C can drive a car, but it's also a place where people can have their psychic ability awakened. In the outside world, C level can start a clan and become the head of a party's power. D level is a little worse, but it is also enough to make a fuss in a small place. Crunch! The bus stopped at the end of the highway. Then one bus after another stopped here in an organized manner. The new students stepped off the buses one after another, looking towards the buried Dragon Valley not far away. Their eyes all carried curiosity and surprise. One must know that there were really 2 giant dragons in the buried Dragon Valley. No one knew how long these 2 giant dragons had been alive. Since the secret realm of the Burial Dragon Valley was discovered, the 2 giant dragons had been living inside. Only 10 years have passed since the recovery of the aura, and in the age of the end, the existence of dragons is a legend, and there is no way to prove its authenticity. Therefore, with the recovery of the aura, secret realms appeared all over the world, and many exotic beasts that had appeared in history, but had never been found, were all revealed. It was also at this time that people realized that those records about exotic beasts were real. In the ancient times, the aura was abundant, and the exotic beasts could survive, but there was no aura in the age of the end of the law, so the previous human beings could not find the exotic beasts, and with the recovery of the aura, the dormant exotic beasts reappeared on Earth one after another. This inference is currently the mainstream of the academic community, recognized by many scholars. Chapter 22, The Third Heroine, Little Dragon Lady. The buried Dragon Valley was spectacular. The non-stop rising purple gas, and the bone mountains that stretched for miles, at a glance from afar. I'm afraid that it could make a child cry out of fear directly. Of course, Xia Yan would not be frightened by this scene. Having been baptized by various horror movies, he felt that the buried Dragon Valley was still too conservative. If it was replaced with a bloody mountain of bones with some bits of broken meat on top, the horror effect would be taken to another level. Just as Xia Yan was resting his chin and thinking wildly, a system tone interrupted his thoughts. Ding! Detected the secret realm of the buried Dragon Valley. Please make sure that the host enters the deepest part of the buried Dragon Valley, where there are the most precious treasures in the entire buried Dragon Valley, as well as the people who can save the host's life in the future. Gah? Save my life? Who? Xia Yan froze. Ding! Although Xie Qianyu accepted the host as a slave, but currently the goodwill value of the host did not increase, just slightly higher than others. This system cannot be sure. Xie Qianyu exactly will not suddenly kill you on a certain day. So, the host needs someone who can block Xie Qianyu who has moved to kill. and within the buried Dragon Valley, this person exists. Then hurry up and say who it is. Xia Yan was full of grooves gathered in his mouth that he couldn't spit out. It's this time. What is the dog system still selling? Save I say. For the fact that Xie Qianyu's favor value didn't increase. Xia Yan had long speculated about it. The thinking of a sick girl is not something that normal people can speculate on. Xie Qianyu can't decide if she is her master now, so she didn't kill for the time being. But once it was confirmed, he himself was most likely going to be in bad shape. But if he kept dragging his feet and let Xie Qianyu hesitate to make a move, he was still going to be bad. Either way, nothing good would come out of it. And that was the true fear of being targeted by a sickly girl. Dragon Clan Holy Maiden, Jiang Yaran. Upon hearing this familiar name, Xia Yan was instantly stunned and his face collapsed. He knew, the person recommended by the dog system would definitely be one of the heroines inside the dream world. It was too late to hide from the cultivation arena. Now you have to take the initiative to bump into it yourself? As for Jiang Yaran, he could be too familiar with her. In the dream, Xia Yan had incarnated a loose cultivator. In the world of cultivation to do all the things to steal chickens and dogs. Today go to a certain sex warehouse to steal a handful of pills. Tomorrow go to a certain family to steal a handful of spiritual treasure. And from time to time to go to the harem of a certain royal family to steal a concubine scent sacks. These things do more. Naturally will cause the major forces of the pursuit. Xia Yan so hide, all the way deep into the magical beast mountain range, is also there. He met at that time just broke out of the shell of Jiang Yaran. Just know each other. Jiang Yaran is a lowly look. After no matter how long the past, Jiang Yaran's size will remain unchanged. Xia Yan has a companion, coupled with the dragon family are proficient in the gift of space. Xia Yan stealing more comfortable, every time they do not forget to give Jiang Yaran a part of the share. Most of them are medicinal herbs and so on, to help Jiang Yaran growth. Gradually, the entire cultivation world have a great thief Xia Yan and the magical girl Jiang Yaran gradually, throughout the cultivation world. There were rumors of the great thief Xia Yan and the witch Jiang Yaran. The days passed so full of excitement, but then one day, an accident changed all that. After absorbing so many medicinal herbs, Jiang Yaran suddenly had a breakthrough one day. Once she succeeded in her breakthrough, she could become the true emperor of the Dragon Clan. At that time, she would be the strongest person in the entire cultivation world, and would be able to protect Xia Yan, and the two of them wouldn't have to live in hiding anymore. After thinking that the two of them could appear in the cultivation world in a dignified manner in the future, and could also be a pair of fairy couples that Jiang Yaran usually envied, Jiang Yaran immediately shot the board and decided to advance. It was too late to explain too much to Xia Yan, and she directly started her breakthrough in the hiding place of the two of them, a barren mountain. However, Jiang Yaran had forgotten that the commotion of the promotion was too great to be hidden. The hiding place of the two was just discovered. Jiang Yaran was in the critical period of her breakthrough, and her entire body was wrapped in a ball of purple energy, unable to even move. Soon, the assassins sent out by the major cultivation sects just found the two. Run! Xia Yan, you dog, aren't you good at running? I'll grass you up. Run! Jiang Yaran roared with tears, but no matter how Jiang Yaran prayed, even if he uttered the most vicious words, Xia Yan's firm footsteps did not stop at all. He just blocked in front of Jiang Yaran, facing the 3,000 cultivators directly. Shut up! You're the one I've watched grow up. Even though Mr. Xia is greedy for life and afraid of death, he knows that there are some things he can't do, and compared to regretting my life for the rest of my life, I'd rather choose a sensational exit. Xia Yan smiled. In Jiang Yaran's impression of Xia Yan with a lewd personality, the Xia Yan who was greedy and afraid of death, the Xia Yan who spilled his guts with others for a single elixir, he just drew his sword and rushed out. There was determination in his eyes. There is no turning back. There were 3,000 of the world's top cultivators, and Xia Yan picked them all. The battle lasted 7 days, 3,000 cultivators, all wiped out, and the cost was, Xia Yan's entire body was smashed, only half of his skeleton was left, and the top spiritual treasury Tian sword was shattered with only half of its hilt remaining. No one knew how much Xia Yan was in pain, and no one knew how much Jiang Yaran's heart hurt. Xia Yan shed blood for 7 days, and Jiang Yaran shed tears for 7 days. Blood tears. You said, that I look like this, isn't it ugly? Jiang Yaran managed to get out of the gate and walk step by step, trembling. She shed tears of blood and embraced Xia Yan, but the other party hemmed and hawed, and on the only half of his face left, some of his previous jumpiness appeared. Not at all like my usual handsome and dashing appearance, is it? Jiang Yaran nodded with tears in her eyes. These were the last words left by Xia Yan, using the Jindan as a guide and the destruction of his soul as a price. He took out almost all of the mainstays of the entire cultivation world. Xia Yan, his body died. Using his own life, he exchanged Jiang Yaran's chance to advance into a true dragon emperor. Familiar memories passed through Xia Yan's mind, and the corners of Xia Yan's mouth had twitched into fan-like, leaning north. When you created the dream in the first place, why didn't you know to restrain yourself a little bit? When he did the birth in the dream, Xia Yan was indeed cool, but it is clear that now is the time to reap the bitter fruits. Ding! Please host as soon as possible to make a choice. Is to go to Jiang Iran, from now on have a life preservation talisman, or just be cut to death by Xie Qianyu? I choose my ass I choose D. Obtuse angle. Xia Yan raised his hand powerlessly, his white eyes rolling wildly. Sick Jiao is a landmine that is not sure when it will blow up. There must be an existence that can check the other side. Jiang Iran, brother came. At this time, the members of the classes lined up in an orderly manner, and Zhuang Miao got a horn from somewhere and put it to his mouth and shouted, I repeat, any chance you find within the secret territory belongs to you. I don't want any of my students to go after their own classmates for the sake of a chance. If I find out, expulsion from school. Now I announce, the opening examination of the school. Begin. A word fell. A group of new students who had long been unable to hold back, have been like a wild horse that has taken off the reins, rushing straight to the bone mountain in front of them. Opportunity? No one will not want. Chapter 23, Terrifying Perception. Let's go too, but don't fall too far behind. Xia Yan stretched his limbs, confident. D-rank Secret Realm Burial Dragon Valley? Supposedly terrifying? Xia Yan only wanted to laugh. One of the giant dragons in the buried Dragon Valley was his ex-girlfriend. And wasn't the entire buried Dragon Valley his own backyard? Whoever has a leash on himself can't possibly have a leash on him. At this moment, the Chang brother 4, who had previously been opened wide by his own writing face, stood at the entrance of the Bone Mountain, his eyes looking at himself grimly. I'll be waiting for you. Brother Chang's lips wriggled as he slid his finger in front of his neck. Then with a cold smile, he turned around and entered the secret realm with the three of them. As the four entered, the light screen shuddered and soon returned to normal. Lord Queen, do you want to find a few sandbags to whack? Xia Yan's eyes rolled and he turned his head towards Xie Qianyu, who was standing at the side and was supposed to be watching coldly. Upon hearing this, Xie Qianyu was obviously somewhat moved. I hope I can run into them. Xie Qianyu didn't agree, but didn't deny it either. Yeah, in case we run into them, they'll be out of luck. Xia Yan hemmed and hawed. He hadn't thought of cleaning them up himself since the beginning. Why not embrace a thick leg? Inside the secret realm, everyone's location after entering was randomized. Apart from the fact that they wouldn't directly enter the deepest part, everyone's location was different. If they were unlucky, they might not meet the four of them from beginning to end. Whatever, good words will not persuade the damn ghosts. If they dare to come, they will definitely let him have no return. Xia Yan clapped his hands, then raised his hand and swung out with a fist. Let's go. We must be the champions. There was a moment of silence around them. Xia Yan twisted his head to look and realized that Chu Yinyan had already tugged Xie Qianyu's wrist and walked quickly towards the secret realm. Hush, don't turn around. Don't take care of this fool. Pretend you don't know him, in case it makes others misunderstand that we are psychopaths like him. It's not good. Agreed. The two women instantly reached a consensus. Are you guys polite? Xia Yan drew the corners of his mouth. These two women were really not have a bit of the unique hot blood of a teenager. Behind the buses that the freshmen were traveling in, parked were the buses that the lead teachers of each class were traveling in this time. But unlike the pure transportation buses used by the freshmen, the teachers' buses were filled with all sorts of electronic equipment. A large screen was placed in front of everyone, on which all kinds of situations within the buried Dragon Valley could be clearly seen. Except for the deepest part of the buried Dragon Valley, the place where those two giant dragons lived. Beijing's teachers needed to keep an eye on their students' every move at all times, and be ready to come to the rescue at any time, which could be said to be a thoroughly exhausting job. As a tutor, Zhuang Miao was in a high position of authority, and it was the first time he had taken the initiative to participate in this kind of tiring work. So the director of the logistics department waved his hand and directly equipped him with the most top-notch equipment. Therefore, in addition to the monitor, comfortable and spacious chairs, and the best view of the environment, and there is even a small bathroom that belongs to him, the favorable treatment was evident. But at this time, Zhuang Miao was not happy. How come it hasn't been fought yet? Such a happy environment. Xia Yan, this kid, does he really have the ability to take the two heavenly daughters? How come I didn't see that this kid's charm is so great? Zhuang Miao was puzzled. His brows furrowed to a degree that was 1 point deeper than when he had spent the night catching up on his papers. Director Zhuang, here, the orange sea Americano you asked for. At this moment, the teacher who had gone out to pick up coffee came back and handed the coffee to Zhuang Miao. Teasing, worthy of being Director Zhuang, all the flavors you like are so special. This kind of coffee, orange sea Americano, had a particularly odd flavor, and those who could like to drink this were not ordinary people. Thanks. Zhuang Miao took the coffee and inserted the straw into it, then glanced at the display. and was about to move his viewpoint to another student when he suddenly saw an explosive scene. Xia Yan in the secret realm looked around curiously and muttered, "Is there really a teacher watching what's going on here? Strange, how come I didn't find a camera?" With that said, Xia Yan looked for a corner to stand in order to verify what he had in mind, and then unbuckled his pants belt. "Try it, try to see if you can really see." Zhuang Miao, pft. The coffee that had just been imported instantly sprayed out, spilling all over the table. "You have to play so abstract, right? Neuropathy. Don't do the whole job. Honestly, follow." Bang! Xu Yanyan punched the back of Xia Yan's head, then expressionlessly yanked Xia Yan's collar and dragged him towards the front. With Xia Yan for a long time, the other side of this occasional abstract behavior, Xu Yanyan has long been accustomed to it. Ouch! Xia Yan let out a strange cry. When he was about to protest against Xu Yanyan's harsh management, he was suddenly creeped out and his face instantly became grave. "All be careful. We're being watched." Xia Yan broke away from Xu Yanyan and his sight was dead on the corner not far away. The reason why the buried dragon valley was called a D-level secret realm. Naturally, it couldn't just have two giant dragons that wouldn't strike out at the students of northern Chang. Otherwise it would have long since become a springtime attraction for the people of Zhang City, and the difficulty wouldn't be able to get to D-level. Throughout the buried dragon valley, all kinds of magical beasts come and go. These magical beasts are not high level. Most of them are in the level of D, E level, but the victory is in the number of many. From time to time can jump out to give the students a surprise. Most of the magical beasts would stay in the region closer to the depths of the buried dragon valley, where the spiritual chi was also much denser than here, and there would be a lot of exotic medicinal herbs. Rarely would anyone bump into a magical beast when they first entered, but obviously, this jackpot was bumped into by them. "Where are the magical beasts? Xia Yan, don't make a fuss, will you?" Xu Yanyan looked at the left and then looked at the right. A silence, nothing moved. Suddenly thought that Xia Yan was again in the hole live. He's right, we are indeed being watched. Xia Qian Yu took a few steps forward, a pair of beautiful eyes staring tightly at the right side. Xia Yan's perception is very strong, it can be trusted. Xia Yan was touched and nodded repeatedly, looking towards Xia Qian Yu's back, his eyes bubbling with light. Sure enough, it was still the Queen Sama who understood himself the most. Really? Xu Yanyan froze for a moment, and after noticing Xia Yan's expression there was a pang in her heart. She hummed and muttered something like, "I don't believe it. Your supernatural ability is 9 hearts begonia, right? It's the same as that Cardinal Archbishop's ability in the church, so it's best to turn it on and protect this loser." Xia Qian Yu's footsteps do not stop. Round and taut long legs lightly walked up, one hand a move. Tai Ching sword alien energy has been opened. Oh, Xu Yanyan heard a burst of muttering. How to feel that these two people's tacit understanding than their own Xia Yan's childhood friend is also strong, but still obediently opened the 9 hearts begonia. And for a moment, the Tao of holy white light enveloped the three people. Chapter 24, A Bountiful Harvest. 9 Hearts Begonia was a top-tier auxiliary class healing ability, rumored to be in existence that could snatch the life of King of Hell. It had the name of a life-preserving divine skill. At this moment, feeling the warm and holy rays all over his body, Xia Yan was a little surprised. These rays of light gave him the bottom of his heart, as if he couldn't die even if he tried to die again. Don't have those abstract thoughts. I'm only D rank. I can't do anything to snatch life with King of Hell. At most I can help you recover from your injuries. Xu Yanyan saw through Xia Yan's mind at a glance and faintly said, "If you don't give the words in advance, just based on Xia Yan's nature that likes to live the whole thing, it is likely that he will transform into a berserker warrior and the magical beasts to fight for their lives. This way what a pity. Why don't you know to work a little harder? After so many years or D-level, can you reflect on it? Have you been practicing hard?" Xia Yan, who couldn't be a berserker warrior, immediately skimmed his lips and spat. "If you talk too much again, I'll remove Haitang for you," Xu Yanyan warned with a bad face. Coming. Suddenly, Xia Chen Yu's eyes snapped as she waved her Tai Ching sword in her hand. Almost at the same time, the right side of what was a flat purple rock suddenly exploded. Immediately afterward, a hissing sound. Ow dash. A scorpion that was 10 meters long just rushed out. The sound was overwhelming. 9-eyed demon scorpion? Holy, it's so strong enough as soon as it comes up? Xia Yan smacked his lips repeatedly. The 9-eyed demon scorpion was not an E-class magical beast, but a true D-class, with a shell that was incredibly hard and full of poison. Its destructiveness alone was not even comparable to a C-rank. The devil knew how one could bump into this kind of magical beast when they had just entered this place. Surprisingly, there really are magical beasts. Xu Yanyan glanced at Xia Yan in surprise, not expecting that it would really be hit by Xia Yan. Then she collected her mind and focused on the release of the 9-heart begonia. All of this holy white light was emitted by a single suspended small begonia, and the healing was dependent on them. Xu Yanyan was only D rank, and her current limit was to summon 10 begonias. and it was said that when cultivated to B+ rank, the begonias would be enough to cover an army of 1,000 people and heal them at the same time. It was worthy of being a top-tier healing ability. Ow! The nine-eyed devil scorpion hissed as it rushed straight at Xie Qianyu, its 9 eyes staring at the other party in death as it opened its mouth to spew out a thick green-colored thick liquid. Beasts have the keenest sense of threat, and among the Xia Yan trio, the nine-eyed scorpion only felt a strong threat on Xie Qianyu's body. It was enough to kill it. Oh, think I'm a threat? Not a bad perception. But unfortunately, even if you realize it, there's only one way to lose your life. Xie Qianyu's expression did not change. A lotus step to avoid the thick liquid, followed by the Tai Ching sword stabbed out. The sword light instantly filled the entire secret realm. For a time, the sound of sword chi raging, and the wailing of the nine-eyed demon scorpion was unceasing. The sword light only lasted for a few moments, and when the sword light dissipated, all that was left on the spot was a field of broken flesh, and broken shells that were stained with blood. Looking at the tragic state of the nine-eyed devil scorpion being sliced into broken crabs in front of him, Xia Yan instantly opened his mouth wide. When the queen said good perception just now, was she praising the nine-eyed demon scorpion? Or was she pointing at herself? Could the subtext be that even if one's perception was very sharp, as long as one offended her, one would become the second nine-eyed demon scorpion? Well, the plan to find the little dragon lady has to be accelerated a bit. Xia Yan's heart instantly solidified this idea. It is important to save his life. Good. Xu Yanyan also had a face of astonishment, and her beautiful eyes were filled with thick amazement. Obviously everyone was a freshman, and their strengths were similar. Why was Xie Qianyu so strong? In one move, the D+ ranked nine-eyed demon scorpion was eliminated in seconds. Was this really something a freshman with only a D rank could do? The Martial Alliance 1000 Gold really lives up to its name. Xu Yanyan put away her supernatural ability, looking at the Xie Qianyu who was walking towards her, and Xia Yan who accompanied with a smile even as the Queen Lord Saigao. Her heart was lost for a while. Originally also thought, their own this milkmaid will have a use, but also in front of Xie Qianyu can show a little, for Xia Yan to find some face back. Now it seems, that his own existence seems dispensable? Xia Yan perception is strong, can find the traces of the beast in advance? Xie Qianyu's strength is strong, can directly second the beast. Obviously this pair, is the most suitable partner, right? Then, is he not redundant? Xu Yanyan's head buried even lower. Here, for you. Xie Qianyu was comfortable with Xia Yan's flurry of horse pats, and raised her hand to throw a small hard lump over. Xia Yan took it in a panic and felt a rush of heaviness in his hand. Picking it up, it was a crystal clear, diamond-like object. What is this? Xia Yan was puzzled. Magic core, also the most precious place for magical beasts. Collect a few more D-grade magic cores. Not only can you get a good rank in the examination, if you absorb it, it can also enhance your strength. Xia Qianyu clasped her arms with both hands. Her eyes lingered slightly on Xu Yanyan for a split second. Then she said carelessly, your strength is too weak. If you absorb the magic cores earlier to enhance your strength, I'll also have a bit more face when I have you as a slave. Thank you, Lord Queen. Xia Yan hemmed and hawed, not being polite, and accepted the magic core. Let's go. Your perception is of great use. Find some more magical beasts out, or pass the test. Xia Qianyu proposed. Perception this thing, according to reason, the higher the cultivation the stronger the perception. But this one rule that everyone knew, did not seem to interoperate in Xia Yan, obviously only at level E, but his perception was able to catch up with his own. Xia Qianyu recalled, and realized with horror that Xia Yan had perceived the nine-eyed demon scorpion a little earlier than he had. How could he have such a strong perception? Just now, it happened suddenly. Xia Qianyu can only recall it through her memories. Next, Xia Qianyu intends to do an experiment to see if Xia Yan's outstanding perception ability is actually her own illusion. Alright, let's go. Yan. As soon as he heard that he could collect some more magic cores, Xia Yan immediately smiled with joy and directly rushed to the front of the team, and like a guard dog, began to perceive the traces of the magical beasts. The two of them are really well matched. Xu Yanyan followed at the very back, only feeling a sourness in her heart, a pang of loss. Why couldn't she be like Xie Qianyu and have such strong strength? Obviously, she also wanted to help Xia Yan. Xu Yanyan became even more sad. In the following days, Xia Yan's trio almost ran through the entire outskirts of the buried Dragon Valley, hitting all the magical beasts they could see. Not even the E-class ones were spared. The collected magic cores were almost a whole sack full, heavy, and the quantity was even able to shock off the jaws of the students who occasionally bumped into them. For a time, the deeds of Xia Yan and his group spread throughout the secret territory. Chapter 25, Xia Qianyu's killing intentions. After all, the buried Dragon Valley was a D-level secret realm, and those who participated in the opening examination were all freshmen. almost all of whom had no experience in fighting magical beasts. They had all the strength in the world, but they didn't know how to fight. The outrageous sight of a D-ranked strength being chased by an E-ranked magical beast almost abounded. Therefore, after these new students heard about Xia Yan and his group, their jaws dropped in shock. The magical beasts that they avoided. How dare someone take the initiative to find them? Even chopping up magical beasts was as simple as chopping up melons and cutting up vegetables. In the end, what kind of heaven-defying characters are these? The story was like a weed, spreading fast amongst the freshmen who were attending the secret realm. Xia Yan and Xia Qianyu, the pair of gold medal partners, also spread throughout the freshmen. In a small team of 3, Xia Yan and Xia Qianyu were happy. Only Chu Yanyan was sullen. Gradually, the progress of the trio was approaching the depths of the buried Dragon Valley. What made Xia Yan more regretful was that the luck of the foursome seemed to be really good, and none of them were able to bump into each other along the way. Bang! A cheetah-like magical beast collapsed to the ground with wide eyes, unwillingness in its eyes. But the gap in strength was too great for it to even run. Xia Qianyu walks over and doesn't even look at it. Lifting her hand and slicing down with her sword, the cheetah beast just dies. Taking out the magic core, Xia Qianyu did not even look back and threw it towards the back. How many magic cores are there? Xia Qianyu casually asked. Back to Lord Queen. Counting this one, we already have 113 E-class magic cores, and 89 D-class magic cores. Xia Yan took a quick inventory and was overjoyed. With so many magic cores, I'm afraid that the champion of this examination would be theirs. Xia Yan didn't believe that anyone in the other teams would be able to have Xia Qianyu's efficiency in killing monsters. Their process was like this. Xia Yan used his perception to find the magical beasts, then attracted them over, and after gathering a large number of them, then Xia Qianyu wiped them out with a single sword strike. The efficiency was quite fast, except for the D-ranked beasts that were a bit more difficult to deal with. The E-ranked beasts were just like rotten cabbages, and were destroyed with a single stroke of the hand. After killing so many magical beasts, the 3 of them were not even injured except for some gray faces. The specially prepared nursemaid was surprisingly not the slightest bit useful. Not bad at all. Find a place to recuperate and we can go to the deepest part. Xia Qianyu leaned against the rock, a pair of beautiful eyes looking forward to the dark depths belonging to the place where the 2 dragons reside, murmuring, if we can kill these 2 dragons, isn't the energy of their magic cores a bit higher? Yeah. B+ grade giant dragons. The energy content is absolutely terrifying. Xia Yan's mouth, which had been constantly echoing the words, stopped at once. What did he hear? Kill who? That's good. Let's go. These low-grade magic cores aren't much fun. If we want to kill them, let's kill the high-grade ones. Xia Qianyu stretched her back. Ding. Please note to the host. Absolutely do not let Xia Qianyu find Jiang Yaran. The current Jiang Yaran is very weak and is not a match for Xia Qianyu. Once Jiang Yaran dies, it will be very difficult for the host to find a second life-preserving talisman in a short period of time. The system's voice was like thunder, rumbling in Xia Yan's heart. The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched, and beads of sweat gradually emerged from his forehead. Nonsense! Can he not know this? But, what he said doesn't count. Even if he stopped Xia Qianyu from killing Jiang Yaran, the other party would listen? The probability was that he would beat himself up and then do what I did. If Xia Qianyu could listen to himself, then Xia Yan wouldn't need any life preservation talisman. That, Queen Lord, I think it's better if we don't go looking for the giant dragon. Xia Yan spoke stiffly. Why? Xia Qianyu twisted her head, her willow brows slowly frowning. Oops. Xia Qianyu was already getting impatient. Xia Yan sensed this keenly, and his body was covered in even more cold sweat. No one could shake Xia Qianyu's determination to do what she was going to do. Even when he was in the dream as Xia Qianyu's master, the other party would not listen to his words. How could one possibly make the other party change her mind now? That, I think. Xia Yan snapped his face, racking his brain trying to find an excuse out. You're just my slave. The decisions I make, you just need to obey. Don't have thoughts you shouldn't have. Xia Qianyu spoke faintly, no temperature in her icy tone. Xia Yan laughed bitterly. He was familiar with Xia Qianyu and knew that the other party was clearly angry with this look. The mood of a sickly girl changed extremely fast. The thing of smiling 1 second and killing someone in anger the next. Xia Qianyu did not do it too often. Suddenly, a light voice filled with anger came. I said, what the hell is wrong with you? Xu Yanyan crossed her arms and blocked in front of Xia Yan. There should be a limit to playing with you, right? On this journey you have given a good face besides bossing Xia Yan around? We are companions, aren't we? Moreover, Xia Yan just thinks it's better not to mess with the giant dragon. He didn't say anything else. What's the meaning of that condescending attitude of yours? Xia Yan is just being kind-hearted. He wants to bring you out of your mental problems, but that doesn't mean he's really your slave. Put your frame away. Xu Yanyan spoke freely, her lovely pair of beautiful eyes staring tightly at Xie Qianyu. Along the way, as the time spent together deepened, she could already tell that the relationship between the two was not right. Gold medal partner is right, but all this is made possible by Xia Yan's bottomless dedication. No matter how big or small, as long as Xie Qianyu opens her mouth, Xia Yan has to obey unconditionally. It's all about providing for the ancestors. Everyone is obviously a new student, all equal. Even if you have a mental problem, even if you are the 1,000 gold of the Martial Alliance and the daughter of heaven, you can't treat Xia Yan like an animal, right? Yan Yan ah, you. Looking at the Chu Yan Yan who was on fire, Xia Yan was so scared that his hair stood up. Oops. The cultivation that he had painstakingly avoided and didn't want to happen had finally happened. Could Xie Qianyu, this sickly girl, endure Chu Yan Yan's accusations? Obviously. She couldn't. You're the first person who dares to accuse me. Xie Qianyu's face was expressionless, an icy coldness on her delicate face. Your courage is commendable, but unfortunately, you will be the last. Xia Yan was stunned, a sense of foreboding rising steeply in his heart. With his paws heavily planted on the ground, Xia Yan roared angrily, his supernatural ability fully open, only to see that Xie Qianyu, who was standing on the opposite side of the room, had taken out her Tai Ching sword at some point. Immediately, her catkin lightly waved, a brilliant and extremely bright, but full of death aura of the sword she straight rushed to Xie Qianyu. Move to kill. It is actually a word. To kill. Chu Yanyan was shocked. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. Thick incomprehension and unbelievability shrouded in her eyes. She cannot figure out. We are all classmates, and together under the secret realm of the companions. Even if the concepts are not the same, it is not so much as to directly move, right? And the moment they move is a killing move. The sword chi was getting closer and closer, almost sticking to the tip of Chu Yanyan's nose. Chu Yanyan smelled the breath of death. She was just a milkmaid, and everything happened so fast that she didn't even have time to summon her powers. Is going to die? Chu Yanyan was locked by the sword chi, desperately struggling but couldn't even lift a single finger. She could only watch the sword chi approaching. In the next second, a cluster of radiant blood flowers sprayed out, spilling all over the place, shocking to the eyes. Chapter 26, The Parting of the Ways. The blood stained the ground red, like an unscrewed faucet. The entire venue was silent, leaving only the slight sound of liquid dripping down. The pungent fishy odor rushed straight upwards, shocking to the eyes. On the outskirts of the buried Dragon Valley, inside the teacher's exclusive bus, the scene of Xie Qianyu slashing out that sword, followed by blood flowing on the ground, appeared on the monitor. Put. The orange sea Americano he bought earlier was wasted because of some abstract monster, and Zhuang Miao rebought another one for himself, but he didn't expect to see this scene in the monitor just after inserting the straw. Well, another wasted one, but now was obviously not the time to feel sorry for the coffee. Director Zhuang, this situation already belongs to jeopardizing student safety, right? I'm going to help you open the portal, so go save them. The teacher on the side was very enthusiastic, and after glancing at the monitor he instantly became anxious and kept urging Zhuang Miao to move. Beijing students were Beijing's people from the day they were admitted to Beijing, and everyone had a great sense of belonging to Beijing. Therefore, these teachers basically treated their students as their own children. Seeing that a student had seen blood, this enthusiastic teacher couldn't sit still at once. There was an air of Zhuang Miao refusing to go, so he would go. Well, I'll go now. Ugh, these brats, they really don't let me worry for a moment. Zhuang Miao's heart sank and his brows furrowed into a ball. It was true that he wanted to see Ashura, but he definitely didn't want to see blood. With his holiness on one end and his own students on the other, Zhuang Miao's heart was messed up like a piece of hemp. Suddenly, just as Zhuang Miao got up and intended to go forward, he caught a glimpse of the next scene in the monitor. Wait, don't need to go. Zhuang Miao's brows loosened, and the whole person cried and laughed. This Xia Yan was really out of his expectation. Is he dead himself? Chu Yanyan closed her eyes tightly, her long eyelashes trembled, and her heart beat indisputably. Having seen Xie Qianyu strike so many times along the way, Chu Yanyan knew the strength of the other party's sword chi by heart. Even the nine-eyed devil scorpion, whose shell was as hard as a C-rank, couldn't block one of Xie Qianyu's sword chi. How could she be spared when she was only a D-rank auxiliary? So unwilling. It is clear that she has just made up with Xia Yan, and there are still many things in the future that she has not done. The sea she wants to see, the hairy crab she wants to eat, and the wish to sit on the Ferris wheel once together have not yet been realized. The most unable to let go is still Xia Yan. Under the extreme sadness, Chu Yanyan's mind, there seems to be some faintly inaudible fragments swept through. Some slide-like scenes appeared in front of Chu Yanyan's eyes, but the scenes were too blurred and the speed was extremely fast. Chu Yanyan did not see anything. Why doesn't it hurt? Chu Yanyan waited for half a day, but the expected pain did not come. She was a bit puzzled but did not dare to open her eyes. Idiot. Suddenly, a voice that was extremely restrained but could still be heard for a few moments of pain appeared in Chu Yanyan's ears. This voice, it was familiar. Xia Yan? Chu Yanyan opened her eyes and instantly froze, only to see Xia Yan with his hands open, blocking in front of her, and on his back was a hideous and gruesome sword mark. A strand of blood spilled out from the corner of Xia Yan's mouth. His clear brows were furrowed, and his face was pale. There was no longer the jumpiness of the past. Of course it doesn't hurt. Brother blocked it for you. Xia Yan grinned, but the corners of his mouth were raised too much, pulling the wound, and he immediately drew a cold breath in pain. Are you an idiot? Who let you rush up? Chu Yanyan at this time, even if she was more stupid and sweet, she could see it. Xia Qianyu's sword. It was Xia Yan who blocked it for himself. But, Xia Yan is only E-level Ah, how did he do it? Knowing that Xia Qianyu can kill D-level beasts in seconds, only E-level strength but still rushed up to protect their own. This big fool, isn't this still alive? But if you don't give me treatment then I'll really die. Xia Yan drew cold air in pain. Just a moment ago, Xia Yan utilized his supernatural ability for the first time. 19 openings with everything in the world. Xia Yan picked his target on Xia Qianyu. He was betting that there was no upper limit to his alien ability. As long as Xia Qianyu was human, then he would definitely not die. The fewer the descriptions of the powers, the stronger they are. Xia Yan decided that this was the truth. He had gambled right. Although 19 openings would be treated like sandbags, in that instant, he was the same level of strength as Xia Qianyu. The strike that should have killed both of them together was just blocked by Xia Yan. After this time, Xia Yan had a rough estimate of his own powers. At the moment, it seems that in everything in the world 19 open this supernatural ability. There is no upper limit. As long as you can lock onto the target, then, you can have the same level of strength as the other party in a short period of time. It was just that the chance of winning was only 10%, but the consequences were also quite tragic. Xia Yan at this time is already a seriously injured body. Good thing Chu Yanyan has a top-level healing ability 9 Hearts Begonia. At this time Chu Yanyan used all her strength in the light of Begonia. Xia Yan felt that the severe pain in the body is like being smoothed by a palm. Much more comfortable. The ghastly sword marks on his back also gradually solidified, scabbed, and then fell off. In a short while, only shallow traces remained, and it wouldn't take long for them to return to their original state. Xia Yan stretched his limbs, the emptiness in his body quickly faded away, and the severe pain all over his body disappeared, and in his heart, he immediately praised the top-notch healing supernatural ability. Xia Yan, you. Xia Qianyu was slightly stunned, and for the first time, a stunned expression appeared on her high and cold face like a snow lotus. The moment she saw Xia Yan rushing up, Xia Qianyu somehow felt a pain in her heart. The sword chi she swung out could not be retrieved, but she did not choose to make up a few more. Heart was filled with a wave of irritation. Xia Qianyu looked at Xia Yan's back, for some reason, vaguely have a kind of panic. One seems to be afraid that Xia Yan is angry? Xia Qianyu's mind steeply rose with this ridiculous thought. These days of master and servant games, let's call it a day. Xia Yan did not return his head, noticing that Chu Yanyan still wanted to say something. Xia Yan stretched out his finger and gently shushed at his lips. Chu Yanyan will understand, although he does not understand what Xia Yan wants to do, but still obediently stand aside, not to disturb. What do you mean? You want to disobey me? Xia Qianyu's heart's unpleasant premonition grew deeper and deeper. Her willow eyebrows stood up and she stared at Xia Yan dead in the face. Xia Qianyu, I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm a loser, and my psychic ability is only level E. I've lived the whole abstract life so many times that even I feel like an abstract person. Xia Yan lowered his head, his broken hair covering his eyes. His thin lips lifted slightly, a sneer surfaced. But the abstract monster doesn't want to be abstract anymore. From the moment you laid your hands on Chu Yanyan, we can only go our separate ways. Chapter 27. Don't go. You do have bizarre powers, but your strength is too weak after all. It's impossible to survive in the secret realm. Xia Qianyu was filled with astonishment. Even if you can explode an energy equal to mine in a short period of time, how many times can you use this kind of bottom card? You're too weak. Without me, you'll die in the secret realm. Xia Qianyu was now upset. Very upset. She couldn't figure out what Xia Yan was smoking again. Chu Yanyan had disobeyed her, so what was wrong with dying? Chen Yi at the time, wasn't that how he died? For the sake of a Chu Yanyan, Xia Yan now wants to part ways with himself? How could he dare? You are a princess. 1,000 gold of the Martial Alliance, with a mysterious origin. You are supposed to be a person who should be high above the world. Such a person, and a dead house like me, are indeed not very suitable. Xia Yan slowly squatted down and untied the mouth tied on the sack. 113 E-grade magic cores, 89 D-grade magic cores, I will now return the share that belongs to you and only take what I deserve. Although it was Xie Qianyu who contributed, Xia Yan's perception also played a huge role. Otherwise it would have been impossible to get so many magic cores in a short period of time. Divided evenly, it was 56.5 E-grade magic cores and 44.5 D-grade magic cores. Xia Yan took out another sack and quickly divided it up, leaving only 2 pieces of grade E and D magic cores outside respectively. Without looking, Xia Yan grabbed the 2 pieces of magic cores with one hand and then knocked them heavily on the ground. Click! The magic core shattered into 2 pieces. Xia Yan picked up one side in half, stuffed it into the sack belonging to himself and handed it over to Chu Yanyan. Then he himself picked up the one belonging to Xie Qianyu and slowly walked over. Xia Yan, must you make it so ugly? I don't need magic cores. Xie Qianyu was irritated for a moment. She couldn't imagine that Xia Yan was actually trying to get real with her. A magic core that couldn't even reach the grade of B. She could look at it? In your eyes, what exactly is a human life? Xia Yan glanced at Xie Qianyu and placed the sack at Xie Qianyu's feet, then turned towards Chu Yanyan. He didn't want to say anything more. In other aspects, Xia Yan could tolerate at every turn. The person who made the other person regret his life was himself, so Xia Yan could tolerate a lot of things. Only this matter today. No, Xia Yan is not a saintly mother. In today's world, killing is not a big deal, but Xia Yan will only kill the person who should be killed. Never had the idea of killing indiscriminately. Chu Yanyan just accused Xie Qianyu. Even want to die? No such reason. Xia Yan didn't want to play along with Xie Qianyu anymore. Sick girl is not the capital to let her do whatever she wants, and he won't allow Xie Qianyu to trample on his own bottom line. Xie Qianyu stared blankly at the small sack on the ground, and the 2 halves of the magic core sitting alone on it. The 2 pieces of magic cores that were only half left stung Xie Qianyu's eyes with raw pain. Xia Yan, stop right there. Suddenly, Xie Qianyu roared in annoyance. Xia Yan was as if he hadn't heard, just stuck his hands in his pants pockets and slowly walked towards Chu Yanyan. Xia Yan. Chu Yanyan hesitated and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Xia Yan with a look. His bottom line does not allow concessions. Taking this opportunity, if he couldn't get Xie Qianyu to change her nature, Xia Yan would definitely not turn back. He was serious. I said, you come back. The Tai Ching sword in Xie Qianyu's hand shone brightly, dawning sword on surface behind Xie Qianyu, each one harboring an extremely terrifying aura. With so many sword-ons, it was feared that there were thousands of them. The area where a few people stood shook with this terrifyingly overpowering aura. This kind of scene was enough to make a C-ranked powerhouse tremble with fear. However, Xia Yan still kept his footsteps, not even turning his head back. Come back to me. Xie Qianyu closed her eyes, and her sword-on swiftly stabbed out like an arrow off the string. Rumble. The destructive force caused by the thousands of sword-ons was terrifying, and the area where several people were located was almost flattened by this blast. The entire buried Dragon Valley began to shake slightly, and the group of new students who were trying out looked up in confusion, wondering why there would be earthquakes in the secret realm as well. Gradually, the smoke dispersed. A sound of gentle footsteps slowly sounded. Xia Yan walked up to Chu Yanyan, his body unharmed. Those sword-ons only shot at Xia Yan's side. None of them injured Xia Yan. Xia Yan. Chu Yanyan glanced at Xie Qianyu, and then looked at Xia Yan. The situation between these 2 people made Chu Yanyan already somewhat unable to understand. It's fine, let's go. Xia Yan shook his head, bent down to pick up the sack that belonged to him, and walked towards the back. Chu Yanyan sighed helplessly, retracted her sight from Xie Qianyu and followed. She didn't have much goodwill towards Xie Qianyu, the person who almost killed herself and Xia Yan. Maybe it was more or less before, but it was certain that there was none at all now. Don't go. Xie Qianyu hung her hand powerlessly as the Tai Ching sword was taken back into her body. Her eyes gradually turned red, just squatting on the ground with her hands clasped on her knees. She was lost in thought. The hallowed 1,000 gold of the Martial Alliance, the honorable 13 people. At this moment, she was like a little girl who had made a mistake, helpless and fragile. Master was lost by me, and the slave who was very similar to Master was also lost by me. Xie Qianyu's eyes were lifeless. Her body was chilled. Outside the buried Dragon Valley, Zhuang Miao looked at the images coming from the monitor and the fragile side of Zun Zun that he had seen for the first time, and couldn't help but sigh. At the moment when thousands of sword-ons came out in unison just now, Zhuang Miao's heart was in his throat, and he almost directly broke through the secret realm and rushed in. It was good that His Holiness still had his senses and didn't directly stab Xia Yan to death. He also didn't expect that the always Xia Yan would be so hardened, and the sword on that was enough to stab a C-ranked powerhouse into a sugar plum couldn't even stop him in his tracks. Alas, Zhuang Miao sighed again. He quit smoking a long time ago, but at this time, looking at Zun Shang's forlorn appearance, Zhuang Miao had no reason, suddenly wanted to smoke a cigarette. Zhuang Miao was very clear about Zun Shang's character. Her care for Xia Yan was definitely not what it appeared to be. The root cause of this conflict was still that Zun Shan wanted to use her own methods to help Xia Yan improve his strength. It was only that it was implemented at the wrong time. Zhuang Miao rubbed his chest, still wanting to go smoke a cigarette. The other classes were honest. Except for exploring the buried Dragon Valley, there was nothing wrong with them. Why was his class so special? No, it wasn't. It should be. How come these few people are so special? Zhuang Miao had been staring at Xia Yan's 3-member squad for so long that his chest hurt almost every so often. Pissed off. Scourge ah. Zhuang Miao let out a long sigh. Nor did he know who he was talking about. Chapter 28, Sandbagging. The examination in the buried Dragon Valley did not last long. Only 3 days. Without Xia Qianyu, the top combatant, Xia Yan and Xu Yanyan's speed of collecting magic cores instantly dropped. Only half of it should be enough. Xia Yan, you should quickly absorb these magic cores. It should be enough for you to break through to rank D. Xu Yanyan glanced at Xia Yan worriedly. 2 days had passed since he chose to part ways with Xia Qianyu. Tomorrow, it would be the day to go out from the burial Dragon Valley. Today, one only needed to pass through the chaotic stone forest in front of them. Even if they passed through the buried Dragon Valley, as the name suggests, the chaotic stone forest is full of cluttered towering stone pillars, and underneath the pillars is a layer of thick mist that cannot be seen through. No one knew what was under the mist, but no one would be curious enough to go down and take a look, precisely because this was the last way out. Basically all of the new students participating in the examination were gathered at the camp not far away. No, these are for you. I can't use the magic cores. Xu Yanyan's words interrupted Xia Yan's thoughts. Then he turned his head with a slight smile and pushed the sack towards Xu Yanyan's front. Are you kidding? The energy of the magic core is the most suitable to be absorbed. How could it not be used? Xu Yanyan crossed her arms and said fiercely, don't be humble at this time, I'll let you use it and hurry up. I'm at least a D-ranked powerhouse. My strength is stronger than yours. You bring up your strength first. It's not that I'm humble. It's true that I can't use it. Xia Yan helplessly smiled, saw that Xu Yanyan did not believe, simply took out a piece of E-grade magic core from the sack, put it in his palm, then launched the foreign energy. Quietly. Nothing happened. How is it possible? Xu Yanyan's pair of beautiful eyes stared round. Surprisingly, it really couldn't be absorbed? She had never heard of such a thing happening. Normally speaking, the absorption of the magic core was very easy. One only needed to place the magic core in their palm and then activate their supernatural ability, and the energy within the magic core would be absorbed into their body, enhancing their strength. Even if some people's qualifications are not good and they can't absorb all the energy within the magic core, they can still absorb a little bit of it, like Xia Yan's situation of not being able to absorb it at all. It was the first time Xu Yanyan had seen it. It was not even heard of. I didn't lie to you, did I? My supernatural ability is a bit evil. I can advance in other ways, and magic cores can't be absorbed. Xia Yan coughed dryly, then without any further ado, he stuffed the sack into Xu Yanyan's hand and said, the reason why I would split the magic core into 2 before was for you. If you become a C-class earlier, my protection can also be a little more. Isn't it? Hearing this, Xu Yanyan suddenly realized. It turned out that Xia Yan had never cold-shouldered himself. Even when he was teaming up with Xia Qianyu, Xia Yan had gone around collecting magic cores for his own sake. Xu Yanyan's heart crossed a touching, at the same time secretly resolved, must not fail Xia Yan's heart. With herself, she was Xia Yan's most reliable life preserver. At this point, she did not push back, and put the sack away carefully. It couldn't be absorbed yet, and could only be brought out after it had been tested by the teachers when they went out. Otherwise, if the magic cores that had been collected with great difficulty were all used in the secret realm and went out empty-handed, wouldn't it be that she wouldn't even be able to get on the rankings? To know the ranking of the opening examination, each one is rewarded. The top 3 rewards are even more generous. No one would not want it. Suddenly, a commotion came from the camp in front of the chaotic stone forest. Xia Yan and Xu Yanyan glanced at each other and walked over towards that side. Xia Qianyu, who hadn't been seen for a long time, was dressed in white and holding a Tai Ching sword, standing in front of the foursome led by Chang. Her face was expressionless, but the icy cold in her eyes was even more intense than before. Xia Qianyu, what the hell are you doing? Brother Chang covered his intensely painful chest, almost unable to even catch his breath. At this moment, his heart was filled with panic. Which half of his love for Xia Qianyu was still there? That's right, even if you're the daughter of the Martial Arts Alliance, you can't just say you're going to hit someone with your hands, right? The skinny monkey boy who was scared to tears by Xia Qianyu in the classroom shouted loudly, his face red with righteous indignation. The surrounding students pointed at the place and shook their heads. Just a moment ago, Xia Qianyu suddenly came here, and the Chang brother 4 were the first to come over, wanting to be courteous, but all they heard was Xia Qianyu say sandbag bag, and before they could react, They were beaten up like a storm, fist to flesh. The foursome are all D-rank strength. The strongest strong brother, in the D rank is not weak, although not yet to the D+ level, but will not be too much difference. However, facing Xie Qianyu's offense directly, Chang was beaten so much that he could not even lift his head up. Xie Qianyu did not use the Tai Ching sword, but only used her fists and feet, which made Chang tired of dealing with the situation and in a sorry state. Although the other three do not know what happened, but still want to persuade the goddess not to be angry. Was Xie Qianyu like a gathering of monsters? All hit again. Not a single one was left behind. 4 people, neat and tidy. Crazy, come up and hit people. Chang covered his reddened face as he pointed at Xie Qianyu and yelled. Being beaten up like this in front of all the freshmen of Beijing, even if Chang liked Xie Qianyu as much as he did, it was enough to turn his liking into hatred. At the age of a teenager, it was the time to love face. Letting him lose face in front of so many people was not as painful as killing him directly. Waste. Xie Qianyu stretched her slender catkin and slowly walked towards the chaotic stone forest, a flying step onto the stone pillar. From the beginning to the end, Xie Qianyu did not even glance at the quartet. The extreme contempt caused the foursome's faces to sink completely. Brother Chang, what do you say? The skinny monkey boy gritted his teeth, the anger in his eyes almost penetrating his body. She disgraced me in the first place, and she's disgraced me again today. I have to kill her, but every move here is watched by the Zhuang guide outside. How can I kill someone? Brother Chang poo-pooed and spat out his broken teeth, his face grim. No, this place belongs to the depths of the buried Dragon Valley. The Zhuang guides can't see it. Let's do it quickly. Let's do it right here. She's already stepped on the stone pillar. Once she steps on it, she definitely won't survive. The thin monkey boy obviously had an idea. A cold smile said, at that time, when the Zhuang director asked, just say Xie Qianyu stepped on the air and fell down. The whole of a death without proof. Who will suspect? I don't believe that on the stone pillar. She can still have such good hands. After a few words, Chang was obviously a bit impressed. It was hard to even stand on Stonehenge, let alone fight back. Do it, Brother Chang. If we don't decide, Xie Qianyu is going to walk to the other bank. The skinny monkey boy kept urging. This kind of sneak attack opportunity is not so easy to find. Once you miss it, it's hard to find it a second time. Okay, listen to you guys. Do it. Brother Chang's eyes flashed with a stern aura, and he let out a fierce smile. Chapter 29, The Siege. Xie Qianyu walked on the chaotic stone forest. The surrounding harsh wind kept blowing her 3,000 green silk. Xie Qianyu's face was expressionless, her hands behind her back, and a scene of what Xia Yan said to her rang in her ears. The master-servant game these days, let's call it a day. Xie Qianyu, I don't want to play with you anymore. From the moment you laid your hands on Chu Yanyan, we were destined to only go our separate ways. Xie Qianyu's slender jade fingers gradually clenched into fists, her white bones and green veins clearly visible. Her heart was not as plain as her expression. A northern Qing scholar is just a student. Why is he not killable? Indecisive, living like a saintly mother. Xie Qianyu paused, looked down at the bottom of the thick fog, and sighed quietly, with a complex expression. But, you really seem like a master teacher again. These days together, Xia Yan takes Xie Qianyu as a thick thigh. Xie Qianyu is not observing Xia Yan? The scale in Xie Qianyu's heart had begun to slowly tilt, and many times, she subconsciously wanted to think and start from an angle that was favorable to Xia Yan. This feeling makes Xie Qianyu very uncomfortable. Could it be that I'm really doing it wrong? Xie Qianyu's eyes were haunted, and a wave of frustration surged up from the bottom of her heart. The 13 peoples venerable, the 1,000 gold of the martial alliance, even the previous holy maiden of the demon sect, Xie Qianyu had never had the idea that she could be wrong. But now, she had. Incredibly clear. Suddenly, Xie Qianyu's willow brows knitted. The confusion in her eyes swept away, replaced by a glare that was as bright as a star. Whoosh! A wave of light grazed Xie Qianyu's arm and flew past, disappearing into the sea of clouds behind her. TSK, pretty quick reaction. Worthy of being the martial alliance's daughter. Brother Chang let out a sardonic laugh as the quartet landed on the stone pillars in turn, surrounding Xie Qianyu. At this time, Brother Chang was no longer like a human being, with dense animal hair on his face and a pitch-black king character on his forehead. Behind him, a huge black snake resembled a tail, coiled around Chang's waist, and the snake's unique cold vertical pupils looked coldly at Xie Qianyu. Offensive beast-type exotic ability. Snake Tiger. The remaining 3 people also summoned their abilities, without exception. All of them are offense class. The skinny monkey-looking man, whose ability is also like a monkey, is hunchbacked and sitting on a stone pillar with a gloomy gaze. Offense-type beast system ability. Monkey King. The remaining 2 men, one holding a hammer and the other carrying a large sword, were imposing. Although the quartet had led a scribbly life and were all crooked-looking, their own strength and talent belonged to the first class and Class A after Xie Qianyu. At this time, when they joined forces, it could be said that in the entire northern Qing freshmen, there were not many who could block them. Looking for death, Xia Qianyu coldly smiled. Being interrupted in her thoughts made her extraordinarily unhappy. Her lotus steps lightly moved, and the Tai Ching sword suddenly appeared in her hand. A mere 4 D-ranks, and they dared to sneak attack themselves? She was tired of living. Xia Qianyu's aura rose, and the temperature around her lowered. It was as if she was using her body as a sword, the severity almost piercing through the entire secret realm. Suddenly, a faint mosquito-like voice transmission entered Xia Qianyu's ears. Really? Xia Qianyu's willow brows furrowed, and the rising aura on her body stopped. Damn it! Xia Qianyu shook her head in annoyance, her eyes glowing gloomily in her eyes. For the sake of the plan, my true cultivation cannot be exposed. But if only D-level cultivation is used, in this environment where the astral winds are constantly blowing, and even standing on the stone pillars is unsteady, even Xia Qianyu is not sure of defeating the 4 D-level geniuses head-on. The unusual situation on Xia Qianyu's body was not noticed by the quartet. Move fast. The teaching group outside can't see what's going on here, but if we keep dragging on, there will be more and more freshmen around, which is not favorable for us. Chang's eyes flashed quickly, then he took the lead and charged straight at Xia Qianyu. The skinny monkey boy also rushed towards Xia Qianyu, although his start was a bit slower than Chang's, but the Monkey King's ability was originally known for its speed, so he rushed away and instantly surpassed Chang. The remaining 2 were blocking Xia Qianyu's back road, harassing her from time to time, leaving Xia Qianyu with no time to deal with the incoming enemy in the front. Xia Qianyu scat in displeasure. In the past, even if these people's attacks were at full strength, they were just as soft and feeble as mosquito bites. However, this area of the chaotic stone forest was extremely special, although it belonged to the depths of the buried Dragon Valley. Because of the mist, the monitoring was ineffective, but because of this, Beijing had arranged quite a number of strong people here, recording every move here. The behavior of the foursome had already violated the rules of the Northern Qing, but unless the situation was so critical that it was out of control, these teachers who stayed behind would not take action. Everything will be settled after they leave the Dragon Burial Valley. If not for Zhuang Miao's timely voice transmission, I'm afraid that Xie Qianyu's hidden strength will be discovered by the Northern Qing. In this way, all the plans of the 13 people will fall apart. The 3 deans who were seriously injured were not suspected because Xie Qianyu's cultivation level was too low. If Beijing finds out that Xie Qianyu's actual strength is higher than the dean's, the consequences will be too serious. The consequences would be too serious. Of course these things were unknown to the quartet in front of them. They were still foolishly thinking that what they did in the depths of the buried Dragon Valley would never be known by the teaching group. Stinky, give face. Take you as a goddess and you don't cherish it. Then don't blame your buddies for being ruthless. The situation in the field took a sharp turn for the worse. Facing the strong attack of the 4, Xia Qianyu was a bit tired to cope with it. At this time, her face was tightly tensed. The gloom in her eyes became more and more intense. Being forced into such a situation by 4 D-ranks was simply a strange shame. If it wasn't for the surrounding astral wind environment and the stone pillars under her feet, which prevented Xie Qianyu from utilizing her full strength, even if she could only use her D-rank cultivation, what could she do? These 4 people, they couldn't even get close enough. The gloom on Xie Qianyu's face could almost wring out water. The commotion on the chaotic stone forest could not be hidden from the crowd of freshmen in the camp not far away, who were now watching the scene and discussing it. Xia Qianyu is a genius, yes, but usually act too high and cold, who do not give face. The freshmen also just take Xia Qianyu as a high goddess, who did not want to be friends with her. Naturally, no one would make a move. After all, the foursome was not something anyone could mess with. Xia Yan, why don't I go help Xia Qianyu? Xu Yan, who had just arrived at the camp not long ago and witnessed the whole process, was a bit intolerant. No need. Xia Qianyu's strength is so strong. Right now it's probably just teasing those 4 fools. They'll all be killed in seconds in a while. Xia Yan hugged his arms and watched the scene with interest. Not worried at all. The C-rank Chen Yi could be seconded. These 4 could hurt Xie Qianyu? Just kidding. But suddenly, a word from the system made Xia Yan's face instantly change. Chapter 30, what a coincidence. Ding. Please be very careful, host, and help out if necessary. What do you mean? Let me go? You're crazy. Xia Yan froze for a moment. He was very self-aware. That kind of environment in the chaotic stone forest, coupled with the fact that his own supernatural ability was strong when it met strength, but weak when it met weakness, I'm afraid that if he was slightly hit, he would fall down. The bottom of that is a boundless sea of fog. In the end, what is inside? No one can say. In case it happens to fall into the mouth of the giant dragon, that scene can be too frightening. Under the sea of fog is the cave where Jiang Yiran is. If the host does not make a move, Xie Qianyu will soon be knocked down. If the two women meet, Xia Qianyu will surely kill Jiang Yuran to take the magic core of the Dragon Dan. Is the host really not going to go? Rumble. Xia Yan is like being struck by lightning. His mouth is crooked and his eyes are slanted. I'm not sure if I'm going to go. What a coincidence. Jiang Yuran was even here? The sea of fog is so big. It's not always possible to bump right into it, right? What if? Xia Yan's face was ugly, but he still had a point of hope and asked, Ding, please don't underestimate Xia Qianyu too much. As one of the heroines of the dream world, the qi on Xia Qianyu is very strong, so the probability of falling down the sea of mist but not being able to find Jiang Yuran is infinitely close to zero. Jiang Yuran has half of the treasures of the buried Dragon Valley. This chance, if Xia Qianyu gets it, I'm afraid it will advance her plans, and at that time, it will be very difficult for the host to raid Xia Qianyu even if he wants to. Please make up your mind as soon as possible and face your fears head on. Leaning north. Let yourself face the fear again? You're great. You're noble. You're the system. No one can hurt you. What about me? Xia Yan was so angry that his teeth were grinding flat. If he had a choice, he really didn't want to face this fear head on. Yen, take care of yourself first. Whatever happens in a while, don't get excited. I'm sure I can come out alive. Got it? Xia Yan stared dead on at the field. Xia Qianyu's situation was getting worse and worse. Just like a duckweed in the rain, there was a possibility of falling at any time. The foursome also saw this. Their moves became even more vicious, making it clear that they wanted to beat this woman who had humiliated them in public. What are you doing? Chu Yan was confused, but she saw that Xia Yan's figure had already disappeared, and when she turned her head, she saw Xia Yan charging straight into the chaotic stone forest, where Xia Qianyu was. Are you crazy? Chu Yan was shocked. Even a strength like Xia Qianyu was on the verge of being knocked down. Xia Yan was only E rank. How could he possibly get any better? Is Xia Qianyu's position in Xia Yan's heart that important? Both of them have quarreled, and they still risk their lives to save each other like this? Trust me. Wait for me to come out. Xia Yan roared angrily, and then his supernatural ability activated, targeting the strongest of the foursome, Chang. Soon, an abundant spiritual energy filled the limbs and bones. Xia Yan glanced at his palms, then clenched them into fists. Is this the D-rank realm? It's really strong. Xia Yan gave a silent thought in his heart, and a touch of heaviness gradually climbed up in the depths of his eyes. The current him, I'm afraid, could hang and beat the self from just now. The gap was already so big at just D rank. How strong should Xia Qianyu be at his full bloom? When he ate Xia Qianyu's sword, everything happened so fast that Xia Yan didn't have time to realize what kind of realm he was in at that time. But after estimating in his mind, Xia Yan was shocked to find out, rank D. Not even 1% of the strength that Xia Qianyu was able to exert at that time. Xia Yan was sure that Xia Qianyu did not use her full strength at that time, but it was still far beyond D rank. How strong was Xia Qianyu? It was too late to ponder. Xia Yan's feet heavily stepped on the ground, and with the help of this recoil, like a speeding bullet, he rushed up the stone pillar. Fan Chang, it seems that the evaluation of you in the beginning was still too conservative. Even a woman you beat, really live born. Xia Yan let out a furious shout, and then a fist blasted at the back of Chang's heart. Bang! Caught off guard. Brother Chang was hit squarely. The current Xia Yan was already on the same level as him. After receiving the full force of Xia Yan's blow, Brother Chang only felt indescribably uncomfortable all over his body. The severe pain was like an ocean, surging madly in his mind. Xia Yan, don't you only have E-level strength? How is it possible? A mouthful of blood spurted out from Brother Chang, and then his body staggered, almost slipping off the stone pillar. If it wasn't for the skinny monkey boy on the side who was quick on his feet and grabbed Brother Chang's arm, Brother Chang would have fallen down. What kind of strength do I have? Do I still need to report it to you? What a thing! Xia Yan smiled contemptuously, then looked at the complex-faced Xia Qianyu, gently breathed a sigh of relief, and faintly said, Sorry, I'm late. With a single word, Xia Qianyu instantly froze. It was as if there was an electric current in her body, traveling around, and Xia Qianyu's eyes instantly reddened. This sentence, Master Teacher had also said. Xia Yan, however, just wanted to pretend to be better than, did not expect that in an unintentional way, the words spoken could actually hit Xia Qianyu's heart directly. Looking around, Xia Yan began to calculate, in the end, how to not move to fall down. Not only can he help Xia Qianyu out, but also won't make the crowd suspicious. Xia Yan was sure at this point that under the Sea of Mist, was definitely the burial Dragon Valley opportunity that everyone could only dream of. If the acting wasn't on point and made others suspicious, I'm afraid it would bring about quite a few variables. Kid, I admit that I underestimated you before, but that's as far as it goes. Fan Chang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and let out a fierce laugh. Brothers, add one more target. Send both of them down to me. Alright, the foursome quickly rushed up. I'll see who dares. Xia Qianyu woke up as if from a dream, shouting delicately. Her Tai Ching sword drew a semicircle. Wherever it passed, sword chi raged. Suddenly, Xia Qianyu's pupils shrunk slightly, only to see that Fan Chang actually didn't care about the sword chi he had swung out, and was actually trying to send himself down even if he had to fight this injury. Put! The sword chi hit Fan Chang squarely, blood gushing out from the other party's mouth, but his attack didn't stop at all, and in just a blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Xia Qianyu. Go down on me, stinking! Fan Chang laughed, his palm raised high. His supernatural ability cultivated to level B, can be transformed into a real tiger that looks like a magical beast. At this time, although only level D, but the palm has already transformed into a tiger's palm. At this time a palm shot down, vaguely stirred up a piece of air-breaking sound. Xia Qianyu only had time to raise her arms and carry down this palm with her D-rank strength, but her feet were already unsteady and her figure fell towards the sea of mist. At the critical moment, Xia Yan dodged and appeared behind Xia Qianyu, and then slapped out both palms to help Xia Qianyu stabilize her body. Xia Yan himself, however, was caught by the thin monkey boy. A kick in the waist, the whole person just flew out from the stone pillar. It fell straight into the sea of fog. Xia Yan, Shu Yan Yan exclaimed. Chapter 31 Treating them. Shu Yan Yan's heart instantly seized up, but it was too far away from the other party, and she could only watch as Xia Yan fell down towards the sea of fog just like that. Xia Qianyu's eyes flashed with a thick flash of incredulity. Just now should have been her to fall down. This idiot. Unlike the two women's hearts that were instantly seized up, Xia Yan was delighted in his heart. His acting skills were really great. In this way, I'm afraid that no one would suspect himself, right? Next, all that was needed was to maintain the falling position. Xia Yan closed his eyes, and the corner of his mouth even raised a smile. Suddenly, Xia Yan felt that his left hand was held by a pair of palms that were petite but full of warmth. It was Xia Qianyu. You would actually save me? Xia Yan opened his eyes and blurted out. Xia Qianyu, this sickly little girl, would actually save someone? Did the sun come out of the west? Shut up. Xia Qianyu pursed her lips, and there was a bone-deep madness in her eyes. There was even a touch of scarlet. Are you still mad at me? Suddenly, Xia Qianyu suddenly asked. Why did you suddenly ask that? Xia Yan frowned, a thought suddenly crossing his mind. It was impossible for Xia Qianyu to suddenly save herself for no reason. And the system had also said that Xia Qianyu's favor value towards herself had not increased. As a sickly girl who had thoughts of annihilation when she moved, how could she have taken the initiative to save someone? Could Yuing want to rob Lousy of his chance? Xia Yan's eyes changed, and the more he thought about it, the more likely it was. Xia Qianyu definitely saw it. Under the sea of fog was the chance. Maybe, she even knew about Zheng Iran's existence. How else could she have saved herself? Answer me. Are you still angry with me? Xia Qianyu's expression was serious, but the scarlet in her eyes was getting deeper and deeper. Seeing this, Xia Yan's heart was suddenly solemn. That's right, with a gesture like this, she definitely knew what was underneath the sea of mist. Finished. Xia Yan knew Xia Qianyu's temper better than anyone. Now found out that he has something to hide from her. I am afraid. My life is over. Just when Xia Yan was thinking hard, looking for countermeasures, Fan Chang had already arrived on top of the stone pillar that Xia Qianyu was standing on. TSK. What a touching scene. Fan Chang let out a sardonic smile, then slowly approached. Originally, I was still fretting about how I should get rid of both of you, but it turns out that you took the initiative to send me to the door? Fan Chang was getting closer and closer to the two of them, and there was a cold light faintly flashing on his tiger palm. On the snake head behind him, a thick green aura had already appeared on the dark snake's letter. Obviously, Fan Chang had no intention of letting the duo go. If you dare to touch me, I swear that I will definitely take your life. Xia Qianyu glanced at Fan Chang, her delicate face chilling. Fan Chang covered his stomach and laughed loudly. If I do away with you two here, who outside will know? Your deaths will be in vain. Don't worry, my acting skills are very good. Even if there is a martial arts alliance to pursue the blame afterward, I will fully cooperate with the other party's investigation. And if necessary, I will cry a little bit to remember our classmate love. It's also possible. Fan Chang raised his tiger's palm, and the snake's head was raised at the same time. The next moment was a killing move. How dare you? Xia Qianyu gritted a mouthful of silver teeth. Things were already out of her control, and when necessary, Xia Qianyu had already planned to unseal her cultivation. Even if Bei Qing discovered her plan, she could never let Fan Chang have his way. But suddenly, giggle, there was a flash of coldness. Xia Qianyu only felt a sharp stinging pain in her palm and subconsciously loosened her hand for a split second. When Xia Qianyu reacted, Xia Yan had already detached himself from her palm. In his hand, there was half a piece of magic core. It was with this half-piece of magic core that Xia Yan stabbed into Xia Qianyu's palm just now. It was the demon core of the D-class demonic beast, the nine-eyed demon scorpion, that they had killed when they first entered the secret realm. It was also the piece that Xia Yan and Xia Qianyu had cut when they parted ways. Are you crazy? A flash of dismay flashed across Xia Qianyu's eyes as she reached out to grab it, but she didn't even catch the corner of her coat. Xia Yan held a smug smile and disappeared into the boundless sea of fog. Don't try to snatch the chance from me, Xia Yan shouted in his heart. Xia Yan! Xu Yanyan desperately ran over at this time, pouncing on the edge of the stone pillar and frantically shouting, but only a thick fog could be seen. Not even a ghost shadow could be seen. Why? Tears slipped from Xu Yanyan's eyes. Xia Qianyu also froze, raised his palm, looked at a scratch left by the magic core on it, and gradually there was more than a touch of something in his eyes. Is he doing this in order not to drag himself down? Xia Qianyu tilted her head, her swan-like slender neck trembling slightly. She closed her eyes. Xu Yanyan sat on her knees and sobbed in a small voice. A momentary silence appeared in the spot. Even the foursome froze for a moment. But soon, Fan Shang came back to his senses and laughed coldly. This waste is still thinking about pity when he is dead? This stupid then even said that I'm a licking dog. I think he's the biggest licking dog. Fan Shang's words resonated with the remaining three, and for a moment, ear-piercing jeers tore through the brief silence in the arena. You are not allowed to denigrate Xia Yan. It's all your fault. Xu Yanyan raised her head, and for the first time, hatred appeared on her petite face. She hated why she didn't stop Xia Yan, hated why she didn't have the ability to fight and was only a support. Can only watch Xia Yan go to death. Under the extreme pain, the fragments that had appeared in Xu Yanyan's mind earlier reappeared. Only this time, the speed was much slower than the last time. Xu Yanyan seemed to see some very familiar images. This is. Xu Yanyan opened her mouth wide. Her beautiful eyes suddenly flashed with incredulity. Denigration? What we said is clearly the truth, alright? The truth is still not allowed to be said? Fan Shang laughed so hard that his stomach hurt. Isn't Xia Yan just a licking dog? For a woman, he even lost his life. Laughed me to death. You. Xu Yanyan detached herself from the bizarre state and was too angry to speak. There's no need to bull **** with dead people. Suddenly, Xia Qianyu opened her eyes. Anger, sorrow, dismay, all of these emotions, all disappeared. At this moment, Xia Qianyu seemed to have returned to her former high spirits. It was as cold and piercing as a heavenly mountain snow lotus. However, her eyes were filled with a bone-chilling scarlet color, maniacal and hideous. The quartet was frightened by the aura, but Fan Shang remained unbelieving, shaking his head and laughing. Don't be funny, Xia Qianyu, do you really think you can beat the four of us? The words just fell. A faintly inaudible thread quickly surfaced around Xia Qianyu, followed by slicing through Fan Shang's limbs. Only a head remained. Blood sprayed all over the place. 9 heart begonias. Xia Qianyu glanced at Xu Yanyan and said indifferently, if you want to avenge Xia Yan, heal them. Use these magic cores to replenish your spiritual energy when it runs out. I want you, all the time, to heal them, but be sure not to let them die. Chapter 32, Not Dead? There was no resentment, no hysteria, no anger. Xia Qianyu's tone was so flat, just like a review after tea. It was as if she felt that the coffee was a bit hot and the cookies were a bit too sweet, but the flavor was still good, so she gave a review. But all the people who heard it were all chilled to the bone. Obviously the temperature was very high, but it made them all brush their backs with a chill, a coldness that went straight to the sky. While laying a deadly hand on the foursome, he had the nurse heal, with all her might at the same time, coupled with the fact that 9 Hearts Begonia was a top-tier healing ability, and at this time there were only 4 people who needed to be healed. It didn't count as a load at all. The foursome could only watch as their bodies were sliced open one after another, followed by healing, and the pain was like ocean waves, with wave after wave rushing up. What kind of torture was this? The eyes of Fan Shang and the others gradually shifted from disdain in the beginning to horror. From the moment Xia Qianyu used that one bizarre silk thread, they didn't even have the ability to resist. Like fish on a chopping board, they could only be sliced open by Xia Qianyu one after another, but it quickly healed again, and the flesh and skin that had just grown well was sliced open again. Such pain had exceeded the limit of what the human body could bear. Xia Qianyu, must it continue like this? So cruel. Xu Yanyan was in extreme anger just now, and Xia Qianyu's approach was extremely relieving. She subconsciously did so, but now reason gradually returned. Xu Yanyan suddenly remembered that Xia Yan had once said that no matter what happened in a while, do not get excited. Could it be that Xia Yan had long predicted that he would fall into the fog sea? Or is it that Xia Yan has other plans? Xu Yanyan was not sure what Xia Yan's plan was, but it was very likely that the other party was still alive. Cruel? I only feel that the hand is still too light. beneath Xie Qianyu's calm eyes, there was a scarlet insanity that sent chills down one's spine. Overflowing anger wasn't really scary, but what was really scary was Xie Qianyu's anger that was hidden deep inside her heart. While her appearance was calm and unruffled, like an underwater volcano about to erupt, the danger was extremely high. Witch, you're a witch. The quartet was tortured beyond human form. Fan Chang was horrified to find that the Xie Qianyu in front of him was like a different person, and his own self, who had dominated a moment ago, was actually like a piece of broken rag at this moment, being casually toyed with by the other party. The other party is just playing with her. She doesn't even have the ability to fight back. Fan Chang's heart is filled with remorse. If he had known that Xie Qianyu was not to be messed with, he would have endured it in the first place. The situation of the other three is even worse. The original small courage of the skinny monkey boy was scared to the point of urine and feces. When in the classroom, Xie Qianyu left him a nightmare in his heart. This impression is even more profound. The body trembles like shaking chaff. More terrible than death is the situation in front of this cannot even die. Suddenly, a tide of sea blue energy surges in, wrapping the foursome in, interrupting Xie Qianyu's threads, but not obscuring the holy light of the Nine Hearts begonia. Xie Qianyu didn't directly kill the other party in order to torment them, so after the silk thread was interrupted, the quartet situation instantly improved quite a bit under the illumination of the Nine Hearts begonia. It's Director Zhuang, Fan Chang cried out in joy, and after seeing the visitor clearly, he, who had always been a bit of a prick on weekdays, couldn't wait to kowtow to Zhuang Miao on the spot. The benefactor it was too timely. Fan Chang swore in his heart. From now on, Zhuang Guide let him do what he did. Absolutely not a prick. Alas, the lesson has been given, and if it continues, it's not going to end well. Zhuang Miao rubbed his eyebrows, suddenly appeared beside Xie Qianyu, looking at the tragic situation around him, and the rising smell of blood in the air. Zhuang Miao felt his chest ache. Couldn't you just stay out of trouble? Couldn't one just be honest? He just wanted to settle down and drink a cup of orange sea Americano in the bus. Did he break the law? Offend anyone? Why is it that all the other classes are so well behaved, but his is the only one with such a problem? If I had known, I would not have come to be the lead teacher. Zhuang Miao is another sigh. Gossip can really kill the cat. If not to see the Shura, he will not come. But there is a cause and effect. Fortunately, today here is their own, but also can put the Zuensure silk block on a block. Save those boys a life. If another teacher had come, I'm afraid that he would really have to get a few lives out today. Do you want to die? Xie Qianyu looked at Zhuang Miao coldly. The scarlet in her eyes deepened a few points again. Calm down. Xia Yan isn't dead yet. Zhuang Miao laughed bitterly and took out a compass-sized instrument in his hand. This was the Xian spirit disc produced by Beiqing, which was used to remotely detect a student's situation through the school insignia that the student wore on his chest. From the Xian spirit disc, the bright spot of light underneath Xia Yan's name showed that instead of being dead, Xia Yan's pulse was strong, and his condition was even better than before. Not dead? Xie Qianyu froze for a moment, snatching the Xianling disc and looking at it carefully for a long time. She was 1,000 gold of the Martial Alliance. Naturally she would not be unfamiliar with the Xianling disc, and it was indeed Xia Yan's name and school emblem coded on it. In such a short period of time, even if Zhuang Miao wanted to fake it, it would be absolutely too late. Determining that Xia Yan was still alive, the monstrous killing intent on Xie Qianyu's body suddenly gave out. The scarlet and tyrannical emotions dissipated and disappeared, reverting back to its original cool appearance. Xia Yan isn't dead? Great, great. Xu Yanyan pursed her lips tightly, with a happy smile on her face, but the tears in her eyes couldn't be stopped. Everything happened too fast. Xu Yanyan experienced once again from great joy to great sorrow and then to great joy, only to feel that the emotions were a little bit unable to shift over. But the good thing was, she could feel at ease. Xia Yan really did not lie to her. Little ancestor, you don't think about it. If Xia Yan really died, how could I not step in? Zhuang Miao shook her head and smiled helplessly. Now it seems that instead of dying, this kid fell into the sea of mist. The odds are that he was blessed by the disaster. You mean, he got a chance? Xie Qianyu, who was already intelligent and understood at the slightest point, glanced down at the sea of fog and her eyes lit up slightly. In order to save you, this kid gave up his life. Getting this chance is also considered deserved. Zhuang Miao laughed. Xia Yan's actions today had indeed surprised him. In the more than 10 years since the recovery of Aura, Zhuang Miao had seen too many people lose themselves on the path of lawlessness because of the sudden surge of strength, and was used to seeing the evil of human nature. Fan Chang's foursome was the best example. Usually rely on the strength of the strong bully used to encounter a tough opponent, and how can be convinced. However, Xia Yan was able to make the move of sacrificing his life for righteousness. Undoubtedly deeply impressed Zhuang Miao. Chapter 33 Zhang Yiran's Cave Mansion. Director Zhuang. Zhuang Director, you came too timely. I want to report. I report in real name. Xia Qianyu is a student of the North Qing dynasty, but on the same students we poisoned. I almost died in her hands. Zhuang died. Fan Chang's eyes rolled. Then he flung himself to his knees and bawled with snot and tears. Half of it was faked, and half of it was really scared out of his wits by Xia Qianyu. Yes, Director Zhuang, what Xia Qianyu did was just too much. If you hadn't arrived in time, we would have really died in her hands. There's also this Chu Yanyan, a beast with a human face. She's cute, but she's doing all the bad things. She's the one who's been treating us and doubling our pain. Do it for us, Mr. Zhuang. Didn't we agree that we can't do anything to our classmates? Xia Qianyu and Chu Yanyan are obviously topsy-turvy. Not putting you guys in your eyes at all. The foursome could play together. There must be certain common traits in place. At this moment, seeing Fan Chang backpedaling, the remaining three instantly comprehended and howled like Fan Chang. If there was a passerby here who didn't know what was going on, they would have been fooled. But who was Zhuang Miao? Not to mention that even though this was the depths of the buried Dragon Valley and the monitors couldn't see what was going on here, there were always teachers not far away secretly observing. Even if there weren't any of these teachers, he wouldn't believe the nonsense these four people were saying. Teacher Zhuang. Suddenly, a dozen people in teacher uniforms jumped down from the sky in a neat formation. Well, you guys know the specific details better than me. Take them away. Zhuang Miao pushed his glasses, and the essence in his eyes flashed. Killing your classmates, and then hitting back after your treacherous plan is exposed. We don't need such students in Beijing. Just expulsion is too cheap for them. Hand over to the Zheng City Police Department. All punishments must be severe. Beijing will never take sides. Yes, the teacher nodded his head and responded, then carried the stupefied foursome and flew back towards the shore. Director Zhuang, the situation isn't like this. Listen to us explain. We're the victims. The foursome couldn't figure out how they knew what had happened when it was clear that this was the depths of the buried Dragon Valley, where the surveillance couldn't be seen. This shouldn't be. Are you still satisfied with this treatment? Zhuang Miao asked with a smile. Barely. Xia Qianyu put away the Tai Ching sword and said indifferently, prepare a tent and sleeping bag for me at the exit. I want to wait for Xia Yan to come out. And me. Chu Yanyan raised her hand and shouted. Her bright and watery big eyes cried into peach-like redness, looking pathetic. What if Xia Yan can't come out tomorrow? Today can be the last day of the opening examination. Zhuang Miao's brows suddenly wrinkled. According to previous experience, occasionally students who had gained a chance would stay inside the buried Dragon Valley for an irregular period of time, as little as 1 or 2 days, or as much as half a month. It was impossible for the buried Dragon Valley to remain open all the time, and would only leave a side door, waiting for the students who had obtained the chance to come out before closing it completely. However, the number of students who had obtained the chance, counting from the first year until now, was only 4 in total. Counting Xia Yan, who wasn't sure if he had obtained the chance, that was a total of 5 people. If Xia Qianyu and Chu Yanyan stayed, there would be 2 more people in the burial Dragon Valley all of a sudden, and it really wasn't in line with the rules. In case the giant dragon came to the door, it wouldn't be good for Beijing to have a fit. I'll wait for him to come out. As for Chu Yanyan, Xia Qianyu glanced at Chu Yanyan, looking at the other party, pursing her small lips, stubborn to the point of being somewhat adorable, and then associating it with Chu Yanyan's lost look just now. Her heart softened gently. Let her stay here with me. You prepare one more. With me, even if the 2 giant dragons all come, they can't hurt her. Xia Qianyu said lightly. Her face was full of confidence. As long as no one from Northern Chang was around, then Xia Qianyu could do as she pleased. In China, Xia Qianyu was confident that she had yet to meet anyone who could pose a threat to her, not even if the other party was not a human, but a giant dragon. Okay, alas, this day by day, in the future, this lead teacher's job, say what I won't do. Old age, heart can't take it. Zhuang Miao covered his chest and gave a long sigh. This is the truth. Zhuang Miao had quit smoking for several years, but because of Xia Yan's 3 people, he broke his quit today. If he were to be the lead teacher again, maybe his blood pressure would have shot up directly. Director Zhuang worked hard. Seeing that Zhuang Miao agreed to stay by himself, Chu Yanyan put down her heart and said with a sweet smile, not hard work, life is hard. Zhuang Miao looked at Xia Qianyu and shook his head. Since His Eminence insisted on staying here, it was not easy for him to persuade. However, with your holiness around, there really wasn't much danger in the burial Dragon Valley. Zhuang Miao simply went along with her. Puff! Not long after Xia Yan fell into the sea of mist, he fell heavily to the ground like a broken leather ball. Fortunately, it was the buttocks that landed first, plus the distance of the fall wasn't too high, so there were no injuries, but the pain was also really painful. Crap! Xia Yan lay on the ground pouting his ass. Tears and snot came out from the pain, and insanely sucked in cool air. ********. From above I thought how deep the sea of fog is, but it turns out to be just a few meters? Xia Yan crazily rubbed his butt and made a slight estimation in his mind. He had thought that the secret realm that Zhang Yaran was in was a special space, and that he would instantly appear in the secret realm after jumping down. After all, this was the setting of most movie and television works. However, he did not expect that reality had played a big joke on him. Xia Yan actually did fall down just like that. If it wasn't for his good physical quality, a different old man or woman would have come over and fallen down like this. TSK, that picture would be too good. The corner of Xia Yan's mouth twitched. After rubbing it for half a day, Xia Yan felt that the condition of his buttocks was a little bit better, and climbed up from the ground in a single bound, curiously surveying the surroundings. Instead of being a secret realm, this place was more like a forest. The surrounding trees rose up to the sky, covering the sea of fog above, and under the trees there were countless medicinal herbs that were planted so casually on the ground, sprawling across the ground, and at a glance, it looked as if the owner of the planted herbs wasn't paying attention at all when planting them. System, this is Zhang Yaran's cave? Where is the cave? Why don't I see it? Xia Yan rubbed his buttocks, found a boulder and climbed up, looking out from afar, but he could only see a boundless sea of trees, not to mention the cave. There wasn't even a shadow of a grass hut. Could it be that he went the wrong way? Xia Yan wondered in his heart. Ding! Back to the host. This is exactly the cave where Zhang Yaran is. Please don't be so constrained in the host's imagination. Who told you that a cave has to look like a cave? Chapter 34 Meeting. Zhang Yaran is the Dragon Clan's holy maiden. Originally loved all kinds of plants and trees, plus the host's birth operation. Zhang Yaran's only hobby now is to collect all kinds of exotic herbs and quietly wait for the host's arrival in the secret realm. Everything, it's all the host's fault for being too born. Xia Yan, well. Yes. Everything bad is done by yourself. Born by yourself. You're noble. You're marvelous. Then how am I going to find her? Xia Yan rubbed his eyebrows. He was too lazy to bother with this unscrupulous system. Far away in the sky, but close at hand. Xia Yan, what time is it? Still playing dumb riddles? Riddler right? Xia Yan was about to have a fit when suddenly his ears twitched and turned to the right. There seemed to be some movement there. Could it be Zhang Yaran? Xia Yan paused, then quietly touched over, carefully skirting around the giant trees. Not long after, he saw a clearing ahead. Xia Yan carefully crept into the bushes and gazed. The small open space was piled with all kinds of exotic herbs. There were even quite a few gold jewels, piled high, like a small mountain. Every single one of them could even be sold for a heavenly price when taken to the outside world. So many treasures put together. How much money is it worth? Xia Yan does not even dare to think. Xia Yan just looked at it, and then felt his eyes were almost staring out. Holy, Zhang Yaran is so developed now? Compared to the days when the two needed to steal chickens and dogs to barely make ends meet, it is simply a heaven and a hell. No, a heaven and a gutter. 3 tons of gold, countless jewels, and the Xian Huang fruit, the myriad dragon vine, and the green spirit saliva. Well, the inventory is almost done. In front of the small mountain piled up by treasures, squatted a small purple-haired lowly. She was holding a small notebook in her hand, solemnly jotting down something on it. The little lowly was adorable. Her purple hair revealing drops of crystal, her small delicate nose slightly knitted, her pair of bright beautiful eyes blinking, her long eyelashes. Any way to look at it could make the heart melt. Seeing this little lowly, the corners of Xia Yan's mouth unconsciously raised. A warm smile surfaced. Zhang Yaran, that little dragon girl who followed his ass and was seen by himself since he was a child. That best partner who set fire to herself and she went to set the wind. Finally, I've met you. Xia Yan's emotions towards Zhang Yaran were complicated. If Chu Yanyan represented arrogance, and Xia Qianyu represented sickliness, then, what Zhang Yaran represented was the beauty in Xia Yan's heart. There were no other strange attributes, only 2 simple words, beautiful. Zhang Yaran was also one of the few girls in the dream world that hadn't brought a psychological shadow to Xia Yan. Xia Yan's eyes all became softer, and he didn't make a sound, just quietly watching Zhang Yaran squatting on the ground to take inventory. Really, it's so annoying to have to take an inventory every day. Zhang Yaran finally finished her inventory and stood up from the ground, stretching. Although her body size was petite, her face had a touch of more adult-like delicacy. Dog Xia Yan, I don't know when I'll be able to see you. Zhang Yaran turned around and sat on her butt on the hill, holding her fragrant cheeks with one hand in a daze. The laws of heaven and earth here are too strange. Even my size has been shrunk to that of a small child. But, if I look like this, it seems that Xia Yan will be able to recognize himself a little bit quicker. Ever since Xia Yan died and fought for the opportunity to allow Zhang Yaran to advance to become a dragon emperor, Zhang Yaran had spent the entire day in tears. The various great sects that had killed Xia Yan, Zhang Yaran had not spared a single one of them and had picked them all. However, the moment her revenge was avenged, Jiang Yuran felt a void. Without Xia Yan around, even if she became the strongest in the world, what was the point? She had no one left to share it with. Thus, after leaving the immortal cultivation realm to be taken care of by her fellow dragons, Jiang Yuran wandered aimlessly all over the world. Days passed by in such a muddled manner for a long time, so long that even Jiang Yuran forgot how long it had been. But on a certain day, Jiang Yuran heard a voice. The other party told her, as long as the void is broken to come here, there is a chance to see Xia Yan. Jiang Yuran was overjoyed and did not hesitate to break through the void. However, because Jiang Yuran's cultivation was too high and she was already a dragon emperor, she suffered a huge obstacle when she came to this world. It was with great difficulty that she had the opportunity to be able to see Xia Yan. Jiang Yuran said nothing and was unwilling to give up, forcibly breaking through the void and landing in this burial dragon valley. However, a person's cultivation, due to forcibly breaking through the void, was only at B+ level. Coupled with the fact that the dragon chi of this world didn't match that of the original world, Jiang Yuran would lose 1 point of cultivation for every extra day she stayed here. If her cultivation was deducted, she would have to start deducting her longevity. Even so, Jiang Yuran still had no intention of leaving this place. There were too many treasures within the buried dragon valley, and Jiang Yuran knew that Xia Yan, the little thief who loved money as much as he did, would be very happy if he saw so many treasures here. Jiang Yuran wanted to make Xia Yan happy. Xia Yan, ah Xia Yan, you big fool, if you don't find me quickly, these treasures will be cheaper for the big fool next door. Jiang Yuran wiggled a pair of small white feet and sighed quietly. The buried dragon valley was originally the male dragon's territory. It was his own arrival that forcefully snatched half of it from the other side. In the beginning it was fine. Jiang Yuran's cultivation was high. Even if her realm slipped to B+, she could still press the male dragon's head and beat it. The male dragon could only tolerate it, not daring to have the slightest idea of resistance. But as time passed day by day, Jiang Yuran's cultivation became lower and lower, and Xiong Long also noticed this, and many ideas sprang up. He began to come and find Jiang Yuran for fights every once in a while, and gradually, Jiang Yuran coped with it more and more strenuously. The male dragon seemed to have seen this as well and left Jiang Yuran with an ultimatum. Within 3 days, if you don't marry him, he will no longer be polite to Jiang Yuran. Yes, the male dragon had its eyes on Jiang Yuran. Actually, it wasn't surprising. Jiang Yuran was the dragon holy maiden, which was already very attractive to dragon creatures, and the male dragon was not exempt from this. But, how can I marry that big stupid guy? Suddenly, a light laugh came over. Is it that exaggerated? There are still dragons you can't defeat? Xia Yan laughed softly and walked slowly. He looked at Jiang Yuran with a soft gaze, then softly said, even if there really is one, it's nothing, right? Can't we just finish it off? Just like before. Join forces. A spring breeze happened to strike, blowing the tips of Xia Yan's hair. It also blew Jiang Yuran's mind. Chapter 35, Long time no see. Hearing that someone was here, Jiang Yuran was slightly surprised, but she didn't care about what the other party said. It was just a freshman who thought highly of himself. How much strength Xia Yan had, Jiang Yuran could sense it through her breath. Where did an E-level freshman egg come from to say these words? It seemed that Beijing's favorable teaching environment had given too many frogs at the bottom of the well unnecessary self-confidence. Jiang Yuran didn't even turn her head back, casually picking up a herb from the side and throwing it over. This term of freshman from Beijing who came to try out, right? Being able to find this place proves that your luck is still okay. This 9 dragon whiskers will be given to you. Take the item and leave before it's too late. Ever since the burial dragon valley and Beijing had negotiated a treaty, Jiang Yuran had also encountered freshmen who had approached his cave, usually by casually giving the other party 1 or 2 medicinal herbs that they couldn't use. The other party would thankfully leave, and Jiang Yuran hadn't seldom laughed in her heart at the freshman for not having seen the world. Jiang Yuran counted the time, almost exactly this year's northern freshman to trial time. Casually give a medicinal herbs to send away. It wasn't worth much money anyway, and only this group of unseen college students would treat it as a treasure. 50 years of 9 dragon whiskers? Although the quality of the 9 dragon whiskers is quite good, the year is too low to be worth much money. Xia Yan picked it up and looked at it, casually threw it back next to the hill, and hemmed and hawed. Can you give some worth? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuran's willow brows slightly frowned, and her big eyes glanced behind her, but the hill blocked most of Xia Yan's body, so she couldn't see the other party's face. Is the appetite of this freshman class so big? 50 years worth of 9 dragon whiskers wasn't enough? One must know that the herbs Jiang Yuran had given in previous sessions were inferior to the 9 dragon whiskers. It was rare that he had a guilty conscience for once and gave a good one, and the other party picked on it instead? Since you're a new student, a 50-year portion of 9 dragon whiskers is enough to be absorbed by an E rank, and it can increase your probability of breaking through to a D rank by quite a bit, and the better ones you can't absorb. Jiang Yuran paused and didn't lose her temper. Bei Qing had been quite polite to her over the years. With Bei Qing's heritage, it hadn't done the thing of killing herself and then taking the Dragon Dan magic core. Instead, she had talked to herself as an equal and had made concessions in all aspects, which had been quite rare. Zhang Yaran could allow the Northern Qing scholar to have some slightly unreasonable demands. Let's put it this way. I'll give you one more Xian Huang fruit that consolidates your foundation. Any more than that will be impossible. After thinking about it, she picked up a yellow fruit from her side and threw it over in her hand, not looking at the face of a monk, but looking at the face of the Buddha. Giving away just one more Xian Huang fruit was nothing. It's hard for me to help you with your errand if it's just this amount of herbs. Xia Yan shook his head and feigned a sigh. Helping you kill that male dragon is a very troublesome thing. Just 2 inconsequential elixirs and you want me to go and work for you? It's too much of a loss. How is this person? Still endless? I don't need your help. Take the herbs and hurry up. Zhang Yaran's willow brows furrowed. Her cheeks puffed out again and again, but she still didn't say the hurtful words out loud. Xiong Long was at least AB+ rank. He couldn't even beat himself nowadays. And this E-rank freshman dared to say that he could help himself? It was a bit too pusheen. Zhang Yaran was kind-hearted and was not willing to say some very hurtful words for fear of striking this freshman's moral heart. This world was different from the world she was in, but the path of cultivation was still the same. Once the Tao heart was struck, it would likely leave an indelible shadow, and when the realm was elevated in the future, the shadow left by one of his own thoughtless words would likely become his heart's demon. This was something that would affect his entire life, and Zhang Yaran was unwilling to do it. What if I favor it? Xia Yan smiled faintly, stepped forward and walked out from beside the small mountain, looking at Zhang Yaran who had her back turned in front of her, and said indifferently, after the matter is accomplished, not only do I want this treasure mountain, I also want you. I'll give you 2 choices. 1. Promise me. 2. Promise me after thinking about it. Xia Yan clasped his arms with both hands and heatedly smiled. Now you can make a choice. You, don't go too far. Zhang Yaran only felt the anger in her heart blaze up, turning to look viciously at Xia Yan. It was even if she was bullied by that big stupid guy because of her non-stop loss of cultivation, but a Beijing freshman also dared to come and bully her? An uncle could tolerate it and an aunt couldn't. Zhang Yaran intended to let this freshman who didn't know the heights of heaven and earth to see what is called a special dragon's wrath, but when Zhang Yaran looked clearly at Xia Yan's face, his half-angry expression instantly froze, and instead of being intimidating, there was a touch of dumbness. Quite cute. You. Me. Zhang Yaran only felt a rush of hot blood rushing into the sky. Her delicate face instantly flew up in red. Even the top of her head was constantly steaming. Xia Yan maintained the same position as just now, smilingly looking at Zhang Yaran. Zhang Yaran's face became even redder. Xia Yan, who had just been chanting, who had been on her mind all day, had just appeared in front of her at this time? My God, my land, my grandpa, my aunt. This. Is this true? Zhang Yaran was a little giddy. The person who had thought about day and night, the person who had thought that he would never be able to see again in this life, at this time actually really appeared. It turned out that the voice that said that Xia Yan was here at first was not lying to her. It turned out that everything was true. Looking at the familiar person in front of her, Zhang Yaran tugged at the corner of her mouth and squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying. She was trying to laugh. What does it look like to cry after a long goodbye? What a sight to behold. Zhang Yaran wanted to smile, wanted to laugh, wanted to tell Xia Yan that she had become a dragon emperor, that she had done what he had hoped for. Zhang Yaran wanted to maintain her modesty and then faintly say long time no see. How nice and cool. But when the words reached her mouth, her throat rolled for half a day, but she couldn't utter a single word. Not only that, Zhang Yaran couldn't keep the smile on her face that was worse than crying. The corners of her mouth slowly went down, and a flash of crystal slowly climbed up into her beautiful eyes. Wow! Zhang Yaran tried for half a day, but in the end, she couldn't hold back, and flung herself headfirst into Xia Yan's long open embrace, crying uncontrollably, starting from the parting of the two of them, then to the confusion of not being able to find any trace of Xia Yan on her own, and then to being alone and tearing through the void to come here. All sorts of emotions surged into her heart, sweet and sour gradually converging in her heart, becoming the tears that she cried out at this moment. She can cry out with abandon. Just because the person in front of her is Xia Yan, she can no longer do the high and mighty Dragon Emperor, only as a little girl. Xia Yan's strength at this time was weak, but it made Zhang Yaran subconsciously feel at ease. This man, one could safely trust his back to him. Because of all the storms, Xia Yan could help her withstand them. Chapter 36, The Great Thief. Zhang Yaran cried for a long time. It was only because in the secret realm, all kinds of electronic equipment had failed. Xia Yan did not know exactly how long Zhang Yaran had cried, but judging by her own soaked shirt, which looked like it had been splashed with water, Zhang Yaran had cried for a long time. Xia Yan just hugged Zhang Yaran, gently patted the other party's back, and had the heart to advise a sentence to stop crying, but when all the thoughts came to his lips, they could only be turned into a touch of helpless faint smile. Also strike. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Crying out, the mood will be better. As for the shirt, the big deal is to get a new one after going out. This girl is carrying too much pressure. In the dream world when there is still himself to take care of, but without himself, everything can be left to Jiang Yaran himself to come. Xia Yan thought he was a straight man, but he couldn't interrupt the other side of this kind of scenery. Anyway, there is still a lot of time. There is no hurry. The spring breeze gently rose, blowing the corners of the clothes of this pair of newcomers who had been reunited for a long time. Xia Yan's heart was serene. It wasn't until it was getting late and a touch of dusk hung high above, that Jiang Yaran gradually stopped crying. Yikes! Why are your clothes all wet? Jiang Yaran cried out delicately, pinching the corner of Xia Yan's coat with a slight effort, even managing to pinch out a strand of tears. You're asking me? Xia Yan cried and laughed, reporting a wisp a little too focused. Jiang Yaran spat out her little tongue, and also knew that it was her own problem, and immediately hemmed and hawed. You still haven't changed. Xia Yan shook his head and reached out to touch the top of Jiang Yaran's head. Tu Tang, still a little potato like before. You're the little potato. I'm just oppressed by the laws of heaven and earth. Now that I've seen you, I'm going to go out with you, and when I get to the outside world, my cultivation will slowly recover, and then I'll be a long-legged royal lady, and I'll crave you to death. Jiang Yaran grunted. Her white tender little hand reached out and pasted on Xia Yan's chest. As a touch of purple dragon flame rose in her palm, a wisp of green smoke gradually emerged from Xia Yan's soaked clothes. Soon, it dried up. This dragon flame was Jiang Yaran's innate fire. As a dragon race, she not only possessed a spatial talent, she also had the flame attribute that came with her birth. In this aspect of fire control, she was naturally pure. Really? Then don't hurry up and tell me what you've encountered all these years. Xia Yan looked around, found a tree stump to sit down, comfortably stretched his limbs, and faintly said, for example, the matter of that male dragon. Focus on that. Being hugged and cried by Jiang Yaran for so long, Xia Yan's bones were sore, at this time stretching up. A burst of popping beans resounded all over his body. You really intend to find trouble with it? Jiang Yaran stretched out her finger and bit it, her beautiful eyes turning. For me? No, it's just greedy for half of the burial Dragon Valley treasures in its hands. Don't think too much. Xia Yan had a serious face. Go to hell. Jiang Yaran jumped up and slammed his fist on the top of Xia Yan's head. Hiss. I said, you're a dragon race, not one of those ordinary schoolgirls. You almost didn't whack me to death with this punch. Xia Yan covered his head with both hands and huffed cool air. Xia Yan had an impression of how much force Jiang Yaran had. The dragon race, this race, was extremely terrifying in its strength, and it was not an exaggeration to say that one could crush an entire mountain with the lift of one's hand. At this moment, although Jiang Yaran had withdrawn her force, Xia Yan still felt that his head hurt so much that it was about to explode. Che, so soft, how are you more like a woman than me? Jiang Yaran rolled her eyes, also knowing that she had just gone a little too far, grunted and came over, squeezing onto the same tree stump as Xia Yan. With that, the experiences of these years were narrated. For example, after Xia Yan's death, how Jiang Yaran, who had advanced to become a dragon emperor, cleaned up those sects and holy places, such as her confusion after not being able to find Xia Yan in that world, such as coming to this world, being suppressed by the laws of heaven and earth, and could only be transformed into the body type of a small lowly. Jiang Yaran's experiences over the years were just too much, and after she finished speaking, she only felt that her throat was smoking, and grabbed the kettle and drank for a long time. Are you saying that the dragon chi in the burial Dragon Valley is not a good fit for you, and instead of getting no benefit from staying here, you are losing your cultivation every day? Xia Yan's brows furrowed. You're going to start deducting your lifespan after you've lost your cultivation? Are you an idiot? Why don't you leave at this point? If I leave, what will happen to all the treasures that were so hard to scavenge? Jiang Yaran grunted and glared fiercely at Xia Yan. The various exotic treasures I collected in that world have already been used to break open the void. There's not a single hair left, so if I don't scavenge them, where will I get the treasures? Don't forget, we're thieves. You're a divine thief and I'm a great thief. It would be too humiliating to meet up with you and end up with no treasures. Mentioning the name Divine Thief Bandit, Jiang Yaran couldn't help but stick her chest all the way up with a proud face. I say, you're a dragon emperor now. What godly thief? Isn't it just a thief to put it bluntly? Why are you still so proud? The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched, but he also understood that Jiang Yaran had stayed here all this time, preferring to have her cultivation deducted and her longevity deducted, but not leaving, just because she liked babies. This young girl's sincere and heavy feelings, no one would casually ignore. Xia Yan sighed quietly and raised his hand to touch the top of Jiang Yuan's head. This girl, still as stupid as before. What do you know? Divine thief, big thief, eh? Saying it out loud is so awesome. It sounds much better than that laborious dragon emperor. Okay? Jiang Yuan was very comfortable being touched. Her beautiful eyes narrowed into a slit as she smiled cheekily. Suit yourself. Xia Yan shook his head, his sight unconsciously glancing at the small mountain not far away, and asked, when we're done packing up that giant dragon, you definitely want to go out with me, right? Yes, I'm here just to wait for you, and now that you're here, I can't still stay here, right? I've heard about it. There are a lot of delicacies in the outside world that aren't available in that world. I'm going to have a big meal and spend your money. Eating delicious food is definitely fine. I manage enough. Xia Yan was helpless at Jiang Yuan's breathless words and shook his head, then said, since you definitely want to go with me, what about these treasures? Just stay here? Idiot. Jiang Yuan rolled her eyes in dismay, placed the water pot in her hand on the ground, got up and walked to the small mountain, stretched out her hands and stretched them out. Then she twisted her head to look at Xia Yan, her thumb pointing to herself. Don't blink. Watch it. With that, Jiang Yuan turned around and stretched out her hand towards Shaoshan. The small mountain piled with treasures in front of her eyes instantly transformed into a wisp of green aura that rose up into the sky, then fell down, like a small, flexible green snake, coiling around Jiang Yuan's outstretched finger. It transformed into a delicate green ring. Chapter 37 Beat the Dragon and Copy the House. The ring was delicate, a tiny one with a purple dragon head on it. Holy, so many treasures, just gone? Xia Yan was shocked, hurriedly stood up and walked quickly, looked at the ring on Jiang Yuan's hand and touched his chin, tentatively asked, is this the legendary storage ring? As a modern person, Xia Yan was naturally not unfamiliar with this kind of storage ring that had appeared in every major movie and television production. Xia Yan had also fantasized about how cool it would be if he had a storage ring. Now, the fantasy had become reality. Storage ring? That kind of unimpressive thing. Don't touch me with this. Jiang Yuan grunted, and proudly said, this is our dragon clan's unique spatial talent. As long as I want to, any space can be brought to my use. Turning it into a ring is just for looks. Look at your rustic look. Facing Jiang Yuan's ridicule, Xia Yan raised his hands and helplessly said, yes, I'm a turd. With this, it should be able to fit the remaining half of the buried dragon valley. Xia Yan thought about it and said with certainty, you're really planning to go find trouble with that big dumb guy? Jiang Yuan glanced at Xia Yan in surprise and said, don't blame me for not reminding you, although this big stupid guy's own bloodline isn't pure, and at the top of this life, he's only AB plus rank, but now that my realm has slipped and I'm being suppressed by the laws of the world, I only have the strength of AB rank. Even I can't securely defeat this big dumb guy. You, an E rank freshman, don't make trouble. The situation on Jiang Yuan was complicated. Due to the laws of the world, Jiang Yuan could only maintain her current lowly body type, or else she would be rejected by the heavenly Tao, and belong to the type that would be struck by lightning after taking 2 steps. If she wanted to recover her strength in this situation, she could only go out from the burial dragon valley as soon as possible, and then adapt to the laws of the current world and slowly recover. If one could then meet some more compatible elixirs, the speed would be a bit faster. But these conditions were clearly not present within the burial dragon valley. Even Jiang Yuan herself didn't have a solution for the male dragon. Would Xia Yan? The mountain man has his own plan. Xia Yan rolled his eyes and smiled mysteriously. Wait until early tomorrow morning. You take me to find it. Go for what? Jiang Yuan asked without any good humor. Beat up the dragon and copy the family. Xia Yan was confident. Although the buried dragon valley was a secret realm, the stars and the sun and the moon and these were still normal. The sky had just dawned. An ray of sunlight fell on a cave mansion made of stones. Outside the cave mansion, a group of D-rank demon wolves looked around vigilantly, then lowered their heads to eat their food. This was the territory of the male dragon. Ever since Jiang Yuan descended and the entire burial dragon valley was split in two, the magical beasts living within the burial dragon valley were forced to take sides, and the two sides had been incompatible. These beasts under the banner of male dragon were always on guard against Jiang Yuan on the other side of the buried dragon valley. Relying on her high strength, Jiang Yuan had never recruited the magical beasts living under her territory, and had always looked down on Xiong recruitment of magical beasts as his subordinates. Before, the magical beasts, including the male dragon, had only been pressed and beaten by Jiang Yuan. But recently, I don't know what happened, but their leaders suddenly branched out, and most of the battles with Jiang Yuan were won, taking the opportunity to annex a lot of Jiang Yuan's territory, along with the magical beasts under the male dragon. They were all proud of it, and could walk with straight backs. Suddenly, a dull yawn came from the cave behind them. The demonic wolves were startled, and then they lined up in front of the cave, hanging their heads in a respectful manner. Their king, Woke up, ho ha. This sleep is really comfortable. The male dragon was named Fenrir, with a height of 2 meters and 2 meters, covered with muscle blocks, open chest and leakage of breasts. In addition to wearing a pair of pants on the lower half of his body, the upper half of his body was draped in an animal skin vest, coupled with the chest hair on his chest, and the armpit hair that appeared from time to time. The modeling was very much like certain muscular strong men in the outside world. Calculating the time, today should be the day that those little brats from Northern Clearance leave, right? Fenrir picked up the calendar on the table and touched his chin with his other hand. With the people of Northern Chang'an, I'm not good enough to do anything to Jiangyaran. After all, I signed the contract in the first place, but when their people leave, I'll be able to do whatever I want, right? Even if the Northern Qing's hand stretches out even longer, they can't be bothered with our burial Dragon Valley's private matters. Half of the buried Dragon Valley's treasure, plus this flowery little beauty. Brother, I'm going to be moisturized to death in buried Dragon Valley in the future. Fenrir beautifully took a long deep breath. His face was filled with a lewd smile. Ever since the day Jiang Yiran descended upon the buried Dragon Valley, Fenrir felt like he had been punched in the heart. His heart was in love, especially when Jiang Yiran revealed her true form, the beautiful scales, the flirtatious dragon horns. Every bit of it grew on Fenrir's aesthetics, perfectly touching Fenrir's requirements for his other half. Just right. Hey, little beauty, the 3 days given to you have come and gone. Brother is here to marry you. Fenrir licked his lips and rolled over from the bed. He liked Jiang Yiran, but it wasn't completely out of lust. On Jiang Yiran's body, there was the purest dragon race aura, which was a fatal temptation for Fenrir, who was also a dragon race member. Fenrir's bloodline wasn't pure, it was a Jiao dragon in disguise. Because of this, he wanted to become a true dragon more than anyone else. As long as he could marry Jiang Yiran, Fenrir would be able to get the other party's essence blood and use it to transform his bloodline. At that time, he would not only have the treasures of the entire buried Dragon Valley, but he would also have a wife, plus a true dragon identity, a true dragon of pure bloodline. Thinking of this, Fenrir's heart was on fire as he quickly walked out of the cave. See you, chief. The demon wolves lined up outside bowed their heads in respect as they glanced at Fenrir with fire in their eyes. Well, all get up. Fenrir waved his hand and asked, are the brothers ready for what I ordered down a few days ago? Back to the chief. The big guys are already hungry and thirsty. The one who answered at the head was the leader of the entire demon wolf pack, only to see the demon wolf king raise his head, his eyes full of fire. Will we be able to annex all of the buried Dragon Valley today? Of course. Fenrir put his hands behind his back and looked into the distance, faintly said, from today, the entire buried Dragon Valley has only one Dragon King. Ow. Upon hearing this, the demonic wolves were excited, raising their heads and howling madly. They had been waiting for this day for too long. Demonic beasts, by nature, were unruly and had a strong sense of territory. If it wasn't for the fact that the previous Fenrir couldn't defeat Jiang Yiran, they wouldn't have been willing to part with half of the burial Dragon Valley's territory to her. Now, they were finally going to get back all of their lost territory. Chapter 38, Don't Be a Big Pie Man. Not far from Fenrir's cave was a high mountain. Xiaoyan lay on his back high above, squinting his eyes at the howling wolves buzzing underneath. Tisk 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 tisk. Even the Jiaolong transformation knows how to recruit henchmen. Why don't you know? Your bloodline is much purer than it. It shouldn't be difficult to recruit some magical beasts that can be an even match for it, right? Xiaoyan's face was a little odd. After Jiang Yiran had told himself about the battle power of both sides, he had held back for a long time before he didn't curse. Fenrir had countless magical beasts under his command, and basically in the half of the buried Dragon Valley that belonged to Fenrir, all of them were its eyes. If Jiang Yiran hadn't brought Xiaoyan with her to hide her breath, I'm afraid that she wouldn't have been able to come here before she was discovered. It's hard to tell without comparing, but it's a bit of an exasperating comparison. Jiang Yiran had no one under her command, she was purely alone. Half of the burial Dragon Valley belonging to her also has living magical beasts, but these magical beasts live right under Jiang Yiran's nose. As long as they don't approach Jiang Yiran's cave, Jiang Yiran won't care. The underlying battle power was basically zero, so how could this even be a head-on battle? I'm too lazy to recruit those magical beasts living in my territory. The highest is only rank D. The rank is too low to be qualified to be my subordinates. Jiang Yiran hummed. Moreover, as a dragon emperor, I at least need a magical beast with a dragon bloodline to be my henchman, right? This entire buried Dragon Valley doesn't even have a single magical beast with a hint of dragon bloodline except for that big fool. Recruit them as henchmen? I'm still too ashamed. Glancing at the arrogance on Jiang Yiran's face, Xiaoyan sighed. This haughty temperament was the same as the dragons he remembered. True dragons were extremely arrogant, and would not even look squarely at a race that was inferior to their own in terms of bloodline. But in this way, Once the two sides got into a friction, Jiang Yuan was destined to suffer a great loss. There is no bottom of the battle force, only the top of the battle force. Such a situation, unless Jiang Yuan battle force is heavenly, can be a person to suppress the entire buried dragon valley, or defeat is sooner or later. Must know, water can overturn the boat. From this point of view, the impure bloodline Fenrir, on the contrary, did not have the so-called arrogance of the dragon race. This stinking problem. He just knew how to grab the point of the bottom tier of battle power. It's a good thing I came, or else you designated that you couldn't beat Fenrir. Xia Yan sighed. Jiang Yuan's strength had slipped. Fenrir was in his heyday, plus so many bottom-tier warriors, and the various treasures that Jiang Yuan had collected. If Fenrir really fought his way in, wouldn't Jiang Yuan's hard-earned collection be a dowry for the other side? Che, bragging. Jiang Yuan did not believe it with a disbelieving face. Then her big eyes turned around and said, "By the way, after going out this time, why did you let me pretend to be your sister?" Associated with Xia Yan's instructions to himself, Jiang Yuan was a little sullen. Obviously, they were the best partners, godly thieves. Surprisingly, they couldn't steal anything after going out. Instead, Xia Yan went to school and became a clear and stupid college student. How can you be so unambitious? Jiang Yuan's fantasy of recreating the prestige of the godly thief in this world was just shattered. What else? You're just a little bit older now. How can I take you out without impersonating my sister? Xia Yan glanced at Jiang Yuan and shook his head. Originally being one of the two giant dragons of the buried dragon valley, going out like this in the future without an official identity would indeed be a troublesome thing. I just don't know if I can talk to Beiqing. He had brought Jiang Yuan out, and the buried dragon valley had one less dragon in thin air, reducing the potential threat to the students by quite a bit, so he should be considered meritorious, right? In that case, one did not want the reward from Beiqing, in exchange for an official identity for Jiang Yuan. It should be fine. Xia Yan looked down with an expressionless face, the plan in his mind slowly taking shape. There was no way. Jiang Yuan had suffered so much in order to find himself. That was no matter what. He had to take Jiang Yuan out. Well, if I become your guy's sister, it's barely acceptable. Jiang Yuan didn't know what she thought of, her cute face slightly red. Xia Yan, this guy, is watching himself grow up, according to common sense words, should be his own father? No, the person of the heart suddenly became a dad. This kind of thing is absolutely not, just brother and sister. Jiang Yuan completely lost her opinion and accepted her new future identity with a firm resolve in her mind. Anyway, it doesn't matter what identity, when we go out, you have to properly take me to eat a lot. All these years have really suffocated me. Jiang Yuan muttered grudgingly. In the original world it was fine. One's cultivation was the highest and one could eat whatever one wanted. Since coming to the buried dragon valley, nothing delicious was left. Jiang Yuan gnawed on herbs every day, and that stuff was just like grass, so how could it taste good? Definitely. Seeing that Jiang Yuan agreed, Xia Yan was relieved in his heart and smiled helplessly. System, Jiang Yuan's regret should be made up by me, right? Why isn't there a prompt to unlock the board yet? Xia Yan asked in his heart. Jiang Yuan's regret was that he had died in front of her eyes, and now that the two of them were reunited, it was only right that their regrets should have already been made up for. If he could refine his supernatural ability, the certainty of cleaning up Fenrir would undoubtedly be 1 point higher. Ding! Please ask the host to be strict with himself and definitely not be a big cake man. You haven't realized Jiang Yuan's wish yet, and you want her regrets to be made up for by merely drawing a pie? The host thinks of Jiang Yuan too simply. Xia Yan, good. You have a point. You're right. Attention! Fenrir is planning to make a move. Suddenly, Xia Yan raised an eyebrow. The demonic wolves below had already scattered out in all directions, going to gather the army of demonic beasts that Fenrir belonged to. The matter of Jiang Yuan being a loner was known to all the magical beasts in the entire burial dragon valley, and when Fenrir's side was assembled, they could march in to attack Jiang Yuan. You can say it now, right? What are we going to do? Jiang Yuan looked at Xia Yan suspiciously. This guy was secretive. He didn't say anything when asked what his plans were, and he brought himself to this mountain to squat early in the morning. Jiang Yuan couldn't figure out what the plan was. On paper strength, Jiang Yuan is now only B level, while Fenrir is B+ level. Even if Xia Yan to help themselves, but only an additional E level of combat power, there is not as good as nothing. Is it a difficult thing for the two to clean up together even if they are all on? Fenrir? My special ability is very special. It can be said that it is very powerful. Xia Yan paused and looked at Jiang Yuan, a smile of inexplicable raised on his face. Looking at the smile on Xia Yan's face, Jiang Yuan was confused. What kind of medicine was this kid selling in his gourd? Jiang Yuan was puzzled. Chapter 39 Jiang Yuan, angry. Fenrir stood in the courtyard inside the cave and watched as the demon wolves scurried outward like a wave. passing information layer by layer to his men. It was well organized. Fenrir's face raised a smug smile. Jiangyaran, you are just too proud. The orthodox dragon race brings you not only the purity in bloodline, but also this disgusting arrogance. Without the magical beasts to support you, and your own strength is not as good as mine, how else can you turn the tide? Fenrir let out a long, light breath and turned to walk to the backyard. The backyard was very long and required going through a narrow tunnel. The further in you go, the darker it gets, and there are still some guarding magical beasts in front of you, but when you get to the deepest backyard, there isn't a single magical beast left. Here is Fenrir's forbidden land. All the magical beasts in the entire magical beast area that Fenrir belonged to knew that they absolutely could not come in here. A huge pool was placed in the center of the backyard. It was soaked with countless spirit medicines, and the temperature was extremely high, as could be seen from the bubbles that kept surging up and exploding. But instead of calling this a pool, it should be called a blood pool, because its color was blood red, blood-like thick red. The buried Dragon Valley originally still had magical beasts with dragon bloodline in it. That's something you don't know, right? Fenrir raised the corners of his mouth. A cold smile that made people's entire bodies go cold surfaced. 50 years, a whole 50 years. I put the entire buried Dragon Valley, all the magical beasts that have a trace of dragon bloodline, all killed, extracted the essence blood, put it in this blood pool, together with all kinds of spiritual herbs that can be collected, and now it's just short of your original essence blood. Jiangyaran, when all of this is complete, I am, at once, a true dragon. Fenrir raised its hands in the air, trembling with excitement. After today, it would no longer be an augur dragon, but a true dragon with a pure bloodline. In order to achieve this step, Fenrir had laid out a full 50 years worth of setups, first by slaughtering magical beasts that possessed a hint of dragon bloodline, accumulating a small amount of them and condensing them in the blood pool. This cohesive dragon chi constantly filled and rose throughout the entire buried Dragon Valley, due to the fact that the dragon chi was very heterogeneous. Thus a true dragon with a truly pure bloodline would not be able to adapt to this dragon chi at all, which was precisely the fundamental reason why Jiangyaran was having a hard time staying in the buried Dragon Valley. For the sake of the big picture, Fenrir endured humiliation, and Beiching negotiated conditions. To the blood pool within the energy more and more, has been enough to let Fenrir purify blood when Fenrir only set off this plan that has been planned for 50 years, just waiting for today. Bring Jiangyaran here. Everything, accomplished. Fenrir raised his hands and closed his eyes. The fantasies in his head made his body tremble with excitement. It was intoxicated by the fantasy, unable to extricate itself. Surprisingly, it's the 5-chi burial dragon formation? So insidious. Now that I understand. I said that this dragon burial valley clearly contains a strong and pure dragon chi, yet it doesn't fit with me. I thought it was because the laws of this world were different from the previous world, but I didn't realize that it was you who was behind it, mutilating so many of my clan's descendants just to fulfill your own selfish desires? A mere augur incarnate. How dare you do such a heartless thing just to purify your bloodline? I'm really angry. Suddenly, Jiangyaran appeared on the courtyard wall of the backyard at an unknown time, getting angrier and angrier as she spoke, her pair of beautiful eyes almost spitting fire. In the unique vertical pupil of the dragon race, a strand of demonic instinctive purple dragon flame was stirring. Fenrir's behavior, too inhumane. Jiangyaran is the emperor of the dragon race. All the dragons are her people, but Fenrir for their own selfishness so brutalized her people? Jiangyaran, enraged, only to see her coldly drink. Her body momentum soared. Lotus steps heavily on the wall. Her petite figure wrapped in a purple gas full of burning heat, like a crazy spinning little gyroscope, just rushed down. Hey, calm down I throw. Xia Yan dumbfounded. The two followed Fenrir's sneak touch over. It is not easy to wait for the other side to fall alone. I wanted to find a better time to do it, but did not expect Jiangyaran's temper so explosive. What an ant. Xia Yan smiled bitterly and jumped as well. Just as well. Anyway, Fenrir was now alone, so even if it wasn't the best time, he could still make his move. Jiangyaran? Fenrir snapped his eyes open and looked up at the purple euro that was rushing towards him, with a thick surprise in his eyes. I haven't even gone to look for you yet, but you came over on your own instead? Cut the crap. Today I'm going to avenge my countless innocent subjects. Jiangyaran droned out, and the purple dragon flame around her rose violently. Within the dragon flame, channels of mind-numbing dragon roars were emitted. This was the purest dragon clan's chant, and its sound was simply not comparable to that of an augur dragon with an impure bloodline. Just in time, Fenrir's eyes flashed ferociously as his paws violently stomped on the ground. Jiangyaran's attack was ferocious, but Fenrir did not intend to avoid it in the slightest. The previous Jiangyaran could beat Fenrir all over the place, but the current her strength was already far below her own, so there was no need to be afraid at all. Plus, the dragon chi here didn't fit with Zhang Yaran, and after staying for a long time, Zhang Yaran would be weakened by a considerable amount. With this and that, Fenrir was certain that he would be able to obtain Zhang Yaran today, become a part of my bloodline after purification. Fenrir let out a sardonic laugh, and the two of them instantly attacked together. For a moment, the entire field was covered by the air currents caused by the majestic auras crashing together. It was a mess. The blood-red liquid in the blood pool kept churning and boiling, and from it came a whisper that made people's hearts tremble. These were the grievances of the magical beasts that had been brutally killed by Fenrir. Bang! Zhang Yaran retreated several steps backwards, covering her chest as a flash of deathly white flashed across her petite and delicate features. Fenrir's strength is surprisingly a little higher than before. The whispers emanating from the surrounding pools of blood were constantly interfering with Zhang Yaran's mind, and she, who was already no match for Fenrir, could be said to be in a precarious situation at this time. Zhang Yaran, if you were outside, you might still be able to maneuver with me, but here, how many % of your already small strength can you exert? Fenrir smiled disdainfully. 80%? Or 50%? I really couldn't imagine that you would be so indolent. This time when you came over, you wanted to carry out a decapitation operation, right? It's a pity that you sent yourself into the ghost gate instead. Fenrir raised his hand and slammed his palm on the ground. Immediately, the channeled air current swept through the non-stop churning ground and crashed heavily into Zhang Yaran. Put! Zhang Yaran's pretty face turned white as a mouthful of blood spilled out of the corner of her mouth. The situation in the field was instantly reversed. Become a part of my bloodline, little beauty. Fenrir slowly approached towards Zhang Yaran, sticking out his tongue and licking the corner of his mouth. There was a sickness in his eyes. Chapter 40 Dragon Emperor Sword. I will never let you have your way. Zhang Yaran clenched her teeth, and stubbornness surged in her bright eyes. She was the Dragon Emperor, and could never allow Fenrir to brutalize her people without being punished. No matter what price she had to pay today, Fenrir must pay in blood. Is that so? I like the resignation in your eyes. Fenrir yawned, tilting his head to look at Zhang Yaran with teasing in his eyes. So, what should you do? Xia Yan. Suddenly, Zhang Yaran shouted, no matter what cards you have, stall him for me. Old lady is going to fight for her life. Got it. Who let you be so impulsive? Not even waiting for me to join you. The darkness in the corner of the wall gradually came out of a person. Xia Yan, hands in pockets, face a grudge. This little ninny, but where to wait for yourself for a few seconds more. And how will be so wretched? After so many years in the past, I didn't expect to still be as disobedient as before. Xia Yan was also helpless. There's help? Fenrir raised his eyebrows. His advancing pace stopped, twisted his head to look at Xia Yan, and faintly said, Kid, who are you? Fenrir was like an enemy. Xia Yan's presence was something he hadn't sensed from the start. Zhang Yaran's origin is mysterious, and it is the purest dragon race. Could this person be the rescue of the dragon race that she moved? Zhang Yaran's strength had slipped, and the exact reason why Fenrir was not clear. But this young man in front of him, who was able to conceal his senses, was obviously very unusual. Could it be a pure dragon race in its heyday? Then, was it too late for himself to run away now? It's just an insignificant E-grade new student. No need to care. Xia Yan smiled faintly, his aura as bland as an ordinary person. Grade E? Fenrir's eyes narrowed slightly, his B+ level perception spreading out like a spider web, closing in on Xia Yan with a single touch. What the hell? Surprisingly, it was really an E rank? With such a lowly strength. No wonder he didn't perceive it. Fenrir's face instantly became odd as he looked at Xia Yan and then didn't hold back to look back at Zhang Yaran. Are you out of your mind? Finding an E-ranked helper? Fenrir pulled the corner of his mouth, looking at Zhang Yaran with eyes full of pity. This little beauty shouldn't have suffered too much of a blow. Taking an E rank that can be found everywhere as a savior. Is she mentally deranged? Don't underestimate him. You will suffer a great loss. Zhang Yaran smiled coldly and grabbed every opportunity to recover her injuries. The dragon race's self-healing ability was among the top group within each race. Although the environment here was bad, and there was a blood pool that kept interfering with one's mind, causing the recovery ability to be greatly reduced. But now, at this critical juncture, if one could recover one more point, one could have more chances of winning. Yes? Fenrir's eyes were full of teasing. Kid, let me see. How exactly can you make me suffer a big loss? Fenrir held himself to be victorious, and it was a wonderful feeling. Zhang Yaran, who was far from being able to defeat himself, was about to lose in his own hands, but he was unable to do anything about it. This feeling like a cat teasing a mouse made Fenrir drift away. Soon you'll be able to see it. Xia Yan tugged at the corner of his mouth, his eyes slowly lowered. Believe her, what she says is the truth. Xia Yan said softly. Funny. Fenrir shook his head disdainfully, and was about to mock when his pupils suddenly shrunk. Something wasn't right. Xia Yan slowly pulled his hands out of his pants pockets, then stretched out his hand, pointing his fingertips at Fenrir, and faintly said, "Your contempt for Jiang Yaran will be the stupidest decision you've ever made in your life. You should believe her." Really? In the next second, the familiar majestic aura surged out violently from Xia Yan's body, dividing with Fenrir, not weakening in the slightest. It rushed straight into the clouds. B-level? Fenrir's face was completely gloomy. This kid, unexpectedly really hit his strength. But, hiding B-rank strength as E-rank? How in the world did this happen? Friendly reminder. Xia Yan slowly stepped forward, followed by a sprint, leaping up high, and slamming his fist down towards Fenrir. Xia Yan was not low, his height was a full meter 84, but in front of Fenrir who was as high as more than 2 meters, he was still a big half body taller. But under Xia Yan's punch, Fenrir didn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest. Even if there is only a 10% chance of winning, it is not zero after all. Give me, to memorize it. Xia Yan's eyes were ruthless as he slammed his fist on Fenrir's face. Bang! Under the shock, Fenrir was sent flying by a punch, his neck crooked and close to his shoulder, his pupils full of unbelief. A 10% chance of winning? What do you mean? You people, why do you always like to say something the villain doesn't understand and then suddenly your strength skyrockets? Jiang Yaran, it's now. Xia Yan drank lowly, and Jiang Yaran on the side instantly ended her conditioning. Her lotus steps moved lightly, a deft jump, and her entire body stood in the void as if she was stepping on steps. Big fool, you lost. Jiang Yaran's eyes were icy cold, and the dragonitis in her pupils instantly blossomed greatly, and immediately afterward, it rushed out from Jiang Yaran's eyes. The dragonitis gradually converged in the air to form a long sword with a dragon head sword hilt. Dragon Emperor sword? You are the Dragon Emperor? No, this is impossible. How could there be a second Dragon Emperor in this world? Fenrir's teeth were about to break, and the shock in his eyes almost condensed into substance. Although the Dragon Emperor's sword in front of him was only a shadow condensed from dragonitis, the oppressive feeling it brought to the same dragon type could not be faked. This sword was definitely a Dragon Emperor's sword that only a Dragon Emperor could possess. Under the Dragon Emperor's sword, all dragons must prostrate themselves. For the dragon race, this Dragon Emperor's sword was absolute crushing. It was impossible for any dragon race to dare to raise the slightest disrespect to the Dragon Emperor's sword. Even if it cost them their lives, they could only lead their necks to be killed. Say goodbye to your life, dragon race bastard. Jiang Yaran lightly stepped on the void, holding the Dragon Emperor's sword void, and swung down with a single stroke of her sword. From the beginning to the end, she was expressionless. No, I won't accept it. It was as if Fenrir was frozen in midair, and he could only watch as the Dragon Emperor's sword chopped towards him. He felt the smell of death overflowing from his bones. If he didn't run again, he would die. Ow dash. The fear of facing death inspired Fenrir's survival potential, and he actually broke free from the lock of the Dragon Emperor's sword. Immediately afterward, the blood pool boiled once again, and scarlet blood-red liquid rushed straight up, rushing into Fenrir's body as if it didn't need money. With that, Fenrir made a tiger leap and instantly disappeared. An augur dragon that was no different from a dragon type, but filled with a demonic aura appeared in front of the duo. It had actually summoned its own body. With that, it turned around and ran. The Dragon Emperor's sword behind them came with an unchanged momentum and chopped at Fenrir's own body. A heart-rending, tragic howl that made the entire buried Dragon Valley tremble with it raised up. Today's disgrace, I will return it. Fenrir spat out his last words and hissed as he drilled into the tunnel in front of him, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 41 Two Dragon Emperors. Fenrir just escaped, but its miserable howl before it left still kept echoing in the backyard. It made people's hearts flutter when they heard it. Even the group of magical beasts that Fenrir belonged to also scattered and fled, not daring to approach this place at all. Although Fenrir's bloodline is not pure, but the dragon after all is also considered a dragon race, the dragon roar can still suppress most of the magical beasts. Otherwise, the dragon race, on what grounds could it be the true royal family of the magical beasts? Alas, my current strength is still too weak. I can't even summon the real Dragon Emperor's sword, and with all my might I can only summon a shadow. The Dragon Emperor's sword's silhouette hovered in midair and trembled slightly. Then it transformed into purple dragon flame and reintegrated into Jiang Yaran's eyes. Her face was filled with unwillingness. Obviously, it was just a little bit too close, and Fenrir would be dead. Right now, even though it had caused Fenrir a not-so-light injury, it would be difficult to survive more than half a year if it wasn't treated in time. Moreover, the various exotic elixirs that Fenrir had spent 50 years collecting and extracting the collected dragon bloodline had all been squandered in order to block Jiang Yaran's strike of the Dragon Emperor's sword. It could be said that Fenrir was no different from being dead. Did pretty well. We defeated a B+ ranked powerhouse head-on. Unlike Jiang Yaran's loss, Xia Yan waved his fist vigorously, his face filled with exuberance. That was AB plus rank. Since the revival of Aura and the division of ranks, 10 strongest people had appeared around the globe, all of them A-ranked. However, the A-class strongest people were constrained by each other, and since the destructive power of A-class was so strong that it had far exceeded the limits of human power, they made a pact with each other not to allow them to strike in the secular world, and the world basically couldn't hear of any news of the emergence of A-class strongest people. In other words, the B-plus class was the strongest in plain sight. Jiang Qianlu, the dean of the Beijing Offensive Class Alien Ability Academy, who had a chance to meet Xia Yan at the freshman conference, was a B-plus class powerhouse. The fact that they could defeat Fenrir meant that, could also defeat Jiang Qianlu? Xia Yan gulped, his mind instantly energized. If you don't understand, ask, what level is it for a new student to be able to defeat the dean when they've just enrolled for less than a week? Don't think blindly. Being able to defeat Fenrir is because it's an augur dragon. As long as the species that is associated with dragons, the Dragon Emperor sword has an absolute restraint. It doesn't mean that we can really defeat a B+ level. At the very least, I can't do it with my current strength. Zhang Yaran blankly glanced at Xia Yan. She was very familiar with Xia Yan. She didn't even need to ask what this little thief was thinking. She could understand by looking down at his eyes. This way feelings are attribute restraint. Xia Yan's face was somewhat disappointed. It seemed that the Dragon Emperor sword should have an innate suppression of the dragon race from its setting, and it didn't mean that the two of them could defeat a B+ level powerhouse by joining forces. Some of the thoughts in Xia Yan's mind were instantly dispelled for the most part. Don't be too disappointed. At least Fenrir ran away. There are still some spirit medicines left here. I just took a look. Other than the batch used by Fenrir to purify its bloodline, there are a lot of spirit medicines that it can't use, but are not of low quality. Jiang Yaran stroked her chin. You're a student of Beijing. There should be standards for the assessment, and with these elixirs in place, it definitely won't be a problem to help you get a championship. Then what are you waiting for? Quickly move. Quickly move. Copied. Xia Yan shook off his head, and when he thought that half of the Burial Dragon Valley's spiritual medicines were going to be his own, a flash of fire steeply rose in his heart, dryly moving up. Looking at Xia Yan who was busy working feverishly, Zhang Yaran found a rock and sat down, holding her fragrant cheeks with one hand, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. This idiot. Zhang Yaran's mood wasn't really good. Instead it was heavy. Through the words Fenrir left behind before he left, this world also had the existence of a Dragon Emperor. Only one Dragon Emperor could exist in a world. But now, there were two. He had forced himself here by breaking through the void, and the other party, as a Dragon Emperor, could not possibly be senseless to him. Then, in the near future, there would definitely be a duel between the two Dragon Emperors. One mountain could not accommodate two tigers, and in the end, there could only be one Dragon Emperor in a world. This was the unspoken rule of the magical beast world, and it was also a rule that Zhang Yaran recognized. Commanding the world's dragon race, the true imperial lord of the dragon race could only have one in the first place. I need to recover my strength as soon as possible. Nowadays I'm only rank B. If Xia Yan is in danger again, it would be bad if I can't help. Zhang Yaran thought sadly, her petite and delicate features twisted into a ball. Just a single Fenrir, who hadn't even been able to get himself to look at him squarely in the past, was able to cause the two of them so much trouble, and he had to summon the Dragon Emperor's sword himself in order to defeat it. If the Dragon Emperor of this world sensed himself and came looking for him, then, what should one do to save Xia Yan? This fool, when the time came, would definitely rush to the front. Zhang Yaran sighed quietly. Strength was the most correct answer. This world, like the world before his own, relied on fists to speak. Outside the chaotic stone forest, within a narrow mountain stream leading to the exit, Xia Qianyu sat cross-legged, facing a tall stack of magic cores, resting her eyes. Xu Yanyan squatted to the side, holding a small begonia in her arms, muttering something in a low voice. Stinky Xia Yan, how many days has it been? Why haven't you come out yet? Don't think I'll wait for you all the way out. One more day and I won't wait. Although I said the same thing yesterday, you must come out alive. Although on the Xian spirit plate, your signs of life are quite vigorous, but you have never come out. In the end, what chance can make you delay for so long? Xu Yanyan pursed her cherry lips, holding the little Haitong's hand, and from time to time, she took out the Xianling disc left to them by Zhuang Miao from her pocket to take a look at it. After determining that Xia Yan's vital signs were active, it was once again put back. He'll be fine, but it's you. The 9 hearts begonia must be summoned at all times and must never be withdrawn. The trial in Beijing has ended, and the magical beasts within the Burial Dragon Valley have all returned to their original familiar turf to move around. So it can be said that there could be a magical beast sneak attack at any time. If it happens suddenly and I'm too late to make a move, the 9 hearts begonia can save your life. Xia Qianyu closed her eyes and faintly instructed. Oh, I know. Xu Yanyan changed her posture, Xia Qianyu was right. These days, basically every day, there were ungrateful magical beasts sneaking up on them. These magical beasts all ended up the same way, as evidenced by the magical cores stacked up in front of Xia Qianyu. Xia Qianyu was strong and reliable, but Chu Yanyan still didn't dare to get too close to her. The sword chi that almost killed her in the beginning left Chu Yanyan's impression too deep. Suddenly, just as Chu Yanyan was rambling, a miserable dragon roar resounded through the mountain stream. Chapter 42, Bumping into Xia Qianyu? What? What movement? Chu Yanyan's heart abruptly panicked, so scared that her pretty face turned white, and she sat on her butt on the ground, the 9 hearts begonia in her arms shining brightly. This dragon's roar, surprisingly, just some aftershocks, can make her feel a burst of discomfort in her heart. If one were to face this dragon's roar directly, Chu Yanyan didn't dare to think any further. Glancing at Xia Qianyu, Chu Yanyan hesitated and still summoned a begonia beside Xia Qianyu. This person, scary as it was, but the kind-hearted Chu Yanyan was still unwilling to see her get hurt because of it. No need. It's just an aftermath. It can't hurt me. Looking at the begonias that roamed recklessly in the air in front of her eyes, and the warmth that flowed through all her limbs and bones, Xia Qianyu was slightly stunned, and after a pause, she said, "Your 9 hearts begonia is very good, cultivate it well, and in the future, it will at least be at the level of a cardinal archbishop in the overseas Vatican." The cardinal archbishop selection in the overseas Vatican is very strange. They only like to look for people whose supernatural ability is 9 hearts Haitang to serve. You may not necessarily not have a chance. Xia Qianyu's words caused Chu Yanyan to freeze for a moment, but still obediently nodded her head. Cardinal archbishop or something. It sounded so far away. Chu Yanyan only wanted to stay by her childhood friend's side. Even if it was to be a douchebag with Xia Yan, it would make her a lot happier. This dragon's roar is coming from under the bottom of the foggy sea. The dragon's roar within the burial dragon valley. Only those 2 giant dragons fulfill the conditions. Could it be? Xia Qianyu raised her willow eyebrows and realized something. Are you saying that Xia Yan met one of the giant dragons? Chu Yanyan's face turned even whiter. With that small body of Xia Yan, no matter which one of the giant dragons he encountered, it was obviously not enough for the other party to toss, right? Wasn't it said that he had encountered a chance? Why would there be a giant dragon? Could it be that the chance that Xia Yan encountered was of such high quality that the giant dragon couldn't help but raise its heart to snatch it, going so far as to break its agreement with Bei Qing and make a move against Xia Yan? Not sure yet. Xia Qianyu's eyes flickered slightly. Her thoughts were similar to Chu Yanyan's. That Xia Yan had encountered a giant dragon was the most likely thing. Moreover, the dragon's roar sounded painful and angry. Did Xia Yan steal all of the giant dragon's treasures? How else would the giant dragon be so angry? Xia Qianyu wanted to go down and take a look. But what was under the sea of mist? Xia Qianyu couldn't decide. But it wouldn't be appropriate to leave the other party up there just like that if she didn't bring Chu Yanyan along. A milkmaid with no fighting ability. Bumping into an E-class magical beast would be enough to make Chu Yanyan drink a pot of water. Xia Qianyu was in the midst of being entangled when her expression suddenly became serious. Her Tai Ching sword lit up in an instant and danced a sword flower straight under the sea of fog. Be careful. Dodge. Xia Qianyu chirped out. Standing in front of Chu Yanyan, her beautiful eyes staring dead on at the sea of fog that was churning up, she could sense that the huge dragon that had emitted that dragon roar was rushing up. Chu Yanyan nodded. She is not the kind of person who procrastinates, knowing that she stays here instead of helping, but will distract Xia Qianyu. Holding Haitang hid behind a boulder, poking out a small head, beautiful eyes unblinking watch. Xia Qianyu looked at the sea of fog in a strict wait. The original non-stop surging surface gradually calmed down. It seemed like everything hadn't happened in general. Playing God. Get the hell out of here. Xia Qianyu didn't take it lightly. Her perception was not as good as Xia Yan's, but it was still superior. The giant dragon did not go away. Drumming softly, the Tai Ching sword came out of her hand. Xia Qianyu used her sword royalty to power up, and the Tai Ching sword carried an overpowering aura that broke through the thunder, rushing straight into the sea of fog. For a moment, the crisp sword chirp on the Tai Ching sword was not even the slightest bit inferior to the dragon's roar. Bang! The Tai Ching sword didn't enter the sea of fog, and soon stabbed something, and after a collision, a muffled grunt that couldn't be suppressed came out from underneath the sea of fog, and the Tai Ching sword was a reversal, and returned from the sea of fog back to Xia Qianyu's hand. Surprisingly another B+ grade? I hate. When did there become so many B+ ranks in this world? Below the sea of mist, in the fog that was originally so thick and dense that nothing could be seen, 2 large lanterns suddenly lit up. The lanterns were emitting a ghostly yellow light, and were staring deathly at Xia Qianyu who was standing above them. Which one of the 2 giant dragons are you? Xia Qianyu held the Tai Ching sword as she slowly stepped forward, stepping onto the void like a staircase. She stood in the center of the sea of mist, face to face with the yellow lantern. Xu Yanyan, who was hiding behind the boulder, covered her mouth when she heard the words. Only now did she suddenly understand. Those two yellow lanterns were not lanterns at all. Rather, they were eyes. Get out of the way. Get out of the way. A low hiss slowly came out, the warning in it overflowing. I ask. You answer. As if she hadn't heard it, Xia Qianyu faintly asked, have you ever seen a freshman-looking boy? This question completely enraged the owner of the voice, and it opened its mouth, its anger mixed with countless grievances, and even rushed out directly from the sea of fog. You are actually a gang. The appearance of a scaly dragon was none other than Fenrir, who had luckily escaped from under the Dragon Emperor's sword. Fenrir's original body was an augur dragon, and his size was not any smaller than that of a dragon race, but now Fenrir, hard to eat a Dragon Emperor sword, huge size, was cut off a small half, 2 dragon horns on the forehead, 1 root broken, purple dragon blood from the wounds kept emerging. At this time, the angry and somewhat hysterical look was terrifying. You've seen him? Xia Qianyu turned her Tai Ching sword and raised her hand to deliver a sword splash, pointing directly at Fenrir. Answer me. Where is he now? Don't try to get any answers out of me. Get out of my way or die. Fenrir shouted furiously and flew straight up from under the sea of mist, charging straight for the exit. It was scared out of its wits by the Dragon Emperor sword. If it had known that Jiang Yiran was a Dragon Emperor, there was no way it would have continued to stay in the buried Dragon Valley. Fenrir didn't understand why there were 2 Dragon Emperors in one world, but knew that no matter which of the 2 it was definitely not something a miscellaneous blood augur would dare to touch. If it didn't run, it wouldn't have a chance. Be careful, Xu Yanyan exclaimed, reminding, there's no harm, there's no one from northern Shang here. Xia Qianyu's eyes were lowered, facing Fenrir, who was charging towards her. Her expression was ancient. In other words, even if I unseal my cultivation, it won't affect the subsequent plan. In that case, it's best. Xia Qianyu's palm lifted up, actually putting away the Tai Ching sword directly. She just held it up with one hand, without any energy fluctuations on her body. It seemed as if she was no longer even utilizing her supernatural abilities. But something bizarre happened. Fenrir's desperately forward body shape suddenly stopped. Chapter 43, Unlucky Fenrir. Ho ho. No matter how Fenrir exerted his strength, even if he used all his desperate strength, he simply couldn't move an inch. 2 huge eyes are going to come out of their sockets, and the dragon's head is densely packed, covered with cold sweat that comes out. Can't move at all. I say. Fenrir gulped, his sanity returning by 8 points. It could not have imagined that Xie Qianyu's strength was this strong, not to mention the fact that it was now a severely injured body. Even at its full strength, it was absolutely impossible to be Xie Qianyu's opponent. What's going on today? I'm not sure who I'm messing with. So many experts. Where the hell did they all come from? Fenrir somewhat wanted to cry. Xia Yan is in my cave at this moment. He has united with another giant dragon and has injured me severely. If I don't run away, it will really be too late. Please ask this senior to let me off the hook and let me leave like this. Is that alright? Fenrir hurriedly said. If you guys also want the treasures in my cave, feel free to take them. It's just that you guys have to be able to beat the 2 of them in order to do so. So I won't participate. Farewell. Fenrir pulled his legs out and wanted to slip away, but he still couldn't move. The dragon head looked at Xie Qianyu in confusion. Senior, what do you mean by this? Since we already know the whereabouts of Xia Yan, you won't be needed. Xia Qianyu yawned and fanned her palm slightly. Die. Crunch. As soon as the words fell, a pain that bubbled up from the depths of his soul came from Fenrir's entire body. And in just a moment, Fenrir felt that the bones in his entire body had shattered. It was only until now that Fenrir realized that his entire body had been entangled by a transparent silk thread at some point, and these silk threads were the culprits that made him unable to move. What does Senior mean by this? Fenrir was on the verge of crying. It hadn't offended this woman, and the information the other party wanted to know had already been told. So why did it still need to make a move? Do you want to bully a dragon like that? Xia Yan is not someone who likes to provoke trouble. Since he joined forces with another dragon to find trouble with you, it proves that you must have done something unseemly and bad. In that case, I can't keep you. Xia Qianyu paused and silently added a sentence in her mind. Otherwise, that guy hadn't gotten over his anger in the first place. Wouldn't he be blaming himself again? You and that guy are really in cahoots. Holy! Fenrir woke up as if from a dream, and under his anger, his huge dragon body rapidly expanded. It definitely couldn't run. The difference in strength between the 2 sides was too great, but even if it died, it would never let the other party get their dragon pills and magic cores. Useless. Xia Qianyu didn't even look at it. Her fingers gently lifted up, and the transparent silk threads binding Fenrir instantly tensed up. In just a second's work, Fenrir exploded into a mist of blood. AB+ level powerhouse. one of the only two kings of the buried Dragon Valley, died so lightly in Xie Qianyu's hands. Xu Yanyan's jaw was almost dislocated. Earlier, she had only felt that Xie Qianyu was very powerful, but it hadn't yet exceeded her cognizance. It just made sense that as a martial alliance 1000 gold, she had an early start, so she was stronger than the newborns. But now, Xu Yanyan would be really stupid if she believed Xie Qianyu was a freshman again. Xie Qianyu's real strength, I'm afraid, is already not too far from Zhuang Miao, the tutor, or even stronger. Buzz. The blood mist dispersed and only a golden dan-like substance and a piece of magic core the size of a head remained in the air. Xie Qianyu didn't even bother to raise her eyelids, and with a wave of her trusty hand, the dragon dan and the devil's core entered her hands. With that, Xie Qianyu turned around and returned to the ground. You are awesome. Chu Yanyan bravely came over. Xie Qianyu's strength exceeded her perception, causing Chu Yanyan's brain to be a little dizzy right now. Everyone's age is about the same. Why can Xie Qianyu be so strong? Can't understand. There shouldn't be anything that a freshman of the same class gets that can be more precious than the Dragon Dan. Xie Qianyu held the Dragon Dan and the magic core in her palm and faintly said, "This time, we've been blessed by Xia Yan." Ha? What is it about Xia Yan? Xu Yanyan became even more confused. The fact that this giant dragon was severely injured has something to do with Xia Yan. Xie Qianyu quietly looked at the Dragon Dan in her hand, and there was an inexplicable light flashing in her beautiful eyes. It seems that he utilized his own bizarre supernormal ability. The fact that Fenrir suffered such a big loss and allowed himself to pick up the slack seems to be the result of just hitting the bullseye. But what kind of bizarre supernormal ability could an E-ranked kid have to injure a B+ rank? Xie Qianyu realized that the mysteries surrounding Xia Yan were getting bigger and bigger. This cheap slave of his own didn't seem to be as simple as it appeared on the surface. Creepy alien ability? Xia Yan? Xu Yanyan was even more confused. What on earth was Xie Qianyu talking about? The Xia Yan in her mouth, and the Xia Yan she knew, were they the same person or not? First fix it, the giant dragon its one has died. Xia Yan should also have gotten the chance that belongs to him. Probably will come out in a while. What you don't understand, let him explain to you himself. Xie Qianyu is not a person who likes to talk more nonsense. Casually placed the Dragon Dan and magic cores on the high pile of magic cores stacked in front of him, and then sat down again on his original position, closing his eyes and resting his mind. It seemed that solving a B+ ranked dragon didn't make her mood change in any way. Oh, Xu Yanyan curiously poked at the golden-colored Dragon Dan, only to feel a warmth in her fingertips, and a pure energy almost floating out through the Dragon Dan in general. But Xia Yan is fine as long as it is fine. Xu Yanyan although curious, but it is nothing to wait a little longer. So he found a corner and squatted down holding Haitang as usual, under the sea of mist, inside Fenrir's cave. Phew, should be about right. Xia Yan wiped a handful of tired sweat on his forehead, panting and sitting on the ground to rest for a while. Moving things was just purely physical labor, and being able to make Xia Yan, who was at the top of his physical quality, tired like this, it was evident how much of Fenrir's collection was left. I can't believe it. Just this is still Fenrir's remaining in the case of using a large portion of the elixir. How much has it collected in the end? Looking at the small mountain of spirit medicines in front of him that was a head taller than himself, Xia Yan shook his head and sked. Jiang Yaran couldn't use the spirit medicines within the buried Dragon Valley, and the treasures that she had collected were all meant to be kept for herself, so there were a lot of them, which Xia Yan could understand. But Fenrir had already used a large portion of it, yet it still managed to have a collection that was not inferior to Jiang Yaran's. How much had it collected over the past 50 years? I'm afraid that it had dug up the entire buried Dragon Valley? Fenrir is ruthless. As long as it is a spiritual medicine, it has given it a snatch. In my territory, the spiritual medicine that has an owner I won't touch it, and I don't care to grab it with them. Jiang Yaran blankly glanced at Xia Yan. So what's so strange about Fenrir being able to have so many treasures? Chapter 44, half of the buried Dragon Valley as a rite of passage. Looking at the piles of spirit medicines in front of him, taller than two of himself, Xia Yan roughly estimated and nodded with deep empathy. Jiang Yaran was right. If Fenrir hadn't been so unscrupulously enriching himself, there was absolutely no way that he could have collected so much more spirit medicines than Jiang Yaran had been collecting day in and day out for decades. I'm afraid that the half of the buried Dragon Valley that originally belonged to Fenrir had already been raided to the point where there wasn't even a hair left. That's pretty much it. Make way. I'll put them away. Seeing that the packing was almost done, Jiang Yaran took a few steps forward, and Xia Yan understandably sidestepped, only to see Jiang Yaran standing still, her slender fingers skillfully reaching forward. The next second, the huge mountain of treasures in front of her eyes just converged into a white torrent, hovering over Jiang Yaran's fingers, gradually coalescing into a white crystal clear ring. The dragon race's spatial talent can be truly magical. Xia Yan sked under his breath. This scene, no matter how many times he saw it again, Xia Yan felt it was spectacular. Here, It's for you. Xia Yan was still in a daze when he saw Zhang Yiran remove the white ring from her finger and casually throw it over. Holy, what are you doing? Seeing that the ring was about to fall on the ground, Xia Yan hurriedly stretched out his hand and caught it with his hands. Looking at Zhang Yiran, who didn't care, Xia Yan couldn't help but complain. Do you know how much this ring is worth? No matter how rich you are, you can't build it like this. Wait, you said you sent it to me? Only then did Xia Yan react, staring blankly at Zhang Yiran. Although it was true that Fenrir was only defeated because the two worked together, that was true, but how much did Xia Yan contribute from it? Xia Yan himself knew only too well. Without Zhang Yiran's Dragon Emperor sword, Fenrir's chances of winning would have been greater. Zhang Yiran was the one who made the main effort. It wasn't like Xia Yan had any idea about these treasures. After all, he was only in his dream before he was that divine thief who treated his wealth as if it was his own. Now that it was the real world, there was no need for him to maintain his persona like he did in his dream. If you want to regain your strength and return to your former size, you definitely need the medicinal support of quite a few elixirs. I can't accept this ring. Xia Yan thought about it and firmly refused. It wasn't like he needed spirit medicine for his strength increase, so leaving so many treasures in his hands wasn't too useful, to be honest. It was better to leave it to Zhang Yiran, who needed it more. No, hear me out. Zhang Yiran shook her head slightly and took several steps back with her hands behind her back. She looked at Xia Yan with light in her eyes. I'll take half of the burial Dragon Valley as a gift and ask you to take care of me in the future. The young girl's voice was very soft, but the meaning it contained was heavy. For a moment, Xia Yan froze, and within the large cave, he could only hear his own heartbeat, and the heavy weight of Zhang Yiran's tone. Xia Yan could feel the other party's determination. This time, she did not want to experience life and death again. Half of the burial Dragon Valley as a gift is a good and thick gift, enough to see Zhang Yiran's righteousness. Are you unwilling? Zhang Yiran bit her lip, her lovely features twisted into a ball. This dead man, why hasn't he given an answer yet? Mute, isn't he usually quite good at talking? Why don't you at least speak? I'm willing. Xia Yan touched his nose with an odd expression. Anyway, I'm used to bringing a child before, so it's nothing to bring it again. Vaguely remembering, when Zhang Yiran broke out of the shell from the dragon egg, it seemed to be this lowly body type in front of him. The dragon race to form than other magical beasts to form the progress of some faster. Once out his 4 or 5 years old child appearance, Xia Yan had experience in bringing up children. Bah! Bring you a dead head. Who is a child? Zhang Yiran's red face poo-pooed a mouthful, and pounced over to tug on Xia Yan's hair with open teeth and claws. Lao Mian wants to be with you. You want to be Lao Mian's father? Today, I have to let this brat see what it means to be the wrath of a special dragon. Wrong! A miserable howl suddenly came out from the cave, and the sound of a succession of knocking down a floor of debris as they escaped in a sorry state. The heat was tight. Xia Yan hugged his head and scurried to fight with Zhang Yiran, but a different meaning rose in his heart. Xia Qian, you are not. Xu Yan Yan also. These two women, too, were the heroines in the dream world, but Xia Qian, you didn't know that she was her master, and Xu Yanyan's memories were locked away by her own choice. Only Zhang Yiran was the first female main character to have a complete memory and to be reunited with herself, although he hadn't yet fulfilled Zhang Yiran's wish to feast, so it wasn't considered making up for his regrets. Xia Yan was sure that this time wouldn't be too long. At the slowest, it would only be about 10 days. His own supernormal ability would be ushered in for the first refinement. 2 or 8 open sounds no different from 1 or 9 open. Both are sandbags. Xia Yan drew the corners of his mouth, a bitter smile raised. No matter what, it was always good to have an improvement. Finally taking the first step, Xia Yan was easily contented. The road ahead could still be long. Above the sea of mist, the chaotic stone forest. Another day had passed since the beheading of Fenrir. Xia Qian, you still maintained her meditation posture, not moving for the entire day. Xu Yanyan hugged her haitang and leaned against the boulder to take a small rest, but the dream she was having wasn't very nice. The unconscious trembling of her fingers, and the legs that tensed up every now and then, as well as the tightly furrowed brows, were enough to see this. By the time you read this, I'll have already passed away. Yun, I never blamed you for hating me. That's obvious to anyone. I won't pester you anymore. Please don't worry. Goodbye. The neat and tidy suicide note, and the body that fell from the upper floor and smashed the ground in a large puddle of blood. The screams of his classmates, Cheng Yaoyao's empty and confused eyes, and the paramedics coming and going. There, also fell to the ground, has been shedding tears, clenched in his hands to write a love letter for the night. Determined to confess to Xia Yan Xu Yan Yan, despair surged like a tidal wave. A picture, such as a PPT general in the dream flashed, but it was enough for Xu Yan Yan to memorize them all. Xu Yan Yan's heart seized up high, and it hurt so much that she couldn't breathe. In her mind, she kept chanting, "These are all dreams. They are all dreams. Wake up, Xu Yanyan knew that these images were all dreams. She must be having a nightmare. Xia Yan didn't die. Xia Yan was alive and well, and had even made up with herself. But for some reason, a bizarre but clear and incomparable thought bubbled up inside Xu Yanyan's heart. These images were not dreams. Rather, they were things that had actually happened. It was agonizing, yet lucid enough. Not like this. Not. Gradually, 2 lines of clear tears flowed down from Xu Yanyan's tightly closed eyes. Not far away, Xia Qianyu, who was quietly regulating her breathing, unconsciously glanced at it, and after noticing this scene, her willow brows furrowed, and she got up and came to Xu Yanyan's side. Chapter 45, Xu Yanyan's Heart Demon. Heart Demon? Xia Qianyu stretched out her palm and pressed it on Xu Yanyan's forehead, closing her eyes and sensing it, opening her eyes after a long time, all in disbelief. AD rank, how could there be a heart demon? Xia Qianyu was confused. Her beautiful eyes had a trace of lingering horror. She had sort of realized that as long as one had a little bit of contact with Xia Yan, every single one of them was a perverted monster. First, it was Xia Yan, who had an E-rank cultivation yet managed to make himself smell a touch of threat, and was able to beat the B+ ranked dragon Fenrir to the brink of death. Now it was Xu Yanyan's turn, with a D-rank cultivation but with a heart demon that a B+ rank wouldn't even necessarily have. What the hell is wrong with this world? Xia Qianyu was filled with disbelief. What happened to Xu Yanyan? Of course Xia Qianyu could not understand. Ever since Xu Yanyan was almost killed by Xia Qianyu, fragments of images have been surging up in Xu Yanyan's heart from time to time. At first, the speed of the picture fragments was so fast that Xu Yanyan couldn't see them clearly at all. As each emotional fluctuation intensified, the picture fragments became clearer and clearer. However, Xu Yanyan had always summoned the 9 Hearts Begonia, and with the suppression of the 9 Hearts Begonia, Xu Yanyan was still able to survive. Until this time, it intensified. The sleeping Xu Yanyan was her most vulnerable time, and the picture fragments had never been as clear as they were now. This time, even the 9 Hearts Begonia didn't work. It was me who killed Xia Yan. Everything is my fault. I'll die, as long as I die. The one who hurt Xia Yan was me. I shouldn't have lived in the first place. One extreme thought after another surged up. Xu Yanyan's brows knitted deeper, and her body's aura vaguely began to move somewhat towards the berserk side. Xu Yanyan's own strength was too low after all, and it was simply impossible to get through the heart demon just by herself. There would only be one result if it continued any longer: death of the body and disappearance of the Tao. Forget it. I almost killed you before and made that guy angry with me, but now I just have a chance to make up for it. Xia Qianyu shook her head, her eyes somewhat complicated. She reached out and the golden-colored dragon Dan floated over. B+ grade magic core. Enough to pass the examination. This dragon Dan has a vast and majestic dragon's righteous chi, just enough to suppress the mania of the heart demon. The dragon Dan's energy is neutral and calm. It won't burst your frail body. It's excellent. With the aid of the dragon Dan, in the future, your cultivation speed can be as much as 3 to 5 times faster than your peers. Your future is immeasurable. For the sake of this fellow Xia Yan, I will send you a creation today. The dragon Dan landed steadily in Xia Qianyu's outstretched hand, emitting a golden yellow light that had a neutral and calm flavor. Immediately, Xia Qianyu's palm gently pushed, and the dragon Dan slowly floated towards Xu Yanyan. A scene that made people's jaws drop occurred. Dragon Dan in close to Xu Yanyan's forehead the moment. The surface unexpectedly turned into a water-like fluctuations. So into it, not a single ripple was stirred up. With the integration of the dragon Dan, the manic aura on Xu Yanyan's body was as if snow had met the sun, slowly fading away. Her breathing also became steady, and her tightly furrowed brows loosened. The energy of the dragon Dan is too great. You need time to slowly digest and absorb it, but with it here, the heart demon can no longer make any waves. Seeing that the dragon Dan had taken effect, Xia Qianyu let out a slight sigh of relief and spoke indifferently. Thank you. Xu Yanyan opened her eyes at some point, her beautiful eyes unblinking as she quietly looked at Xia Qianyu. This voice of thanks was heartfelt. Although she was dreaming, everything in the outside world was perceived. Naturally, she also knew what Xia Qianyu had done. There's no need to thank me. I'm just apologizing for it. I'm sorry for what happened before. Xia Qianyu turned around. Xu Yanyan could not see the other party's expression, but could hear the seriousness in Xia Qianyu's tone. There's no need for a heavenly maiden like you to apologize to me. Xu Yanyan suddenly laughed out. She could feel that a barrier that had risen in her heart due to Xia Qianyu almost killing her had disappeared with the dissipation of her heart's demon. This guy, he's not a bad person. Xu Yanyan knew in her heart how precious the B+ grade dragon Dan was. In an era where A-ranked powerhouses did not appear in the world, a B+ rank was a true ceiling powerhouse. Once this dragon Dan appeared in the outside world, I'm afraid that all the forces in the world would riot over it. They would break their heads to snatch this dragon pill. Just because the dragon race has a characteristic, Their body is the source of cultivation of the Dragon Dan. Dragon Dan once out of the body, although they will not die, but a body of cultivation will also be dissipated. But once the dragon pill is obtained by humans, the pure energy contained within it can be absorbed, enough to recreate a B+ level powerhouse. Whoever obtained this dragon pill would be able to create one more B+ rank. This temptation could not be said to be too great. But now, such a precious and priceless treasure was given to herself by Xia Qianyu. This sentiment, Xu Yanyan heartily received. If I can't get your forgiveness, Xia Yan will never forgive me. Xia Qianyu didn't even look back, and continued after a pause. It's hard to find a slave. I don't want to lose it just like that. If Xia Yan comes back, please, help. Xia Qianyu was very twisted, asking for help for this kind of thing. It was the first time she did it. She also didn't know if Xu Yanyan would agree. Don't worry, definitely will. Xu Yanyan blossomed into a smile, walked quickly to Xia Qianyu's side, reached out and grabbed her hand, smiling. We're good friends, aren't we? Well, Xia Qianyu was stunned for a moment. Her expression was tangled, but still gently nodded. Friends. This identity was really rare. Xia Qianyu didn't have any friends. Never had any. On the contrary, she had met quite a few people under the banner of friends who actually had other plans. But Xia Qianyu did not see this kind of stomach-churning mind from Chu Yanyan's body. Only a piece of frank nakedness. One more friend. Seems not bad? Xia Qianyu thought so. Don't worry. Since we're friends, then you don't have to rely on Xia Yan for all of your mental illness. I can help too. Seeing Xia Qianyu nodding her head, Xu Yanyan's smile became even more intense, patting her chest to assure. I'm very experienced. I can definitely bring you out of the stress. Xia Qianyu. Mental illness? Stress? What's all this with? Looking at the sympathy on Xu Yanyan's face, Xia Qianyu was keenly aware. Xia Yan, this broken-mouthed douchebag, must have said something about herself to Chu Yanyan behind her back. Absolutely. Just as Xia Qianyu was planning to ask properly what exactly Xia Yan had said about herself behind her back, a sound of breaking air was heard. Whoosh! This was immediately followed by the sound of a mixing of words. I say, can't you fly slower? I'm afraid of heights. Shut up and come up yourself if you can. Don't beg me. Chapter 46, The world must be crazy. If I can fly up by myself, then of course I will fly by myself. Che, don't wow me if you don't have the ability. Immediately afterward, a large and a small figure rushed out from the sea of fog and landed on a stone pillar in the chaotic stone forest. This pairing was weird and a bit funny, simply because the taller one was carried by the shorter one by the collar and flew up. Even after the two landed on the ground, they were still tossing their mouths as if no one else was there. Xia Yan, Xu Yanyan called out in surprise. It was Xia Yan who had not seen for a long time and made Xu Yanyan's heart miss. Who was this little loli that appeared beside Xia Yan? Looking at her tone and demeanor, it was surprising that there was some resemblance to Xia Yan. Could, Xu Yanyan thought of something, her pretty face instantly turned white. The flow of time in the secret realm is occasionally not quite the same as the outside world, especially after encountering a chance. It is likely that there will be a situation where a year within it and a day in the outside world occurs. Xia Qianyu silently walked beside Xu Yanyan. Intelligent as she was, she could also see that Xia Yan's temperament was very similar to the little loli. It was as if they were carved out of the same mold. What? Xu Yanyan's face went even whiter. Xia Qianyu's face wasn't too good either. Obviously, they thought of that possibility at the same time. Xia Yan had gotten married in the chance and had a child. Inside the buried Dragon Valley, the people of northern Qing had all left, and other than those in this area, the only one with the ability to bear children in the entire buried Dragon Valley was that female dragon. And then linking to Xia Yan's chance, could that mother dragon have fallen in love with Xia Yan? In order to get Xia Yan, the mother dragon and Xia Yan teamed up and beat Fenrir to the brink of death and serious injury? If not, how could Fenrir be so angry in the first place? Being robbed of his wife, no one would be able to bear it. That miserable howl could be heard throughout the entire burial Dragon Valley. Oh, you guys haven't even left yet? Only then did Xia Yan notice the two girls, looking slightly less natural, glancing furtively at Jiang Yaran, and then pretending to be fine and putting it away. The sneaky little action further confirmed what the two women had in mind. Time to sharpen the sword. Xia Qianyu pursed her lips and drew her Tai Ching sword with a mischievous sound, eyes unkindly staring at Xia Yan. There was a great momentum that she would directly strike out her sword to slice the other party to death in the next second. I'll give you an assist. Xu Yanyan's face was expressionless as she summoned the Nine Hearts Begonia. The two women stared at Xia Yan in death, and the air pressure around them became lower and lower. Yay! Xia Yan touched his nose. The low air pressure around him made him gulp without holding back. What are you guys doing? Xia Yan let out a forced smile, thinking that he couldn't be. Could he? He hadn't even been introduced. And these two women could see the relationship between Jiang Yaran and himself? Is there such an evil thing? Xia Yan, at the expense of you saying you have good connections, these two sisters obviously have a murderous aura. Jiang Yaran let out a whoop and directly shrunk behind Xia Yan, laughing cheekily. She herself was a person who watched the fun, and to be able to watch Xia Yan's bad luck, she was the first to raise her hand in agreement. I don't think there's a need for this, right? Two strong men. Xia Yan gave a dry laugh. At this time, the murderous aura that flowed from the two women was surprisingly more capable of giving Xia Yan pressure than Fenrir at the time. This couldn't help but go weak in the knees. Give you a chance, tell us, who is she? Xia Qianyu took a long deep breath and said faintly. Although she couldn't figure out why Xia Yan having a daughter would make her angry like this, she wasn't Xia Yan's anything, why should she care about Xia Yan? But the anger was all born. It's better to ask for clarification first. Is it your daughter? You say the words clearly. Xu Yanyan at this time have been almost cried out. Beautiful eyes containing a touch of crystal. Chu pity and with a trace of icy pity. What? Daughter? Definitely not. Only then did Xia Yan realize that these two women were all thinking out of the box. However, as long as you don't know Jiang Yaran's true identity, it's good. Originally thought that the two women followed the people of the northern Qing left, Xia Yan wanted to find an opportunity to explain later. The truth did not expect the two women simply did not go. Xia Yan sighed in relief, helplessly said, this or wherewith where although Jiang Yaran is indeed their own look at the grown-up, and all the way care, said the daughter is actually not too much, but at this time, it was obvious that one could not say such words that would make people misunderstand. Otherwise, Xia Yan did not doubt for a second that the Tai Ching sword in Xia Qianyu's hand would not come into close contact with his neck. It was not until the sun was up that Xia Yan finished telling the story of Jiang Yaran's life that he had made up in advance. The two women were indeed shocked as Xia Yan had guessed. Are you saying that this is one of the two giant dragons of the buried dragon valley? Xia Qianyu twisted her head to look at Jiang Yaran, and the other party unwillingly crossed her arms and puffed out her chest. Through Jiang Yaran's bright eyes, Xia Qianyu's heart was already convinced by 8 points after seeing the smear of benthic dragon flame that was contained. This benthic dragon flame couldn't be faked. It seemed that it was indeed one of the original two giant dragons within the buried dragon valley. Yeah, what did you guys think it was? Xia Yan cried and laughed. Her name is Jiang Yaran. She didn't want to stay in the buried dragon valley anymore, so I decided to take her out, and Fenrir was also the one that I injured with her. Of course, Jiang Yaran was the one who made the big effort. By the way, you guys didn't run into Fenrir if you were here, right? Xia Yan looked around. Then he saw Xia Qianyu tossing a magic core the size of her head in her hand. What do you think? Xia Qianyu's light smile was abundant. I think that you guys have already seen it. Xia Yan and Jiang Yaran glanced at each other, the corners of their mouths involuntarily twitching. He could already fantasize what kind of expression Bei Qing would have if he learned that the two giant dragons within the buried dragon valley, one was dead and the other had escaped. I gave the dragon Dan to Yan Yan to use, and the effect is not bad. Xia Qianyu seemed to have thought of something, reached out and poked Chu Yan Yan, always high and cold as the eyes of the heavenly mountains like ice. For the first time the meaning of help appeared. Chu Yan Yan instantly understood and cleared her throat with a dry cough. Then she took several steps forward and said, yes, Xiao Xie gave me the dragon Dan, so I decided not to be angry with her anymore. Ha, Yan Yan? Little Xie? The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched even more. What exactly did these two women do while they were away? How did they get so close? Coconut, we are good friends now. So Xia Yan, you can't be angry with Xiao Xie anymore. She already knows it's wrong and has sincerely apologized to me. Chu Yan Yan directly sealed the deal. After receiving Xia Qianyu's benefits, of course she had to do her job. What's more, Xia Qianyu is a strong and beautiful person, very reliable. Okay. At those words, Xia Yan was instantly petrified. The whole person looked like he was standing in the cold wind. Messy, he didn't hear wrong, did he? Xia Qianyu apologized? This world must have gone crazy. Chapter 47, The Northern Clear Pagoda. Xia Yan even began to wonder if he had inadvertently entered a time tunnel, and that decades had actually passed in the present world. How else could he explain it? Xia Qianyu would even apologize? In the dream world plus the current world, in both lives combined, Xia Yan had never seen Xia Qianyu apologize. Even in the dream world, Xia Qianyu, who is his disciple, grew up being watched by your own. Xia Yan has never seen the other party willing to be soft. Chu Yan Yan's charm is really so great? Still have to be you my childhood friend adult. Xia Yan, little Iran is so cute how do you plan to place her? Chu Yan Yan after all is not very old. As a young girl who has just started her freshman year, Jiang Yaran only needs to do a little trick, and then with a cute appearance to Chu Yan Yan to the faint. Time together is not long, but Chu Yan Yan has begun to worry for Jiang Yaran's future place. Such a cute little loli, who wouldn't like it? First report the passage to the Beijing teaching team. Then, temporarily live in the dormitory. Wait for a period of time after vacation. I will bring her home. Xia Yan stroked his chin, and with a twinkle in his eye he found a good job for his wrong sister. There's Chang Yao Yao, who can take good care of Jiang Yaran. Anyway, his home was very close to Beijing, and even if Jiang Yaran wanted to find herself to play, it was only a 10-minute walk away. Okay, I'll go now. Chu Yanyan fondly removed her hand from Jiang Yaran's face, then walked to the side and took out the Xianling disc and pressed something. Zhuang Miao had instructed when he left the Xianling disc behind that if there were any special circumstances, he could tell him through the Xianling disc. Xia Qianyu, on the other hand, stood aside and watched coldly. Her eyes kept traveling back and forth between Xia Yan and Jiang Yaran. She always felt that Jiang Yaran seemed to have some hostility towards herself, but upon closer inspection, this hostility was gone again. Xia Qianyu smiled and shook her head. A transformed dragoness was just a dragoness, so what if she was hostile towards herself? It couldn't make any big waves. Looks like you've had a pretty good time in my absence, little thief. Jiang Yaran hid her hands in her sleeves and waved them to say goodbye to Chu Yanyan, and when the other party went to report that they were not concerned about this place, Jiang Yaran seemed to have changed as if she had become a different person, and smiled coldly as she looked at Xia Yan. Xia Yan had a jolt and tensed up. Killing aura. It was a killing aura that was even more severe than Xia Qianyu's. My life is over. Jiang Yaran looked at Xia Yan with a smirk. The lowly's face, which should be a dull expression, at this moment, she had a cold smile that did not belong to this body type. I think I should be able to explain. Xia Yan sweated profusely and took out a tissue to wipe his forehead. To finish, he had only focused on explaining Jiang Yaran to the two girls, but had forgotten to explain the two girls to Jiang Yaran. Originally, Xia Yan was always facing the cultivation ground, and now there was another Jiang Yaran. 3 women are one drama. Wouldn't every day in the future be a cultivation ground? Xia Yan's heart was bitter. He couldn't say it. Explain, I'm listening. The cold smile on Jiang Yaran's face was even thicker. This matter is a long story. Xia Yan scratched his face. 2 pieces. Jiang Yaran raised her chin towards the 2 women's location. Okay, 2 things. Xia Yan wanted to cry. He only liked to watch other people's cultivation. Now that it was really his turn, Xia Yan could only comment as, eating date pills. Sublime teaching buildings stood up, and all kinds of buildings had distinctive features. Beijing is more like a small city than a school. It is just a small city located in Zhang City. Such a Chinese students dream of the top school, but today it was like an earthquake. The entire Beijing senior management were shocked. Located in the center of the Beijing campus, is a tower-like building, called the Beijing Tower. This place was usually not open to anyone, and would only be open for a period of time when it encountered a rather tricky problem that needed to be discussed in order to determine the answer. Those who were able to participate were naturally the prominent mentors, professors, and deans in Beijing. Inside the conference room on the highest floor of the Beijing Tower, it was already filled with people at this time. Even Zhang Qianlu, who was seriously injured, had come. As the dean of the offensive class alien academy, he was physically powerful, and thus had to recover a bit faster than the 2 auxiliary academy deans. But even so, his body was covered in bandages, and he had obviously forced himself to come here. The remaining 2 deans of the auxiliary houses were still hospitalized and recuperating, so they did not participate in this meeting. There was a large round table in the conference room, surrounded by Beijing's senior figures. Behind the head of the round table was a huge projection screen. The name of this meeting was written on the curtain. It was very short, only 3 words, Buried Dragon Valley. Although the name was short, the various bigwigs sitting here were all frowning and worried at this moment. All here? Zhang Qianlu placed his hands on the table and sat at the first place, looking towards the various northern Qing executives at the round table. The sharp embedded line of sight swept across one individual's face. Even though Zhang Qianlu was seriously injured, those who were gazed at by the line of sight all felt a tingling sensation of sharpness in their backs and rushed to straighten their backs. As the dean of the northern Qing offensive class abilities, Zhang Qianlu, even though he was seriously injured, still managed to make people feel a sense of oppression that came to them. Not a single person dared to open their mouths without Zhang Qianlu speaking. The general situation, you guys already know, so I won't go into too much detail. Zhang Qianlu looked towards Zhuang Miao on his right-hand side and slightly angled his head. Xiao Zhuang, you speak. Okay. Zhuang Miao took off his glasses, rubbed his eyebrows, put them back on after a deep sigh, and stood up. Every move was as steady as possible, but only Zhuang Miao himself knew. His heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. It could be said to be on the verge of frenzy. There was only one real reason why so many northern Qing executives had gathered. Xia Yan had killed the 2 giant dragons in the buried Dragon Valley in one pot. Fenrir was killed and Jiang Yaran was brought out. From now on, there are no more dragons in the buried Dragon Valley. Zhuang Miao bit his tongue off when he first learned of the incident from Chu Yanyan. Who the hell could have imagined this? A freshman who had just enrolled in school not even a week ago. A freshman whose strength was only at level E. A freshman with only E rank strength. He was able to take out the 2 dragons of the Burial Dragon Valley in one go. If he had heard such words in the past, Zhuang Miao would have just laughed disdainfully and then recommended the best mental hospital in Jiang City to the other party. As a result, the absurdity became a fact. No giant dragons existed in the Buried Dragon Valley from now on. For Beiqing, it was indeed a good thing. A great thing. The 2 giant dragons within the original Buried Dragon Valley. Although there is an agreement in place, it is ultimately a hidden danger. A magical beast was a magical beast after all, even if it had the intelligence of a human. Chapter 48 Meetings. As a result, when the Northern Qing students went to the trial, the lead teachers basically had to follow in fear, not daring to relax for a moment. They were afraid that the giant dragon would go back on its word and give their precious students another bite. Now, the hidden danger was gone. For the people of Beiqing and Jiang City, it was a good thing. Although the original Burial Dragon Valley was a D-rank secret realm, it was very special in the D-rank secret realm because it was inhabited by 2 B+ ranked gargoyles that just wouldn't put up a fight, which was why it barely landed at D-ranked equivalence. If it really followed the rank of the giant dragons, then the Burial Dragon Valley would be an uncompromising B-rank secret realm. If that was really the case, then, even if Beiqing was no longer as skillful as he was bold, he wouldn't dare to situate his academy next to the Buried Dragon Valley. Now, the Buried Dragon Valley was a true D-class secret realm, and even the future students of Beiqing could go to the trial and not be worthy of a leading teacher. But everything obviously wouldn't be so easy, just because. Another good job that Xia Yan had put together. Jiang Yaran, one of the giant dragons, was coming out. That was the real reason that made Beiqing urgently open Beiqing Tower for this meeting. They could allow the giant dragon to stay in the Buried Dragon Valley, even if there were safety hazards. They were willing to do so, but the giant dragon had come out now, and that was of a different nature. If Jiang Yaran once stormed out in Jiang City, then, for Jiang City, the damage caused would be no less than the 13 people coming to commit a crime. Zhuang Miao, expressionless, looked around the week, and after having a draft in his mind, he spoke faintly. As reported by our detectives, there is indeed no longer any breath of dragon presence in the Burial Dragon Valley, and one of the 2 giant dragons, the female dragon, has transformed into a form, and in the name of Jiang Yaran, she intends to enter the world. As compensation, Jiang Yaran gave us Fenrir's death as a gift, and the purpose of this meeting is to brainstorm and discuss whether or not to agree to Jiang Yaran's conditions. After all, the Burial Dragon Valley is now free of potential threats, and our Academy scholars can safely and boldly set the Burial Dragon Valley as a secret realm for trials, and instead of sticking to once a year, we can regularize and normalize the trials, anytime, anywhere, and as often as we want. Jiang Yaran assured Beiqing that after coming out this time, she would only stay by the side of a new student named Xia Yan from our academy, with a trail to follow, and would not go beyond the scope of Jiang City, so that once there is an accident, Beiqing can also stifle the hidden danger in the cradle. But Jiang Yaran also made a request. She wants to have a student identity that allows her to move freely in Beiqing, as well as an official identity that allows her to freely come and go in and out of Jiang City, and requested that our academy help her to hide her trail, and not to let other people know about this matter. Zhuang Miao pushed up his glasses and sighed softly. Gentlemen, the discussion can now begin. Beiqing had a total of 22 senior officers, and aside from the 2 deans of the auxiliary courtyards who were not here due to recuperating from their injuries, each of the remaining 20 were bigwigs who could speak on their respective fields. The outcome of the final meeting would be decided by voting, and was not a matter of one person's opinion. The fact that Zhuang Miao was able to join Beiqing's senior management at such a young age was the first time since the founding of Beiqing. After Zhuang Miao finished speaking, he sat back down and glanced at Zhang Chenlu, who closed his eyes slightly and nodded approvingly. Zhuang Miao's heart was slightly settled, so he silently sat on the sidelines without uttering a word. Apart from the 2 of them, the remaining 18 people began a fiery discussion. I disagree. After all, a magical beast is just a magical beast. Can you be a normal human being after transforming into a form? Still want to come to Northern Qing to go to school? And even want an official identity? What if Jiang Yaran storms out? At that point, all the responsibility will be on Northern Qing. There's no way I can agree to that. No, I think I can agree. Jiang Yaran killing Fenrir is enough to show her attitude. The Burial Dragon Valley will be free of hidden dangers from now on. The benefits outweigh the drawbacks for Beiqing. Plus Jiang Yaran will only be active within the Jiang City area. The harm is completely controllable. Yes, a controllable dragon. When Beiqing encounters danger, it might become Beiqing's arm. Just, what is that freshman called Xia Yan? Why would Jiang Yaran be willing to follow him? Hiss, could it be because of love? Do magical beasts have love too? Why not? As recorded in the ancient books, wasn't the White Lady also a magical beast in disguise? As usual, it became a good story in the history of China. Yes. There is also the Liangzhu as well. We should be a little more open. We shouldn't stick to the rules. Nonsense. Since it's a new student, it proves that Xia Yan's age is not too old. Such a big point child is very middle-aged. Not moving to encounter a little fart-sized thing will have the idea of extermination. Jiang Yaran is willing to kill Fenrir for Xia Yan. It is enough to prove that she is a love brain. If a middle-aged child meets a love brain, is this not a hidden danger? I'm afraid the danger to Zhang Jiang will be even greater. 18 big names in the outside world with high positions of power. At this time the quarrel of spittle flying, red in the face. There is a discussion does not come out of the momentum of bare knuckles to do a fight. Jiang Qianlu was fine. He was a senior of the northern Qing dynasty, naturally familiar with everyone's character, and had long since seen the strange, but Zhuang Miao had only just joined the northern Qing tower, and it hadn't been long since he became a senior member of the northern Qing, and at this time, he quite had the feeling of having his eyes opened. Little Zhuang you might as well say it outright if you have something to say. Why are you hiding it? Jiang Qianlu is an old man. At this time looking at Zhuang Miao face constipation, naturally know that the other party has something to say. He, was you see out. Zhuang Miao scratched his head and rubbed his hands again. The main hit a constipation. For the matter of Jiang Yaran's entry into the world, Zhuang Miao did not receive any instructions from His Holiness, so Zhuang Miao could not be sure. His Holiness in the end what is an opinion? He did not believe that Xia Yan's side appeared a little dragon lady. Xia Qian you will be unaware of this. At this time do not express an opinion. Zhuang Miao is very difficult to choose. In case the wrong choice, the anger of the honor is not their own can afford. For this matter, what do you think? Jiang Qianlu laughed, intentionally or unintentionally glanced at the 18 people who were bickering, helplessly shook his head. It's fine for seniors to take opinions. I'm all for it. Zhuang Miao also had a headache, and when he heard Jiang Qianlu ask for his opinion, his head hurt even more. You guys who are leaders, one by one, can't you be decisive and give a direction? Always let the subordinates guess. Guess a hair guess right. No reward. Guess wrong. That is to put themselves in the frying pan frying. Both ends cannot fall good. Guess what the leader's thoughts. Really human torture. Ha. Watching Zhuang Miao's expression become even more constipated, Jiang Qianlu laughed out loud, reached out and patted Zhuang Miao's shoulder, saying with a smile, to be able to embarrass the famous genius tutor like this, it's really rare. Chapter 49 Adoption. Dean, don't joke about me. You still make an example and give a direction out. I see that they can't discuss anything for a while, and if they discuss it again, I'm afraid that they will have to form a group to go to the arena. Looking at the 18 people who were arguing, someone had already started to take off their clothes. The corner of Zhuang Miao's eyes twitched. The senior management of Beijing, but at this time, they are like children who want to make a move when they can't argue. Is that like words? It doesn't matter. They've been in this temper for decades. They can't fight. Jiang Qianlu glanced at it and then withdrew his eyes, quietly looking at Zhuang Miao, saying, I want to hear it. Your opinion. Zhuang Miao was even more frantic. There are so many people here. Every one of them is a senior, older than himself, in terms of age, in terms of generation, in terms of seniority. In any case, should not come to ask for his opinion, right? This matter itself is a hot potato. Why throw yourself? I think I can agree to Jiang Yaran's request. Zhuang Miao's face twisted into a bitter melon, and after a long time slowly said, Xia Yan, this freshman, I have a deep impression, is a kind-hearted child, unlike what the seniors said as a middle-aged child, and with him, he can be very well restrained. Jiang Yaran. This was Zhuang Miao's true thought. If he was allowed to choose, he would agree. It was just a dragon lady. Beijing could handle it. Zhuang Miao's current identity was Beijing's mentor, not the 13 people's executive officer, so from Beijing's point of view, the benefits of agreeing to Jiang Yaran outweighed the drawbacks. You've really considered this far-reaching. Jiang Qianlu nodded, his eyes filled with appreciation. However, for Zhuang Miao's words, he neither affirmed nor denied. This ambiguous attitude made Zhuang Miao somewhat unsure of the other party's thoughts. Thus, Jiang Qianlu stretched out his hand and tapped on the desktop. The sound was not loud. It wasn't even as loud as the sound of 18 people arguing. But even so, from the moment Jiang Qianlu tapped, the conference room became quiet and a pin could be heard. Not only that, just argued red-faced, hate to fight the few, almost a twist of the head of work, the complexion will become as normal, not the slightest see a second ago and the other side of the real solo appearance. Zhuang Miao raised his eyebrows, and his face suddenly became odd. The people who could become the top management of Beijing were really all human beings. Thanks to him, He really thought that a few people were going to fight. Feelings were all acting? It was really a waste not to enter the entertainment industry. Jiang Qianlu had already known what kind of temperament these people had, so he didn't feel surprised in the slightest, and after looking around the room for a week, he faintly said, after discussing for so long, "It's almost time. Let's start voting now." The crowd nodded their heads, and with that, the tabletop in front of them slowly went up, and 2 buttons appeared in front of them. One red, one blue. Red represented opposition, and blue represented passage. The result of the vote would be revealed on the curtain behind them. Zhuang Miao looked at it and raised his hand, intending to press the blue color, but Jiang Qianlu reached out and pressed it. "There's no rush. Take a look first." Jiang Qianlu smiled faintly. Hearing this, Zhuang Miao hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and put his hand back, looking at Jiang Qianlu's old and relaxed appearance. Leaning back in his chair again, Zhuang Miao's eyes were a little confused. What exactly was this Dean of the Offensive Class Alien Energy Academy planning? Zhuang Miao prided himself on his high intellect, and within the crowd of 13, he was also positioned as a semi-intellectual, but now he realized that this old man sitting in front of him, Zhuang Miao could not understand. Soon, the 18 people made their choices. On the curtain behind them, the answers were revealed. 10 people were against it, and 8 people passed. This, the bottom instantly murmured. Zhuang Miao's face also turned ugly. He and Jiang Qianlu hadn't voted yet, but judging from this vote pattern in front of them, even if both of them voted to pass, it would only be a tie. Was there going to be any more discussion? Zhuang Miao's frown deepened. "Xiao Zhuan, you are highly talented and passionate in academics, but there is only one deficiency: indolence." Jiang Qianlu laughed and faintly said, "Now you can vote." With that, Jiang Qianlu gently pressed on the blue button, and the passing votes behind him added another vote. It became 10-9, but this will tie the vote. Before Zhuang Miao could finish, he saw Jiang Qianlu's meaningful look, paused, and pressed his hand on the blue button. Whatever, a flat vote is a flat vote. Originally, Zhuang Miao, as the executive officer of the 13 People's Congregation, had blended into Beijing quite smoothly, and had become the youngest mentor, so everything had gone smoothly. This also makes Zhuang Miao's heart some not to look up to the Northern Qing dynasty. Think that they cannot even find themselves, sooner or later will be a big loss. But today, Zhuang Miao came to his senses. The Dean Jiang in front of him was not simple. Zhuang Miao realized that all of his previous opinions about Northern Qing were wrong. Once a person's thoughts were connected, then it would be like a wild horse out of control. Zhuang Miao was the same way, and couldn't help but think deeper, leaning back in his chair in a daze. "Dean Jiang, the vote is tied. How does this count? Should we rediscuss it?" Someone raised their hand and proposed. Now it seemed as if it could only be discussed anew. "Rediscussing it again is not necessary. I'm old and you guys are too noisy for my liking." Jiang Qianlu waved his hand and laughed. "Then this. No need to worry. You guys can't forget the old 2 of the auxiliary courtyard. Jiang Qianlu said, "Although they are not there, but they are also a part of the Northern Qing." "See your meaning, is not counting them? Dare not dare not dare." The crowd was scared out of cold sweat by these words and shook their heads and waved their hands. "Well, think you guys shouldn't be such rude people." Jiang Qianlu nodded his fingertips on the table and said faintly, "Before I came back this time, those old 2 specifically instructed me that if I were to vote, my choice would be their choice." Zhuang Miao gave a start and came to a realization. It was, Beijing had a total of 22 senior members, and right now there were only 20. Not enough people. So was this Jiang Qianlu's intention? And my choice is. Jiang Qianlu didn't even raise his eyelids and reached out to press his hand. On the curtain behind him, the ratio of opposition to passage instantly changed from 10-9 to 10-12. Passed. Jiang Qianlu leaned back on the back of his chair again, smiling faintly. With the result, the remaining people were not in a position to say anything else, and under Jiang Qianlu's arrangement, they all got up and started to prepare Jiang Yaran's new identity, or instructed them to go down and not allow any mistakes. Zhuang Miao had wanted to leave as well, but was stopped by Jiang Qianlu. Jiang Qianlu sent a message to Zhuang Miao, after which he was re-escorted back to the hospital by the medical staff. After all, he was still not cured, just recovered a little faster, and still could not stay outside for a long time. Zhuang Miao was left standing alone, looking at the direction Jiang Qianlu had left, lost in thought. The words Jiang Qianlu left him before he left kept echoing in his mind. Chapter 50. Pride can be contagious. There are times when personal choices matter most. Positions, sides, these are all things that can be easily changed and are not considered important. Xiao Zhuang, I hope that Beijing can become your true home. Zhuang Miao's frown deepened. What exactly did these words mean? In pointing him out? Could it be that Jiang Qianlu had already seen his identity? It shouldn't be. If he really saw it, how could he continue to let me in Northern Qing? Zhuang Miao shook his head. The matter of the 13 people's crowd coming to violate Beijing in a big way could never be revealed so lightly. Between the two sides, the grudge was deep. Once the matter of himself as the executive officer of the 13 people was exposed, Beijing would definitely be the first to strike. But if you don't see it, what is the meaning of telling me this? Zhuang Miao was in a tangle again, tangled and scratching his hair. The leader's mind is really so hard to guess. Your Holiness, if you don't hurry up and finish your plan, I, the undercover agent, will really have to become the boss of Beijing. Buried Dragon Valley, chaotic stone forest. It's okay, Director Zhuang said we can go out. Holding the Xianling disc, Xu Yanyan walked over to look at Zhang Yaran with somewhat complicated eyes. She had thought that the news of Zhang Yaran's emergence would be shocking, but she hadn't expected that Beijing would value it so highly. The shock that this little lowly brought to Beijing's buried Dragon Valley looked great. Finally I can go out. Xia Yan, you have to properly take me to eat a lot. Eating herbs every day is giving me to eat to death fast. Zhang Yaran tugged at Xia Yan, who had a dead face and his soul spit out of his mouth, excitedly swaying back and forth from side to side. For how long Beijing discussed, Xia Yan was tortured. People were dying, but the good thing is that it was explained clearly for the time being, and Zhang Yaran, though reluctantly, accepts that Xia Yan has an extra childhood friend, and the matter of becoming Xie Qianyu's slave. This is also why Zhang Yaran is hostile towards Xie Qianyu. Humph, when I'm back to my full strength, I'll definitely hang you up and beat you. The corner of Zhang Yaran's mouth lifted as she looked at Xie Qianyu with a smug smile. Xia Yan was her little thief, and even if she was not there before, no one would want to bully him in the future. Finally solved. Let's go? Xia Yan lightly relieved a long breath. His line of sight swept from the three women's faces, and when it reached Xie Qianyu, he gave a slight start and quickly moved away without moving. Xie Qianyu instantly noticed Xia Yan's abnormality. Her willow eyebrows knitted up. What did it mean? Xia Yan hadn't forgiven himself yet? Xie Qianyu stood on the opposite side of the room, watching Xia Yan walk expressionlessly with his hands in his pockets, brushing past her. From the beginning to the end, Xia Yan didn't even look at Xie Qianyu too much. All that was left was the polite courtesy of greeting others. Between the two of them, there seemed to be an extra layer of separation. It was like a thick mirror across the center, able to see each other, but unable to touch or get close. Once the barrier was created, it seemed that the only option left for the two of them was to drift apart. No, 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 no way. It can't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Xia Yan, wait. Xia Qianyu turned around violently and called out to Xia Yan. Xia Yan stopped and did not turn around. With a light sigh in his heart, he looked towards Zhang Yaran and Xu Yanyan, who twisted their heads to look over curiously, and faintly said, "You guys go out first, I'll come in a while." Oh, Xu Yanyan instantly understood what was going on. Seeing that Zhang Yaran didn't want to go, reached out and held her small hand, smilingly said, "There is a food street outside of the buried Dragon Valley. Oh, it is said that the food is more than the stars of prosperity. Does little Iran want to go and taste it?" "Well, want to." Zhang Yaran instantly both eyes light up. No longer hesitant, excitedly pulling Xu Yanyan to run outside. "Slow down." Xu Yanyan smiled and followed behind, letting Zhang Yaran pull her, not forgetting to turn back and give Xia Yan a yay when she was leaving. "Done, thanks." Xia Yan smiled and shook his head. Xu Yanyan was quite good at coaxing children. Anyway, for the previous assessment, because a few people hadn't come out yet, Beijing hadn't started evaluating the spirit medicines that the new students had brought out yet. Any sooner would have to wait until tomorrow to go. Rather, there can be no need to be in a hurry. You, forget it, or you better go. Xia Qianyu's lips quirked for half a day, realizing that she didn't seem to have much of a reason to ask Xia Yan to forgive her. It wasn't like she was anything of Xia Yan's. She had come to the present world to find her master, and she had approached Xia Yan only because the other party's breath was very similar to her master's. But the resemblance was not right. No matter how similar the breath was, it wasn't her master after all. Even Xie Qianyu herself did not understand why she was afraid of Xia Yan's anger. Should she just forget about it? Okay. Xia Yan froze for a moment, but still nodded and turned to leave. "You're just going to leave?" Xia Qianyu blurted out, and just as she said it, she regretted it, and a faintly inaudible blush surfaced on her white face. It was herself who let Xia Yan go, and now she was asking the other party to leave just like that. What is wrong with oneself? Xia Qianyu's heart was frantic and her face became ugly. This kind of mixed emotions, she had never had before, both wanting Xia Yan to stay and not wanting to speak the emotions in her heart. It was so annoying that she wanted to kill someone. "Wasn't it you who told me to leave?" Xia Yan turned around in confusion and scratched his head. He was confused. Couldn't figure out if Xie Qianyu was eating screwed up or what. It's not good to have something to say straight out. Why pull yourself? You play ADC? I was trying to say. That sword chi at that time. I didn't lay down a deadly hand. Yen Yen has the 9-heart begonia body protection. Even if it really hit the sword chi, it won't be a big problem. She is the person you brought. How could I really kill her? Moreover, I also made compensation. B+ grade Dragon Dan is very precious. I gave it all to her. Xia Chen, you gabbled a whole lot. The more she said, the more red her face became, and her voice became smaller and smaller at the back. What the hell am I talking about? Xia Chen, you turned around and covered her face. At this moment, Xia Chen, you just wanted to kill all the people who knew about this matter. Why don't you just directly blow up the entire city of Zhong? Xia Chen, you was a bit impressed. So that's how it is. I see. Xia Yan looked at Xia Chen Yu with a smile on his face and slowly nodded. Wouldn't it be over if he had said so earlier? The dead sickly petite really is tongue-in-cheek. Could it be that because of playing with Chu Yin Yin, Xia Chen Yu is also not infected with the arrogant attribute? Looking at the embarrassed Xia Chen Yu in front of her, the corner of Xia Yan's mouth raised and raised again, and only with great difficulty did he suppress it. So you forgive me? Don't get me wrong. I just don't want to lose you as a slave. And it's because of the fact that you desperately came up to save me. I'm just returning the favor. Xia Chen Yu didn't even look back, quickly uttering a large string of words like a series of beads, and then grunted as she quickly ran towards the exit. Chapter 51. I'm not like you guys. I have a mom. The assessment rating is tomorrow. Remember to be on time before 9. I hate unpunctual people. Also, Zhuang Miao said for you to go to his office after you go out. Bring Jiang Yaran with you. That's all. If you dare to be late tomorrow, you're dead. Xia Yan only felt a gust of fragrant wind graze his cheeks, and when he turned back again, he couldn't even see Xia Chen Yu's silhouette anymore. This idiot. Xia Yan held his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. Then he turned around, stretching his arms, and walked towards the exit. It's a bit of fun though. Well, it must be because of the weather. The weather is nice. When Xia Yan walked out of the buried dragon valley, there weren't many people nearby. After all, this was a D-level secret realm, and it was a suburb of the city, so people from Jiang City wouldn't come here if they were fine. Other than the once-a-year Beijing freshman examination, this place was usually still very cold. Going back to the dormitory? Forget it. It's better to find Jiang Yaran and Chu Yanyan first. Xia Yan looked around, found the direction of the food street that Chu Yanyan had mentioned, and walked quickly. Jiang Yaran was a character who was not afraid to cause trouble, and Chu Yanyan was not a good person either. What kind of chemistry would form when the two came together? Even Xia Yan couldn't say. Inside a food street, next to a stall selling roasted camas skin. Wow, this smells so good. How do you make it? Jiang Yaran laid her hands on the high counter, her big eyes unblinking, staring intently at the boss, skillfully taking out the roasted camas skin and then sprinkling it with ingredients. Jiang Yaran dared to swear that the aroma of the roasted camas skin was the most fragrant thing she had ever smelled. Even barbecuing 9 dragons' whiskers didn't smell this good. Sure enough, it was still the outside world that was good. In comparison, what kind of a clean and watery life had she been living before? Come, little sister, your 2 skewers of roasted camas skin are ready. The boss cheerfully handed over 2 bunches of packaged roasted camas. Jiang Yaran thanked him, then turned and ran towards Chu Yanyan. Sister Yanyan. Sister Yanyan. Jiang Yaran's this Yanyan sister called very naturally, without the slightest consideration that her age today is not too far from fossil. Anyway, don't ask. Ask his age counted from the beginning of the fossilization. If one kept digging deeper, then Jiang Yaran would have to take the Dragon Emperor sword and cut someone. What's wrong? Chu Yanyan returned to her senses, a trance before her eyes. She was somewhat distressed. Those picture fragments seemed to have become her memories. Chu Yanyan, who originally thought it was a dream, now she even vaguely had a sense of vestigial vision that all of them had experienced. Although there is Xia Qianyu to give the Dragon Dan in, will not let her go off the deep end again, but the feeling of the dream becomes reality memory. Chu Yanyan still heart a burst of discomfort. At this moment, Chu Yanyan's mind was filled with only one thought. Those images, could it be that they had all been experienced before? Chu Yanyan was somewhat indistinguishable. Here you go, roasted camas skin. It's especially delicious. Jiang Yaran handed over a bunch, and then couldn't wait to tear open the packaging of the bunch in her hand, and went up for a big bite. Aha! Delicious! Jiang Yaran's eyes lit up. The spicy ingredients coupled with the texture of the camas skin, the resulting deliciousness crazily impacted Jiang Yaran's taste buds, and she ate it clean in 3 or 2 bites. Sister Yan, why don't you eat it? Jiang Yaran shivered her fingers with unfulfilled desire, and had the intention to have another skewer. But the delicious food in the food street was just too much, and Jiang Yaran wanted to save some of her stomach for something else. With a glance of her residual light, she realized that Chu Yanyan's roasted camas skin hadn't even moved, and for a moment, she was a little curious. Such a delicious thing, put in their dragon tribe. That is, the whole tribe of dragons are going to break their heads to madly snatch. Chu Yanyan, how does it look like there is no interest at all? Ah, eat now. Chu Yanyan suddenly woke up, forced to smile and tore open the package and took a bite. Well, the flavor is good. Chu Yanyan didn't have much of an appetite and clutched the wrapper, wanting to find a trash can to throw it in. When she lowered her head to look for a trash can, she suddenly felt like she bumped into someone. Sorry, I didn't see. Chu Yanyan was about to apologize, but she felt a strong force come. Her body staggered back, but she still didn't stand still and sat on the ground. With a cry of pain, Chu Yanyan's beautiful eyes that were so good-looking, a mist of water rose due to the pain. Walking without eyes? Even dare to block my way? A familiar mean voice rang out. Her line of sight shifted upwards, and after seeing Lu Xia's face, Chu Yanyan's face instantly sank. This person she had an impression of. When she rushed to flatter Xia Yan after knowing that Xia Yan was the top student of this term in Jiang City. However, after seeing that Xia Yan only had E-class strength, he left without mercy. A very realistic woman. So realistic that it made Chu Yanyan disgusted. Yo, who did I think it was? It turns out to be the third place of our Beijing this term. What's the matter? The examination is over? Lu Xia's side stood a few people, precisely those senior lapdogs of hers. After noticing that Lu Xia and Chu Yanyan were not dealing with each other, the lapdogs scoffed. What was the use of being the third freshman? They were upperclassmen, the seniors of these freshmen. If they dared to disobey, they wouldn't want to mix in Beijing in the future. You guys have gone too far. Chu Yanyan stood up from the ground, her beautiful eyes filled with anger. But almost instantly, Chu Yanyan's brain was dizzy, and the fragments of the images that plagued her once again flooded into her mind. Hiss! The intense dizziness made Chu Yanyan unsteady on her feet. Reaching out to hold on to something, Zhang Yaran's eyes were quick. Reaching out to hold Chu Yanyan's arm. Sister Yanyan, are you alright? I'm fine, thank you, little Iran. Chu Yanyan even took several deep breaths before barely clearing her mind a bit and said with a forced smile, Gu, who is this again? TSK, I have heard. You had to team up with that waste of Xia Yan, and now that the examination has just ended, could it be that this little girl is the child of the two of you? Lu Xia clasped her arms and her vicious words came out. Oops, not right? This is only a few days. Can there be a child so soon? The lapdogs chimed in, and for a while the line of sight looking at Chu Yanyan's body became obscene and disgusting. Chu Yanyan looks very pretty, much prettier than Lu Xia. These dog legs can't afford to offend Lu Xia, but to be able to open up a yellow mouth to a beautiful woman like Chu Yanyan also makes them cool enough. So disgusting. Beijing students are all of this quality? Chu Yanyan was already in dizziness. After hearing these words, the pretty face surged with an angry flush, only to feel even more dizzy. Zhang Yaran carefully put her on a side chair. The tiny body stood up and sneered. To say that you guys are really quite powerful, at a young age, you can be so independent and say such things. I'm not like you guys. I have a mom. My mom will teach me not to let me talk dirty. Chapter 52. These people are going to have bad luck. The lapdogs hadn't known what medicine Zhang Yaran was selling in her gourd, and when they heard the second half of the sentence, their faces changed. What a poisonous mouth. This was scolding them for not having a mom. How good can you be? At such a young age, you haven't even graduated from elementary school yet, right? You dare to come out and curse? Lu Xia's face was unkind. Bear child, or hurry up and get lost. Your parents are not here. If you mess with us again, beware that we will teach you a good lesson on behalf of your parents. Lu Xia and the others specially came to the food street in the outskirts of the city today. Naturally, it was not because they were idle. They had come to meet a big shot from the student council. The other party was very energetic, and although he himself did not hold a position within the student council, the conditions for joining the student council in Beijing were very harsh, and it was good to be able to enter. Simply because the enrollment conditions of the student council is only one, boarding into the Dingshi list. Within the northern Qing, in order to better motivate students to cultivate, a list was specially developed, called the Dingshi list. There were a total of 100 names, ranked by strength, and every one of them was a genius among geniuses. How else could one stand out within the Beijing Academy where geniuses gathered? This time, Lu Xia wanted to pay a visit to a big brother who was ranked 87th within the Dingshi list, and it was said that his cultivation had long since reached the sea level, and was not too far off from a teacher. However, while passing by, the lapdogs had inadvertently seen Chu Yanyan, and they were naturally not unfamiliar with this beautiful woman who ranked at the top of the school flower list. Lu Xia originally did not care, but when she heard that Xia Yan, who she could not look at, was teamed up with Chu Yanyan in this freshman examination, she immediately became interested. Chu Yanyan was prettier than her. Lu Xia's heart of heart was already small. After seeing that a woman prettier than herself chose the waist she couldn't look at, Lu Xia instantly became angry and twisted her nose. The waist that she couldn't see should come to lick herself, should be stepped on by her. Why could she find one prettier than her? Based on this twisted and weird mentality, Lu Xia then deliberately came over to pick a fight. A mere freshman, even if she was in the same D class as her, what was the use? She was an offensive class ability. Xu Yanyan was just a support. If she really wanted to fight, Lu Xia could beat her with one hand. As for Jiang Yaran, who was following on the sidelines, she is just a kid, a little kid, maybe not even a psychic ability, not enough to worry about. Teaching me a lesson for my parents. The sneer on Jiang Yaran's face disappeared. The corners of her mouth slowly retracted, and her beautiful eyes narrowed down. Lu Xia's words had struck her reverse scale. So what if I am? Aya. You wouldn't have no mom and dad, right? Seeing that her words were effective, Lu Xia's words became even meaner. She was originally a narrow-minded person. Otherwise she wouldn't have deliberately come over to pick a fight. Spell trash talk? How could Lu Xia possibly wimp out on a small child? You will regret it. Jiang Yaran's face was completely icy cold. In her eyes, the word death had already surfaced on Lu Xia's forehead. Want to make a move, ah? Little brat. How about my sister standing still and letting you fight? Lu Xia held her stomach and laughed out loud, and the doglegs also laughed out loud. An elementary school student look-alike wanted to make a move on them? Those who could play with Lu Xia naturally wouldn't have a high quality, and they didn't mind cleaning up Jiang Yaran anyway. Anyway, Jiang Yaran looks so cute, it must be fun if the bully cries. In a while, right? Good. This is what you said. Jiang Yaran didn't want to talk nonsense with them anymore. The good mood of eating good food was all stirred up by this group of scum. The current Jiang Yaran was angry. Yo, who did I think it was? So it's a senior sister. Long time no see. Suddenly, Xia Yan appeared beside Jiang Yaran smilingly, reaching out to press the other party's shoulder. Xia Yan? Jiang Yaran froze, but still obediently took a step back. She believed that Xia Yan's appearance at this time was definitely not to make herself endure. He should be going for the whole live. Xu Yanyan, who was sitting on the chair on the side, also had the same thought. Looking at the smile on Xia Yan's face, for some reason, she also smiled. Lu Xia, those people, I'm afraid they are going to have bad luck. Xu Yanyan put away the 9 hearts begonia that she was about to summon out, and just quietly watched Xia Yan perform. Xu Yanyan suddenly froze as Xia Yan's appearance gradually mingled and overlapped with the picture fragments in her mind. Gradually, even Xu Yanyan herself did not realize that in her eyes, 2 lines of clear tears unconsciously flowed down. Her own heart suddenly hurt so much. She didn't disturb Xia Yan, so she shed tears, with a smile on her face, silently looking at Xia Yan. It's you, ah? Lack of you still remember that I am your school sister. These 2 people you know, right? Lu Xia was stunned and glared at Xia Yan in disgust. Yes. Oops. Little kids don't know any better and angered school sister. Don't be angry, school sister. I'll clean them up. Xia Yan rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed. Seeing this, the eyes of the lapdogs looked at Xia Yan with even more contempt. In their view, there was no difference between Xia Yan and Lu Xia's licking dog. His own companion was humiliated, and instead of getting angry, Xia Yan had to lick Lu Xia. Sure enough, he was a waste. You pack up. We're leaving. Lu Xia rolled her eyes. Her thoughts were pretty much the same as the doglegs. The thought that she would even look at Xia Yan differently before caused a wave of nausea in her heart, and she waved her hand with the intention of leaving. Hey, don't go, ah. Senior sister, why didn't you contact me in the past few days? I still want you to take me around the campus. Seeing that Lu Xia was about to leave, Xia Yan instantly became anxious and walked over in a few steps, coming face to face with Lu Xia. Strolling around the campus? You don't have legs yourself? Go stroll by yourself. I'm busy. Lu Xia frowned. Spineless man, don't. What's the point of strolling around the campus without a schoolmate to accompany you? Xia Yan deadpanned and went to Lu Xia's side again, his face full of smiles. Are you annoyed? Lu Xia couldn't bear it and was about to open her mouth, but she suddenly saw a ball of green slimy stuff flying towards her. She was shocked in her heart, keenly aware that this is not something good, and had the intention to hide, but has been unable to hide. The distance between the two was too close. Put, the green sticky substance just hit Lu Xia's face, and for a moment, the foul odor quickly spread around. Just smelling it from afar gave one the feeling of wanting to vomit. Even Lu Xia's lapdogs, at this time also have pinched their noses to hide to the side. It's too stinky. Xia Yan. Lu Xia stood frozen in place. The green sticky substance pasted all over her face, her hair, face, and even her clothes. The stench was as if it could drill into her bone marrow. In just this moment alone, Lu Xia felt like she had already been marinated in the stench. You're so old, and you're still making things difficult for little kids here. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Xia Yan changed his previous attentiveness, coldly glanced at Lu Xia and faintly said, your thoughts are so malodorous, and now the odor on your body is worthy of your thoughts. Stinky woman. I poo. Chapter 53 Who says people can't be stung to death? Humiliation. The ultimate humiliation. Xia Yan simply didn't bother to say any more nonsense with Lu Xia. Everything that had passed had already been seen when he came here. The original Xia Yan still had a good impression of Lu Xia, but now it seems that the other party is a villain who likes to tend to the situation. I'm afraid that when he brought himself to find a dormitory, Lu Xia already knew about him being the top student in Zheng City. Everything was done from the perspective of interests. If it was just that it was not so bad, even enjoying bullying the weak? Only a few people knew that Zhang Yaran was a dragon lady, and when ordinary people saw Zhang Yaran, they would only think that the other party was an ordinary little girl. Zhang Yaran's identity was definitely unknown to Lu Xia's group, which meant that this group of assholes were really planning to make a move on a small child just now. Pasting Lu Xia's face with slime was considered light. This slime was casually refined by Xia Yan with the herbs scavenged from Fenrir's cave. In addition to having a huge stench and disgusting slimy properties, it had no other effects at all. Refining this kind of slime out had no use other than wasting the elixir. And it was only because Xia Yan now possessed half of the buried Dragon Valley's elixir that he was willing to play around like this. You seek death. Lu Xia was in a rage, her hands frantically wiping the green mucus on her body. But no matter how she wiped it, these slimy gelatinous things were like they had grown on her body, and she couldn't wipe them off dead or alive. Lu Xia was about to go crazy. In a moment, she still has to go to meet the big brother of the student union. How can she go to meet him when she stinks like this? Thinking of the chance that he could climb the big tree, just like this was stirred up by a waste, Lu Xia's lungs were going to explode with anger. I will. Lu Xia pointed at Xia Yan, voice like sobbing blood, and like gasping for breath. Half a day even a complete sentence cannot say out. What's wrong, school sister? Oh, not right. I used to call you school sister only according to the preconceived notion. Your appearance is not a school sister, it should be a big mom. Xia Yan quickly backed up a few steps, fanning around with his hand on the tip of his nose, with a disgusted face. Calling you who stinks like this as a big mother. I want to apologize to all the big mothers. Report a hint of insulting the big mothers. Zhang Yaran snorted a smile. Her eyebrows curved beautifully. Although Chu Yanyan was now in a mournful mood, the corners of her mouth also rose slightly. Lu Xia was really out of luck. She knew that Xia Yan's mouth would definitely not suffer. You die for me. Lu Xia roared hysterically, and in the next second, a single bubble rose up in the air around her body, filling up the surrounding area. Ability, Deep Sea Bubbles. To be able to have a place in the northern Qing where geniuses were like clouds, Lu Xia's strength and the strength of her ability was naturally indisputable. Deep Sea Bubbles belonged to the offensive type of supernatural ability, but also possessed a unique control ability. It was very difficult to deal with when moving. Lu Xia was also known as the talented girl who was most likely to enter the Dingshi ranking as a second-year student. It relied on this hand of Deep Sea Bubbles. Scared of you? Ha, big mom. Xia Yan was flabbergasted in his heart, but he was still unwilling to lose the battle, and his mouth was unforgiving. The fact that one's own supernatural ability could only claim enemies and couldn't borrow power from others was something Xia Yan had just discovered a while ago. Otherwise, with Zhang Yaran by his side, wouldn't he be a B-ranked powerhouse at any time and any place? It was impossible to be so buggy. The light in Zhang Yaran's eyes flashed and she quietly stood behind Xia Yan. If this ugly woman really intended to make a move, Zhang Yaran didn't mind letting her feel what was meant by the real dragon's wrath of the special. Sister Xia, why don't we just forget about it? Anyway, it's just a grade E punk. We can clean him up anytime. Right now it's still important to go see Pang Xiao. When the scene was on the verge of breaking out, a lackey with a beard hurriedly tugged on Lu Xia's arm. Seeing Lu Xia's anger loosening a bit, the bearded man glared viciously at Xia Yan, who naturally glared back nonchalantly. The cheeky beard dragged Lu Xia to one side and whispered, Sister Xia, Pang Xiao is not easy to be free, and it is immediately time to meet again. How about you go to find a place to wash first? I'm afraid that cleaning up this waste is delayed for too long, so that Pang Xiao waits impatiently. How to do? The stench from Lu Xia's body was too strong, and the bearded man held his breath until he held his face white before finishing his sentence. It is really too stinky. In the future, if anyone tells him that it is impossible for a person to die of stench, the bearded man will have to smack him with his big mouth. Who said that it is not possible to die of stench? He was about to be stunk to death. So you're just going to let him go? I'm not willing to do that. Lu Xia took a deep breath, her eyes filled with bone-deep shame. Since she grew up, she had been spoiled and pampered in everything. When had she ever been humiliated like this? Or by a punk whose strength was only E rank? Lu Xia now only wanted to beat Xia Yan to half-death and then tell the other party that a waste was not qualified to stand up for others. If she, Lu Xia, wanted to bully someone, the other party could only obediently let her bully them. It couldn't even have the qualifications to resist. Hey, didn't say let this kid go just let him off the hook for now. The The bearded man's eyeballs turned, wistfully smiled down. Sister Xia, you think paying less this layer of relations if we are climbed. The other side will certainly be very happy to find this kid trouble for us. At that time, let's call on Pang Xiao to come along and not beat the out of this kid? It's just that time is short now. It's not that we don't have the ability to clean him up, but there are more important things than cleaning him up. Right, Sister Xia? The beard genuinely did not want Lu Xia to pack up Xia Yan right now. The meeting with Pang Xiao, if once successful, then a few of their lapdogs could follow and drink the soup. In the future, there are paying less cover. In Beijing, not to say walk horizontally, at least it is also on the face of the light. Seeing that it is about to meet the time, Lu Xia all stink. Do not hurry to wash to deal with it. Delayed in paying less time to meet. Will not let them even have no soup to drink? The calculations in the heart of the bearded man played straight. What you said is also true. Lu Xia took a long deep breath and retrieved the deep sea bubbles. Almost impulsive just now. If she wasted her time on cleaning up the waste and delayed the meeting with Pang Xiao, that would really be a big mistake. Today's matter will never be finished. Xia Yan, you wait for me. Lu Xia violently turned around and pushed away the crowd to quickly leave. She was afraid that if she looked at Xia Yan one more time, she would explode. By the time she took care of the matter at hand, Xia Yan would be dead. The doglegs covered their mouths and noses and glared angrily at Xia Yan, not forgetting to point at Xia Yan on their way out, representing that they remembered this matter. Xia Yan was not willing to show weakness, stretching out the middle finger of both hands, just pointing back, until the figure of Lu Xia and his party disappeared, and only then put it down. Chapter 54, A Woman's Unique Talent for Shopping. Shay, who doesn't know how to put a hard word in, have the ability to come and me. Seeing that Lu Xia and the others had completely disappeared, only then did Xia Yan put his hand down and said indignantly, just looking at the surface, no one could see that Lu Xia and the others were the ones stronger than Xia Yan. Alright, calm down. Jiang Yaran saw through it and smiled cheekily. In fact, there is no need for you to stand up for us. A group of guys with the highest level of D is just a bunch of guys. Fenrir I can even clean up. Can I still be afraid of them? It's not the same. What kind of reasoning is there to keep letting a girl stand in the forefront? Xia Yan shook his head. Those whose levels exceeded his own by too much were even so, a mere D rank. With Xia Yan's current experience, he really didn't put it in his eyes too much. Even if they really fought, Xia Yan could still manage to lose. That was absolutely necessary to protect Jiang Yaran. You macho stinky temper. Jiang Yaran smiled and reached out her hand to pat Xia Yan. Her beautiful eyes were soft. This thieving little thief. It seems that there is no change in the world is completely different. Still and before the same. Usually sneaky. Own really difficult. The first to come forward. Are you okay? Xia Yan slowly came and looked at Chu Yanyan. At this time, Chu Yanyan has already wiped her tears clean. Looking at Xia Yan walking towards herself, in front of her eyes is another trance. I'm fine. Don't worry. Chu Yanyan paused and forced a natural expression, saying, you came in time. Her heart was violently stabbed. If one could also come in time. The tears that had just been wiped away vaguely had the momentum of bubbling up again. Chu Yanyan hurriedly closed her eyes, and then stood up with her head lowered. It just so happens that you're back. Little Iran will be given to you to take care of. I'm a little bit unwell. I'm going back to the dormitory first. On Director Zhuang's side, you remember to go over at night. With that, despite Xia Yan's opening, Chu Yanyan carried her bag and left quickly. Sister Yanyan doesn't seem to be very happy? Jiang Yaran bit her finger, a puzzled look in her eyes. Hey, little thief, did you mess with Sister Yanyan? Jiang Yaran inclined her head towards Xia Yan, her eyes unkind. The two girls hadn't spent much time together, but Chu Yanyan's kindness and gentleness couldn't be hidden from Jiang Yaran. Jiang Yaran was comfortable staying with her, and if it was really Xia Yan who had messed with Chu Yanyan, then Jiang Yaran didn't mind letting Xia Yan taste the dragon's iron fist. Just kidding, where would I have the time to commit a crime? Wasn't it you who had been accompanying her just now? Xia Yan blankly glanced at Jiang Yaran, watched Chu Yanyan's back gradually disappear into the crowd, and gently sighed. Probably this period of time in the buried dragon valley is too tiring. Don't you want to have a big meal? Let's go. Xia Yan thought about it and smiled towards Jiang Yaran. Yay, I thought you would forget. Jiang Yaran danced happily. Just now Chu Yanyan brought her to eat some delicacies, but Jiang Yaran obviously couldn't call on Chu Yanyan as much as she called on Xia Yan, and now that there was Xia Yan as an ingrate, Jiang Yaran planned to have a good feast. How dare you, Lord Dragon Emperor? Xia Yan shook his head and lost his smile. In his opinion, Jiang Yaran was just holding back for a long time, and with such a small size, how much could she eat openly? It was estimated that she wouldn't be able to eat two things before she got tired, and then she would be able to take her back in her own way. But as it turns out, in the aspect of shopping, as long as it is a biological sense of female, she has endless energy.
Xia Yan soon paid the price for his contempt.
He was trembling, holding a tall stack of bags, and he couldn't even see the road. So sore, legs so sore, dying. Jiang Yaran, however, didn't look tired at all, and his afterglow inadvertently swept over to the snack stand and gnawed out. Fried yogurt. I want to eat this.
Not waiting for Xia Yan to respond,
Jiang Yaran had already scurried over,
so fast that Volt was ashamed of himself.
Nominally, Xia Yan accompanied Jiang Yaran on her shopping trip, but in fact, it was Xia Yan who was paying for it, either carrying things for Jiang Yaran or scanning codes along the way. Xia Yan's balance was crying. Well, it's a bit too sweet. Jiang Yaran took a bite and handed it to Xia Yan. Here you go. You don't go too far. Xia Yan was grieved. Being pressured to pay was fine. Why did he have to eat what Jiang Yaran had left over? This way over.
Xia Yan had already eaten a bellyful of puff milk tea roasted cold noodles.
Every single one of them was Jiang Yaran's leftovers.
Jiang Yaran spat out her tongue and turned her head to the stall owner and said,
"Another blueberry-flavored one. Crabby." Then he handed it to Xia Yan. Jiang Yaran looked at Xia Yan happily. "Do you like it?
I know you like eating blueberry-flavored things the most. I bought it for you specially."
Xia Yan was stunned for a moment.
His heart suddenly warmed. The habit of liking to eat blueberries was because when he was in the dream world, the cultivation world only had the same flavor of blueberries and blue stars.
Unexpectedly, Jiang Yaran hadn't forgotten her own preferences until now. Xia Yan received the fried yogurt and looked at Jiang Yaran with a touched look. "Thank you, I'm going to pay for 2 cups now." Jiang Yaran snorted and smiled like a flower. "Young man, this is your sister, right? What a great relationship. Look at your school badges from Beijing. Ooh, good student." The stall owner boss noticed Xia Yan's age, and the school badge he wore on his chest, and was a little envious. Nowadays, children when they get older, they don't want to communicate with their younger siblings. If they are all like you, and have such a good relationship with their own sister, how many things can we, as parents, save? Sure enough, excellent children are also excellent in dealing with others in the world. Upon hearing this, Xia Yan's face instantly became a bit odd.
Glancing at Jiang Yaran, whose cheeks were puffed up high, and almost laughed out loud,
Xia Yan was even more helpless,
accompanying a smile and chatting with the boss for a few more minutes,
and then pulling Jiang Yaran to flee. The boss was nice, quite talkative,
but his way of speaking was very Chinese.
Well, it was very typical of Chinese parents. Next, Xia Yan brought Jiang Yaran to eat and drink again,
strolling from noon to dusk,
until Xia Yan's legs were shaking uncontrollably, and Jiang Yaran was barely satisfied. "To be able to make a person of my physical quality tired like this, you women are horrible." Xia Yan shook his legs,
holding a stack of bags that was obviously higher than noon, and trembling as he looked for a chair to sit down.
The moment he sat down, the relief in Xia Yan's heart reached its peak. Sure enough, it was still comfortable to sit down. Xia Yan was in tears. "Che, where is this? Useless man."
Jiang Yaran blankly glanced at Xia Yan, and after noticing that no one was paying attention to this place and the surroundings,
with a wave of her small hand,
a tall stack of bags was instantly stowed away in the green ring on Jiang Yaran's finger.
The dragon race's spatial talent was quite practical.
Chapter 55, Lu Xia who wants to hug her thighs.
Grab some time to rest. You still have to meet your teacher in a while. Jiang Yaran looked radiant,
not at all like she had been strolling around all afternoon without stopping.
Jiang Yaran was still looking forward to Zhuang Miao,
who was likely to become her mentor in the future, since the Beijing side has agreed to their own requirements.
Either they are now also counted as students of Beijing.
The thought of being able to attend classes with Xia Yan afterward,
walk around campus together, go shopping together, and enjoy life like a real human couple. Jiang Yaran was too happy to speak. "You really?" The corners of Xia Yan's mouth twitched. "So is it because he's weak? Or is it because the dragon race's physique is too perverted? Or is it that all women don't get tired when they're shopping? What for? You have an opinion?"
Jiang Yaran raised her small fist.
"Dragon fist warning. Don't dare."
Xia Yan replied solemnly.
Inside a tea house in the food street. This tea house's reputation in the entire street was not weak.
The tea was pure in color and simple in taste, thus attracting quite a few tea lovers who came here specifically to drink tea.
Into the tea house, the eye is full of ancient flavor of the decoration. The air filled with the aroma of tea let people smell relaxed and happy. The environment is secluded and elegant,
and it is evident that the shopkeeper has made a lot of efforts here.
Quickly smell. Is there still a flavor?
After Lu Xia made sure she hadn't found the wrong place, she stood at the entrance of the tea house and urged the doglegs behind her.
The crowd pretended to sniff for half a day and affirmed, "Don't worry Sister Xia, there's absolutely no more smell." "That's good, let's go." Lu Xia indignantly rushed in, "But I'm not late.
When I'm done seeing Mr.
Pang,
I'm going to make sure that this punk Xia Yan dies." No one knew how Lu Xia got rid of those green slime. Only Lu Xia herself knew it in her heart. In order to wash the green slime off her body, Lu Xia used up 8 bottles of shower gel and a drawer of body lotion. It took 10 or so showers to cover up the odor that had soaked into the bone marrow of her body. Even so, Lu Xia could still smell a stench from time to time, not knowing if it was an illusion that she had smelled the stench too much, or if it was really there. But there was no way around it. The agreed meeting time had arrived, and Lu Xia could only go to the appointment with a hard head. If you dare to affect my meeting with Mr. Pang, I swear, I will get you killed. Lu Xia walked on the steps up the stairs with a roar in her heart. Today was considered to be a complete tear with Xia Yan. The beam between the two was knotted very deep. Lu Xia simply did not want to let Xia Yan go. Behind him, the dogs were all filled with righteous indignation, and said to each other that they would get back today's scene sooner or later, or something like that. As the crowd made their way up the stairs, they soon arrived at the location where they had met with Mr. Pang, a refined and elegant box. Only members of the tea house could enter this place. Lu Xia and the others had already greeted them in advance, so they were not blocked by the staff. Standing outside the door, Lu Xia took a long deep breath, then raised her hand and knocked on the door. Come in, soon. An indifferent voice came out from inside the house. Lu Xia also no longer hesitated and opened the door of the room with a click, and the crowd slowly walked in. The decorations inside the room were simple, with only a tea table and 3 wooden chairs. Inside the tea table sat their target for this meeting, a teenager with purple hair. He even had 2 earrings, and with his punk-style attire, he was properly a hipster. Sit. Pang Xiao's name was Wang Tianpeng, a third-year student, ranked 87th within the Dingshi ranking. Beijing student grading was peculiar and not the same as previous academies. In addition to a total of 4 years of study, there was also an independent academy, known as Little Northern Qing. Someone had once said that those who were qualified to enter Little Northern Qing were the true geniuses of Beijing. The rest of the students who couldn't get into the Little Northern Qing. Some people guessed that it was just a concession made by the Northern Qing in order to send some alien powerhouses to China. In other words, they weren't even qualified for Beijing to focus on cultivating them. There was also a list as to whether or not one could enter Little Northern Qing. The so-called Dingshi list was only for the public to see, but there was still a list within the Little Northern clearance, called the timing list. As the name suggests, the moment a student enters the timed list, their age is timed, and as long as they are willing, they can never graduate. Enjoying the strong teaching resources of Beijing, this group, too, was called the timed system. Only, students in the timed system had to accept missions from Beijing every once in a while to gain merit points so that they could continue practicing in the small Beijing. The Wang Tianpeng in front of him, who was able to enter the Dingshi ranking as a third-year student, was already considered an uncompromising genius. After all, if one wanted to enter the Little Northern Qing, the Dingshi ranking was something that could definitely not be bypassed, and the only way to qualify to participate in the examination of the Little Northern Qing and thus become a member of the timed system was to have a name on the Dingshi ranking. Good day, Pang Xiao. Lu Xia sat down with some urgency, and the lapdogs behind him scattered into a row and stood behind Lu Xia with the same restrained and uneasy attitude. It was no wonder that they were so afraid of Wang Tianpeng. The truth was that this person was too heaven-defying. Dingshi list has a total of 300 rankings. Basically all are 4th-year students. After all, cultivation time and strength proportional to the well. Wang Tianpeng is only a 3rd-year student, and even before the start of the school year in Beijing, is only a 2nd-year student. Even so, he was already able to overwhelm a group of 4th-year students and ranked in the top 100 in the Dingshi ranking. Such a genius. In the past, they could only look at him from afar, not to mention befriending him. They didn't even have the qualifications to speak to each other. There's no need to be so formal. I already know what you came for. You also want to enter the student union? Wang Tianpeng's height wasn't high, probably only about 1 meter 6.5, but at this moment when he spoke, his low voice invariably added a point of pressure to the crowd. This, does have ideas in this regard. Lu Xia smiled shyly, but her eyes were full of fire. Joining the student council was her highest pursuit. In that case, cultivate well and strive to be ranked on the Dingshi ranking. I can introduce you to the student union side. Whether you can pass or not depends on your efforts. Wang Tianpeng picked up the teacup, sipped the fragrant tea and praised. Good tea, Pang Xiao. I understand the reasoning. Surely I can't let you work for nothing. Lu Xia has a lot of heart and soul, or else she wouldn't have posted it in the first place after hearing that Xia Yan was the top student in Zheng City. Then her eyes turned and whispered, I heard that Pang Xiao's family's business in Zheng City has encountered some trouble recently? If Pang Xiao doesn't mind, my Lu family is also considered a bit of energy in Zheng City, so I can contribute. Lu Xia patted her chest, her eyes eager. Chapter 56 Reaching a Condition. Lu Xia's words were exactly what Wang Tianpeng wanted. In fact, The reason why he agreed to meet with Lu Xia and went out of his way to recommend Lu Xia to the student council was because of the Lu family's influence in Jiang City. Otherwise, a person who didn't even enter the Dingshi ranking, who was Wang Tianping to give the other party a good face? Oh, how did you know? Wang Tianping did not move and put down the teacup he had just lifted. His face seemed to be smiling. Lu Xia was still very knowledgeable. Without these words, Wang Tianping would have already served the tea and sent the guests away by now. Look at Peng Xiao's memory. It's really a nobleman who forgets things. Didn't I just say it already? Our Lu family is also considered a bit influential in Jiang City. What happens in the Jiang City Chamber of Commerce? It's impossible to hide it from our Lu family. Lu Xia had an expression of being honored. These words of hers were not exactly an exaggeration. The Jiang City Chamber of Commerce was an organization that wasn't too far off from the Martial Alliance. It was an organization that only some of the prestigious business owners in the Jiang City business world could join. There were a total of 5 big families in the Jiang City business community, and the Wang family, where Wang Tianping was from, was one of them. Lu Xia's Lu family, although not one of the 5 great families, but also just a line away, is also considered a great family in Jiang City. Only recently, the Wang family has had a very difficult time. The Wang family is a building materials business started. His father Wang Qiyu and Wang family building materials business throughout the country, properly a business empire. However, recently, the Wang family had gotten into trouble with an existence that they absolutely could not afford to offend. Shanshui Group, the Wang family can do business all over the country, has been considered a very large enterprise, but compared with the Shanshui Group, is really a small witch. In the eyes of ordinary people, huge Wang family, as if the young child is generally fragile. I thought, my Wang family has enough power, can cope with any crisis, but did not expect. Shanshui Group is like a god would to the green sky, just suppressed my Wang family for more than a week. My Wang family even hidden already have the momentum of bankruptcy. Wang Tianping sighed. The spiritedness on his face instantly withered and became despondent. That president of the Shanshui Group is a witch. Wang Tianping's eyes lowered. A touch of resentment surfaced. The entire River City people, do not know the Shanshui Group that the female president of the big name, young age, can already be in charge of the entire Shanshui Group, rich enough to rival the country. Her wealth was enough to poor the city. But the Wang family in the previous obviously forgot a point. Can in this young age to sit firmly in the Mountain Water Group president of the position of people, means how can be simple. The entire Wang family did not realize this point, and also paid a rather heavy price. The business war with the Shanshui Group ended with the Wang family suffering a major injury. If they couldn't gain Shanshui Group's understanding, it was possible for their Wang family to go bankrupt. Therefore, Wang Tianping agreed to this meeting with Lu Xia. What the other side of the calculations, Wang Tianping know very well, but there was no way. The Wang family was in decline now, and none of the remaining 4 great families were willing to help. So Wang Tianping could only settle for the second best and find Lu Xia. Peng Xiao, I've already learned about these things from my father. Don't worry, the Lu family usually receives a lot of favors from the Wang family, and it's only right to repay the favor. Lu Xia patted her chest with a look of righteous indignation. What is it, Shanshui Group? It's just an outsider. Even the Jiang City Chamber of Commerce didn't enter. Besides being rich, what else is there? When the Shanshui Group settled in Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce as the Jiangcheng Business Alliance Organization, the first time to find the Shanshui Group's female president, intends to persuade the other party to join the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce, and in the future each other can also have a care. But the other side is mercilessly let the Jiang City Chamber of Commerce aid a closed door. The other side even lazy to see. Jiang City Chamber of Commerce was helpless, but did not dare to say anything more, put down the gift and left. There was no way. To put it politely, a large portion of Jiang City's magnates were relying on Shanshui Group to feed them. For such a god of wealth, who dared to offend? That was something that one would never dare to say even a single heavy word. Lu Xia was at a level where she obviously couldn't see this layer, and only felt that Shanshui Group wasn't enough of a brand, and didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce. In her heart, she had always looked down on enterprises that were not part of the Jiangcheng Chamber of Commerce. You're a second-year student, right? I'll trust you to call you a schoolmate. Wang Tianping's eyes turned, and said with a sad face, School sister, you have been staying in school. You don't know about the outside world. It's normal, but you must remember that the Shanshui Group is not so good to deal with. Peng Xiao, you are willing to see me today is to look down on me, since it is your schoolmate, should be for you to share your worries, is not just a Shanshui Group. I'll take care of it for you. Lu Xia, really fooled, directly responded to the excitement, a palm on the table, shouted, My elders know a deputy director of the Shanshui Group. Pine Young, if you have the heart, I'll lead. The line is, at that time, the misunderstanding just need to be lifted.
The Wang family's difficulties will not be solved? Although Lu Xia was simple-minded, she was not stupid. She looked down on the Shan Shui group as much as she did. The Lu family's business still depended on the Shan Shui group's relationship, so naturally she would not go against the Shan Shui group just because of a few words from Wang Tianpeng. Good sister, with your words brother is relieved. From now on, your business in Beijing is my Wang Tianpeng's business. Wang Tianpeng waved his big hand with 1,000 clouds of bravado. I would like to see who else in Beijing dares to bully my Wang Tianpeng sister in the future. It's all up to Xiao Peng. Lu Xia's face was joyful, and together with the dog leg behind him, he drank the hot tea in his hand, especially the bearded man. The corners of his mouth were about to grin behind his ears in joy, with Wang Tianpeng backing them up. In the future of Beijing, wouldn't they be able to walk sideways? Who would dare to offend a big brother who was a member of the Dingshi ranking and a member of the student council? Please don't worry young Peng, I'll go ask my family elders in a while, and try to solve the trouble that the Wang family has encountered earlier. Lu Xia paused, and her face became difficult. Only, I won't hide it from you. I did recently encounter some trouble in Beijing. Oh, Wang Tianpeng secretly said in his heart that it was true. Don't look at the two of them as one brother and one sister. To put it bluntly, it was still an exchange of interests between the families. The Wang family's trouble had Lu Xia helping to pull the strings to solve it, and now it was Wang Tianpeng's turn to give his sincerity. Just covering them in Beijing is obviously not enough to pay this reward. Now I only hope that Lu Xia's offense is not the top-ranked monsters in the Dingshi list. It's not a big trouble. The one who offended me is a freshman who just enrolled in this term. Xia Yan. Mentioning this name, Lu Xia's eyes were filled with anger. Xia Yan? Oh, I have some impression. Seems to be the top student of Jiang City this time? Wang Tianpeng frowned and couldn't help but beat a retreating drum in his heart. The first prize winner of every session was not a good person. Entering the Dingshi ranking could only be said to be a nail in the coffin, not something to be messed with. Chapter 57, Where's the stench? Wang Tianpeng intended to time system. If Lu Xia offended too many people, Wang Tianpeng's heart cannot help but weigh. Young Peng, this kid is not the same as the previous top students. He's just a waste of space. With his own strength of only E rank, Lu Xia saw the concern in Wang Tianpeng's eyes and said firmly, don't worry about it. A guy with only E rank will never reach D rank in his life. Only E grade? It was Wang Tianpeng's turn to be surprised. According to reason, the players who could become the top student of Jiang City and enter the Northern Qing dynasty, every one of them is a dragon and phoenix among people, a genius among geniuses. He was only in the top 20 in Jiang City. How could he only have an E grade? Sister Ah, brother is sincere to help you. You can't joke to fool brother Ah. Wang Tianpeng frowned, still not convinced. Since when could an E-rank strength be the top scholar of Jiang City? Maybe it was a guy who pretended to be a pig and had weird fetishes. Aya, why would I lie to you? They can all testify. Lu Xia anxiously patted his thigh. Peng Xiao, if I wasn't in a hurry to meet you this time, I would have cleaned up that kid myself. The lapdogs behind him nodded their heads, echoing Lu Xia's words. Seeing the certainty in the expressions of the crowd that didn't seem to be faked, Wang Tianpeng reluctantly believed it and slowly nodded. Good. If this kid really only has E rank and has offended you, then just leave it to me. Brother, how do you plan to clean him up? Lu Xia's eyes lit up with anticipation. The person who offended my sister. Of course it's good to just disappear. Wang Tianpeng smiled coldly and said, since this kid is a waste of space, yet he still dares to be so arrogant and offend my sister, there's no point in keeping him. There is no shortage of geniuses in Beijing, much less an E-class waste. A cold aura flickered in Wang Tianpeng's eyes. He came from a distinguished background and had been instilled with too many belly-aching tactics since he was a child. So naturally, he wasn't a good man or woman. Since Xia Yan was only grade E, then even if he did away with it secretly, Beijing would not make any big moves. The great northern Cheng, C-level experts are a handful. How could care about a regional E-level? It just so happens that this time also rely on the Lu family to help. Wang Tianpeng does not mind doing things a little more desperate, so that the gift to Lu Xia is also enough weight. Sincerity is full. Does young Peng want to kill him? Lu Xia was first stunned, then her heart beat indisputably and a flush appeared on her face. Yeah, why didn't she think of it just now? Xia Yan dared to make himself lose such a big face in front of everyone. It was hard to get rid of her heart's hatred without killing him. Losing herself just now, she was still thinking of punching Xia Yan to take out her anger, even if it's not enough. Now it seems to be Peng Xiao, killing and decisive, sure as heart, coming from one of the 5 great families, the Wang family, having a distinguished life, being excellent in himself, and not being a saintly mother at all. Such a person is the one should curry favor with. It is that Wang Tianpeng's height is a little bit low, but it doesn't matter. Low is not afraid. The big deal is to pat a little bit more is not good? Wang Tianpeng's own excellence was enough to cover the lack of height. Sister,
I did not say to kill him. Oh, we are the same as the North Qing students. How can we be so poisonous to our classmates? Wang Tianpeng glared at Lu Xia, although here in the box, but the ears of the wall had to be guarded against, in case the news leaked out, so that strictly prohibit the killing of each other between classmates. Beijing no, but a big trouble. Lu Xia also knew that he had eaten his words, hurriedly covered his mouth. Okay, this matter brother knows. I think, Xia Yan should have something to go out for a period of time recently, probably will not return to Zhangjiang from now on. Wang Tianpeng's face raised a mysterious smile, serving tea to send off. Yes, thanks to Peng Xiao for helping. Lu Xia forced down her excitement and didn't force herself to stay. Getting up and leaving with a group of dog legs, she knew that Xia Yan was really going to have bad luck this time. As soon as she thought that the waste that had insulted her was going to disappear on earth like this, Lu Xia was overflowing with excitement. It was not until she was out of the door of the tea house that Lu Xia managed to gather her expression. No one is allowed to tell anyone about today's matter. All keep your mouths shut. Lu Xia glanced coldly and warned the crowd. The lapdogs nodded their heads one after another, not daring to say a single word more. Well, go back. This trip today is really worth it. But, how is Peng Xiao so high and cold? Forget it, I guess young and talented geniuses are all high and cold. Lu Xia shook her head, then took out her cell phone and started communicating with the elders in her family. After receiving such a great favor from young Peng, it was time for the Lu family to pull the strings for the Wang family's troubles. Inside the box, Wang Tianpeng maintained the same posture from earlier and just sat quietly in his seat. After a long time, the curtains hanging down from the window to the floor slightly moved, and then a silhouette with a hood just walked out. If this scene was seen by Lu Xia and the others, they would definitely have their eyes fall out in shock. They had been in the box for such a long time, but they had never realized from the beginning that there was another person behind the curtains. Young master, the silhouette removed his hood, revealing a middle-aged man's face, and bowed his head respectfully towards Wang Tianpeng. Uncle Gong, you heard all the conversation just now. Wang Tianpeng didn't turn his head back, crossed his legs and said indifferently, I'm a Beijing student. It's not good to lay hands on Xia Yan. You're an outsider. Laying hands on him is just right. It's just a grade E punk. Now go kill him. Move cleanly and don't let Beijing find any leverage. Yes, young master. Uncle Kong nodded silently. He was a vassal of the Wang family. Some of the dirty deeds that were not seen and could not be brought to the surface were handled by people like him. A sharp knife lurking in the darkness of the night, sweeping away all the enemies that stood in the way of the Wang family was Uncle Kong's mission. Go on, move fast and let the Lu family see our sincerity. Wang Tianpeng rubbed the lid of his teacup in his hand. His eyes narrowed slightly. But, the Lu family can't even rank among the 5 great families. It's surprising that they would have the Shan Shui group's connections. It's really surprising. No matter what, our Wang family has no choice. Any straw that could potentially save our lives must be grasped. Otherwise, the day of being overthrown by the Shan Shui group is near. Wang Xiaopeng's words were not alarmist talk. Nowadays, the Wang family's industry had been suppressed by the Shan Shui group and had shrunk by a large portion. If they continued to let things go, the entire Wang family would be eaten up by the Shan Shui group. It was guaranteed that not even a single bone would be left. Shopping malls were like battlefields, and it was the same in all dynasties. Uncle Kong nodded silently. He understood that the matter was too big to be delayed, and turned around with the intention of going to do it. Wait, Uncle Gong, did you just smell a foul odor here? Wang Tianpeng frowned and sniffed. Strange, the stench is gone again. What happened? Is it my illusion? Chapter 58, The Dragon's Wrath. Back to young master. I also smelled it. Uncle Gong's expression was strange. Then it seems it's not my illusion. Hell, where exactly does it stink? Wang Tianpeng was full of doubts, but still waved his hand, signaling that Uncle Gong could go and do it. Uncle Gong nodded, then walked over to the windowsill, and with a flash, his silhouette disappeared. Only Wang Tianpeng was left alone in the box, sitting on a chair with a head full of doubts. Since Lu Xia entered the door, Wang Tianpeng smelled a trace if any stench. The stench is very light, but if you smell it carefully, Wang Tianpeng felt that his stomach began to turn over. A girl's body shouldn't be so stinky, right? Could it be from the group of men who followed Lu Xia? But those men had been standing by the door in a disciplined manner, far away from him. Even if the body stinks, he could not smell awe. It seems to be Lu Xia's problem. Wang Tianpeng had intended to get close to Lu Xia and climb the relationship, so that the Lu family could feel their sincerity and then willingly go to work. As a result, he was made dizzy by the stench, making Wang Tianpeng not even want to say a superfluous polite word. If Wang Tianpeng were to hear Lu Xia's high and cold evaluation of himself, it was possible for Wang Tianpeng to burst into tears. It really wasn't that he was high and cold. He also wanted to be enthusiastic, to make Lu Xia feel as enthusiastic as the spring breeze, but really cannot do It is really too stinky. But looking at Lu Xia and the other people's expressions were not strange.
Wang Tianping could only take it as his own illusion,
and even wondered if it was because he hadn't bathed.
Now that Lu Xia left, the stench instantly disappeared,
and Wang Tianping's evaluation of Lu Xia in his heart was a few points lower.
The woman who stinks like this seems to have a private life that must be very messy.
Originally, see, Lu Xia looks quite good. Want to talk to each other, a period of love? So that the Lu family is dead to help the Wang family to come.
Now it seems better to forget it. I'm not interested in falling in love with a bus.
Wang Tianping snuffed out a glimpse of his heart. If Lu Xia were to learn that she was almost able to become young Peng's girlfriend,
and as a result, because of Xia Yan, it all came to naught. I'm afraid that I would say anything to go with Uncle Gong and kill Xia Yan with my own hands. On the 13th floor of the Beijing teaching building, inside Zhuang Miao's personal office,
Zhuang Miao propped his hands on his chin and crouched in front of his desk, looking at Xia Yan and Zhang Yaran, who stood in front of him, the corners of his eyes unconsciously twitching and twitching.
You mean, you have to live in a dormitory with Xia Yan, even if his dormitory is full? Zhang Yaran nodded firmly. Moreover, you also have to have the status of a special enrollment in Beijing, become my student, and take classes with Xia Yan? Zhang Yaran nodded firmly. And even a door card for free access to the Beijing Elixir Garden, giving you the right to eat elixirs at will for 1 day every month? Zhang Yaran nodded firmly. Zhuang Miao.
Looking at the firmness in Zhang Yaran's eyes, Zhuang Miao lowered his head.
The next second, he directly exploded. Dreaming.
All these demands of yours are all dreams.
It's impossible for me to agree.
Zhuang Miao almost directly lifted the table.
He really wanted to roar. Are all these demands something that can be made?
There was also.
It was already bull ***** enough that Xia Yan's dormitory was co-ed. And if this wasn't a rule that had been in place since ancient times in Beijing, Zhuang Miao would have said anything to cancel it out. Now it's fine. A male and a female lived in one dormitory.
And now there was going to be another little lowly.
What's going on? A family of 3? It's more important for you 3 to have a good life than anything else. Nuts. Zhuang Miao went crazy. Why did he really start thinking about Xia Yan's life as a family of 3? If he really agreed to these requests made by Zhang Yaran, then wouldn't he himself be a psychopath?
Zhuang Guide, calm down. Your high and cold persona is shattered to pieces. Hey.
Xia Yan cried and laughed.
But he also knew that the requests made by Zhang Yaran were indeed very breathless. Poor Director Zhuang.
I'm calm? What am I going to calm down with? Zhuang Miao completely tore apart his high and cold persona, slammed the table, and glared at Zhang Yaran. Little dragon girl, I'll ask you again. Must you make these demands and not change them? No change.
Zhang Yaran shook her head firmly.
Why are you so firm?
Zhuang Miao scratched his hair in pain. All this tug-of-war between them had been going on for more than 2 hours. The process was, Zhang Yaran made a request.
Zhuang Miao denied it.
Then Zhang Yaran continued to make it.
Zhuang Miao continued to deny it. And since the beginning, Zhang Yaran never wavered.
The eyes were firm and scary.
On the contrary, are you sure you won't agree to these demands of mine? Zhang Yaran raised her head, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly. It's impossible to agree even in death. Zhuang Miao decisively denied. These demands were all too outrageous. Absolutely impossible. If there was still a little room for negotiation when living in a dormitory with Xia Yan, wanting to freely enter and exit the Beijing Spirit Medicine Garden and having a day every month to let Zhang Yaran eat with abandon, this condition was too much of a ripoff. Zhang Yaran was of the dragon race. How big was the appetite of the dragon race? Zhuang Miao liked to read all sorts of ancient books and knew this only too well. If he really wanted to let go of this, I'm afraid that Beijing Spirit Medicine Garden would have to be renamed Spirit Grass Garden. In addition to the weeds everywhere, there would definitely be no spirit medicine present. Fine, since you insist, then I'll give in. Zhang Yaran nodded and proposed. I don't want to come in and out of the Spirit Medicine Garden freely. Just reserve 1 day a month for me to eat. Zhuang Miao, you call this a concession? Tell brother the truth. Did you laugh at yourself when you made this offer? Never. Don't even think about it. Before Zhuang Miao could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Zhang Yaran. If you don't agree, then I'm going to have to summon instants throughout Beijing. I don't mind letting the students of Beijing see it. What do you mean by special? Zhang Yaran stuttered, her cute features a serious dragon. Indignation, anger, fury. Xia Yan, Zhuang Miao. As the genius tutor of Beijing, he was petrified. The corners of Xia Yan's mouth trembled madly, wanting to laugh but not daring to do so. He tilted his head and thought of all the mournful things he could think of in his life. Only then did he manage to stop the madly rising corners of his mouth. What about Dragon's Wrath? It should be quite intimidating. Teacher Zhuang, I've already conceded a lot. As a dragon, I'm fed once a month. Is this request too much? Zhang Yaran looked serious. Well, let's discuss this condition of letting you eat your fill. Zhuang Miao shook his head and broke free from petrification. He hadn't seen the dragon's anger, but it wasn't hard to imagine just how angry it was. What about the dragon's anger? It should be a little bit angrier than the average anger, right? Zhuang Miao shivered. Chapter 59. You robbed the buried dragon valley, didn't you? Next, Zhuang Miao and Jiang Yiran started a new round of verbal sparring. Both sides you attacked and I defended. You returned and I attacked again. Finally, the 3 requests made by Jiang Yiran were finalized. 1. Moving into Xia Yan's dormitory is fine, but only with Chu Yan Yan living on the 2nd floor, where there happens to be another room. Jiang Yiran reluctantly pinched her nose and agreed. 2nd. The identity of Beiqing special enrollment can be arranged, but there is a point that needs to be said in advance. Become a Beiqing student. Once Beiqing future difficulties, Jiang Yiran must not stand by. This point Jiang Yiran promised very quickly. Anyway, Xia Yan and Beiqing have difficulties, will inevitably affect Xia Yan. Jiang Yiran will definitely step in. 3rd. Once a month to enter the North Qing Spirit Medicine Garden. From Jiang Yiran unlimited eating spirit medicine changed to only eat 10 plants, and can not only eat the same species of 10 plants, to give the North Qing Spirit Medicine Garden to stay a little root. Jiang Yiran had half of the burial Dragon Valley spirit medicines in her hands, which seemed like a lot on the surface, but these spirit medicines were of little use to Jiang Yiran herself, and if she wanted to regain her original size, she would need some more symptomatic spirit medicines. Beiqing's Spirit Medicine Garden was not small. Jiang Yiran had already sensed many spirit medicines that would be helpful to her in restoring her size through their smells. As for half of the burial Dragon Valley elixirs, Jiang Yiran planned to temporarily keep them for Xia Yan, and they could always be used in the future anyway. So this condition, Jiang Yiran also agreed. Although she had just entered the world and had not had much contact with the humans of the current world, she could see it at this time. Can't push this man in front of her too fast, in case she forces everyone to split up. That would be bad. Anyway, it's possible to eat 10 plants a month. It was enough to fill Jiang Yiran up. Finally, I've solved your problem. Zhuang Miao spread out on the chair without any image, reaching out and tugging at his sweat-soaked shirt with a lifeless look on his face. This was the first time he had ever dealt with a real dragon. Before talking to Jiang Yiran, Zhuang Miao had fantasized many times about what the dragon should be like, and whether their way of speaking as a race was different from humans. When he saw them today, they were not as good as they were known. Zhuang Miao couldn't help but start thinking about a question. Is it only Jiang Yiran who is so axed, or is the entire dragon race of dragons so axed? Although I don't know what you're thinking, your expression is offensive. Jiang Yiran stared at Zhuang Miao with a ghostly gaze. Cough cough, what's that? Since your problem is solved, please also ask your excellency the dragon lady to wait downstairs for a while first. I have some things to say to Xia Yan. Zhuang Miao coughed dryly, his face slightly less natural. Damn it, had his own thoughts been seen through? Oh, then you have to come out quickly. I'm a little hungry. Jiang Yiran looked at Xia Yan accusingly. Although she had just swept through the food court more than 2 hours ago, that was after all 2 hours ago. The current Jiang Yiran had finished digesting and needed to continue eating food. Good. Xia Yan smiled and nodded, then watched Jiang Yiran leave. Until the moment the door to the room closed, Zhuang Miao felt relieved and let out a long breath. He could be considered to have sent this little ancestor away. In the future, I am afraid that Beiqing will be in a lot of chaos because of Jiang Yiran. I can only hope that this ancestor will not summon the body on the campus of Beiqing to engage in what the labor of the dragon's wrath is good. Zhuang Miao rubbed his brow with a headache. Director Zhuang, what else? Xia Yan asked. His heart was slightly wary. What should be understood? Zhuang Miao had already understood, and left himself behind at this time. Was he going to ask himself how he knew Jiang Yiran? He couldn't tell him that Jiang Yiran was his ex-girlfriend in his dream and now appeared in the present world, right? Only a ghost would believe that. The chance you encountered in the buried Dragon Valley this time. Can you let me take a look at it? Zhuang Miao paused, then said, don't misunderstand me. I just want to know in advance. Tomorrow is the day to measure the items brought out by the new students. You are the only one who got the chance of the buried Dragon Valley in this term. Oh, this Xia Yan scratched his head. Inconvenient? Seeing Xia Yan's delayed action, Zhuang Miao asked. Indeed not very convenient. Xia Yan hemmed and hawed. He understood the reasoning of harboring a small item, even if Zhuang Miao was Beiqing's mentor. In the case of being able to not be known by the other party, it was better not to know. Half of the collection of the buried Dragon Valley. This temptation is too big. Xia Yan also do not know each other in the collection of temptation. Zhuang Miao cannot abide by the heart as a tutor. Yes? Zhuang Miao raised his eyebrows, held up his glasses, and faintly said, then let's talk about how you met Jiang Yiran. Xia Yan, this old boy really saw something wrong between the two of them. Want to play mind games with me? You're still a bit young. Zhuang Miao smiled disdainfully. Xia Yan was considered to be very mindful among his peers, but this mindfulness was obviously not as good as his own.
who had just been tortured by Jiang Qianlu. Still too tender, teenage boy. I know that there must be something that you two can't tell others about your acquaintance. I don't want to be the uneducated one, and I'm not interested in knowing. Moreover, I'm also the examiner for tomorrow's examination, so you'll have to show me sooner or later. Zhuang Miao's eyes flashed with essence. If you insist on not letting me see it now, then I don't mind getting to the bottom of it and asking around to find out what exactly is the relationship between Zhang Yiran and you. Xia Yan, old fox. The Zhuang Miao he remembered did not have such a deep heart. In the past few days that he had entered the secret realm, what on earth had you gone through? Alright, let me show you. Xia Yan gave in. There was no way. The situation was stronger than the people. Zhuang Miao, on the other hand, smiled faintly, but was happy in his heart. Sure enough, this feeling of relying on one's heart size to take someone down was just awesome. Xia Yan sighed, then raised his hand, running the energy in his body, gradually converging in the white ring on his finger. In the next second, elixirs as high as mountains appeared in front of Zhuang Miao's eyes, piled high. It directly poked up to the ceiling. If not for the fact that Zhuang Miao's private office was large enough, I'm afraid that it wouldn't even be able to accommodate these elixirs. Even though Zhuang Miao was mentally prepared, he was still startled at this moment and almost slipped off his stool. So much. You robbed the buried Dragon Valley? Zhuang Miao's mouth grew so big that it almost dislocated. He thought that he was accustomed to seeing big scenes, and the so-called rare spirit medicines, in front of his dual identity as the Northern Qin genius tutor plus the executive officer of the 13 People's Congregation. He had seen quite a few of them as well. He had thought that Zhang Yiran, the mother dragon who willingly followed Xia Yan into the world, was Xia Yan's chance, but how could he not have expected that the spirit medicines stacked mountain high in front of him were Xia Yan's true chance? Chapter 60, Strange Your Holiness. How many of these elixirs do you have in total? Roughly? Zhuang Miao looked back at Xia Yan, and under the shock, his voice even looked a little dry. Only these? Zhuang Miao himself indistinctly did not hear. The exact amount is unclear, but there should be around half of the buried Dragon Valley spirit medicines. Xia Yan stroked his chin. With such a large number of spirit medicines, he obviously did not have the time to count them all from the beginning. He could only get an approximate count based on his feelings. Half of the burial Dragon Valley? You participated in just one trial, and you were able to empty the entire buried Dragon Valley? Zhuang Miao was dumbfounded. Xia Yan's performance had already surprised him enough, but he didn't realize that the real big trick was hidden here. Half of the buried Dragon Valley spiritual medicines. How huge a fortune was this? If he took it out and sold it, I'm afraid Xia Yan would already be one of the top 10 richest people in China, right? How on earth did this kid do it? Director Zhuang, there's no need to be too surprised. I'm just a little bit better than ordinary people. Xia Yan hemmed and hawed. Then with one hand, the mountain of elixirs instantly disappeared and reappeared as the white ring he wore on his fingertip. You are indeed too much better than ordinary people. No, even better than those geniuses. Surprisingly, Zhuang Miao actually shook his head and recognized the words that Xia Yan obviously used to brag. To be able to get half of the buried Dragon Valley's collection with the capital of a freshman, and to be able to do this, Beijing had never encountered anyone since the founding of the school. The name of Jiang City's top scholar. Xia Yan deserved it. You would actually praise me like this? I would be embarrassed. Xia Yan blinked, seeing that Zhuang Miao actually really recognized him. The city wall-like thick skin was slightly flushed at this time. Abstractions could also be shy. These treasures of yours, you originally planned to bring them out in tomorrow's testing? Zhuang Miao, however, suddenly stepped forward and pressed Xia Yan's shoulder. Yes, isn't the test based on the number of treasures taken out and thus the test? Xia Yan was puzzled. Don't take out all of them, just find 2 pieces of higher quality elixirs. Be aware that harboring a treasure is a sin. Zhuang Miao looked serious and said solemnly, you are only E rank. In public, if people know that you have so many treasures, I'm afraid that even if you stay in Beijing on this and don't go out, you will still be killed by people who will try to find ways to kill you. Listen to me, just take 2 or 3 spirit medicines, just enough to get you the championship. Don't take them all out. Xia Yan froze. It was the first time he had seen that Zhuang Miao, the genius tutor of Beijing, had looked so serious for the first time. But Xia Yan could also feel it. At this moment, Zhuang Miao was speaking from the heart. Irrespective of anything else, as a teacher, Zhuang Miao was genuinely thinking about his students. Good. A touch of emotion climbed up from the depths of Xia Yan's eyes, and he nodded seriously, agreeing. It was at this moment that Xia Yan truly accepted Zhuang Miao as his teacher from the bottom of his heart. Well, it's good that you can listen. Zhuang Miao let out a sigh of relief and patted Xia Yan's shoulder with some relief in his eyes. Immediately afterward, Zhuang Miao instructed some more about the process during tomorrow's assessment, and some precautions before letting Xia Yan leave. Snapped. The door of the room was gently closed by Xia Yan from the outside, and Zhuang Miao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly staring at where Xia Yan had left. Why don't you ask clearly? What exactly is the relationship between Zhang Yaran and him? Suddenly, a voice as light as a wind chime sounded behind Zhuang Miao. Zhuang Miao glanced over and saw the expressionless Xie Qianyu, who had appeared behind him at some point. Shaking his head, Zhuang Miao had long been accustomed to the godly presence of his own honors. It's impossible to ask. This kid, Xia Yan, has a very tight mouth. If I keep pursuing the question, I'm afraid it will provoke his rebelliousness. Zhuang Miao placed his hand on the desktop and slowly nodded. Moreover, you and Xia Yan entered the buried Dragon Valley together. Even you failed to find any traces. Will he just tell me everything? Xia Qianyu paused and turned her head away. How could she not know what Zhuang Miao had said? It was only that any member of the opposite sex who appeared by Xia Yan's side, she would subconsciously pay attention to. Even Xia Qianyu herself couldn't say why that was. Here, the information you wanted me to find is all here. Zhuang Miao bent down and picked up a thick file bag from the ground, placing it in front of Xia Qianyu and said indifferently, starting from Xia Yan's birth until he entered into Beijing, all the information is here. Your Holiness, I take offense to ask, what exactly are you planning by paying so much attention to a newborn kid? Will he be helpful to our plans? Zhuang Miao looked at Xie Qianyu seriously. He was really a bit curious. The big plan that the 13 people were plotting now. Zhuang Miao, as the 11th seat of the executive officer, was naturally clear about it. This thing if made, the whole of China, no, the whole world will be shocked by it. As a result, in the plan methodically carried out at the time, his own venerable father instead so concerned about a newborn boy, even the headquarters of the 13 people are not going back every day to stay in the North Chang, spare Zhuang Miao intelligence over the people, and now there is also some cannot understand. You don't need to care about this matter. I have a number in my heart. Xia Qianyu picked up the information and quickly flipped through it. Her willow eyebrows suddenly knit up. A very ordinary student resume. Ordinary to the point of having no characteristics whatsoever. It was obviously not quite the same as what Xia Qianyu had in mind. Putting the information down heavily, Xia Qianyu was a bit annoyed for no reason. Could it be that Xia Yan really wasn't a master teacher? But if not, why is he so similar to his master? Where exactly did it go wrong? Well, it's naturally good that you have a number in your heart. Zhuang Miao rubbed his nose, somewhat depressed. The crowd of 13 people had a lot of energy, or else they wouldn't have been able to do the job of sending him into northern Chang and rising all the way up the ranks until he reached the point of being the youngest genius tutor. With this kind of seniority, there should have been no need to take a freshman class. If it wasn't for His Eminence's sudden request to join Class A, Zhuang Miao wouldn't have been interested in grabbing this matter of bringing in new students. Class A was one of the most gifted classes amongst the freshmen, and in order to snatch the Class A homeroom teacher, Zhuang Miao had offended some people as a result, all in order to be able to better help Zun Shang. Really, originally, after Dean Jiang was seriously injured and we got our hands on him, Your Holiness should have returned to the headquarters. Who would have thought that she wouldn't leave? Zhuang Miao was full of depression. If it wasn't for Xie Qianyu's impromptu intention, he wouldn't have wanted to come to be this class teacher. I'm leaving first. Xie Qianyu's heart was so irritated that she planned to find a place to calm down. By the way, Your Holiness, recently a new Class B secret realm has come out in southern Europe, and the Vatican's Holy See has intervened, injuring quite a few of us. Before Zhuang Miao could finish speaking, Xie Qianyu's figure had already disappeared. Have the members of the 13 congregation in southern Europe wait? I'll handle this matter. Chapter 61. I didn't say you could go. It just so happened that Xie Qianyu was so annoyed in her heart that instead of going somewhere else to calm down, it would be more effective to kill him. Listening to Xie Qianyu's voice full of killing aura, Zhuang Miao obviously froze for a moment, and did not dare to say anything more, silently nodded. Originally, his intention was to let Xie Qianyu arrange for a few executives to go over. As a result, Your Honor was trying to go by himself? The people of the Holy See were finished. I also don't know what secrets you have in your body that can charm my family's eminence like this. Zhuang Miao carefully put away the information belonging to Xia Yan and put it into a file bag, sighing quietly. Xia Qianyu's concern for Xia Yan was clearly no longer in the normal range. At the very least, Zhuang Miao had not seen Xia Qianyu being so attached to anyone. Even within the burial Dragon Valley, Xia Yan had offended Xia Qianyu to death, and Xia Qianyu had not even made a single move. Everything is developing too perversely, so perversely that Zhuang Miao does not even dare to ask. Count on it. Leaders have leaders with their own ideas. I'd better be honest and be my own mentor. Zhuang Miao shook his head, locked the dossier bag in the cabinet, and hummed as he left. It was now time to get off work, and he planned to go to Guofu's coffee shop there to have a drink before going back to rest, outside the Beijing teaching building, directly across the alley. Now that it was almost fall, the The ground was covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves, and it was quiet and beautifully silent. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept through, completely destroying the poetic scene. Beijing Teaching Building? This should be the place. The assassin sent by Wang Tianpeng, Uncle Gong, was wearing a black cloak at this moment, appearing at the corner of the alleyway entrance, quietly looking at the exit of the teaching building. His already thin figure was completely covered by the cloak, only revealing a grim middle-aged face. He was an assassin, and an assassin was not supposed to be noticeable before making a move. To lurk like a pit viper, quietly waiting for the moment to strike. Once the strike, will be a thunderous killing move. Uncle Gong's ability is also very similar to the killer. Is the Dagger of Darkness? It's a terrifying sneak attack ability. At the same level, the offensive ability of the Dagger of Darkness was terrifying, and could hardly be blocked, coupled with Uncle Gong's skill as a killer that he had started learning since he was a child. Nowadays, even though his cultivation level was C+, when caught off guard, it was enough to make some B-ranked powerhouses suffer a great loss. Obviously, for Xia Yan, Wang Tianpeng didn't have any contempt, and directly sent out the C+ ranked Uncle Gong, which was the intention to exterminate Xia Yan with a thunderous force, without leaving any handles. Someone? Uncle Kung frowned, his viper-like side locking onto a figure that walked out from the school building. It was petite and cute, 1 meter 4.5. At this moment, it was puffing out its cheeks and muttering something. It was none other than Jiang Yiran, who had obediently come outside first to wait for Xia Yan. Stinky Xia Yan, how can you talk for so long? What's there to talk about with a big man? I'm starving to death. Jiang Yiran kicked the broken stones on the ground and muttered with her small mouth. Well, it's not Xia Yan. Whose kid is this? Uncle Gong shook his head and looked around vigilantly, wrapping his entire body in his cloak and shrinking in the corner, trying not to attract anyone's attention. It was just a little lowly, probably some teacher's child. Uncle Kyo didn't put the other party on his mind, but he didn't put the little lowly on his mind. But the little lowly took the initiative to find him, only to see Jiang Yiran's little ears twitching, her already sensitive to scent. She instantly noticed Uncle Gong hiding in the corner. With a twinkle in her eye, Jiang Yiran carried her hands behind her back and walked over in style. Uncle, what are you doing here? Jiang Yiran's voice caused Uncle Gong to instantly freeze. His eyes flashed with a ferocious aura. As an assassin, he had to remain vigilant at all times. After all, although a killer's aggressiveness was strong, once a trail was discovered, the odds of winning would plummet. But when he saw that the one who came to his side was just a little lowly, the tight string in his heart suddenly loosened. None of your business, little brat. Get lost. Uncle Gong wasn't interested in coaxing the child, and without even looking at Jiang Yiran, he refocused his sight on the entrance of the school building. Why are you so mean? Are you a cleaner in Beijing? Jiang Yiran circled around Uncle Gong, reciting words under her breath. Looking at your outfit and this robe, you don't look much like a cleaner. What the hell are you doing here? Jiang Yiran's chatter made several tic-tac-toe characters appear instantly on Uncle Gong's forehead. This dead child. How to talk endlessly. Don't you know that he hates children the most? Oh, I know. Just as Uncle Gong was planning to lurk again in a different place, Jiang Yiran faintly spoke. You're here to wait for Xia Yan, right? TSK, C-rank strength and a killer. I'm afraid that killing a B-rank powerhouse is likely to be successful. Coming to kill an E-rank kid, isn't that a bit of a big deal? Uncle Christine's body tensed violently, and a drop of cold sweat slowly flowed down from her forehead. She knows her identity? Uncle Gong turned his head and looked at Jiang Yiran dead on, only to see Jiang Yiran faintly smile, her voice sweet. Have this kind of reaction? It seems that it is indeed here to kill Xia Yan. Uncle, I'm really curious. Who wants Xia Yan's life? He's such a loser. When did he mess with someone who can send out a C-rank assassin at any time? I have no impression. Jiang Yiran walked closer and closer, and by now, she was already standing in front of Uncle Gong. For no reason, Uncle Gong's heart suddenly missed a beat. He violently realized a terrible fact. As long as one is a human being, they will have special abilities, and there will be grades. When a high-ranked person faced a low-ranked person, they could directly tell how the other person's cultivation level was. But since the beginning, he couldn't tell how Jiang Yiran's cultivation was. This could only mean one thing. This little lowly in front of him had a higher cultivation level than him. Not good. The point is solid. Thoughts flashed through Uncle Gong's mind and he turned to run. He hissed, and the Dagger of Darkness was summoned, causing his already extremely fast speed to accelerate a few points again. In just a blink of an eye, Uncle Gong had already escaped to the deepest part of the alley, and only needed to jump onto the wall to escape from here. Jiang Yiran was still standing in the same spot, with her hands behind her back, slowly turning around. There was a sweet smile on her face. I didn't say you could leave. She gently stomped her foot, and in the next second, the space around her seemed to be imprisoned. Uncle Gong, who had leapt up from the ground,
was just frozen in midair, unable to move the slightest bit. Who the hell are you? Uncle Gong was in a rage. What kind of cultivation was a strong person who could confine space? He had never heard of it before. C rank? B rank? Or B plus rank? How could such an expert be a little lowly? Uncle Kong was desperate. Chapter 62 Zhang Yaran's determination. Uncle, you know what?
Zhang Yaran carried her small hands behind her back and slowly walked towards the end of the alley at a gentle pace. Looking at Uncle Gong's face, which was so terrified that it didn't have a trace of blood, the smile on Zhang Yaran's face became sweeter. I waited for Xia Yan for many years. Many years. I thought I would never be able to wait. Again. Good thing. The heavens have eyes. Now that we've met again after a long time, Xia Yan hasn't changed at all. I'm very joyful because I can feel that our future life will be very happy. Especially happy. As Zhang Yaran's words fell, the confinement of the surrounding space became more and more severe, and Uncle Gong felt as if the space around him had condensed into substance and slowly collapsed inwards. What the hell are you going to say? Uncle Kong's face was suffocatingly red, and he was horrified to realize that no matter what kind of moves he used, he was unable to shake the confinement in the slightest. In front of normal people, he could do a one-night massacre, and his reputation was enough to stop a baby from crying. But in front of this little lowly in front of him, this god of murder was as fragile as a mosquito fly. Life and death was only at the other party's whim. You still don't know, right? My true identity. Zhang Yaran tilted her head, smiling sunny. Actually, I'm not from this world yet. I'm the Dragon Emperor, the Emperor of the Dragon Clan. What? It was as if lightning struck in Uncle Gong's mind. The sweaty hairs on his body instantly exploded root by root, and he only felt his scalp go numb. The Dragon Clan. Surprisingly, it was this top species of the magical beast realm. In the magical beast realm, as long as the species that had something to do with the word dragon, none of them were the strongest in the world. But now, he, a tiny C rank, had actually encountered a pure blood dragon. And, it was still a dragon emperor. Since the other party was a dragon race, the point of being able to confine space could be explained. Controlling space was precisely the innate skill of the pure blood dragon race. But why would the dragon race appear in northern Chang? Or a body of 1,000 gold like the emperor of 10,000 dragons? We dragons are stingy, and as their emperor, I'm even more stingy and greedy. Zhang Yaran softly said, her tone gentle. I'm too greedy. The beautiful life with Xia Yan has just begun. I want to keep enjoying it and never break away from this life. So, you're kind of want to destroy my happy life behavior. Deserve to be how well? Zhang Yaran sweetly smiled. White tender palms slowly raised up. There is no energy fluctuation. It is very common to raise the palm. But Uncle Gong, who was confined, smelled a pungent smell of death. As an assassin, he was too familiar with this kind of aura. But now, the aura of death that surrounded him was thick enough to suffocate him. Uncle Gong desperately tilted his head back, his hair standing on end, mobilizing all the energy in his body and focusing on a single point. Bursting outwards, he was going to fight for his life. Yup, just by fighting with Zhang Yaran, he, a C-ranked powerhouse, was forced to fight for his life. The sense of oppression that Zhang Yaran brought to him was something that only Uncle Gong, who had faced Zhang Yaran directly, could understand. If he didn't put up a fight, I was afraid that he wouldn't even have the chance to do so. Courage is commendable, but it's useless then. Zhang Yaran turned her palm, and Uncle Gong, who was confined in the air, turned in the same direction as her palm. Anyone who dares to destroy my happy life is a bad person. Bad people deserve to die. No one is exempt. Zhang Yaran's palm clenched violently. Between heaven and earth, a heart-rending miserable howl rang out. However, this miserable howl could not break through Zhang Yaran's spatial confinement at all. It was destined to be heard by no one. The setting sun sprinkled over the entrance of the alley, shrouding it in a layer of golden-colored light. The fallen leaves that had been blown away earlier were once again blown back, covering the ground. The beauty was like a painting. Faint footsteps sounded as Zhang Yaran held a pink handkerchief, wiping her palm slowly and methodically as she slowly walked out from the entrance of the alley. Well, why are you here? Looking for you for half a day. Xia Yan put his hand into a pergola and waved at Zhang Yaran with a smile. Zhang Yaran stopped in her tracks and quietly placed her handkerchief behind her back, smiling lightly and not saying anything. What are you standing around for? Xia Yan strangely glanced at the other party, walked quickly, and after coming in front of Zhang Yaran, he spat out with a speechless face. I'm telling you, Director Zhuang has really changed a lot, and now he's not at all like the rumored high-school tutor he was just enrolled in school. Pure and simple a chatterbox. Xia Yan held his forehead, shaking his head and sighing lightly. He didn't know what Zhuang Guiding had gone through during the time he had entered the buried Dragon Valley. Anyway, looking at his eyes, Xia Yan felt quite vicissitudes, as if he had been destroyed. Zhang Yaran just quietly listened with a smile on her face. She enjoyed being a pure listener when Xia Yan was gushing. She liked the way Xia Yan shared his life with himself.
However, Director Zhuang is still a good person. I can tell that he is genuinely thinking about me. Xia Yan's words changed, reaching out to touch the top of Zhang Yaran's head, smiling. It's you. You're starving after waiting for half a day, aren't you? Didn't you get hungry a long time ago? Let's go. Let's go around the supermarket, buy some ingredients, and make you a big meal. It just so happens that Yan Yan is also exhausted. Give her a good tonic. Xia Yan patted the top of Zhang Yaran's head and smiled as he walked forward. Zhang Yaran paused and nodded, her smile even sweeter, casually throwing her handkerchief at the bushes. Zhang Yaran quickly followed Xia Yan, side by side with him. In the bushes, the pink handkerchief was stained with a bit of star blood, imitating a plum blossom, with more embellishments. The two of them passed by the alley. Xia Yan subconsciously glanced inside. His sight slightly lingered on a pile of white dust in the corner, then shook his head, just assuming that it was because the cleaner had been lazy and had not cleaned up. Even if Xia Yan thought about it, he wouldn't have thought that the owner of that pile of white dust was a living, breathing C-class powerhouse 10 minutes ago. The warm sunlight sprinkled down at just the right time, dragging the shadows of the two people long. Zhang Yaran immediately followed beside Xia Yan. The purple dragon flame in the depths of her eyes moved slightly, then retracted. The flesh strength of a C-ranked powerhouse was really high, and even when using the dragon flame, it took a little more time when burning the other party's corpse. Regarding what had just happened in the alley, Zhang Yaran did not intend to tell Xia Yan, because if Xia Yan knew, he would definitely worry for her. Just that, a thought quietly took root in Zhang Yaran's mind. In the future, the little thief had herself by his side, so anyone who dared to make a move against the little thief would be her enemy. The Xia Yan of her previous life had lost his life in order to protect herself. Then, in this life, she must protect him. Glancing at Xia Yan, the other party happened to turn back and smile. Zhang Yaran did not utter a word, only in her eyes, an emotion called determination gradually climbed up. No matter who the opponent is, he must protect the little thief. Definitely. Chapter 63, Earth-Level Assassin. Black and white. But, that old guy's mouth is really hard, surprisingly able to withstand the pain of the dragon flame devouring body, and didn't tell the black hand behind the curtain until his death. A subordinate with such a hard mouth, it's impossible to do it without a firm conviction. It seems that the other party's forces are very powerful. Zhang Yaran was a bit bitter. She was still impulsive. Seeing that Uncle Gong's mouth was so hard, Zhang Yaran directly burned the person into a ball of ash in anger. I should have known that it would be better to leave the other party alive. Once Uncle Gong died, who exactly wanted to lay hands on Xia Yan? Zhang Yaran simply didn't have half a clue. Xia Yan was in the light, and the enemy was in the dark. This is not a good thing. Calculating. The days afterward, I and the little thief won't move an inch. I don't believe there is still someone who can hurt the little thief in front of me? Zhang Yaran hummed, her expression proud, just fuming for a moment's work. Xia Yan had already walked out a good distance. At this time, looking at Xia Yan turning back to urge himself, Zhang Yaran heatedly smiled and quickly ran over. What are you thinking about? So absorbed. A girl's mind you don't guess. Yo, a girl again at this moment? Aren't you a female dragon? Shut up. What this emperor says is what he says. Well, you're right about everything. Quickly lead the way. I want to go to the supermarket. Then, eat the big meal you made for me. No problem. The two walked side by side, facing the setting sun. The sky gradually turned dark until the setting sun completely disappeared, and the black curtain that covered the sky covered the dome of the sky. On the outskirts of Zheng City, inside a construction site that belonged to the contracted Shanshui Group, the plan here was to build an amusement park, fully contracted by Shanshui Group. Generally speaking, companies that wanted to win the bid were chosen by thousands, killing their way through the thousands of competing companies before they could walk across this one-wood bridge. The Shanshui Group is the only exception. Few people will compete for the bids it sees. There was only one reason: Shanshui Group's heritage was too strong. Then financial strength. They are the leader of the entire 5 southeastern provinces, doing business all over China. Want to compare fists? Financial strength reaches a certain level. The force aspect comes naturally. The whole of China do not know how many experts want to join the rich and powerful Shanshui Group. After all, the path of cultivation cannot be separated from money. Backed by the Mountain Water Group, this big tree, the benefits that can be obtained is massive and horrifying. Generally no enterprise dares to provoke the Shanshui Group, such a true god of wealth, where not to be provided for. But everything has exceptions. Tonight is the case. Boom! With an ear-splitting crash, a man with a head full of white hair struggled to climb up from the rubble. Although he had white hair, judging from his appearance, he was only middle-aged at best. However, the aura of his body was not to be underestimated at all. and he was actually a C-ranked powerhouse. A C-ranked powerhouse, but in such a sorry state? If this scene was seen by a normal person, I'm afraid that their eyes would stare out. Black and white impermanent. Well. Don't think that I won't recognize you guys just because you're hiding your forms. The Wang family's Earth-level assassins. The middle-aged man propped his hands on the ground and slowly got up, lifting his hand to wipe away the smear of blood that spilled from the corner of his mouth. The stabbing pain all over his body almost made him faint. These two bastards, the moment they struck, they were thunderous killing moves. Caught off guard, the middle-aged man was seriously injured in just one look. Hey, brother, look who's this, the fire demon of the Shan Shui group, a C-ranked expert. Usually so powerful, how come he's in such a sorry state now? In the darkness in front of the middle-aged man, who was staring dead on, with a burst of broken footsteps, then two people with opera masks walked out, one black and one white, the black and white invincibles from the opera. The other party was wearing a mask, so the real face could not be seen at all, and one could only deduce through the raspy and pale voice and slightly hunchbacked figure that the two people in front of them should not be young. Yes, brother, it's the fire demon. The one who spoke earlier was White Impermanence, and at this moment, Black Impermanence took over the conversation with a light laugh in his voice. Sure enough, it's you two lunatics, who dare to come and attack the Shan Shui Group's construction site. You two don't want to die. The man known as Fire Demon frowned tightly and roared sternly. He knew the Wang family very well, one of the 5 great families of the Zheng City Chamber of Commerce. Although it had recently been suppressed by the Shan Shui Group and somewhat atrophied, it was only in business. The force of the Wang family had always been strong. In the Wang family, there is a secret team of killers, all of whom are top experts. Killer Squad is divided into heaven and earth and human 3 levels. In front of these two, is the ground level killers, Zhenghu person Black and White Impermanent. It is also the strongest 2 in the city of Zheng, the 2 most not to be messed with. Black and White Pervert is a pair of twin brothers. Extraordinary ability is very strange. Is the opera mask they wear on the face? It is said that through the mask, to the legend of the real Black and White Pervert borrowing power, moves strange. The fundamental reason that made the entire Jiang City circle of powerhouses not want to mess with them was not because of the 2 men's bizarre supernormal abilities. Rather, the Black and White Irregulars had a problem with their brains. Not cursing, but it really was the consensus of everyone in the circle of strongmen in Jiang City. In the eyes of the Black and White Irregulars, all creatures can only be killed except for submission. Extremely murderous, from more than 10 years ago when all the people awakened their supernormal abilities. I don't know how many people have died in their hands. This is not simply hands stained with blood, but the whole body is from the blood of the dye tank soaked out. Bones are permeated with the stench of bloodlust. As an alien, there are really not a few hands are not stained with blood, but there is really no one like the Black and White Invincible, to kill for fun, and a day without killing the body. No one wants to mess with a madman, especially a madman with strong strength. Oh yo, where is the construction site belonging to the Shan Shui Group? If we kill the fire demon here, the Shan Shui Group should be very angry, right? Brother, aren't you afraid? White Impermanence looked towards Black Impermanence, his tone carrying a smile. Afraid? Oh, if it wasn't for the president of the Shan Shui Group, Ning Xin, who was surrounded by countless strong people to protect her on weekdays, just for her suppression of the Wang family, I would have beheaded her. Black Impermanence let out a sardonic laugh, his tone sharp due to his anger. Yes, fire demon. Ah, we even want to kill Ning Xin, so why would we still be afraid of Shan Shui Group's retaliation? The way White Impermanence looked at Fire Demon was like looking at a fool. You two lunatics. The Fire Demon gasped for a large breath and stared at the 2 men dead on, then lifted both palms and slapped them heavily on his chest. There was a plopping sound. A large mouthful of blood sprayed out from the Fire Demon's mouth. And then, his aura once again skyrocketed. It vaguely came to the C+ level. The 2 brothers, the Black and White Irregulars, each had a strength of C+, and when they joined forces, there were cases where even B-ranked powerhouses had fallen into their hands. Fire Demon knew that if he didn't fight for his life, he would definitely die in the hands of the Black and White Irregulars today. Chapter 64 Uncle Kung's Death. Oh yo, it's going to fight for its life. White Impermanence slightly retreated a few steps, fearfully hiding behind Black Impermanence, and pointedly said, Brother, the Fire Demon is so scary when he fights for his life. I'm scared. I'm not afraid. I'll clean him up. Black Impermanence softly pacified White Impermanence. Then a cold aura flashed in his eyes, facing the Fire Demon whose breath was soaring, not retreating but advancing. Black Impermanence swooped towards the Fire Demon, his hands grasped together. From a distance it looked like 2 snake heads. It only took a second to arrive in front of the Fire Demon, his hands stabbing down, moving like thunder. Don't think you can just eat me to death. The Fire Demon's eyes were stern, but just as he stepped out, his figure froze violently.
He lowered his head and looked unbelievably at the palm that was simultaneously inserted in his chest, and then looked back at the palm that had disappeared into his back at some point.
Aren't you afraid of me?
Fire Demon Dead stared at the white impermanence standing behind him.
Lightly grunted. Trembling legs could no longer support the body.
Like a golden mountain falling down a jade pillar,
fell heavily on the ground. C-class powerhouse fire demon. Fell. Scared of you?
Humph. With my brother around,
I'm not afraid of you.
White impermanence grunted and raised his hand to kick the fire demon's corpse.
How can it be that easy to fight for your life?
The only way for those who are targeted by us is to die. White impermanence's voice was filled with pride.
They were the Wang family's Earth-ranked assassins who could even kill B-ranked powerhouses.
A C-ranked fire demon was just a C-ranked fire demon, and being able to come together in two was already giving the fire demon a lot of face.
Otherwise, white impermanence alone would have been able to take it down. Black impermanence bent down, raised his palm,
and swung it down violently like a knife. With a cluster of blood rushing straight upwards, the fire demon's head was just lifted into Black Impermanence's hands.
Go!
Black Impermanence glanced at White Impermanence and shook the fire demon's head in his hand.
Then he walked towards the corner not far away.
You deserved it for scaring me.
Damn thing!
White Impermanence didn't forget to kick the fire demon's corpse one more time before leaving,
and then only followed. Around the corner, Wang Tianpeng leaned against the wall, quietly waiting for something. Young master! The Black and White Impermanence saluted separately,
and then threw the fire demon's head on the ground. The Black Impermanence respectfully said, "The fire demon is dead. He was the caretaker of this construction site. I think that it should be able to make the Shanshui group chaotic for a while, and the suppression against the Wang family can be much easier." Wang Tianpeng looked at the fire demon's head on the ground.
His brows slightly wrinkled as he looked at the duo with some dissatisfaction. The commotion you guys made is a bit too big. After all, this was the territory of the Shanshui group. If there were other powerful people stationed here, noticing the situation here, it would always be a trouble. The Shanshui group had suppressed the Wang family for too long, and the Wang family wasn't a vegetarian, so they always had to collect some interest back from the Shanshui group.
Hey, young master, you all saw it just now. It was the fire demon that scared me first.
It's his fault. White Impermanence protested up in dissatisfaction,
but was tugged by Black Impermanence, which barely subsided.
Young master is right, but we did it quickly, and even if the Shanshui group could react, they wouldn't even be able to find who did it.
Black Impermanence said with a smile,
a touch of arrogance appearing on his face. The Black and White Impermanence's reputation was all made by the two brothers' punches and kicks, so if they couldn't even do a good job with the aftermath, how could they possibly have such a prestigious reputation? Pay attention next time. Wang Tianpeng nodded, looking at the ground above the fire demon's head, dead eyes staring wide open. Wang Tianpeng always felt some bad luck, lifting his foot and kicking it to the side.
Right, young master,
why isn't Uncle Gong here? Black Impermanence looked around, puzzled. Isn't Uncle Kong sent to you by master, specifically to protect your safety? White Impermanence also looked over. They all knew this person, Uncle Gong, although his strength was not as good as theirs and he was only a human-level assassin, because he was very good at what he did. He was sent by the master of the Wang family to stay by Wang Tianpeng's side to protect him at all times. Don't mention it, I'm also wondering. Wang Tianpeng shook his head and said, I sent him to kill an E-level waste in the afternoon, and he hasn't replied. Just in time. Your mission is also completed. Accompany me on a trip.
All at young master's command. Black and White irregulars had no opinion and nodded their heads in response. The three of them walked out of the confines of the construction site, boarded a commercial vehicle, and headed straight to Beijing.
Uncle Gong had told Wang Tianpeng about Xiayan's location before he made his move, so it wasn't hard to find. Soon, the three of them arrived at the alley where Uncle Gong had lurked. As soon as they entered, White Impermanence took a few steps back and frowned. Brother, do you smell a very unpleasant odor? It's the smell of human flesh. Black Impermanence similarly smelled the odor. As Earth-level assassins, they knew every part of the human body very well,
and naturally knew what human flesh smelled like after it was cauterized. The three of them glanced at each other and their faces changed in unison.
Uncle Gong's supernatural ability was the Dagger of Darkness,
and even if he had to dispose of the body after getting his hands on it, he wouldn't have chosen to use a laborious and easily fallible method such as burning. It was likely that some variation of this had occurred.
In a moment, the three of them began a carpet search of the alley, and soon,
they heard Black Impermanence call out.
In the corner at the end of the alley,
a cloud of white dust fell quietly.
Ashes. Uncle Gong's ashes. Damn it. Wang Tianpeng clenched his fists and pounded them on the wall, his face turning livid.
Uncle Gong had accompanied him since he was a child, and it was not too much to say that he was half a father to him.
Now, yet he died here. It is indeed old Kong's ashes. This darkness energy can't be wrong.
Black Impermanence squatted on the ground and sniffed,
then stood up and let out a long sigh.
To be in their line of work was to hang one's head on the waistband of one's pants. Now seeing the tragic death of his colleagues, even though Black Impermanence had countless blood on his hands, he couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow for the rabbit's death. Young master, isn't the one you want to kill an E-class waste? How did Uncle Gong die here? Looking at Wang Tianpeng's increasingly ironclad face, White Impermanence couldn't continue halfway through his sentence. He also realized how stupid his words were. It was impossible for an E-ranked loser to cause any damage to a C-ranked powerhouse even if he desperately blew himself up. The reason why Uncle Gong perished must have been because he ran into an existence stronger than him. Although the Wang family had made countless enemies, there was only one enemy recently, the Shan Shui group. Thinking about it, it must have been Uncle Kung's bad luck that he happened to be bumped into by someone from the Shan Shui group. The two families had been in a heated mess lately, and there were countless things that they had done to each other to lay their hands on each other. And hadn't they just killed a C-ranked powerhouse from the Shan Shui group as well? Now it seemed that Uncle Kung's death was most likely from the Shan Shui group's handiwork. Two uncles, Uncle Kung can't die in vain. I'll keep this account. Wang Tianpeng twisted his face and looked at the two of them, saying word by word, but Uncle Kung has a favor with me. He died because of Xia Yin. It's impossible for me to let Xia Yin go. I still hope that the two uncles will step in, find Xia Yin, and then do away with him and avenge Uncle Kung. Chapter 65, Just a Dog of the Wang Family. I know that this trip might be treacherous. That damned guy who burned Uncle Gong to ashes can't be said to be in the vicinity of Xia Yin at this time, with the intention of hitting our Wang family hard again. So, two uncles, I won't force you. If you really don't want to go, just refuse. Wang Tianpeng clenched his teeth in death, and all his features twisted with it. I'll think of another way. Wang Tianpeng's IQ was online, although he had only just let the black and white irregulars go to kill Xia Yin, but in a flash, he turned back to his senses. That mysterious expert was able to silently kill Uncle Gong and turn him into a cloud of ashes, proving that his own strength must be very strong. The Wang family is now in decline. Any force cannot be lost without reason. He has already lost a human-level killer. The two Earth-level killers in front of him can be preserved, or preserved. Wang Tianpeng is the young master of the Wang family, naturally through the interests of the Wang family. Black and White Impermanence were silent for a while, glancing at each other. White Impermanence's lips quirked for a few moments, wanting to say something, but was interrupted by Black Impermanence raising his hand and pressing it on his shoulder. Young master, where does that person live? Black Impermanence sighed in his heart and looked towards Wang Tianpeng. Those of them who were killers were not allowed to see the light of day. What's more, the brothers' reputation was notorious in Zheng City, and both of them knew in their hearts that they were afraid that the reputation of a street rat was a little better than theirs. The Wang family looked up to them, willing to give them a bite to eat, and take good care of their families. This is enough. They were dead soldiers bred by the Wang family and only followed the orders of the Wang family's direct line. Therefore, even if they were asked to go against the mysterious expert who could burn Uncle Gong to ashes, they had to do it. This was to repay the favor. Vengeance had to be avenged, and the favor had to be returned. Have you guys thought about it? Wang Tianpeng was a little surprised. A touch of dissimilarity appeared in his eyes as he looked at the black and white irregulars. Well, thought about it. Black Impermanence took a long deep breath, his eyes firm. Seeing that his brother had already agreed, White Impermanence could only accept it even if he was a bit reluctant. Standing aside without saying anything, the two of them, brothers, were always going to be together no matter what they did. Wang Tianpeng nodded, his eyes slowly sweeping over Black Impermanence and lingering a bit on White Impermanence. Two uncles, this time is my Wang Tianpeng's personal vendetta. It is right that I should not use the Wang family's assassin power. Therefore, I assure you that if the two uncles really meet with misfortune, I, Wang Tianpeng, swear here that I will definitely take good care of your families. Wang Tianpeng's words were decisive. From now on, they are the direct lineage of my Wang family. The black and white impermanent bodies shook violently. The black impermanent jumped the gun and spoke first, his voice trembling. Can what the young master said be taken seriously? True. Wang Tianpeng nodded decisively, not dragging his feet in the slightest. Good, good, good. White Impermanence nodded repeatedly, overjoyed. With this promise from the young master, even if our two old guys put their lives there, what's there to fear? Those who were in their line of work could be said to be unattached. Death, they don't care. Money, they would squander it as soon as they earned one. It was because of the nature of killers. Killing others today, one could be killed tomorrow. With this kind of life, basically not many people saved money. Ghosts know when they will be killed. Surely they are in time to have fun. Therefore, the only thing that can make the black and white invincible heart have attachment is the family. What they can't let go of the most is also their own family. Now with Wang Tianpeng's promise, their families could join the Wang family, one of the 5 great families of the Zheng City Chamber of Commerce, which undoubtedly gave them a shot in the arm.
Even if they died on this, they would die with a smile on their faces. Two uncles, promises are promises. I still prefer that you guys come back alive. Wang Tianping looked deeply at the two of them and said, if you know that you can't do it, you should escape in time and we'll think of another way, okay? Don't worry, young master. Your enemy is our common enemy. This time when we go, we will surely succeed. The black and white irregulars saluted towards Wang Tianping, then turned around and left with a firm pace. Soldiers die for those who know them. Their hearts were already enlightened. This assassination, it had to be successful. Wang Tianping watched the black and white irregulars leave, silently standing in place without uttering a word. After a long time, he gently laughed. Two idiots. Do you really think that I will let your family members become members of my Wang family? I just casually said that, and you guys really believed it. Ha! If you can't complete the mission and can't avenge Uncle Kung, there's no need for you to stay in the Wang family anymore. Wang Tianping patted the floating ash on his hand and smiled coldly. Uncle Kung is the Wang family vassal. To him is half a father. Watching himself grow up from a young age, Wang Tianping has feelings in his heart. That's right. But what is black and white irregulars? It's just a dog of the Wang family. At best, it is a powerful fighter. If not for the fact that the current Wang Tianping really can't come up with anyone stronger than the black and white irregulars, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even bother to draw this big cake for these two infamous guys. If the Wang family really accepts the two of them as family members, what kind of reputation would they have to stink in Jiang City? Idiot. Wang Tianping shook his head, walked out from the alley and got into a commercial vehicle to drive towards the Wang family. The news of Uncle Gong's death had to be notified to his father as soon as possible. Beijing dormitory area. Outside the single dormitory near Commercial Street, Xia Yan was carrying a large bag of ingredients. His expression was like having his soul taken away, and he walked one step and shook one step. I say, you have a big appetite even if it's not enough. Buying so many ingredients is just. Why can't you use your spatial talent to put all these ingredients away? Xia Yan's tired face was in pain, and then seeing Zhang Yiran who was concentrating on licking the lollipop in her hand, she suddenly stormed out. A full 50 pounds of stuff. You really want to let me carry it alone? Your Highness, the B-class Dragon Emperor, isn't this amount of weight a matter of lifting your fingers for you? I'm just an E-rank freshman. You're messing with me, aren't you? Xia Yan's voice was like sobbing blood, and his words were sober. If regret could start over, Xia Yan would not have taken Zhang Yiran to the supermarket. That's not shopping, it's clearly bandits entering the village. Seeing an ingredient, especially meat, directly cooked to the shopping cart a load. I've never seen such a shopping mall. It's more like sweeping. What's more, Zhang Yiran obviously lifted her finger to put all these ingredients into the space, but she was playing dumb, looking like she didn't understand what Xia Yan was saying. If it wasn't for the fact that Commercial Street was very close to the dormitory, Xia Yan would have been exhausted to death on the road. This point of weight you still call up, is not a man? Zhang Yiran blanked Xia Yan. Besides, you've seen how many people are in Commercial Street. In front of so many people, how can I use my spatial talent? Chapter 66, Xie Qian, you knows everything? So you're using me as an animal. Ha, I really bolted Q. Xia Yan wanted to cry without tears. He was just an ordinary freshman whose physical quality was better than his peers, and his cultivation level was only E rank. Not to mention that he didn't have the ability of a certain god king next door to take a 100,000 pound trident and lighten it like nothing. With more than 50 pounds of ingredients, he could be said to have carried it back step by step. Really, even his legs were about to break. Ah, alright, stop barking. Isn't this all here? A fine dog like you just needs to exercise more. Zhang Yiran skimmed her mouth in displeasure. Xia Yan complained all the way. Her ears were getting calloused. Scram! You're the fine dog. Xia Yan was about to return the favor when his afterglow unconsciously glanced over and found Xie Qianyu carrying a stuffed bag of ingredients, standing at the door of the dormitory, torn between knocking and not knocking. Phew! How come the Queen-sama is free to come to my place today? Xia Yan smiled and greeted. Then his tiger's body shook, secretly saying it was going to be over. How could it be Xie Qianyu? How could she come? If she finds out that Chu Yan lives with herself. With a gurgle, Xia Yan gulped and felt his throat go dry. The cultivation that he had tried so hard to avoid. Was it going to happen again? Was it really going to be a shura every day from now on? Yeah. Hello sister Xiao Xie. Zhang Yiran waved her hand with a smile on her face, and her pupils had a dark surge of dragonitis. For the woman in front of her who used her little thief as a slave, Zhang Yiran had long been remembered in her heart. First wait for her to recover her strength. Humph. Greetings. Xie Qianyu saw Xia Yan, as if she saw a life-saving straw, was about to go forward and felt that this is too active. Dry cough stood in place, faintly said, tomorrow I'm going to go to Southern Europe. Before I leave, I think I should say goodbye to you guys. It just so happens that someone is preparing for a get-together. Should not forget me as an outsider, right? Xia Qianyu slightly angled her head, seemingly smiling. Of course you're not an outsider. Why say that? Xia Yan let out a dry laugh, keenly smelling a touch of danger. He suddenly remembered that when he was still under the Sea of Mist, Chu Yanyan and Xia Qianyu had established a friendship in the chaotic stone forest. At the very least, the two women's sayings were that they had become good friends. It's just that I don't know how far their good friends have progressed. It couldn't be that. What should be known and what shouldn't be known? Chu Yanyan said it all, right? Yeah, I'm not an outsider. So how come you're still hiding so much from me? Xia Qianyu placed the shopping bag in her hand on the ground, smiling. How? Xia Yan forced himself to be calm, subconsciously taking a few steps back and hiding behind Zhang Yaran, his mouth stiffening as he said, I've never hidden anything from you. Phew, Shura, Xia Yan you philanderer. Zhang Yaran blankly glanced at Xia Yan, then without even looking at him, thumped outside the dormitory, fished out the key from the carpet, opened the door and ran inside, not forgetting to slam the door heavily. It is not true that there is hostility towards Xia Qianyu, but now has not yet recovered the strength it temporarily endure first. Well, hold back. What's more, the atmosphere outside was clearly not right, since it was the little thief who was philandering in the first place. Zhang Yaran wasn't interested in wiping his ass for him. Go face blizzard yourself, philandering carrot. Hey, why did you leave? Xia Yan stretched out his hand and stopped in midair, wanting to cry. Don't run. To run which even bring himself? Let Xia Yan go face to face with Xia Qianyu who obviously knows something. Too cruel, right? Oh, you didn't hide it from me? Xia Qianyu lifted her hand and curled up a few fingers. Calculating, let me calculate. Did not hide from me refers to Yan Yan and you live in a dormitory. Or, you two are childhood sweethearts? Now there is another little lowly. A family of 3, really good. Xia Qianyu arched her eyebrows. If not in Zhuang Mao's office in the afternoon, she saw Chu Yanyan's name in the social relationship column inside Xia Yan's file. Xia Qianyu really didn't know about it. Although, Xia Qianyu is not much identity to eat this vinegar, but as a 13-people congregation honored, even if there is no identity and how can it? This vinegar, she just ate. Eat dead. That, why are you suddenly going to Southern Europe? Xia Yan directly changed the topic, racked his brain and finally came up with an excuse. After tomorrow's assessment evaluation, it's Beijing's annual freshman outing. Aren't you going? Humph, what do you care if I go to Southern Europe? Xia Qianyu knew that Xia Yan was changing the topic, and gave him a blank look, but she couldn't figure out what kind of emotion she had for Xia Yan right now. The file itself has already read it. This file was obtained by Beijing out of the blue. There won't be any mistakes, that is to say, the possibility of Xia Yan being a master teacher is slim to none. But in the immortal realm back then, Xia Qianyu was very sure that the voice that appeared in her ears would not be false. Even the divine thoughts possessed by her immortal self could not discover the other party's trail. Such a terrifying existence obviously had no need to trick herself. But then, Xia Qianyu's mind became even more confused. The voice will not be false, but the breath is very similar to Xia Yan is not the master. How in the world is it? Xia Qianyu cannot figure out. According to her former nature, Xia Yan should have already died under the Tai Ching sword when she learned that it was almost impossible for Xia Yan to be her master. Even if she didn't kill Xia Yan, Xia Qianyu would have disappeared from then on and wouldn't have any more contact with Xia Yan. How could it be like this dilemma now? Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Go inside. I won't let you off the hook if the cooking isn't good. Xia Qianyu's heart was annoyed to death. She realized that she seemed to have some kind of not so similar emotion more for Xia Yan, but she couldn't tell by herself. In terms of feelings, Xia Qianyu hadn't had much experience, and under the annoyance, even if she had something to say, she couldn't say it at this time. No problem. I'm still very confident in my cooking skills. Xia Yan let out a sigh of relief, looking at the Xia Qianyu in front of him who had changed back to being high-cooled, and her high-cooled breath was even better. He laughed bitterly in his heart. This flip-flopping skill, and the mental illness-like attitude of hot and cold, really is exactly the same as in the dream. It had to be said that Xia Yan did have 2 brushes when it came to cooking. As he kept busy in the kitchen, gradually a stream of pungent dishes fragrance spread out, diffuse in the whole dormitory. Even Chu Yanyan, who was in a low mood, was attracted out, sitting on the sofa, looking at Xia Yan, who was constantly busy, not moving. Even Zhang Yaran who wanted to talk to her to make her happy. Chu Yanyan did not have the slightest reaction. It was as if she was in a state of tranquility. Sister Yanyan, what's wrong with you? Zhang Yaran stretched out her small hand in front of Chu Yanyan, but there was no reaction at all, and her small face collapsed. Chapter 67, The Black and White Irregulars Come to the Door. Chu Yanyan had been sleeping since she came back in the afternoon.
but the memories in her mind became clearer. If the previous picture was a PowerPoint, it was all one picture and not coherent. Then, the memory in Xu Yanyan's mind right now was a video, or the Blu-ray 4K quality kind. At this point, even if Xu Yanyan, how difficult to accept, should also understand that these memories are real things that have happened. Sleeping in the afternoon, Xu Yanyan's color instead of getting better, but looks a little haggard. The most regrettable thing in the world is the emaciation of a beauty. Jiang Yaran felt a heartache in her heart. I'm fine, thank you little Iran for your concern. Xu Yanyan shook her head, trying to suppress the sorrow in her heart, and forcefully squeezing out a smile out. Really? Jiang Yaran asked with concern in her eyes. Really, I won't lie to you. Xu Yanyan smiled and touched Jiang Yaran's head. The things that had happened to her were too odd for Xu Yanyan to know what to say. So in the face of Jiang Yaran's concern, she could only put on an appearance of being fine. With the dragon Dan in place, the heart demon can no longer do you any harm. Only, to truly see through the heart demon, you need to face the root cause of the heart demon head on. Or rather, that person. Xia Qianyu sat on the sofa a little distance away from the two women, biting into an apple, and faintly said, the more you fear it, the more it will instead become your nightmare, which is a very unfavorable thing when it comes to the cultivation path. Xu Yanyan was silent for a while and looked towards Xia Qianyu, nodding gratefully. What Xiao Xia said was quite right. It was always not a solution for oneself to keep escaping. Perhaps, one should really try and face that memory head on. The dishes are ready. At this time, Xia Yan had also made the last dish, and as a dish was served on the table, the pungent aroma instantly captured the three women's minds. On the table was another exquisite dish, color and flavor. From afar, people could not help but to look at it and move their fingers. Even Xu Yanyan, who was in a low mood, was also attracted by the aroma of the food. What are you waiting for? Eat, it will get cold in a while. Xia Yan unwrapped his apron and greeted in disbelief. What were these three women getting together to chat about? They couldn't be discussing something behind their backs that they couldn't let themselves know, right? The three women obediently came to the table and ate beautifully. This meal, the guests and hosts ate. Everyone was very happy. At the dinner table, Xia Yan spoke out the news he had inquired from Zhuang Miao, that after tomorrow's assessment evaluation, it was the time for the freshman outing. Unfortunately, Xia Qianyu had to go on a trip to southern Europe, so she definitely wouldn't be able to make it for this outing. Jiang Yaran can only regretfully give up because of the conflict between the time she enters the spirit medicine garden and the time of the picnic. Only Chu Yanyan could accompany Xia Yan. After learning of this result, Chu Yanyan's eyes brightened slightly. Outing. Seems like a good location? Chu Yanyan's expression did not change as she silently made up her mind in her heart. Let's just make everything clear during the outing. Just like what Xiao Xie said. Face up to your own heart demon. Then, see through it. Suddenly, Xia Qianyu, who was elegantly eating a steak, slightly raised her willow eyebrows. Vision looked around the week, found that the people were not different. Xia Qianyu paused, then put the knife and fork on the table, picked up the napkin and wiped her mouth, got up and said, I suddenly remembered. Zhuang Miao asked me to go over there in the evening. You guys eat first, I will be back in a while. Right now, eat and then go. Xia Yan froze for a moment. No, he's rushing. I'll try to be quicker. Xia Qianyu smiled and Xia Yan could only give up. With that, Xia Qianyu walked out of the dormitory and gently closed the door behind her. Speaking of which, have you guys noticed one thing? Xia Yan bit his chopsticks and secretly glanced towards the door to make sure that Xia Qianyu was gone before he looked at the two girls mysteriously and said, What is it? Jiang Yaran curiously stretched her head over, and Xu Yanyan also raised her head with a puzzled expression. Xia Qianyu seems to address Director Zhuang with her full name from start to finish. How does she not know how to respect her teacher at all? Xia Yan had a face of righteous indignation, holding up injustice for Zhuang Miao. They were students. They should have respect for their teachers. This stinking sickly girl, too rude. Jiang Yaran, Xu Yanyan, ignore him, psycho. Agreed. The two girls had blankly glanced at Xia Yan, and then chatted about topics that girls liked. Hey, you guys are discriminating. It's important to honor your teachers. Xia Yan protested up in dissatisfaction, only to be rewarded with a common blank stare from the two girls. Too swift. Lightning-like figures quickly flew past from Commercial Street, heading straight for Xia Yan's solitary dormitory. Brother, are the living conditions of the students in Beijing so good now? Even the dormitories are all detached. Looking at the various exquisite buildings rapidly receding below, White Impermanence's voice was cynical and jealous. Foolish brother, because the target we're going to kill this time is the freshman top student of Beijing's current term. What's so strange about being able to have an exclusive dormitory? Black Impermanence glanced helplessly at White Impermanence. This younger brother of his always seemed to be able to find some strange points. I'm just jealous of them. Why can they step onto the cultivation path so comfortably? I think that when the two of us were looking for a D-ranked powerhouse to pay homage to, we had to kneel in the snow for an entire night. White Impermanence had a displeased look on his face. On what grounds, brother? A decade of national awakening had made more and more people realize the importance of education, and compared to the hard times experienced by Black and White Impermanence, modern people, as long as they were talented enough to worship at a good academy, then the cultivation aspect was definitely manageable enough. However, this would inevitably make the older generation unbalanced in their hearts. It's important to complete the mission first. These things are not important. Black Impermanence frowned and glanced around vigilantly. This was the dormitory area of the Northern Qing, considered the most central area of the Northern Qing, so even they did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. Beijing was full of experts, and if they ran into the teaching team, not only would they not be able to complete their mission, but I'm afraid they would still have to stay here. The solitary dormitory that Xia Yan lived in was extremely eye-catching, and the Black and White Impermanence didn't have to search for too long before they found their target. Brother, this is it! White Impermanence shouted excitedly, and then the masks that he carried on his face all lit up with him. Watch me give this brat a big one. Brother, get out of the way. White Impermanences stopped and stood on top of the store. Then his hands were held up, and the light surged into his palms, gradually converging into a white energy light cluster. The might contained therein is appalling. White Impermanence was actually planning to directly blow up Xia Yan along with the dormitory building. His poisonous heart was evident. Chapter 68. She is an immortal. Under the quiet night, dark currents rose. The dormitory area that should have been filled with tranquility was filled with a bloody murderous aura. The energy light mass held by White Impermanence's hands was terrifying, and once it was thrown off, its destructive power was enough to destroy Xia Yan's dormitory. Even the surrounding circle of buildings would not be spared. After all, it was the strength of a C+ ranked powerhouse strong enough to start a sect in the outside world. Brother, move as fast as you can. After killing Xia Yan we need to leave quickly. Beijing's patrols are no joke. Black Impermanence didn't stop it. White Impermanence's movement of this hand was definitely not small. It would definitely attract the attention of the Northern Qing patrol, but as long as the movement was fast enough, the two were originally good at speed. Escaping gracefully was absolutely no problem. No problem, brother. This hand of mine is enough to kill anyone below C rank. Absolutely no accidents. White Impermanence let out a fierce smile, and then let out a stern cry. The light cluster glow in both palms bloomed once again. Strange, that expert who is lurking, doesn't seem to be here? Black Impermanence examined the circle warily. In the duo's mind, there should have been a Shan Shui group's expert lurking by Xia Yan's side, but at this time, not a single person had been seen. Could it be that the other party had relaxed their guard when they saw that Xia Yan had gone back to Beijing? If that was the case, Black Impermanence was about to burst out laughing. It was just a smart ass. If the Black and White Impermanence's pursuit was so easy to get rid of, the two brothers wouldn't deserve to have such a notorious reputation in Zheng City's alien circle. Brother, get ready to run. I'm striking. White Impermanence finished gathering his chi and reminded. After seeing Black Impermanence standing behind himself, ready to take himself along and run away at any time, his palms pushed out violently towards Xia Yan's quarters. With that, White Impermanence's breath instantly withered. Although he was a C+ ranked expert, he had already emptied his entire body of energy in order to gather chi to form a terrifyingly powerful energy light ball. The current White Impermanence's body was empty, and a sense of weakness surged up like a tidal wave. The energy light mass took a long time to gather chi, but that didn't mean it was slow. White Impermanence had only just shed his hand when the energy light mass arrived in front of the dormitory at a speed that was almost instantaneous. The two collided, seemingly in the next second. Brother, go! White Impermanence let out a stern whistle, and Black Impermanence instantly understood, grabbing the collar of White Impermanence, who had already dislodged his hand, and running his supernatural energy to leave. Suddenly, ding! A crisp sword sound swept out like ripples, immediately followed by a flash of sword light across the sky. Standing on the energy light mass that was about to crash into the dormitory building, the two quickly collided, but the expected violent explosion did not appear. Puffing, as if snow met the sun, the sword light just sliced through the energy light mass. It didn't even encounter the slightest obstruction. It was possible that the energy in the mass of light was rapidly brewing a terrifying fluctuation, and being sliced through unexpectedly would cause it to explode prematurely. It was too close to the dormitory, and by then, Xia Yan would still be dead. But the visitor had clearly considered this. The tip of the long sword in his hand pointed straight up, and in an instant, the sword light transformed into silk threads, deeply disappearing into the energy light mass, swallowing and sucking it up. It only took a second for the energy light mass to completely die out, with not a single trace of its existence left. What? The Black and White Irregulars froze in place. From the time they released the energy light mass, decided to escape, and then to the time the energy light mass was handled lightly. It added up to a total of less than 3 seconds. Less than 3 seconds. What was that enough time for? They had only just turned around to escape. As a result, White Impermanence emptied out all of his supernatural energy to make the energy light mass, and it was just gone? Who the hell is this person? Black and White Impermanence? Under the moonlight, Xia Qianyu came stepping into the void with one hand behind her back and the Tai Ching sword in her hand. Bathed in the moonlight, Xia Qianyu's beauty was like a painting. With her knitted brows and smile, her temperament was out of this world. Brilliant as the spring blossoms, bright as the autumn moon, not falling into mortal dust, as if like an exiled immortal walking down from the moon. Not like. At this moment she is immortal, stepping in the air. B-level powerhouse? Black Impermanence's face was instantly gloomy. No wonder it was able to conceal his perception. So that mysterious expert was AB rank. It was understandable that Uncle Gong wasn't a match for the other party. After all, C+ level was only C+ level. Even if they could make a B-level powerhouse suffer under their own surprise attack and catch them off guard, they could not manage to go head-to-head with a B-level powerhouse as long as they did not reach B-level. This time, they are afraid that the two brothers will be bad. Brother, Old Kung was killed by this person, right? Boy, looking at this person's appearance so young, he's already a B-rank powerhouse? This kind of natural talent has never been heard of before. White Impermanence's shocked expression overflowed. Since when were B-class powerhouses everywhere? There were 5 grades, A, B, C, D, and E, and it was difficult to break through each one of them because in addition to talent, resources and hard work were also essential for the breakthrough of extraordinary abilities. There was simply no shortcut to these things other than accumulating them over time, and practicing hard for decades. How could there be such a young B-rank powerhouse? Think I'm AB rank? Ha! Black and White Irregular's reputation is certainly not small, but their eyesight is still stuck in the tiny Jiang city after all, and they have not seen much of the world. My cultivation is not something that can be compared to a B rank yet. Xia Qianyu lightly relieved a long breath, the Tai Ching sword slightly raised, Dao Dao silkline like thunder break silence. Towards the Black and White Invincible quickly rushed. As soon as she struck, it was a killing move. From the moment she saw the Black and White Irregulars, Xia Qianyu understood everything. These two people were clearly here to kill Xia Yan. Since they were enemies, there was naturally no need to keep their hands off. Brother, run away. White Impermanence's pupils shrank as he roared in death. Hold on tight. Black Impermanence knew that the assault was no longer possible. Hissed, mobilized his entire body's energy to converge on his legs, and with a flash, he rushed towards the periphery, those threads flying in the air, although their appearance was plain and simple, without any breath in the slightest, but in Black Impermanence's eyes, these threads, on the contrary, were more oppressive than the Tai Ching sword in Xie Qianyu's hand. He converted it in his mind, and his heart sank violently. Even though Xie Qianyu had just chopped away the energy light mass that White Impermanence had stored up for half a day, Black Impermanence was still confident that Xie Qianyu wouldn't die from a single sword. But in the face of these bizarre threads, his heart had no bottom. He is not at all sure. If he was hit, he would die. This is Black Impermanence's instincts, developed from his long experience in the battlefield, where fighting is a daily routine for him. A keen sixth sense. Xie Qianyu was so powerful that it was simply not something the two brothers could deal with. Young master, you've caused us two brothers a lot of pain. Black Impermanence screamed in his heart, but he didn't even dare to turn his head back, grabbing White Impermanence and disappearing into the distance. Chapter 69, Untying Jiang Yaran's Heart Knot. But does fleeing really work? Xia Qianyu quickly gave her answer. Her silk thread. Faster. Even if the Black and White Irregulars were Earth-level killers known for their speedy kills, the silk thread was like a lightning bolt, just a flash, and it caught up with the Black and White Irregulars who were far away from hiding. There was a duh sound. The sound was not loud, just like a needle sticking into a quilt. The sound was faintly inaudible, but the Black and White Impermanent two people at the same time face changed. Blood don't want money general outward gushing. Plop. The two instantly turned as pale as gold paper, and they couldn't even maintain the stability of their figures anymore. Die. Xia Qianyu sheathed her sword and took the Tai Ching sword back into her body, then turned around and landed on top of the roof of the dormitory, without even turning her head back, because she knew that the Black and White Irregulars were already two corpses. The truth was also true. I am not willing, Black Impermanence murmured, and then his entire body was as if he had been instantly drained of blood, and his entire body was transformed into a wrinkled human skin. White Impermanence's fate was no better. The speed of turning into human skin was a lot faster than Black Impermanence. After all, White Impermanence's supernatural energy had already been emptied, and he couldn't even resist the silk threads. The two human skins lost their energy support and slowly floated downward from the sky. Xia Qianyu's let her hand, the silk thread recycling at the same time a swing. The two human skin just turned into a puddle of flying ash. The wind blew. Even the traces could not be found. Two C+ level powerhouses. The black and white irregulars whose infamy could stop the cries of babies in the entire city of Jiang. Just like that, they went up in smoke. Their fate was not as bad as Uncle Gong's. They didn't even manage to leave their ashes behind. Xia Qianyu stood on the roof of the house. Her returning steps slightly lurched. Although Jiang City is small and the level of martial artists is not considered top-notch, it seems that Xia Yan is probably being targeted now. If I just leave tomorrow, I'm afraid it will be difficult for Xia Yan's side to protect him with just a dragon lady. Xia Qianyu sighed quietly and whispered, "Forget it, Xia Yan can't die now." She turned around, stretching out her white tender catkin, and gradually there was a water ripple like ripples flying out from her palm. Immediately, Xia Qianyu retracted her palms, just so back hands, silently waiting for something. Not long after, a soft female voice with a touch of seduction came from Xia Qianyu's back, the fourth-seat lover of the 13-member congregation's executive officer. "See your holiness." Xia Qianyu did not turn around and said faintly, "I will leave Jiang City for a while, to southern Europe." The woman codenamed Lover, being the executive officer of the 13 people, naturally knew what your holiness was going to do, so she was not surprised. "Aha." Xia Qianyu paused, then said, "During the time I'm gone, you and Zhuang Miao cooperate to protect Xia Yan. He's being watched. To protect to what extent? Is the other party's origin so big? It's not enough to rely on me alone, but you have to call on Zhuang Miao?" Lover was a bit puzzled. Using the power of two major executives to protect Xia Yan, what level of power was the one who wanted to go after Xia Yan? Were there still people in Jiang City who were this capable? Time is too tight. I also don't know who wants to do something to Xia Yan. Called on you two is to avoid accidents. Xia Qianyu's expression was slightly unnatural and she inclined her head. "Ha!" The lover instantly sniffed a touch of something. The whole face, although hiding in the dark, but a pair of beautiful eyes revealed the playfulness. Or not difficult to let people find out. Zhuang Miao, the sultry man, was indeed right. His own venerable father clearly had a different kind of emotion towards Xia Yan. In short, protect Xia Yan to the greatest extent possible. I don't want him to be injured when I return. Not even superficial injuries. Xia Qianyu coughed dryly, and after quickly ordering, she disappeared in a flash. It's just that this action, in the eyes of a lover, how it looks like she's so shy that she's running away. The little guy is really powerful. It has so many lovebirds around, and still managed to charm my home-honored one like this? The lover laughed. The moon slowly moved, and the shadow that had previously shrouded Lover's body receded a little, revealing a pair of smiling, demonic red lips. "Since this mission isn't mine alone, then Zhuang Miao, you old boy, don't try to be lazy either. Move for me." The lover turned around, her long wavy brown hair exposed to the moonlight, and then as her figure disappeared, the night calmed down once again. Only, the strange thing was, the black and white irregulars had made a big commotion, and the commotion when Xia Qianyu beheaded them was not small in the slightest, but the area other than Xia Yan's solitary dormitory was not stirring at all. It was peaceful and quiet, and the moon was just right. The northern Chang patrols that had kept the black and white irregulars on their toes in life also failed to notice anything unusual about this place. Returning to the dormitory, Xia Qianyu did not arouse anyone's suspicion, and the few of them ate Xia Yan's meal together, the guests and hosts enjoying each other's company. Afterward, Xia Qianyu took her leave. Xia Yan also ignored Zhang Yiran's protests of wanting to sleep in the same room as himself, and forcibly carried her into the empty room on the second floor. When he was about to say goodnight to Chu Yanyan, he saw that Chu Yanyan had long returned to her room and locked the door. Strange, what's wrong with this girl lately? Xia Yan scratched his head in confusion. Ever since returning from a trip to the burial Dragon Valley, Chu Yanyan was like a different person, no matter how much he inquired. Chu Yanyan refused to tell the original reason. Under no circumstances, Xia Yan could only assume that Chu Yanyan was too tired, simply went to the bathroom to wash up, and then wanted to go to bed. There was still the evaluation to be done tomorrow. Xia Yan, just as Xia Yan was planning to go back to his room to sleep, Zhang Yiran, who had changed into a cute bear pajamas, called out to him from behind. "What's wrong again? My auntie, I can make it clear to you in advance. Don't even think about such a thing as sleeping in the same room. It's absolutely impossible." Xia Yan looked back with a headache, thinking that Zhang Yiran was going to insist on her idea again. Instead, he saw Zhang Yiran holding the doll and just standing there timidly. "What's wrong?" Xia Yan froze. "You'll always cook for me, right?" Zhang Yiran looked at Xia Yan fixedly, her attitude urgent. She wanted an affirmative answer so badly. In the previous days when she couldn't find Xia Yan, Zhang Yiran had lived a very bitter and miserable life, and the belief that supported her waiting was to meet Xia Yan and live happily ever after. Now that she had come to the present world and really met Xia Yan, although this little thief had a lot more beautiful sisters around him, Jiang Yaran did not have too many other thoughts in her heart. As long as the little thief is alive and well and by his side, that is more important than anything else. But Jiang Yaran would also worry that if the little thief's side always had pretty sisters appearing, would he feel too clingy one day and not want himself? Jiang Yaran shivered. This kind of thing must be avoided. Chapter 70, The First Refinement of Alien Energy. Compared to the appearance of a new beautiful woman by the side of the little thief, feeling like she was clinging to someone was the worst thing that could happen to her, and something that Jiang Yaran didn't want to see no matter what. Jiang Yaran's wishes were small yet big, so big and small that even she herself was a bit confused. Fortunately, Xia Yan understood her well. Definitely. Xia Yan looked at Jiang Yaran seriously and gave his reply. 2 simple words, but they made Jiang Yaran's heart that had been hanging in the air relax. Jiang Yaran believed in Xia Yan, the authenticity of this promise. She believed in it more than Xia Yan. Then you don't hurry to go to bed. I can tell you how. Yan sister's recent state is very wrong. It just so happens to be the time of the excursion right away. You go to accompany her properly to take a break. If you come back, Yan's sister is still sullen. Then, you'll be a dead little thief. Jiang Yaran let go of her heart and instantly returned to her original lively nature. With that, Jiang Yaran hugged the doll and went back to her room. Xia Yan smiled, still standing in place, looking at the closed door of the room, silently repeating in his mind, definitely. Xia Yan turned around and went downstairs, returning to his room. The moment he laid down on his bed, ding! Congratulations to the host, for successfully untying Jiang Yaran's heart knot. Is quite fast. Xia Yan wasn't surprised and just smiled flatly. The moment Jiang Yaran called out to herself, Xia Yan's heart already had a premonition. The knot in this silly niece's heart was going to be untied. Please don't forget the host's heart. Untying Jiang Yaran's heart knot is just the beginning. The road ahead is still long. Next, the host's first reward. 1. With all things in the world. 1-9 open alien refining. Become 2-8 open. Advance to the D level. Xia Yan, there is a gross use. Not still being hid as a sandbag? He hosts alien ability gains an additional bonus, a specific breakdown of goodwill value. As long as the other party is one of the female hosts of the dream world, then the female host's goodwill towards the host can be visualized when it increases. With a ceiling of 100. Xia Yan's eyebrows raised. This sounded as if it wasn't bad. Originally, Xia Yan had been suffering from the lack of progress values, and everything could only be guessed, but now with this additional reward, it would be more intuitive to see in the future. Obtain a 5-minute time rewind coupon. After using it, you can rewind to 5 minutes ago? There was a fluttering sound. Due to excessive shock, Xia Yan directly tumbled off the bed. What? Time rewind? Xia Yan opened his mouth wide and almost dislocated it. The system deserved to be a system. It was bullish. Surprisingly, it even had time backtracking? Although it could only go back to 5 minutes ago, if utilized properly, it would probably be the bottom card to turn the tide for himself. The products of the system are really fine. Please continue to work hard and stick to your heart. Soothe the psychological trauma of 100 female hosts due to the host. Xia Yan, who was in the midst of excitement, was directly splashed with cold water and silently climbed back into bed. 100 it. Oh, I don't know what I was so excited about just now. It took so much effort to unravel the knot of Jiang Yaran, the best raider. There is still a long way to go in the future. But no matter what, the beginning of everything is difficult. And now that one has taken the first step, it's always a good thing. Xia Yan's acceptance ability was very strong, and after taking another look at the rewards he had just obtained, he no longer thought about these things. He sank into the land of dreams and slept soundly. But tonight, someone was destined to be unable to sleep. On the city's highway, a commercial vehicle sped past. Soon, Wang Tianpeng returned to the Wang family. As one of the 5 great families of the Zheng City Chamber of Commerce, the Wang family's residence was very elegantly decorated. It was a large manor that covered an area of 1,000 acres. The entire Zheng City did not know how many people wanted to work in the Wang family's manor, because the Wang family offered a very high salary. The working environment and elegant, the work is not tired. 5 insurance and gold are the top payment. Such a job which do not want. Wang Tianpeng's car parked in front of the door. In the eyes of the security guards in awe parked on the side of the Wang family's exclusive parking lot, and then walked down, simply nodded toward the security guards. Wang Tianpeng went straight to the conference hall in the manor. On the way back, Wang Tianpeng had already told his father Wang Qiyuan about the matter. The other party's voice could not be heard to be happy or angry. Just let him come directly to the conference hall to look for him after he came back. Alas, this time or impulsive. Should have informed father before letting the black and white invincible go. Wang Tianpeng was blown by the cold wind on the way back. His angry brain calmed down quite a bit, and he instantly realized the inappropriateness of what he had done. Looking at the door of the conference hall in front of him,
Wang Tianping's heart was filled with apprehension. Wang Tianping was not very eager to go in, because he had seen the way Wang Qiyuan got angry, and this time he was so impulsive, it was hard to say what would happen to him. Whatever, just die. Wang Tianping's heart crossed, pushed open the door and walked in. In the large conference hall, there was only a middle-aged man with graying temples sitting on a chair, looking towards something held in his hand, lost in thought. Father. Wang Tianping closed the door behind him and walked over stiffly. Still no to come back? Seeing Wang Tianping come back, Wang Qiyuan was instantly furious and got up to slap him. There was a snap, and the sound of the slap was crisp and loud. Father, why are you hitting me? Wang Tianping covered the swollen half of his face and looked at Wang Qiyuan incredulously. Wang Qiyuan's own strength wasn't high, only D rank, because he didn't need too much strength, so he focused on the business world. Wang Tianping was a C-level expert, so if he really wanted to hide, how could he not hide? It was just that he didn't dare to hide. After all, it was only natural for the old man to beat his son. I now realize that it's because I'm busy with work. I don't have time to discipline you, and I've never hit you, which has spoiled you into this asshole. Wang Qiyuan was shivering with anger, pointing at Wang Tianping's nose and cursing, rebellious son, sinful animal. Father, what's wrong with you? I know I was impulsive this time, but I'm also thinking about our Wang family. If we don't let Uncle Gong do away with Xiayan, the Lu family won't be able to help us pull the strings. You don't know, that Lu family's Lu Xia is not a good thing. She's purely a master who doesn't see the rabbit and won't let go of the eagle. At least she has to get Xiayan killed so that she can focus on doing things for us, right? The black and white irregular's strength is very high. What's wrong with me making a decision for you for the sake of our Wang family? When the two uncles of the black and white irregulars bring back Xiayan's head, won't all the troubles of the Wang family be solved? The more Wang Tianping said, the more angry he became. The more he said, the more reasonable in his heart, and his address to Wang Qiyuan gradually changed from father to dad. Chapter 71. What exactly is Xiayan's background? Even the honorific you has been replaced with you. He was just thinking for the Wang family. What's wrong with him? Why should he beat himself up? Waiting for the black and white irregulars to return? You wait for a set of trade. Wang Qiyuan laughed back in anger, and with a flick of his hand, he dropped the two broken jade tiles in his hand at Wang Tianping's feet. 1 day's time, breaking 3 of my arms in a row. Wang Tianping, you are truly my good son, a great filial son. The Wang family is blessed to have you. Wang Qiyuan was so angry that his chest hurt. He covered his chest and sat back in his chair, took out a bottle of pills from his pocket and took it with a tilt of his head. Despite this, he still felt that the anger in his heart was unspeakable. If Wang Tianping was not his own son, Wang Qiyuan had the heart to tear him alive. Just 1 day. No, strictly speaking, it was 1 afternoon. In just 1 afternoon, Uncle Gong, black impermanence and white impermanence all perished. The Wang family had lost 3 C+ level experts at once, and the battle force of the heaven, earth, and humans killer squad had instantly emptied by a small half. With such a loss, even Wang Qiyuan, who had a deep understanding of the city, couldn't hold back at this moment. The heart was dripping blood. What? Wang Tianping was stunned, not caring about the burning pain in his cheeks. He squatted down and picked up the shattered jade plate on the ground. The jade token with the names of the 2 black and white irregulars had shattered into 2 halves. This was the Xianling jade plate, produced by the Martial Alliance. Its function was probably similar to that of the Xianling plate of the Northern Qing dynasty, both of which were used to detect the life and death of the person wearing the jade plate. The cost was high. Generally only the big families could afford it, and not everyone had a share. Only the mainstay of the family can get one. Obviously, Uncle Gong and the black and white irregulars, all 3 belonged to the mainstay of the Wang family. But now, all 3 were dead. It only took 1 afternoon, just to assassinate an E-rank waste. 3 C+ rank experts were lost in a row. How could this be? Xiayan is just an E-rank waste. How is this possible? Wang Tianping's eyes instantly became dull, and cold sweat crawled all over his forehead, flowing down like no money. At this moment, he finally understood why Wang Qiyuan was so angry. Losing 3 C+ rank experts, even the financial power of the Wang family would feel a pang of flesh pain, especially at the juncture when they were being suppressed by the Shan Shui group. Such a heavy loss would likely affect the future confrontation with the Shan Shui group. Pang your choice is not wrong. Just by killing an E-class waste, you can get the Lu family's handholding and turn the enemy into a friend with the Shan Shui group. The temptation of this condition is quite great. If I were to do it, I'm afraid that I would have agreed to it as well. Seeing Wang Tianping's lost soul, Wang Qiyuan finally had a soft heart. The other party is after all his own son. Not to mention that, the starting point is also really for the Wang family. It is just that the result is very dismal. Father, this is impossible. There must be some variables here. Xiayan is really just an E-level waste. The entire Beijing knows it. How could it possibly have killed the three uncles? Wang Tianping picked up the shattered Xianling jade tablet, still unwilling to accept this fact. Before he made his move, he had entrusted his friends in Beijing to inquire about Xia Yan and determined that the other party was only at E-rank strength, and only then did he feel relieved to make his move. It had all been detected by the Xian spirit orb. What could go wrong? The first time could still be explained by the meddling of a strong Shanshui group member who accidentally passed by. But what about the second time? The black and white irregulars had gone directly to Xia Yan's dormitory. What could go wrong? That Shanshui group's strong man couldn't stay away from Xia Yan even when he slept, ate and went to the toilet. Could he? But the cruel fact kept telling him that even if it was more bizarre, the truth was most likely what he had guessed. The Xianling jade plaque can transmit back a piece of last words when the owner is on the verge of death. Old Kung didn't have the time to transmit it, but Black and White Impermanence seized the opportunity. But there was only one sentence that Black Impermanence transmitted back. Wang Qiyuan sighed, seeing his son's lost soul. How could his heart feel better? Receiving the Xianling jade plaque from Wang Tianping's hand, Wang Qiyuan gently pressed the one belonging to Black Impermanence. And soon, an intermittent voice came out from it. Young master, you've caused us two brothers a lot of pain. If you can still hear it, young master, Xia Yan's side is indeed protected by a strong person, and it's a woman. I'm not sure if the other party is someone from the Shan Shui group. I can only be sure of one thing. The other party is a B-ranked powerhouse, a genuine B rank. If we can't send out a heaven-level assassin, it's still better not to avenge us. The other party's strength is really strong. Crunch. When the voice reached this point, there was only an ear-piercing garbled code left. Wang Tianping's heart was half cold again. By Xia Yan's side, there was actually a genuine B-ranked powerhouse following him, not moving an inch, a B-class female powerhouse, and having the free time to stay by the target's side without moving an inch. I've been thinking about this all night, and I'm certain that there's no such person in the Shanshui group. Wang Qiyuan sat on his chair with a worried frown. Pang the other party is not a good opponent. Nowadays, in this era, A-level powerhouses have mutual agreements and will not come out of the world under non-special circumstances. B-class powerhouses were the true top combatants. To be able to invite a genuine B-ranked powerhouse to protect himself without moving an inch. What exactly is the origin of this kid called Xia Yan? Was such a person really in existence that their Wang family could afford to offend? Father, I know everything you said, but if I'm allowed to give up just like that, I'm not willing. Wang Tianping clenched his teeth in death. We can't do without the help of the Lu family. And because of this matter, our Wang family has already lost 3 uncles. If we just give up, how can the 3 uncles rest in peace? The original Wang Tianping had never even seen Xia Yan's face, and had promised Lu Xia just to let the Lu family contribute. But now, 3 consecutive uncles have died because of Xia Yan. Even if Wang Tianping has not seen Xia Yan, the relationship between the two sides has become immortal. Now with or without the Lu family is no longer important. What is important is that Xia Yan, who made the Wang family suffer so many losses, must pay the price. Wang Qiyuan did not say anything and looked at Wang Tianping fixedly. For a long time, Wang Qiyuan opened his mouth. Pang's son, where? You were hit just now. Does it hurt? It hurts. Wang Tianping raised his head and locked eyes with Wang Qiyuan. There was a bearish rage in his eyes. But my heart hurts more. All 3 uncles died because of my decisions. I will never just back down. Wang Tianping's words were very impassioned, mentioning the black and white irregulars who had just died in vain. Wang Tianping even squeezed out a few tears, but in his heart, the death of the black and white impermanent is still nothing. 2 dogs only, dead and then recruited is. Anyway, the Wang family's reputation is big enough. No shortage of fighters. What really makes Wang Tianping hard to let go is the death of Uncle Gong. Chapter 72, Quiz Day. It's here. If your 3 uncles have souls in the ground, they can rest in peace when they see that you are so heartfelt. Wang Qiyuan did not understand Wang Tianping's mind and was fooled by Wang Tianping's feigned appearance. Sighing with emotion, these 2 people, the black and white irregulars, although they have a bad reputation in Zheng City, but since the beginning, they are the most loyal group of people in my Wang family. In this world, experts are easy to find, but it's hard to find one that is both loyal and strong. Wang Qiyuan's eyes floated in front of his eyes the lifelike appearance of the 2 black and white irregulars, and he sighed again. I'm very fortunate that as my son, you also possess the same quality of heavy feelings, which is very good. But about Xia Yan, I decided to let it go first. Wang Tianping raised his head violently, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Why, father, the 3 uncles can't die in vain. Look at you. You're in a hurry again. Wang Qiyuan shook his head helplessly, looking at Wang Tianping with a look of anger. Just let it go for a while. It's not like I said I won't take revenge. Then, what does father mean? Wang Tianping frowned and asked in confusion. Lu Xia of the Lu family? I remember it's a girl. You go and contact her first. Move around to the Lu family more.
If you can get one more daughter-in-law on this, it should not be bad.
Wang Qiyuan stroked his chin and suddenly said, "Ah." Wang Tianpeng was dumbfounded.
He hadn't forgotten about being stunk up by Lu Xia in that afternoon session.
That pungent stench. It was as if he could still smell it now. How many boyfriends did this have to have had to stink like this, to let himself fall in love with such a bus, and even get married? Xia Yan can't be moved for the time being, even if I'm willing to help you. The group of old codgers in the Elder Council won't agree.
Wang Qiyuan glared at Wang Tianpeng and faintly said, but if you want to obtain the Lu family's help,
killing Xia Yan may not be the only way to go. You are my son. I have confidence in your charisma.
If you can take Lu Xia down,
how difficult is it to obtain the Lu family's help? Wang Qiyuan stood up, patted Wang Tianpeng's shoulder, and said, even if you can't see Lu Xia,
when the Lu family is done contributing,
you can dump her again. Isn't it just a district that can't even get into the 5 great families of the Lu family? What else can you do to our Wang family? As soon as the words fell, Wang Tianpeng's eyes instantly lit up. Yes, what could the Lu family do to themselves? Anyway, it's not like he's married to Lu Xia, so after the Lu family finishes helping out, he'll just give Lu Xia a kick in the pants. Dump girlfriend only.
This kind of thing Wang Tianpeng over the years do not know how many times. He had long since become familiar with it.
Yes, I know, father. Wang Tianpeng's attitude was respectful, secretly saying that indeed Ginger was still old and hot. Even this kind of solution could be thought of. Well, you go back and get ready first. It's best to go to the Lu family first thing in the morning and move around more.
Wang Qiyuan paused and continued, after all, it's our Wang family that needs their help.
Your posture can be slightly lowered,
and my side will also fully cooperate with you.
Good, Wang Tianpeng agreed. After thinking about it,
he still hardened his heart and said,
Father, then the 3 uncles' revenge will not be reported?
Of course the revenge has to be avenged.
Even if there are other ways to solve the problem, this revenge can't be just let go. Wang Qiyuan sighed and said, after all, the other party's side has B-rank experts. To be able to steadily take out this kid, my Wang family must at the very least take out 2 B-ranks, although I can take them out. But the use of the 2 heavenly great assassins needs to seek the consent of the House of Elders. It's not my one word. You first go to do the Lu family's business. The rest of the hand over to my father.
As the Jiang City Chamber of Commerce's 5 great families, the Wang family's heritage was naturally deep.
Even for B-rank experts, the Wang family had a full 5 heaven-level assassins.
Although at the realm of B rank, it would be categorized into the 4 grades of B-,
B, B+, and peak B. With the Wang family's energy, they could only recruit 5 B-ranked experts, but this was already quite something. The 5 heaven-level killers, enjoying the treatment of the Wang family's elder level, were usually more like the Wang family's envoys, listening to the tone but not the announcement. If they wanted to use them, they had to seek the consent of the Wang family's elder house, and even Wang Qiyuan, the Wang family's head, was not qualified to use them directly. That group of old codgers in the House of Elders, sooner or later, I'll lift them off their high positions. Wang Tianpeng gritted his teeth in indignation. He was the son of the head of the Wang family. The entire Wang family should be his. Just because of this elders court, it made him subject to constraints everywhere, and there was no way for him to dash around as he pleased. Wang Tianpeng had long looked at them with displeasure. This matter can't be rushed. There are still ways to get them to loosen up. You go and think about how to please the Lu family first. Wang Qiyuan waved his sleeve and drove Wang Tianpeng out. Thereupon, he sat down on a chair, holding the Xianling jade tags of Uncle Gong and the 3 black and white irregulars in a daze. Losing 3 arms at once, how could my heart not ache? But the good thing is, Penger has a heart and is willing to avenge you all. I'm very relieved. 3 old buddies, I hope you will go well all the way underground.
Wang Qiyuan closed his eyes, put the 3 jade tags on his chest, and slowly shed 2 lines of tears. But he was destined not to know is that his so-called heart son simply did not think of the black and white impermanent as a human being. In his heart, except for Uncle Gong, all other killers should be the Wang family's dogs. Speaking of interests will do. Speaking of love, the first time I saw this, it was a very good thing that I was so happy. Soon it was the next day. The sunrise dispersed the darkness of the night, shedding a warm sunshine. The door of the dormitory was pushed open. Xia Yan was wearing a jacket while being pushed out by Chu Yanyan. What's the hurry? I haven't even put on my clothes yet. Xia Yan's mouth muttered nonstop. Wasn't it just oversleeping for a while? It was destined to be late anyway, so what's the hurry? It's just like what Director Zhuang said. No sense of time at all. Chu Yanyan blankly glanced at Xia Yan and couldn't help but push him again. Today was the day of the evaluation, and when the morning evaluation was over, they would have to participate in the annual freshman outing in the afternoon. Time is very tight. Xu Yanyan and made plans to talk to Xia Yan during the picnic.
How can it not be anxious? Instead, looking at Xia Yan's indifferent face, Xu Yanyan hated to pull his head down. Never seen such a lazy one. There's no hurry. Anyway, Director Zhuang will pass after saying 2 sentences.
I'll go buy a bread and eat it first.
Xia Yan was pushed by Xu Yanyan to the commercial street.
A glance at the just opened the door of the autumn warm.
Eyes suddenly bright, directly ran over. You must eat it this time.
Xu Yanyan was angry and stomped her feet, but she didn't have any way to take Xia Yan, so she could only follow over with a quick step. Guofu had just wiped the tables and chairs,
and in the effort of returning ahead,
she heard a familiar voice with a hint of nonchalance in it.
Boss lady, a bowl of hot and sour noodles.
Xia Yan slammed the table, his nostrils facing the sky, his expression cool and tugging.
Bang!
Seeing Xia Yan committing another offense,
Xu Yanyan couldn't hold back any longer and punched Xia Yan in the head, looking at Guofu with a bitter smile. Same as usual, 2 portions of French bread. Chapter 73, late again.
Xia Yan squatted down and rubbed his hands frantically through his hair.
It hurt. It really hurt. You little couple, you're still so energetic. It's so nice. Guofu smiled lightly, her eyebrows arched.
Xia Yan had to do the whole job every time he came here,
but he wouldn't go overboard, belonging to the level that could make people smile. Guofu didn't hate this. Instead she felt it was fun. Trouble for you. Xu Yanyan sighed and bent down to apologize. Then when she saw Xia Yan,
who was full of concern and looking at the sky with 2 fingers pressed together,
her heart became even more angry. Just an abstract monster. It's okay, your bread. 2 French breads, 1 with extra cheese, 1 with extra cranberries.
Guofu took out the 2 portions of French bread that had been prepared long ago from the back kitchen and handed them to Xu Yanyan.
Xia Yan's habit was like this. No matter if he was late or not, he would always come here once in the morning to eat bread.
Guofu also remembered this preference of his.
Thank you, Sister Gua. Xia Yan thanked and couldn't wait to take out a piece of French bread with extra cheese and eat it.
It melted in his mouth, and a burst of sweetness surged onto his tongue.
It was so delicious that it could fly straight up. Hurry up and go. If we drag this on, we're really going to be late.
Xu Yanyan shook her head helplessly.
Xia Yan had been a procrastinator since he was a child,
and he didn't expect that no matter how much time had passed, this procrastination attribute of his remained unchanged.
If I remember correctly, today is the day of the assessment, right?
Guofu hugged her arms, her long wavy brown hair draped behind her shoulders,
recklessly exuding the charm that only belonged to mature women. Yeah, and it's still hosted by Director Zhuang. Xu Yanyan thought for a moment and said, it's just that I don't know. Will Director Zhuang lead the freshman outing this time? Well, shouldn't he?
Associated with the time in the buried Dragon Valley, Zhuang Miao's expression that was so haggard that it was about to shatter. He should not take the initiative to take on this kind of job of leading the team again.
No, Zhuang Miao will go. Guofu's eyes flickered slightly. Her tone was certain. For him, leading a freshman outing is also a very important thing. Maybe it wasn't considered important before, but if it is now, it counts. Ah, Sister Gua, do you also know our Director Zhuang? Xia Yan was a bit surprised. Yes, Zhuang Miao often comes to my place to drink coffee. After a long time, can't you recognize it? Guofu smiled.
Her beautiful eyes glanced at the European-style clock on the wall and said to herself,
yeah, it's 8:55 Dog Xia Yan, if you don't leave again, you'll really be late. Xu Yanyan had a jolt, raised her hand and grabbed Xia Yan's collar, tugged him and ran outside. Slowly. Was sister goodbye. Xia Yan only had time to leave a sentence, and was dragged by Xu Yanyan in the blink of an eye and could not even see the silhouette. Big sister, the strength is so big. You are a cow. Xia Yan was stuck by the collar of his shirt and grimaced.
Guofu hugged her arms and stood under the signboard outside the coffee shop, facing the sunlight and waving her hand in the direction of the 2 people's departure.
Under the sunlight, a head of long,
wavy brown hair shimmered with crystalline light, and her eyebrows were like a picture.
Sister Gua is really pretty. Xu Yanyan's words resonated with Xia Yan, nodding madly. It's just that I don't know if I have a boyfriend yet. Such a big coffee shop. On weekdays it's all up to Sister Gua to work alone. It's really not easy. Xia Yan sighed. A woman who made desserts this good must be a good person. Seeing how tired Guofu was now, Xia Yan felt a little saddened. If Sister Gua could find a husband who also made desserts this delicious, then wouldn't she be able to eat new flavors more often? Just thinking about it already makes me look forward to it. What's the matter? You want to join the family? The 2 of them walked side by side quickly. Xu Yanyan blankly glanced at Xia Yan. Her eyes were a little sour. It's also true that you love desserts so much, but Sister Gua has a whole coffee shop, and she's so good looking. No wonder our young master Xia will be moved. Xu Yanyan's heart burst with anger and bitterness.
Zhang Yaran had to prepare to go to the spirit medicine garden to have a feast, so she left the house early in the morning. Xia Qianyu went to southern Europe again. It could be said that Xia Yan only had himself by his side now. She and Xia Yan grew up together, and the other party wasn't afraid of her at all. The scummy man had no woman who could hold him down, and his mind was already drifting. What are you babbling about? I'm only doing this for food. Xia Yan rolled his eyes. Paranoia is the nature of arrogance, isn't it? But, Xia Yan sneaked a look at Chu Yanyan and felt that there was no difference from before. Didn't he say that he had added an additional bonus to himself, being able to see the other party's favor value increase? Ding! A look at the host on a regular basis is not a student who likes to scrutinize the question. This system says clearly the female host to the host's goodwill increased before you can intuitively see the specific increase in the goodwill value. The upper limit of 100 foot. Chu Yanyan, why did she suddenly increase her favorability value towards you? The host will not really think that his charm is overwhelming. Chu Yanyan, just look at you. Can be good sense value pull full, right? Xia Yan, oh, what's up with this despicable tone of voice? May not be impossible, I tell you. Who believes you? At this time, Chu Yanyan hummed and inclined her head with a disbelieving face. The location of this outing was a 5A-level scenic area called Purple Mountain on the outskirts of Zheng City. Since deciding to have a showdown with Xia Yan during the outing, Chu Yanyan's psychological pressure instantly became much smaller. At least fighting with Xia Yan like this could relax Chu Yanyan's mind a lot. She hadn't relaxed like this for a long time. If Chu Yanyan hadn't realized that she was already late, I'm afraid that she would have been able to relax for a little while longer. But, ding bell dash, the class bell rang mercilessly, lifting Chu Yanyan's mood, which had relaxed with great difficulty. Back up again. Bastard Xia Yan, this is really late. Xia Yan just stopped before he could catch his breath. Was Chu Yanyan to once again tugged on the collar, dragged like a dog dragged away? Have you considered my feelings? Xia Yan wanted to cry without tears. Chu Yanyan is a cow, right? Absolutely right. How the strength can be so big. Beijing Teaching Building under the square. This place is usually used for some collective activities, such as leaders to give lectures and the like. Today's assessment is also very important. Zhuang Miao is also the examiner, so it is unceremoniously expropriated. Zhuang Miao stood on the steps, looked at the square bustling crowd of students, raised his wrist to see the time, and pushed the glasses. Gradually, Dao black lines appeared on Zhuang Miao's forehead. Sure enough, Xia Yan is late again. This little bastard. Late every time, really not even a little sense of time. Thinking that she had to protect him before his eminence returned, Zhuang Miao's mood worsened. Chapter 74, Go to sleep. Good night. Protection? Protect affair. Anyone who is not punctual give me death. Zhuang Miao couldn't see the slightest bit on the outside. Still high and cold. But in his heart he had already had a seizure. He couldn't understand. Beijing is clearly China's highest institution of higher learning. The country's first. Can be admitted to Beijing students are not in all aspects of the local or the top of the genius. How could there be someone like Xia Yan, who was so abstract in every aspect? And even the top student of Zheng City. Zheng City's reputation has been hacked the worst. Zhuang Miao silently spat in his heart. There were a lot of students on the square. Today was after all the day the assessment started. There was no one who didn't want to test their strength among those freshmen who had participated in the Burial Dragon Valley Secret Realm. What's more, the rewards given by Beijing if they got the championship were quite generous. The evaluation, like the assessment, was only once a year, so there would be many idle upperclassmen who had nothing else to do who would come here to hang out, to join in the fun. Lu Xia and the others also came. Only unlike the other upperclassmen who just came to join in the fun, they came to see the jokes. I'm really looking forward to how good the expressions on these people's faces will be when they learn of Xia Yan's death in a while. Lu Xia nonchalantly pushed away the freshman who was blocking her way, and the other party's expression clearly took on an angry tone. But when he saw the senior school badge that followed Lu Xia's chest, and a few bad-looking doglegs behind him, he swallowed his breath under the dissuasion of his companions. In Beijing, the higher the age, the stronger the strength, and no one would want to mess with this group of older students. Enjoying the awe-inspiring gazes coming from the surroundings, Lu Xia couldn't help but straighten her back a few points, and a smug smile rose on her heavily made-up face. She enjoyed this feeling of being in awe. Sister Xia, are you sure that brat Xia Yan has really been taken out? The bearded man frowned and cautiously came over to Lu Xia's side and asked. At least he was the Zheng City scholar of this term, and was more or less well known in Beijing, so if he was really dead, how could he not receive even a bit of news? The bearded man's heart vaguely felt a hint of something wrong. Nonsense, Pang Xiao has made a move. How could that kid still be alive? Lu Xia glared at the bearded man. As a member of the Lu family who was somewhat well known in Zheng City, she naturally knew some of the Wang family's heritage. That was the family that had the heaven and earth human killer squad. And who in the entire Zheng City could they not kill?
Unless Xia Yan is a B-class or he has a B-class strongman by his side. But B-class strongmen aren't cabbages that can be found everywhere. Xia Yan, this kid, must be dead. It was just that Zhuang Miao hadn't received the news yet. Based on the fact that the Beijing patrol team would inspect the Beijing campus every once in a while, Lu Xia estimated that Zhuang Miao would soon be able to learn the news that Xia Yan was dead. She had specially gotten up early in the morning just to witness the scene that relieved her. It's also true that the other party is Peng Xiao after all. The bearded man nodded, and after glancing at Lu Xia, he secretly stood a little farther away from Lu Xia, and tilted his head to look at the sky, frantically breathing in fresh air. I don't know if it was the bearded man's own illusion,